Chapter 1. Witnessing the Success Rate. Shanghai City. A slum. Inexpensive, dilapidated tenements. Peppa Pig tattooed on my body. From now on, I'm a part of society. The alarm clock blared incessantly. Jiang Nin jolted awake, leaping from his bed to glance at the time, his face instantly filled with panic. He had overslept, and this was the second round of alarm bells ringing. He hastily dressed and washed up, fervently hoping not to incur his boss' wrath. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly froze, for an inexplicable sequence of numbers flashed before his eyes. 100. It was like a mirage, yet remarkably distinct. What on earth was happening? Jiang Nan was bewildered. Yet, with time pressing, he had no leisure to ponder. Grabbing his bag, he rushed down the staircase, glancing at his watch as he descended. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and according to his usual routine, if the bus didn't leave early, he would just make it. He prayed anxiously that the bus would not depart ahead of schedule. Yet, just as this thought emerged, another string of data flickered before him. 100. What the hell? What is going on? As this phenomenon recurred, Jiang Nan sensed that something was amiss. His descent halted momentarily. However, a moment later, everything returned to calm, and nothing further occurred. Feeling frustrated, Jiang Nan shook his head, attributing it to a restless night. He dismissed the thoughts and hurried to catch the bus. Unfortunately, upon reaching the bus stop, he realized the bus had already left. How disheartening. He was utterly vexed, gritting his teeth, and without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a taxi. He hurriedly arrived at the company, only to be confronted at the entrance by his boss. A woman in her 30s, a leftover from the marriage market, stood with her hands on her hips, unleashing a torrent of scolding upon Jiang Nan. Her words flew like arrows. Jiang Nan, feeling like a grandson, dared not retort. This job was hard-won, and he would rather endure the berating than lose it. He could only bear it in silence while internally cursing. Curse you, old hag. May you never find a husband. 0. I curse you to have a son without a 0. What on earth is happening? However, the incessant data continued to manifest before his eyes, unsettling Jiang Nan. This was decidedly abnormal. What was with these numbers? After the fierce tirade, the fury of the old tigress subsided, granting Jiang Nan a brief respite, but her final words nearly brought him to tears. This month's bonus is entirely deducted. Jiang Nan's heart quaked, almost causing him to lash out, but he ultimately transformed into a meat cat. Damn it, there was no choice. He was in dire need of money. Losing this job would mean sleeping on the streets and eating dirt. He sat at his desk, organizing documents. Jiang Nan worked as a real estate agent. He perused previous contacts who had expressed interest in purchasing property, preparing to call them for a meeting. Habitually, he prayed for good fortune that day, hoping to close a deal and sell a property. Yet, as soon as this thought surfaced, 0. Another sequence of numbers flashed before him. Damn! This compelled Jiang Nan to take the situation seriously. Stroking his chin, he pondered the bizarre data appearing before him, various thoughts darting through his mind. Could it be a problem with his vision? 0. Damn. Was he seeing ghosts? 0. Damn. There was definitely something wrong. The data before him sparked a profound curiosity within Jiang Nan. He took a moment to calm himself and reflect on the appearance of the data, as if grasping something vital. Wait a moment. This percentage seemed to signify something. A bold idea ignited in his mind. He began to experiment. I will be late today. 100. Today I will earn 1 million. 1. Today I will earn 10 yuan. 100. Oh my God. This. It appears to be a glimpse into the success rate. Jiang Nan was astonished by his own discovery. Chapter 2. Perfect. Indeed, it is. The small supermarket beneath the company. Jiang Nan stood before the beverage shelf, ostentatiously selecting red tea. This was one of his favorite drinks. Most importantly, he recalled that the Jian Meilong brand of red tea boasted a high winning rate, often yielding another bottle. Thus, it was the very reason for his visit to the supermarket. Holding a bottle of red tea, thoughts surged within him. Will I win? 0. He swapped it for another. Will I win? 0. Soon, he exchanged it once more. Will I win? 100. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. He proceeded to the checkout, and after settling the bill, he immediately twisted off the cap. Another bottle. By heavens. He truly won. Jiang Nan was nearly leaping with excitement. However, upon noticing that the cashier had observed his exuberance, her expression shifted to one of seriousness and composure. Approaching the counter once more, he presented the winning cap to the cashier. I won. Another bottle. Sir, you are quite lucky. The cashier smiled. Then please select another one. Jiang Nan, savoring his red tea, went to choose again. Will I win? 0. Will I win? 0. Will I win? 0. Will I win? 100. Aha, this one. Jiang Nan paid for his selected red tea, his heart racing with anticipation as he opened the cap. Snap. A glance revealed a few small words. Another bottle. Jiang Nan's smile nearly skewed his face. Perfect. Just as I thought. I witnessed the success rate. Miss, I won again. Jiang Nan handed the winning cap to the cashier. Sir, you are remarkably lucky. Please select another bottle. Soon, Shun Nan retrieved another bottle of red tea. Snap. Miss, I won again. The cashier. Please take another bottle. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Nan returned with yet another. Miss, I won again. The cashier. Jiang Nan left the supermarket cradling a dozen bottles devoid of caps. The cashier wore a look of disbelief as she watched him depart. Goodness, winning consecutively with so many bottles. This cashier had worked in the supermarket for over 2 years and had never witnessed such a phenomenon. What extraordinary luck. Although a dozen bottles of red tea did not amount to much, if such luck were applied to the lottery, would he not instantaneously become wealthy? Yet here he was, purchasing red tea, a folly indeed. Upon returning to the company, Xiaozhong, here is a bottle for you. Come, Xiaowang. This one is yours. Hiki. Lily, this bottle is for you. Jiang Nan joyfully distributed the red tea. Having spent merely 3 yuan for over 10 bottles, what a delightful feeling. The others received the tea, each one perplexed. What on earth? The normally frugal Jiang Nan is transformed? Aha. The notorious miser, when did he ever treat everyone to drinks? This is abnormal. Something's amiss, I bet. This must be a prelude to borrowing money. Let me state clearly, I have no intention of lending a single cent. Jiang Nan borrow money? Nonsense. Jiang Nan, are you courting disaster? Just then, a high-pitched, hysterical voice echoed from the doorway. Late to work and now brazenly bribing your colleagues. Disrupting everyone's work. Do you no longer wish to work? If you don't, then get out immediately. The fierce supervisor cornered Jiang Nan. He still clutched the final bottle of beverage, frozen in place. The others hurriedly turned away, feigning busyness, all while stifling their laughter. Only Shun Nan stood. Back to the boss, immobilized, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Chapter 3. The joy of being wealthy. Jiang Nan slowly turned around. His expression markedly different from his usual demeanor. Instead of his customary submissive look, he wore a mysterious and enigmatic smile. What are you laughing at? You still have the presence of mind to smile. The fierce female boss, resembling a tiger, was utterly bewildered. Guess. Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. I. The tiger-like boss opened her mouth, ready to retort. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Jiang Nan splashed red tea all over her face. The crimson liquid dripped down her large visage, rendering her utterly disheveled. How dare you splash me? I. Get out. You've lost your job and still think you can work here? Not a chance. The furious boss glared daggers at Jiang Nan. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Nan would dare to act in such a manner. This was truly unprecedented. Huh. Jiang Nan chuckled. Work? I've had enough of that. I don't want it anymore. After declaring this, he picked up his backpack and departed, leaving his stunned colleagues in awe. Is he really just walking away? The other employees in the company, after recovering from their shock, were left in a state of confusion. What was happening? How had Jiang Nan suddenly gained such confidence? It was also peculiar, permeated with an air of strangeness. However, the sheer thrill of dousing the boss in tea was exhilarating. How I wish I could do the same. Exiting the company, Jiang Nan gazed at the sky and exhaled deeply. The pent-up resentment and anger that had accumulated in his heart dissipated in an instant. For the sake of survival, he had endured humiliation in this wretched company, constantly appeasing his boss and often being scolded, which trampled on his dignity. It had been exceedingly stifling. Now, he was finally free, liberated from this torment. With success now within his grasp, the world was his oyster. With a renewed sense of ambition, Jiang Nan was determined to embark on a grand endeavor. His stomach growled audibly. With a wry smile, he realized that the immediate priority was to fill his belly. At a nearby street vendor, he ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks, savoring each bite as he contemplated how to utilize his newfound success to generate wealth. The first venture that came to mind was stone gambling. In Jianghai City, there was a small-scale stone gambling venue. Jiang Nan had visited it before while accompanying clients. where the raw stones were said to be imported from Myanmar. The stone gambling industry was famously known for the saying, "One cut can make you poor, one cut can make you rich, and one cut can be worthless." A seemingly worthless rough stone could yield a jade of immense value, making it a thrilling industry that could lead to overnight riches or complete ruin. However, with his ability to foresee success, there could only be one outcome, a cut towards wealth. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Nin waved down a taxi and headed straight for the stone gambling venue. Sitting in the back seat with his legs crossed, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Previously, he had been crammed onto buses. Taking a taxi had felt like a luxury. With only a basic salary, he had to meticulously count every penny. Now, that was behind him, and this newfound freedom was exhilarating. Jiang Nin had come to understand a profound truth. Money is transient. Once spent, it can always be earned again. While he was still on the path to wealth, he couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. Before long, the taxi driver announced, "Sir, we've arrived. That'll be 75 yuan. Jiang Nan pulled out a 100 yuan note and tossed it to the driver with a nonchalant tone. "Keep the change." With a firm posture befitting a wealthy gentleman, he exited the vehicle. This feeling was absolutely delightful. "Thank you. Thank you, sir," the taxi driver called after him, lowering the window in a show of flattery as he watched Jiang Nan enter the venue, sighing to himself, "Being wealthy is truly wonderful. When will I reach such heights?" Chapter 4. Do not take shortcuts. Entering the stone gambling market, Jiang Nan ambled about at a leisurely pace. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, populated predominantly by older individuals. Numerous elderly men strolled with birdcages, while others donned traditional Tang suits, exuding an air of pretentiousness. Youngsters like Jiang Nan, in their 20s, were a rare sight. The raw stones in the market were meticulously categorized into small heaps, each stall surrounded by a crowd engaged in animated discussions. Some individuals inspected their selected stones through magnifying glasses. Jiang Yan meandered through the stalls and casually chose one on the periphery, drawn by its price tag, 1,000 yuan per kilogram. The most economical raw stone available. In contrast, the premium section boasted prices soaring to 10,000 or even 100,000 yuan per kilogram, a staggering sum. Though Jiang Nan lacked expertise, he could discern the stark quality differences among the stones. The premium stones radiated a lustrous sheen, exuding an aura of opulence, suggesting that they would reveal jade upon being cut. Conversely, the stones at the outer stalls appeared as though they had been haphazardly gathered from the riverbank, leading Jiang Nan to suspect that they were indeed river stones, carelessly piled for sale. The price of 1,000 yuan per kilogram felt like a ripoff. However, this market was inherently a gamble. The prices were transparent, and no one compelled purchases, thus one could only accept the risks involved. Observing the throngs around the outer stalls, Jiang Nan noted their humble attire, indicating that they were not affluent individuals, but rather hopefuls seeking low investments for a chance at fortune, a proverbial leap into wealth. Crouching down, Jiang Nan idly picked up a stone. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Jade. 0. Thud. He discarded it carelessly. He picked up another. Jade. 0. Thud. Discarded again. He reached for yet another. Jade. 0. An elderly gentleman nearby, seemingly knowledgeable and bespectacled, could no longer bear to watch. He was scrutinizing a stone with a magnifying glass when he noticed Jiang Nan's haphazard tossing of stones. "Young man, are you gambling on stones? Such rashness will not yield success," he remarked. Jiang Nan remained silent. Gambling on stones is a profound art. One must observe closely, listen attentively, assess the quality, and heed the sounds. Jiang Nan interjected, "You seem eager for quick success, yet your lack of understanding will only lead to losses. Take my advice. If you wish to earn, do not seek shortcuts. Find a job and work diligently instead." Jiang Nan turned away. How absurd. Was he to be lectured on stone gambling? He was merely concerned with the odds of success. Despite the old man's good intentions, Jiang Nan chose not to engage further. At a nearby stall, he resumed his search. Jade. 0. Thud. Another. Jade. 0. Sigh. Today's youth are too restless, unwilling to heed counsel, and often must stumble before they reconsider. The elderly gentleman persisted in his admonitions. Jiang Nan thought to himself, "What brings you here if you do not yearn for quick riches?" At that moment, while holding another stone, an instinctive thought flickered through his mind. Jade. 100. Chapter 5. Irresistible temptation. Jiang Nan, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Boss, I'll take this one." The stone he selected was quite suitable.
slightly larger than a fist, and weighed approximately 1 kilogram. However, all of Jiang Nan's savings amounted to less than 2,000 yuan, making this particular stone the only one he could afford. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to Jiang Nan. What? He has just arrived and already made a purchase? That stone he chose appears dull and colorless. It is undoubtedly a poor investment, as it cannot possibly contain jade. Alas, such an impulsive young man. I suspect this is his first visit, and he mistakenly believes that gambling on stones is an easy endeavor. Given the quality of this rough stone, it cannot yield jade. It is clearly a worthless rock. I wager that it contains no jade whatsoever, and if it does, I shall eat this stone live on stream. Jiang Nan. Not a single person believes in me. A lovely young woman, swaying gracefully, approached. She was a charming attendant from the stone gambling venue. Sir, would you like this stone? Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Quickly, you should reconsider. It's not too late. Young man, heed the advice of others. Fill your stomach first. And do not feign understanding. It is you who will bear the loss. The young lady weighed the stone beside her. 25 kilograms. That will be 250 yuan. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card? WeChat transfer, Jiang Nan replied, retrieving his phone. The attendant presented a QR code, and Jiang Nan scanned it to complete the payment. He successfully acquired the stone for 250 yuan. Upon witnessing the transaction's completion, the crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically. Brother, let us cut it open and see. Indeed, let us cut it now. Everyone wants to witness the spectacle. Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, then turned to the attendant and inquired, if we uncover jade, will it be possible to sell it back here? Of course, the attendant assured him. We will certainly buy it back, and at a fair price, as known by our regular customers. Yes, I can attest to that, another bystander chimed in. I have seen many individuals sell their jade here after cutting it. We have professional appraisers to assess its value. Very well, Jiang Nan decided. Let us cut it. Then follow me, the attendant instructed. Our masters provide cutting services free of charge. Should you choose to cut it elsewhere, fees will apply, and our cutters are skilled, ensuring the jade remains intact. Jiang Nan nodded, feeling rather clueless but relieved that cutting it here would save him considerable trouble, as any jade discovered could be immediately converted into cash. Excellent, Jiang Nan expressed with delight. Let us proceed to the cutting room and enjoy the spectacle. Indeed, let us go. But I reiterate, if such a stone can yield jade, I shall eat the stone live on stream. A throng of spectators accompanied Jiang Nan to the cutting room. Such occurrences are quite commonplace in stone gambling venues. Once a transaction is completed, everyone wishes to witness whether jade can be extracted, hoping to glean insights and experience from the event. In summary, one often feels profound insights, yet when purchasing rough stones based on these insights, they may find themselves doused with cold water, suffering significant losses. A new cycle of enlightenment is always required. This is the nature of stone gambling. While some profit, they are few, and many incur losses. Yet, it remains an irresistible pursuit. Chapter 6. Simply one word. Pretend. The sound of a blade slicing through stone filled the air as the skilled cutter expertly secured the raw stone in a metallic frame. The small cutting machine descended gradually, cleaving the stone millimeter by millimeter. Surrounding the scene was a tightly packed crowd, all craning their necks in eager anticipation of the outcome. Jiang Nan's heart raced as well. Although he had great faith in the success rate he could observe, this was his first venture into profit-making. Success would be a boon, but failure would spell disaster. Soon, with a decisive cut, the cutter lifted his saw and released the stone from its frame, revealing two halves and a beaming smile. Congratulations, you have unearthed jade, albeit not particularly large. As he spoke, he presented the two segments to Jiang Nan. At the center of the stone lay a walnut-sized piece of vibrant green jade. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Could it be jade? He thought, incredulously. Oh my God, it truly exists. In his excitement, he could only express his elation with a series of exclamations. Coughing to regain composure, he recalled someone mentioning that if jade was found, they would eat the stone live on stream. Yes, it was old Lu who had said that. The crowd turned their gaze toward Lu, who appeared visibly embarrassed. I've been having some digestive issues lately, he stammered, eliciting a chorus of disdainful looks from the onlookers. The attending young lady, her smile radiant upon seeing the jade, chimed in, You intend to sell it here, correct? Allow me to take you to our manager, who handles these matters. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. The young lady, with her graceful movements, led the way as he followed closely, the eyes of envious onlookers casting glances filled with jealousy and intrigue. Inwardly, Jiangnan lamented. I had my eye on that stone before, but hesitated. Alas, what a missed opportunity. A realization dawned upon him. This raw stone, seemingly devoid of jade from the exterior, might indeed conceal valuable jade within. To borrow from the principles of Tai Chi, this could be a case of extreme opposites. With this insight, he mused that there might be many overlooked stones in the pile that could harbor jade. I must select one, he thought, and soon found himself in a fervor, eager to join the fray. Congratulations, sir. You've discovered jade. Your discerning eye and seasoned experience are evident, remarked the bespectacled manager. A man in his 30s, wearing a broad smile as he addressed Jiangnan. He promptly instructed the young lady to fetch tea. The young lady hurried to comply, and Jiangnan's status had transformed into that of a VIP. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, he surveyed the luxurious room with a sense of satisfaction. I'll call the appraiser to come over, the manager said while dialing a number. Jiangnan nodded nonchalantly, exuding an air of calm, as if he were well-versed in navigating tumultuous waters. After all, it all boiled down to one word. Pretend. Sir, please enjoy your tea, the young lady said, placing the cup before Jiangnan with a beaming smile. Chapter 7. How remarkable. This jadeite. Its quality is mediocre, and its translucence is lacking. The appraiser, a gentleman in his 60s, donned spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly wisdom as he scrutinized the walnut-sized jadeite with a magnifying glass. What might it be worth? Jiang Nen mused to himself, for that was the crux of his concern. 10,000, no more, he declared. The old gentleman set down the magnifying glass. Jiang Nen fell into a contemplative silence. This gentleman, the manager interjected, Teacher Liu is a seasoned appraisal expert. He has never erred in his judgments. Think carefully. If you deem it acceptable, sell the jadeite to us. With that, he addressed the appraiser, saying, Lao Lu, allow me to escort you. As he helped the elder out of the room, the manager remained silent. Upon exiting, the appraiser extended 3 fingers to him. The manager nodded in understanding. He then returned to the room, smiling as he inquired, What are your thoughts, sir? Meanwhile, Jiangnan's mind was racing with fleeting thoughts. Could this jadeite be worth 1 million? 0%. Could it be worth 500,000? 0%. Could it be worth 200,000? 0%. Could it be worth 100,000? 1%. Pausing momentarily, he continued. Could it be worth 80,000? 1%. Could it be worth 50,000? 30%. Could it be worth 40,000? 35%. Could it be worth 30,000? 100%. A cascade of figures left Jiang Nen bewildered. The situation felt inscrutable. Sir, have you reached a decision? The manager prompted again. 10,000 won't suffice, Jiang Nen replied. Do not underestimate my knowledge of jadeite. For this piece, 5,000 less is unacceptable. 50,000? The manager's lips twitched slightly. Internally, he marveled at the young man's discerning eye. It was truly astonishing. If this jadeite found the right channel, it could indeed fetch 50,000. Yet the industry is fraught with complexities, and such channels are typically unknown to the average person. Accepting 50,000 would yield no profit. 50,000 is too steep. The manager promptly shook his head in refusal. If you feel we do not inspire enough confidence, perhaps you should seek other places. You might find a better offer. He presented himself with an air of righteousness. Very well, Jiang Nen stood up decisively. If that is the case, the transaction cannot proceed. As he turned to leave, the manager suddenly called out. Then allow me to extend my utmost sincerity. 20,000. If you are willing, we can finalize the deal. 30,000, Jiang Nen countered. It cannot be lower. 3,000. The manager felt an unsettling pressure, as if he had bitten down on his own limit. How exasperating. Forget it. Jiang Nen turned to leave again. All right, 30,000 it is, the manager begrudgingly conceded. Jiang Nen nodded and returned to the room. The jadeite remained, and 3,000 was transferred to him. Observing the 4 zeros following the 3, Jiang Nen felt an extraordinary sense of elation. This was the largest sum of money he had ever encountered in his life. No, it was the largest amount he had ever possessed. Moreover, Jiang Nen had come to a realization: the jadeite's maximum value likely hovered around 50,000. With the possibility of fetching 80 or even 100,000 if he encountered the right buyer. However, if he completed the transaction here, the highest he could expect was 30,000. To achieve 50,000, he would need to seek alternative channels. In summary, by transacting here, he had maximized his gains. What a delightful triumph. It appeared that such a success rate could be applicable in many realms.
Chapter 8. Absolutely forbidden. This young man seems to have struck gold. Here he comes again. Humph. He is getting a bit too full of himself. Thinking that luck will always be on his side, Jiang Nen has returned to the pile of stones, sifting through them, while those around him engage in fervent speculation. There's Jade. 0. There's Jade. 0. With a swift motion, Jiang Nen's hands barely linger over each stone for more than a second. After approximately 5 minutes, there's Jade. 100. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Nen continues, valued at 10,000. 100. Valued at 100,000. 100. Goodness, he feels a surge of excitement and presses on. Valued at 200,000. 1. Valued at 150,000. 30. Not wishing to pursue further, Jiang Nen collects the stones. He then picks up another one nearby. There's Jade. 0. A few minutes later, he finishes examining one stall, without any other discoveries. He moves on to the next stall. Meanwhile, nearly everyone around has ceased their activities, fixated on Jiang Nen. In the entire stone gambling venue, Jiang Nen has become the center of attention amidst a chorus of murmurs. What do you think? Does this lad possess genuine skill in discerning which stones contain jade? Or is he merely relying on luck? Could he possibly have the mythical ability of X-ray vision? Hiss. If you say that, it becomes quite terrifying. Surely such absurdity doesn't occur in reality? If that were the case, the owner would be in utter despair. At another pile of stones, after a few minutes of sifting, Jiang Nen discovers another stone containing jade, valued at 50,000. He cannot help but marvel at how exceedingly rare it is for these stones to yield jade. For an ordinary person, countless misfortunes would befall them before they could find even one. He collects it without hesitation. Glancing around, he notices even more spectators. Realizing it's nearly time to withdraw, Jiang Nen casually picks up 2 more stones, both roughly the size of a fist, and thinks fleetingly. 0. All right, these will do. Being cautious will cost him less. This was already Jiang Nen's plan. The attention garnered today necessitated a satisfactory conclusion. He needed others to believe he was merely fortunate, otherwise, trouble could ensue. As the saying goes, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. And he understands this principle well. One must remain discreet to amass wealth. Phew, how exhausting. Jiang Nen cradles the 4 chosen stones in his arms, stands up, stretches, and says, "Miss, it's time to settle the bill. I'll take these 4. Young man, let us cut them open right here. Let us witness the results. Indeed, I cannot believe you can consistently uncover jade. Let us wait and see. Perhaps he truly possesses an uncanny ability." The young lady attending to Jiang Nen has already taken notice of him and informed the manager. Even the manager is paying close attention. After all, it is utterly astonishing that Jiang Nen managed to select a stone containing jade on his very first attempt. If he truly possesses some extraordinary ability to extract all the jade stones from their inventory, what would remain for others to purchase? Such a scenario is absolutely unacceptable to them. Chapter 9. Be more mindful. 4 raw stones weighed a total of 56 kilograms, amounting to 560 pieces. The attendant had already weighed them and announced the price without any unnecessary chatter. Jiang Nen promptly transferred the funds. "Sir, will you be cutting them here?" The attendant inquired with an expectant smile. Having received authorization from her manager, she was determined to have Jiang Nen cut the stones on site to assess their quality. "Of course." Jiang Nen replied with a grin. "Let us proceed. I have great confidence in my luck. I believe I shall uncover some jade this time." The attendant chuckled. "Then I congratulate you in advance." She led the way with her slender waist swaying, while Jiang Nen followed, trailed by a crowd of onlookers. Upon reaching the cutting room, Jiang Nen reached into his backpack to test one of the stones. There was jade. 100. He quickly switched to another piece. No jade. 0. With a sense of assurance, he presented the selected stone to the cutter. The cutter took it in hand, secured it in a metal frame, and activated the small cutting machine. Surrounding them was a throng of spectators, all silent, with necks craned in anticipation. The attendant watched intently, while Jiang Nen feigned an expression of eager expectation. Meanwhile, the manager had rushed to the security room to observe the footage from the cutting room cameras. Buzzing softly, the cutting machine sliced through the stone millimeter by millimeter until it reached the bottom. The cutter withdrew the blade, unfastened the metal frame, and lifted the split stone. Shaking his head slightly. "Unfortunate, it's a worthless stone," he declared, presenting it to Jiang Nen. The crowd quickly discerned that the entire stone bore no hint of green, confirming it as a mere worthless rock.
A collective sigh of relief resonated through the air. Evidently, they found solace in this outcome. Indeed, last time had been a stroke of luck. Just mere fortune. Huh, how is that for a reality check? Picking so hastily. Did you really believe you could see through the stones and choose perfectly? The attendant discreetly exhaled, relieved. The manager in the security room scoffed, dismissing it entirely. Before turning to leave, "Damn it. No way?" Jiangnan exclaimed, visibly frustrated. "I refuse to believe it. I had a good omen today." As he spoke, he retrieved another stone from his backpack, which tested 100 devoid of jade, and handed it to the cutter. The crowd fell silent once more, eyes fixed in anticipation. Buzzing again, the machine cut through the stone. The result revealed yet another worthless piece. Ha ha ha, how naive. Did you really think that a mere fortune-telling would lead you to jade? If so, everyone would be rich. Alas, forgive these youngsters their ignorance. Without experiencing setbacks, they remain unaware of true despair. Now they had learned their lesson, gambling on stones is not a game. Without years of accumulated experience, relying solely on luck leads to inevitable ruin. Laughter echoed as the crowd dispersed. Jiangnan, visibly dejected, trudged away with his remaining 2 stones, his head hung low, exuding an air of desolation. His silhouette appeared forlorn and solitary. A few onlookers observed his retreating figure, offering heartfelt advice. "Child, be more mindful in the future. Find a job and work diligently." Chapter 10. A bit lightheaded after hailing a taxi, Jiangnan returned to his rented abode. He sank into the vintage sofa, chuckling to himself in sheer delight. Even now, it felt somewhat dreamlike. Remarkably, within a span of less than a day, he had effortlessly amassed nearly 200,000 yuan. The efficiency was indeed astonishing. Most importantly, this was merely the initial foray. He chuckled again, feeling a bit euphoric. After indulging in his merriment for a while, Jiangnan gradually composed himself, reminding internally to stay grounded. It was but a small affair after all. Wasn't this merely the beginning of an extraordinary journey? Yet, he couldn't help but feel elated. If one were to encounter such fortune and remain unmoved, that would be quite foolish. Another round of laughter ensued. Forcing himself to regain his composure, he retrieved 2 stones from his backpack, stroking his chin as he pondered how to handle these gems without raising suspicion. Only by selling them could they be converted into money, thereby validating his seemingly effortless earnings of 200,000 yuan. What should he do? A flurry of ideas coursed through his mind. If he were to take the stones to the gambling stone market tomorrow, would it not arouse suspicion? Certainly, it would. Jiangnan concluded that this avenue was unviable. He needed to find an alternative venue for the sale. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He recalled a colleague from his previous company, Zhu Shishir. 2 months prior, they had worked together selling properties. But she had resigned under the pressure from her demanding boss and had since taken a position at a reputable jewelry and jade shop. They had crossed paths not long ago and exchanged pleasantries. Jiangnan still had her contact information. Given the current predicament, he could reach out to her and inquire whether her shop accepted jade. If so, he could make a sale. Without further ado, Jiangnan pulled out his phone and dialed her number. The call connected swiftly, and a melodious female voice greeted him. "Jiangnan. What a surprise to hear from you. If I were to say I missed you, would you believe me?" Jiangnan replied with a faint smile. Her laughter resonated through the line. "You're not trying to pursue me, are you? Don't blame me for turning you down, while your looks are adequate. The lack of a car and a house is rather pragmatic, don't you think?" Jiangnan chuckled in response. "A car and a house aren't issues. The real problem is the absence of both." "Oh, you're starting with your banter again. So, what is the occasion for your call?" "I'm at work. And if my boss finds out I'm on the phone, my bonus might be at risk. I wanted to ask if your workplace is an old jade shop?" "Indeed. We discussed this last time, didn't we? Are you finding the property sales unbearable? Has that demanding boss of yours been berating you again, prompting you to consider a switch to my shop?" "Unfortunately, we only hire women here." Jiangnan fell silent, pondering if she had indeed hit the mark. Working under that tyrant is truly exhausting, but I wouldn't resign to come here. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Actually, I have resigned. But I'm not looking for a job. I just wanted to ask if your store accepts jade?" "Accept jade?" There was a brief pause before she replied. "Are you referring to used pendants or ornaments?" "We do accept those. Not used items," Jiangnan clarified. "I mean freshly cut jade raw stones." This. I'm not entirely certain. Let me check with my boss, and I'll call you back shortly." Click. The call ended abruptly. Jiangnan was left speechless. Having intended to clarify further, yet the line had gone dead. Chapter 11. A fruitless endeavor. Before long, a call came through. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Nan recognized it as Zhu Shishir without any surprise. He answered the call. Zhu Shishir's melodious voice resonated. Jiang Nan, I inquired with the boss. And our store does accept jadeite. But do you have jadeite to sell? Indeed, just recently, a distant cousin of mine, who has been away for quite some time, returned home. He has been engaged in the jadeite business in Myanmar and has been quite successful, so I decided to venture into the jadeite trade myself. This was the excuse Jiang Nan had meticulously crafted. Is that so? How impressive. You've delved into the jadeite business. It's truly unexpected. Just a small-scale endeavor. By the way, how does one conduct business in jadeite? I'm quite curious about that. Our jade store's owner is exceedingly wealthy, and I've heard he also started from the jadeite trade. Well, it's rather complicated to explain. Let us discuss it further when we meet. Please send me your store's address. Once I finish my current tasks, I will drop by and meet your boss. All right then, we shall converse further when we meet. Click. The call ended. Shortly thereafter, a message with the location arrived. Jiang Nan glanced at it briefly, East Antique Street, Donghu Road, and committed it to memory. Now, it was time to set his plans into motion. He took out his phone and began browsing for a small cutting machine online. After perusing various options, he quickly selected a suitable one, priced at $666 with free shipping. Quite a bargain. He clicked to place the order. Jiang Nan had previously paid attention to the gambling stone market, as it presented an opportunity for overnight wealth. In addition to stone gambling, he had also considered lottery tickets. These were among the avenues Jiang Nan contemplated for effortless and substantial earnings during sleepless nights. He dreamed of fortune falling from the sky. However, this time, fortune truly had descended from above, and it was a grand boon. Jiang Nan's purchase of the small cutting machine was not intended for cutting jadeite, but rather as a different method for stone gambling. There are two approaches to the stone gambling trade. One involves purchasing raw stones, while the other entails trading after observing a green window without cutting it open. The gamble lies in the certainty that jadeite exists within. However, the size and value of the jadeite depend on one's discernment and experience. This was precisely the situation Jiang Nan required. Thus, when he made a purchase, discovering jadeite in each raw stone would be no surprise, as the window had already been opened, confirming the presence of jadeite. Of course, the price during such a transaction diverges greatly from that of the raw stone. To be precise, there is no fixed price, only mutual willingness and the ability to reach an agreement matter. In essence, it remains a gamble. An experienced stone gambler estimates the value by observing even the slightest hint of jadeite's quality. The small cutting machine would not arrive until the next day. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was already mid-afternoon. He picked up his phone and began downloading the double chromosphere lottery application. In no time, he accomplished this task. However, just as Jiang Nan intended to purchase a ticket for the double chromosphere in hopes of winning a grand prize, he was disheartened to discover that the complexity of determining the probability of success made buying a ticket an arduous endeavor. With so many different combinations of numbers, trying each one to select a winning combination would likely turn his hair gray. Forget it. I want to buy it. Stone gambling is far more straightforward. He put away his phone and headed downstairs, planning to indulge in some delicious food to compensate for the disappointment he had just experienced. Having invested considerable effort into downloading the lottery application, only to find it a fruitless endeavor. Chapter 12. The ubiquitous magic of the small restaurant below. Jiang Nan chose a secluded corner and perused the menu. Steamed fish head with chopped chili, pork with rice flour, dompa pork, spicy mushrooms. Boredom led to a surge of interest, and thoughts began to form in his mind. Steamed fish head with chopped chili suited my palate. 90. Dompa pork. 40. Spicy hot pot. 10. Steamed fish. 50. Haha. How amusing. A smile curved at the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth. The principle of success could be applied everywhere. Thus, he decided to put it to the test. Just then, the waitress approached, gently inquiring, "Would you like to order?" Steamed fish head with chopped chili, steamed fish, spicy mushrooms, dompa pork, and 2 bottles of beer. Please expedite the service. Certainly. The waitress hurried to the kitchen, her mind racing with curiosity about how one person could consume so much food. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Jiang Nan first took a bite of the steamed fish head with chopped chili, savoring its delightful flavor. It was indeed to his liking. He relished the experience. Then he tried the spicy hot pot. As soon as it touched his palate, he nearly gagged. It was utterly dreadful. Truly, it deserved its low 10 rating. After rinsing his mouth, he ventured to taste the 50-rated steamed fish. It was passable, reasonably enjoyable. Later, he sampled the dompa pork, which was not particularly impressive but still manageable. Jiang Nan concluded that this principle of success was infinitely useful, applicable to various facets of life and earning a living. He abandoned the other dishes, opting instead to drink beer and enjoy the steamed fish head, occasionally indulging in the steamed fish, feeling quite content. Throughout his life, he had never dined so comfortably. He leisurely savored his meal until dusk, settled the bill, and departed. The waitress, glancing at the untouched dishes remaining on the table, raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Wealthy people? Are they all this extravagant?" Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances at Jiang Nan's retreating figure. Tall and handsome. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be to find a boyfriend like him. To dine so lavishly surely indicated he possessed a car, a house, and savings. That evening, he hailed a taxi straight to the cinema, ready to indulge in a blockbuster. Previously, attending the movies had been a desire Jiang Nan harbored but dared not pursue, simply due to financial constraints. However, upon arriving at the cinema, his heart sank further. Everywhere he looked, couples were exchanging affectionate gestures. Groups of friends clustered together, while he, solitary and alone, felt starkly out of place. Just then, fate dealt him another blow. He spotted two familiar faces in the distance, his colleagues from work, Lily and Zhang Yuan. Within the office, Jiang Nan was aware that they were dating. To his dismay, they were here together, while he remained alone, rendering the situation all the more awkward. "Oh dear, Jiang Nan," Zhang Yuan called out, already having noticed him. "You're here for a movie too? Why are you alone? Come on, what kind of question is that?" Lily interjected. "It's clear that Jiang Nan is here waiting for someone, right?" Jiang Nan. She spoke with a knowing look, fluttering her long false eyelashes. Yes, exactly." Jiang Nan managed a sheepish smile. "You've seen right through me. I am indeed waiting for a friend." Chapter 13. Puzzlement. Jiang Nan, you've secretly started dating someone and didn't even tell us. "This is unacceptable. You must treat us," Zhang Yuan asserted. Jiang Nan replied, "Ugh, still so stingy. Isn't it customary to treat friends when starting a relationship?" "All right. Let us head inside," Lily interjected. "Jiang Nan has lost his job. We should be more understanding of him." Jiang Nan sighed. "Fine, let us go in." The two entered the cinema, and Jiang Nan rubbed his face, feeling despondent. What was meant to be a joyful outing had turned awkward. At that moment, a tall, ethereal beauty brushed past him, heading towards the ticket counter. Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. Such a stunning girl was a rare sight. Then he was taken aback. What was she doing alone at the movies? That seemed rather unusual. Suddenly, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. The likelihood of successfully inviting this girl to watch a movie with him. 100. What? 100? Jiang Nan was astonished. He had merely jested, never expecting such a result. It seemed there was a story behind her presence. Curiosity piqued. A flurry of thoughts emerged. This girl is naturally flirtatious, easy to pursue. 0. That wasn't it. So what was it? Perhaps she was in a bad mood. 100. There is something here. She had just experienced heartbreak. 0. Was she quarreling with her family? 100. And still a virgin. 100. Goodness. The last assumption was a mere whim. Yet it turned out to be true. Excellent. A girl like this could be approached. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, making a decisive choice. As the girl approached the ticket counter to purchase her ticket, Jiang Nan hurried over, donning a charming smile and adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. "Excuse me, are you here alone?" "Yes," she replied frostily, her gaze icy. Nearby, several young men discreetly observed her, for a woman of her beauty was indeed a rare find, captivating attention wherever she went. Jiang Nan's bold attempt to strike up a conversation instantly drew their focus. They were unsure if they felt envy or jealousy at his audacity to approach a woman of such caliber, which left them feeling uneasy. Whispers of discontent circulated among them. Haha, he is actually trying to flirt with her. Doesn't he possess even a shred of self-awareness? Does he really think he stands a chance with someone of her allure? Just look at her grace compared to his shabby appearance. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How kitsch. Though their murmurs were soft, Jiang Nan caught wind of their comments but chose to ignore them, continuing with his gentlemanly approach. What a coincidence. I'm alone as well. Would you care to join me for a movie? Sure, she responded coldly, offering just a single word. Jiang Nan smiled as he handed the ticket seller 2 bills. 2 tickets, please. The nearby single men stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is going on? She actually agreed? How could this be? With tickets in hand, Jiangnan walked side by side with the exquisite girl into the cinema, while the onlookers watched their retreating figures. Utterly baffled. Chapter 14. Trouble caused by the bag at the entrance of the screening room. Jiangnan purchased 2 buckets of popcorn, casually tossing one to the girl beside him without uttering a word. She glanced at him, accepted the popcorn, and remained silent, her gaze icy. At that moment, she found herself intrigued by Jiangnan, contemplating the absurdity of his intentions. Dressed in cheap, market-bought attire, did he truly consider the consequences of pursuing her? The girl's name was Anshi, a figure of considerable repute in Shanghai City. Her grandfather was a renowned collector, famously known in the antique community as Olden. Her father held the esteemed position of president and director at the most prestigious hospital in Shanghai City, an hospital. Furthermore, her brother was a powerful figure in the underworld, commanding over 100 subordinates. The An family was undoubtedly influential. Any member could captivate the city's attention. Anshi, in particular, was the apple of everyone's eye, spoiled by her grandfather, doted upon by her father, and indulged by her brother. Any man daring enough to harbor ill intentions towards her would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Anshi could easily envision the scene of Jiang Nan having his legs broken. Should he exhibit any inappropriate behavior, a mere phone call from her would summon a fleet of cars to ensure his swift demise. As they entered the screening room, searching for seats, a figure rose not far away and greeted Jiang Nan. "Hi, Jiang Nan, are you in the screening room too?" Jiang Nan turned to see Zhang Yuan. "Indeed, what a coincidence," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Zhang Yuan's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he scrutinized Anshi beside Jiang Nan, his breath momentarily faltering. He was utterly captivated by Anshi's beauty and poise, waves of envy crashing within him. What incredible luck has Jiang Nan stumbled upon to attract such an exquisite beauty? He mused. Goodness, her figure, her looks, her demeanor, and her luxurious attire speak volumes. Even a fool could discern the designer label she wears. That bag, a limited edition from Hermes, worth tens of thousands. How outrageous. Beside them, Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the Hermes bag, unable to divert her gaze. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Jiang Nan and Zhang Yuan exchanged pleasantries before seeking their seats. "Lily, what do you make of this situation?" "I find it quite perplexing," Zhang Yuan inquired, visibly unsettled. "Don't ask me. I'm just as confused." "Damn it, Zhang Yuan, when will you buy me an Hermes bag?" "I don't need a limited edition, just an Hermes will suffice," Zhang Yuan replied. "This is driving me to the brink." Lily shot back. "I wager that Jiang Nan's girlfriend's bag was certainly not purchased by him. He just lost his job, and you know it. That rascal must have stumbled upon some stroke of luck, being courted by a wealthy woman. I don't care. If you don't buy me an Hermes bag, I'll break up with you." Zhang Yuan sighed. Soon, the screening room fell silent as the film commenced, a highly acclaimed domestic movie, Dying to Survive. Jiang Nan savored the film, munching on popcorn with delight, completely oblivious to the girl beside him. His interest was merely a fleeting whim. Anshi, however, found Jiang Nan's demeanor perplexing. She cast occasional suspicious glances at him while also munching on popcorn, her thoughts swirling. What was his game? Was he truly courting her without uttering a single word? Could it be a new tactic? A strategy of desire cloaked in silence? Chapter 15. Unexpected gains. Until the film concluded, and she was preoccupied with her own thoughts. She had a habit of watching movies alone whenever she felt discontented, seeking solace in the darkness of the theater. This time, however, she was equally irked by her family. And yet her mind was far from tranquil, disturbed by the peculiar presence of Jiang Nan. How could he invite her to a movie and remain utterly silent throughout? Anshi had initially planned to wait for Jiang Nan to reveal any unsavory intentions so she could teach him a lesson and alleviate her pent-up frustration. Perhaps even play a little trick on the insufferable man to lift her spirits. Yet, she never anticipated this turn of events. Jiang Nan remained composed, engrossed in the film, while she was left in a state of agitation. As the credits rolled, the audience began to file out of the screening room. "Shall we go?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile, rising from his seat. "Let us go," Anshi replied curtly, her mind churning with mixed emotions. And a flicker of satisfaction began to stir within her. She thought to herself that surely, the fox's tail would soon reveal itself. Anticipating the usual ploys of inviting her for a late-night meal or some other trickery, the pair exited the theater, only to find Zhang Yuan and Lily waiting by the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and Anshi emerge, Zhang Yuan grinned widely, exposing his prominent teeth. "Jiang Nan, You're quite the catch. Care to introduce us? His gaze drifted pointedly towards Anchi, making his intentions clear. Jiangnan hesitated, pondering how to navigate the situation. Well, let us have dinner together another day, and we can have a proper chat, he said, winking subtly, indicating that this was not the right moment for such discussions. Oh, I see. Zhang Yuan quickly grasped the implication, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. All right, I'll be waiting for your call. Make sure to bring some delectable dishes. Of course, Jiangnan replied with a smile. Anchi, for her part, remained silent throughout. Her expression icy. Zhang Yuan left with a wistful glance at Lily, who cast a lingering look at Anchi's luxurious Hermes bag. Thank you. Goodbye, Jiangnan said politely. Turning to leave, Anchi was left utterly bewildered. What just happened? Thank you. Goodbye. What kind of interaction is that? She struggled to comprehend the situation as Jiangnan's figure receded into the distance, her expression darkening with a sense of being played. Wait, she called out. What's wrong? Jiangnan halted, turning back with a look of confusion. What do you actually mean? What do you mean? Jiangnan feigned ignorance. I simply invited you to watch a movie. And now it's over. And she opened her mouth, at a loss for words. His statement seemed perfectly reasonable. See you, Jiangnan said with a smile, turning to leave. Wait. You. And she felt a surge of frustration and stammered, unsure of what to say. Is there something else? Speak up. I'm rather busy. Jiangnan urged. You. After a prolonged pause, and she finally declared, I don't accept money from unfamiliar men. So I'll return your ticket and popcorn costs. As she spoke, she pulled several crisp 100 yuan bills from her bag, stepping forward to toss the money at Jiangnan before turning away in a huff, her heels clicking angrily against the floor. Jiangnan was left in a state of bewilderment, staring at the scattered bills. Bending down, he gathered 600 yuan, a fortunate sum indeed. A smile crept onto his lips. 600 yuan. I actually profited. The cost for the tickets and popcorn was barely 100, netting me a delightful 500. This venture turned out rather well, unexpectedly fruitful. Chapter 16. The streamer's sister. We are different, living in contrasting circumstances. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Jiangnan ascended the stairs, humming a tune. With an exceptionally buoyant mood, his steps almost light as a feather. This night felt like the most enchanting experience he had ever encountered. No longer did he fret over the financial burdens of tomorrow, nor was he anxious about reprimands from his boss for tardiness. He could slumber at his leisure, waking naturally. Thank you for the generous gifts, dear brother. Thank you. Thank you. Love you. As he approached the door, a melodious, sweet voice emanated from next door. Jiangnan hesitated for a moment before knocking gently. The tenant next door was a young lady, a live streamer. Gentlemen, please hold on a moment. Bebe has a guest and will return shortly. After her delightful announcement, the door creaked open. A beautiful girl with striking makeup and adorned with rabbit ears peeked out. Jianggo, it's you. What brings you here? I'm currently live streaming. Nothing much. Just this. Jiangnan replied as he handed her a large bag of chips he had purchased on his way back. I picked up several bags. Take this as a midnight snack. He displayed the assorted snacks in his hands. Thank you so much, Jianggo. Love you. I must hurry back to my stream. I finally received some gifts. Let us chat another day. Go ahead. The door closed, and the charming voice resumed. Gentlemen, I'm back. Let us continue our conversation. What? You want to see me dance? Oh dear. Please don't make me dance. I'm not very good at it. Jiangnan lingered for a moment, shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he returned to his own room. He casually tossed the bags of snacks and some beverages aside, reclining comfortably on the sofa, chuckling to himself. After a while, he paused, grabbed a snack bag, opened it, and poured himself a bottle of iced tea. Then, he took out his phone. He logged onto the streaming platform and entered Bebe's live room. Inside, Bebe was dancing with a charming sway, though not particularly professional. Her endearing appearance and delightful figure made her look utterly adorable. Having shared the same roof for nearly a year, Jiangnan had grown familiar with her. Initially, he felt too shy to speak to her, overwhelmed by her beauty and his own financial struggles. However, as time passed, Bebe often sought his assistance with physical tasks like plumbing. Their interactions naturally fostered a camaraderie. Of course, Jiangnan harbored no ill intentions towards Bebe, which in turn made her trust him greatly. Bebe had just turned 18, while Jiangnan was 4 years her senior, hence she affectionately referred to him as Jianggo. Their sibling-like relationship flourished harmoniously. Whenever she needed help, Jiangnan would lend a hand, though he refrained from running errands due to his financial constraints. Jiang Nin understood Beibei's circumstances. She hailed from a rural background, facing significant hardships. Her father was bedridden with illness, requiring long-term medication, while she supported two younger brothers in school. In her desperation to aid her family, she resorted to streaming, hoping to earn a little extra income. As a young woman, Jiang Nin empathized with her struggles. He often observed her masking her own sorrows with a radiant smile during streams, sweetly engaging with her audience. Yet, she endured the harsh comments from a few crude viewers, which often demeaned her dignity, all while maintaining her composure. Chapter 17. The affectionate card. Jiang Nin watched for a while as the barrage of comments streamed in, occasionally punctuated by small monetary gifts. Beibei had a modest following, with fewer than 10,000 fans, all painstakingly garnered by her own efforts. The world of live streaming was fraught with challenges. Those with connections or backing could easily achieve fame, while others, like Beibei, without any support or network, had to rely solely on their own perseverance. A fan commented, "The little sister has such a great figure," drooling. Another quipped, "You say you can't dance, yet you dance beautifully, especially that tiny waist, so slender. I wonder if an old man like me could hold it. Hee hee." The wealthy admirer sent 5 gifts, and Beibei's melodic voice responded, "Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Love you." Jiang Nin muttered in disdain, "Damn it, you old man." Yet, reflecting on Beibei's struggles, he felt a pang of empathy. In the past, when he had little, he couldn't assist her. Now that he had some means, he decided to help. He directly recharged his account with 5,000 yuan, enough to purchase 10 rockets, and sent them her way. Such a significant contribution in Beibei's small live stream was a rare occurrence, instantly propelling her to the spotlight, complemented by the spectacular effects of rockets soaring and booming across the screen. The bold letters announced, "The sun-loving salty fish gifted 10 rockets." Beibei abruptly halted her dance, her eyes glistening with tears, nearly overwhelmed by emotion. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, since her debut as a streamer. The largest gift she had received was barely 500. This unexpected 5,000 yuan gift left her astounded and exhilarated. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow, a tycoon has appeared. A single 5,000 yuan gift. This person is formidable," another remarked. "Damn, already at the top of the leaderboard. I bet he has got his sights set on Beibei." Jiang Nin mused, concerned for her well-being. The ID is sun-loving salty fish. I don't think he has ever spoken before," exclaimed one viewer. Society. Society. From now on, I am a person of society." Beibei finally regained her composure and sweetly said, thank you, dear fish, for your generosity. You're amazing, I adore you." Her confusion lingered, as this unfamiliar fan had never interacted before, nor had he contributed gifts in the past. "Hey, rich brother, say something." Indeed. After throwing away 5,000, you ought to say a word or two, right? I guess. Is rich brother asking for a date? Jiang Nin, initially hesitant to interject, felt the lively atmosphere compel him to quickly type a message. "Sun-loving salty fish, sleep early tonight. Don't overexert yourself." The live stream erupted once more. Wow, what a deep strategy. Affectionate card. Veteran player. Beibei, this is urgent. High energy ahead, high energy behind. Be cautious. Thank you for your concern, dear fish. I am indeed feeling a bit tired. Perhaps we should conclude for today. Beibei's soothing voice chimed. It's over. Beibei's innocent heart is in peril, one viewer lamented. Beibei, don't be fooled. Such an old trick. With so many veteran players guiding you, could you really fall for it? The fans in the live stream buzzed with anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan. Chapter 18. Regrets of the past. However, Beibei, regardless of what they say, I will end the live stream. I must admit, I am feeling quite exhausted today. Gentlemen, let us converse another day. Oh dear, it's over. Regrets of the past. Had I anticipated Beibei's reaction, I would have sent 10 rockets myself. TSK. What significance does that statement hold now? Besides, will you employ the strategy of deep affection? Indeed. I never imagined that the strategy of emotional appeal would prove so effective. I had thought only flirtation could attract such a girl. Alas, a hand of good cards squandered so recklessly. Click. The live stream was terminated. Phew. Beibei exhaled deeply, sitting in a daze before the livestream platform. After a while, she opened her list of fans, and at the top was Jiang Nin, whose generous gift of 5,000 yuan elevated her modest livestream to an extraordinary level. Sunbathing like a salted fish. Beibei murmured softly, curious to check the details. She soon discovered something peculiar. This fan had been a devoted follower for quite some time. Yet, he had remained silent, never engaging or gifting. As if he were a ghost. What could this mean? Bebe pondered, biting her lip, her delicate face reflecting a maturity beyond her years. Navigating life in Jianghaishi while live streaming and mingling with seasoned veterans, she had cultivated a sophistication that surpassed her peers. Though merely 18 and appearing adorably youthful, her cunning was not to be underestimated. After much contemplation, she arrived at a conclusion. This sunbathing salted fish must be an experienced player, likely to bait her step by step. If all goes as expected, the next step would be to exchange contact information, perhaps adding her on WeChat, followed by a dinner date. And then, having unraveled this reasoning, a mischievous smile spread across her face. It would not be easy to deceive her. She would collect the gifts and ensure no one took advantage of her. She was small but astute, fully aware of a crucial truth. While one might not gain anything initially, withholding would potentially yield future rewards. However, should she relent, all would be lost. With this clarity, her heart felt lightened. Today's earnings were substantial, with the affluent gift providing her over 2,000 yuan, instantly uplifting her spirits. She eagerly grabbed the chips Jiangnan had sent her, savoring each bite. The flavor is delightful. Jiangnan is truly considerate, and quite handsome. Alas, if only he were not so poor. Otherwise, he would be an exceptional choice for a boyfriend. The next day, early morning, with Peppa Pig tattooed on his arm, he was now a member of society. The alarm rang. Jiangnan stirred awake, jolting up as he glanced at the time, his face a mask of shock. Goodness, I'm going to be late again. He hastily dressed. However, midway through, he paused, suddenly remembering something, chuckling foolishly. Silly me. I forgot to turn off the alarm, thinking I had to go to work. I'm wealthy now. Why should I bother with a job? He. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Who is it? Jiangnan queried, surprised. It's me, Jianggu, Bebe, came her melodious voice from outside. Oh, it's Bebe. Just a moment. I'll open the door. Jiangnan hurriedly finished dressing, glanced at himself in the mirror for a quick adjustment, and opened the door. What brings you here, Bebe? Is the water pipe broken again? Chapter 19. The pipes are not broken. The pipes are not broken. I would like to treat you to breakfast. He. Surprise. Bebe exclaimed. Breakfast? Jiangnan chuckled. What is going on? Did the sun rise in the west today? What do you mean? Bebe playfully pouted. You sent me such a large bag of snacks last night. Isn't it only fair that I treat you to breakfast? It's not extravagant, just some soybean milk and fried dough sticks from downstairs, which won't cost much. Well then, having a beautiful lady treat me to a meal makes me exceedingly happy, Jiangnan smiled. Let us go. Bebe led the way down the stairs. Her spirits high as she hummed a cheerful tune. Not far from the building lay a modest breakfast stall, bustling with activity as local residents enjoyed their morning fare. Soybean milk, fried dough sticks, wontons, and various other snacks. The two chose a spot on the edge and sat down. Bebe lifted her lovely face and called out, Boss, 2 bowls of soybean milk and 6 fried dough sticks. Bebe, Jiangnan said with a smile, you seem to be in such a good mood. I suspect something delightful has happened to you. He. You guessed correctly, Bebe replied with a mysterious smile. Can you guess what good fortune I encountered? Well, that's hard to guess. I can't figure it out. Jiangnan pretended to ponder, secretly testing his hypothesis. Could it be that she was thrilled about the 10 rockets he gifted her last night? 100. Are you just going to guess? Bebe teased in a half-pouting tone. All right, I suppose. You have a boyfriend now? Go away. Bebe rolled her eyes beautifully. That's not it. Keep guessing. Did you win the lottery? Huh, not at all. Jianggu, why are you so slow? You should be thinking about what I do. Bebe urged, impatient. I know you're a streamer. Then why are your guesses so far off? I've never met such a foolish man. Oh, I get it. Someone must have tipped you quite a bit, right? He. You finally guessed it right. Congratulations and prosperity. Jiangnan chuckled. He. Bebe's beautiful eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Now guess how much they tipped me. Let me guess. 100 yuan? Wrong. Keep guessing. 50 yuan. Try a higher amount. 500 yuan. Not even close. Oh my, it can't be 1,000 yuan, can it? Jiangnan exclaimed in astonishment. That's incorrect. Keep guessing. Goodness, more than 1,000 yuan. Jiangnan could hardly believe it. Could it be 2,000 yuan? Keep going. Could it be 5,000 yuan? Jiangnan's expression was exaggeratedly shocked. This time you got it right. Bei beamed at Jiangnan, her joy akin to that of a child receiving a new toy. Her laughter radiated genuine happiness. Goodness! 5,000 yuan. Jiangnan exclaimed, utterly astonished. Unimaginable. That's terrifying. Hee. I feel a bit disheartened, envious, and resentful. Hee. Bei laughed uncontrollably. Chapter 20. Straddling two boats soon, breakfast arrived. Just as the two were about to eat, the screech of an electric scooter's brakes pierced the air nearby. Jiangnan glanced over in confusion and then broke into a smile. Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was staring incredulously at Bei, who sat across from Jiangnan. Who are you? Bei asked, her tone tinged with annoyance. Oh, Jiangnan quickly explained, she is my colleague. In an instant, he understood why Zhang Yuan was looking at Bei that way. Jiangnan, come over here for a moment. Zhang Yuan said as he throttled the electric scooter and rode a short distance away. You go ahead and eat, Bei. Jiang Nan called out as he followed Zhang Yuan. Wow, Jiang Nan, you're quite the charmer, playing both sides, feasting while eyeing the pot. Zhang Yuan scrutinized Jiang Nan, as if seeing him for the first time. Jiang Nan replied, I'm utterly impressed. I'm envious to the core. One is a goddess, the other a lowly. Brother, how did you manage this? Teach me your ways. Honestly, I'm curious, Jiang Nan continued. I never imagined you could be this skilled. You must be late, right? Jiang Nan smirked. Huh. Zhang Yuan was startled, suddenly recalling something, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, I'm in trouble because of you. See you later. And for heaven's sake, don't let my boss catch me. With that, he sped off on his scooter. Jiang Nan shrugged, watching Zhang Yuan's retreating figure. Before returning to the breakfast stall, Jiang Gu, what were you two whispering about? Bei inquired. Guess, Jiang Nan replied with a grin, grabbing a fried dough stick and taking a hearty bite. Humph. Bei chuckled mischievously. Is it about me? You're quite perceptive for someone so young. Jiang Nan took a sip of soy milk. You're right. He asked me if you were my girlfriend, mistaking our togetherness. Hee. Bei giggled. I suspected as much. So what did you say? I said you were my sister. Jiang Nan laughed. Hee, did he believe you? It matters not whether he believes it or not. Jiang Nan smirked cunningly. His curiosity will get the better of him. He'll be late and receive a scolding from the boss. The thought brings me great joy. Giggle. Bei laughed heartily. Big brother, you're wicked. Her voice rose a bit too loud, drawing the attention of many around them, who glanced curiously at Jiang Nan and Bei, their gazes laden with intrigue. Realizing the situation, Bei's face flushed crimson as she whispered, Oh no, we've been misunderstood. Let us eat quickly and leave. The two hastily finished their breakfast and departed. As they ascended the stairs, Bei seemed to recall something and asked, Jiang Gu, why aren't you at work? I got fired, Jiang Nan replied, lost my job. Oh, I see. Bei nodded, offering consolation. Don't worry, Jiang Gu. You can find another job. Indeed. Jiang Nan affirmed. I have no intention of returning to work. I plan to venture into business. That sounds good. Bei responded. Business can be more profitable than working for someone else. Jiang Nan smiled, but said little more, and they each retreated to their respective rooms upstairs. Of course, he didn't want Bei to know that the person she had tipped was him. He was waiting for a small cutting machine to arrive, unable to venture far, and resigned himself to staying in his room, idly playing games on his phone. As midday approached, a knock on the door announced the arrival of the courier. Chapter 21. A fortuitous discovery. With a sigh, Jiang Nan steadied his emotions. The raw stone was securely affixed to the metal frame, awaiting the decisive cut. This particular stone, of relatively modest value, had a testing price around 50,000. Before proceeding with the cut, Jiang Nan conducted a series of tests. At 1 centimeter, no green was visible. 0. At 2 centimeters, a full 100 revealed green. At 1.5 centimeters, again 100. At 1.3 centimeters, no green. 0. At 1.4 centimeters, 100 emerged. Satisfied, Jiang Nan set the cutting depth at 1 centimeters on the compact cutting machine. This technique was uniquely his. Other cutters would typically approach it by creating a window, slicing millimeter by millimeter, pausing to inspect after each cut. If green appeared, they would cease. If not, they would continue until green was revealed. Of course, if no green manifested by the end, it would be deemed a worthless stone. With a soft hiss, Jiang Nan expertly executed the cut. He retracted the blade, exhaled, and brushed away the stone dust. Grabbing a flashlight, he illuminated the incision, faintly revealing the emerald green within. Excellent. A smile grazed Jiang Nan's lips as he carefully stowed the cut stone away. He then secured another piece in the metal holder. repeating the testing process. At 1 centimeter, green appeared. 100. At half a centimeter, green again. 100. Curiously, at 2 centimeters, green was visible. 100. However, at 1 centimeter, no green appeared. 0. The conclusion was clear. A mere 2 millimeter cut would suffice, revealing only a thin skin of stone. No wonder this raw stone, scarcely larger than a child's fist, held a staggering value of approximately 150,000. The emerald within was of considerable size. Setting the depth, Jiangnan gently made the incision, and in an instant, it was complete. After retracting the blade and brushing away the debris, he needed no flashlight. The beautiful emerald green was visible at this depth. He placed both stones into his backpack and, after a moment's contemplation, set the small cutting machine on the bed. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhu Shishir. The call connected promptly. Jiangnan, are you coming over now? Zhu Shishir's voice came through the line. Yes, is your boss there? He is out for lunch and should return in about 2 hours. You can come over then. All right. Jiangnan ended the call, opting not to linger in the room. He made his way downstairs, planning to grab lunch and arrive just in time. Passing by Beibei's door, he noticed it tightly shut, devoid of any sound. Jiangnan chuckled. This was typical of Beibei, who would stay up late streaming and sleep the day away. He continued downstairs, heading to a familiar small restaurant nearby, ordering his usual 2 servings of chopped pepper fish head and 2 bottles of beer. Soon, the food arrived, and he indulged in a delightful meal before hailing a cab to Xingfu Road. Upon arriving at the antique street, Jiangnan discovered it was a pedestrian-only zone, with vehicles prohibited from entering. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the antique street, and he strolled leisurely toward the location Zhu Shishir had sent him. Observing the various vendors selling antiques along the way, many stalls displayed signs proclaiming that all antiques were priced at 300 yuan each, or 200, 500 each. It was reminiscent of street vendors hawking items for mere 2 yuan. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. With such pricing, it was unlikely anything of true value could be found, resembling more a market of common cabbages. Yet, amidst this chaos, a genuine treasure might still be hidden, perhaps mingling among the unworthy items. In a moment of whimsy, as he passed an antique stall, he cast forth a thought. There might be something worth 100,000 here. Suddenly, a series of data flashed before his eyes. 0. Chapter 22. The mysterious object nevertheless. This did not hinder Jiangnan. As he strolled along, he tested every stall he passed. Items valued at over 100, 000. 0. Items valued at over 100, 000. 0. Jiangnan had set the threshold at 100, 000 because anything of lesser value did not pique his interest. Even if he could find something worth 1 or 2,000, the time wasted was simply not worth it. Earning a profit of 80, 000 or 90. 000 from gambling stones was relatively easy. If the gains were meager, it held no appeal. Items valued at over 100, 000. 0. Items valued at over 100, 000. 100. Oh. However, to Jiangnan's surprise, as he passed the 5th stall, he stumbled upon a genuine big find, testing positive for an item worth over 100, 000. Jiangnan halted his steps, observing the stall adorned with a small sign. Each item priced at 500. An elderly man sat drowsily at the stall, seemingly indifferent. The stall displayed over 30 assorted items, including porcelain and various ornaments, all appearing to be antiquities. Though Jiangnan had not delved deeply into this realm, he had heard that many seemingly old items were merely cleverly aged replicas, deceptive in nature. Without the assurance of success, he would never have ventured into such a place, as it would undoubtedly lead to being swindled. Young man, have you found something you fancy? The old man perked up upon noticing Jiangnan's pause. Everything here is of fine quality, sourced directly from the countryside. My vision isn't the best. I merely aim to make a little profit and sell them off. Within this assortment, there could be items worth tens of thousands, or even millions. Jiangnan thought to himself, what a cunning merchant. This old fellow was either knowledgeable or had someone assess the items. If there were indeed treasures to be found, they would be elusive to anyone not particularly versed in the field. Young man, if you like, feel free to choose one. I'll take a casual look first. Jiangnan replied, his mind racing. In the northern section, items valued at over 100, 000. 0. In the southern section, items valued at over 100, 000. 100. All right. Jiangnan's search area was now halved. The southern section contained only about 12 items. He bent down casually to pick one up, testing it silently. Value over 100, 000. 0. He set it down and picked up another. Value over 100, 000. 0. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Upon the seventh item, a reading of 100 appeared before him. Jiang Nin then took a closer look at the object, which was rather peculiar, resembling a narrow ring crafted from a dark stone. Although termed a ring, it was not broad enough to fit the definition, measuring only about half a centimeter in width. Furthermore, the stone's surface was rough and unappealing, and it did not appear to be an antique. Confused, Jiang Nan pondered what on earth this item was. "Young man, do you fancy this?" The old man immediately chimed in with a grin. "You truly have an eye for quality." "Old sir, I am merely curious. This object looks rather strange," Jiang Nan replied. "What exactly is it?" The old man hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Young man, you've truly stumped me this time. This item is indeed peculiar. I believe it to be a ring, although it doesn't quite resemble one. I acquired it from the countryside. It's undoubtedly a good piece. According to the previous owner, their ancestor was a grave robber, and this item was taken from a tomb. You can imagine. Something retrieved from a grave cannot be anything but valuable, can it?" Chapter 23, Priceless Treasure. Jiang Nan thought to himself, "This old man is quite the charlatan." He carelessly tossed the item back to its original spot and proceeded to test each piece individually. After all, there was no guarantee that there weren't other valuable items. Perhaps some of the wares were worth millions, and there could be several of them. However, the results proved that treasures are not easily uncovered. The remaining items all registered a value of 0. While there might be something slightly valuable, none exceeded 100,000. Thus, the only piece of worth at the stall was this peculiar item that resembled a thumb ring. Yet Jiang Nan harbored a thought and refrained from immediately claiming the odd piece. Instead, he selected a rather attractive gemstone bracelet, remarking, "This one looks quite beautiful. Priced at 500. Its worth is of little consequence. I shall take it." The young vendor exclaimed, "You truly have an eye for quality. This bracelet's gemstones hail from the distant realms of ancient Greece." Jiang Nan retorted, "Please spare me your embellishments. Your deceit is all too apparent." He then pulled out his phone and inquired, "Can I transfer via WeChat?" "Of course, certainly." The vendor replied eagerly, retrieving a QR code from his bag. After scanning, Jiang Nan seemed to recall something and suggested, "Let us do this. I'll send you 1,000 and choose another item." "Absolutely, absolutely." The old man was overjoyed, his smile crooked with delight. The wares were clearly overinflated. None were worth even 100, and selling just one would yield a minimum profit of 400. It was a business model that thrived on sporadic sales. Jiang Nan promptly transferred 1,000 to the vendor, casually picked up the peculiar item, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. "Young man, do visit again." The old man called after him, "I frequently acquire new treasures." Jiang Nan ignored him, making his way towards the jade shop while absent-mindedly toying with the peculiar item, silently contemplating. A value of 500,000. He was merely testing the waters, never daring to imagine it could be worth such a sum. In the next moment, a series of data appeared before him. 100. What? Jiang Nan was taken aback, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. He continued testing. A value of 1,000,000. 100. Well, even with some mental preparation, he was still taken aback. "Steady yourself. Calm your thoughts," he urged himself, proceeding to test further, boldly declaring, "A value of 10,000,000. Then he nervously gulped. The next moment, figures floated by. 100. Is this real? Jiang Ning could scarcely believe his eyes. 10,000,000 and still 100? The worth of this peculiar item was astonishing. Steady, steady. Taking a deep breath, he resumed testing. A value of 100,000,000. 100. Jiang Nin felt his scalp tingle, his hands trembling involuntarily as he gulped repeatedly. His emotions were indescribable, akin to being lost in a dream. Mechanically, he continued testing. A value of 1,000,000,000. 100. Jiang Nin was left in a daze, his mind blank and numb. A value of 10,000,000,000. 100. A value of 100,000,000,000. 100. A value of 1,000,000,000,000. 100. A value of 10,000,000,000,000. 100. Jiang Nan was overwhelmed, feeling as though his mind could scarcely process the information. A peculiar phrase emerged in his thoughts. Priceless treasure. This item transcended the realm of monetary value. Chapter 24. A hidden paradise. Upon reaching his destination, Jiang Nan's overwhelming emotions began to settle. He cautiously stowed away the sifong and lifted his gaze to the sign of the shop before him. The plaque bore 6 gilded characters, Zhao's century-old store. He then stepped inside, where the interior was modest yet adorned with various jade accessories, ornaments, and larger statues of bodhisattvas and jade Buddhas. 2 shop attendants were present, one of whom was Zhu Shishir. "Jiang Nan, you've arrived," Zhu Shishir exclaimed, a smile brightening her face as she approached him. "Is the boss back?" Jiang Nan inquired with a grin. "Not yet. Please have a seat. I'll prepare you a cup of tea. You should be here shortly." Zhu Shishir guided Jiang Nan to a spring autumn chair in the relaxation area. The ambience exuded an ancient charm, with the tea table and chairs seemingly crafted from rare redwood. Unmistakably exquisite. Even the tea set echoed a timeless elegance. As Jiang Nan settled in, he surveyed the surroundings. Zhu Shishir poured him a cup of tea and took a seat beside him. "How is it going? Are you enjoying your work here?" Jiang Nan asked, smiling. "Much better than before," Zhu Shishir replied, her smile radiant. "Although the pay isn't significantly higher, the boss is easygoing and has never lost his temper with us. I find it quite enjoyable here." "That is wonderful." Jiang Nan nodded appreciatively. The two engaged in casual conversation while awaiting the return of the boss. "Your cousin is in Myanmar dealing in jade?" Zhu Shishir asked. "So you decided to follow in his footsteps?" "Indeed," Jiang Nan affirmed. "As you know, my previous job was quite unsatisfactory, so I sought a different path to make a living. I've heard that the jade business can be quite treacherous. If you're not careful, you could suffer significant losses," Zhu Shishir expressed concern. "Jiang Nan, you must exercise caution in this trade. It's typically the wealthy who indulge in it, and we, the less fortunate, cannot afford to play in such a game. After all, it's a matter of being able to earn but not afford to lose." "True," Jiang Nan responded, reflecting on her words. "Were it not for my cousin's guidance, I would not dare to venture into the jade business. Indeed, having someone knowledgeable to guide you makes a significant difference." As they conversed, an elderly gentleman entered the store. He appeared to be in his 70s, exuding vitality, dressed in traditional Tang attire, and radiating an air of erudition. "The boss has returned," Zhu Shishir announced promptly, standing up. "This is Jiang Nan, my former colleague, as I mentioned." The old gentleman turned to Jiang Nan, smiling and nodding. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said, his tone warm and courteous. "Not at all. I just arrived," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "I hear from Shishir that you have jade to sell?" The old man inquired directly. "Indeed," Jiang Nan confirmed with a nod. "Then follow me," the old gentleman instructed, heading toward the back door and into the courtyard. "You go ahead. I'll tend to the shop," Zhu Shishir said. "All right," Jiang Nan acknowledged, following the elder into the courtyard. Upon entering, Jiang Nan discovered a hidden paradise. The courtyard housed a row of rooms, one of which was a jade processing workshop. Several artisans were meticulously carving jade, transforming raw jade stones into exquisite ornaments. The atmosphere was serene, with each craftsman deeply engrossed in their intricate work. Chapter 25. A Cautionary Tale. "Young man, please present the jade you brought," the elderly gentleman remarked as he entered a side room, his demeanor direct and unambiguous. Jiang Nan said little, retrieving 2 stones from his backpack and handing them to the elder. The old man paused for a moment upon seeing the stones, then smiled and remarked, "I expected them to be cut already. It appears they have merely been opened at a window." "Indeed," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "I intended to have them cut here, and then you could provide an appraisal. If the price is satisfactory, I would sell the jade." "Very well." The elder nodded with a grin. "Rest assured, my establishment has been in business for a century, valuing fairness and trustworthiness above all. I cannot promise you the highest price, but I assure you I shall not act against my conscience. I should also inform you that for high-quality jade, if you wish to achieve the best price, an auction would be your best bet, as competitive bidding maximizes profit. Of course, only superior jade would be accepted at such auctions. Those of average quality are often disregarded." Jiang Nan nodded. "I trust you, sir." Meanwhile, he quietly conducted a test. The elder's words rang true. 96. Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief. A 96 trustworthiness rating was more than sufficient. "Follow me. We shall proceed to the cutting room," the elder instructed, leading Jiang Nan to another chamber. They arrived at a smaller cutting room located on the east side, which housed 3 small cutting machines. However, it was currently unoccupied. "Shaolu," the elder called out toward the door, "please come here for a moment." "Understood, boss. I'll be there shortly after finishing this cut," a voice replied from outside. "Please wait a moment, young man," the elder said to Jiang Nan. No hurry, Jiang Nan smiled back. The room lacked any seating. It was simply a workspace, indicating that workers stood while performing their tasks when jade needed cutting. As they waited, the elder scrutinized Jiang Nan's 2 stones, inquiring, if you don't mind me asking, how much did you acquire these rough stones for? One for 30,000 and the other for 100,000, Jiang Nan responded. Oh, this one with green visible under 2 millimeters of skin must be the 100,000 piece, correct? Indeed. You have a keen eye, young man. From the current state, it appears you have made a profitable acquisition. Given the window opened, there's a chance you could secure 130,000 if the buyer is in urgent need of funds. However, this involves an element of risk. The true value can only be assessed once it is cut. Sir, it's not merely my own discernment. Jiang Nan replied with an awkward smile. Both pieces were selected by my uncle, who has been in the jade business for over 20 years. Ah, I see. The elder's expression shifted to one of understanding. I was puzzled as to how someone your age could possess such discerning judgment. Now it makes sense. After a moment, the elder turned his attention back to the 30,000 piece, furrowing his brow slightly as he said, and this one was acquired for 30,000? Yes. Jiang Nan confirmed with a nod. With my experience, I fear that you might incur a loss on this one, the elder stated. But as always, the true outcome will only be known once it is cut. Chapter 26. Inertia. Soon, Xiao Lu approached, a middle-aged man in his 30s. His demeanor exceedingly humble upon encountering the elder. Master, is there something you need? Please cut these 2 pieces, the elder instructed. Certainly, Xiao Lu replied, carefully examining the 2 stones before commencing the cutting process. The first stone, resting in the metal slot, was appraised at approximately 50,000 in Jiangnan. With a swift, hissing sound, the cutting was completed. Xiao Lu retracted the blade, loosened the slot, and placed the 2 stones aside with remarkable dexterity before proceeding to cut the second piece. Meanwhile, the elder picked up the stones, scrutinizing the egg-sized jadeite at the center. His brow furrowed in surprise, and he chuckled wryly. I misjudged it. Young man, you didn't lose out on this piece at 30,000. It was my oversight. Notice how the edges of this jadeite lack luster? When I made the cut, it happened to be at this spot, leading me to believe the quality of the jadeite is subpar. Even with an egg-sized piece, it would be valued at most at around 10,000, so you've definitely overpaid. Casting a glance at Jiang Nan, he continued, however, observe this jadeite. Its interior exhibits a vibrant luster and some translucency. It is a reasonably acceptable piece. Were I to purchase it, I could offer you 50,000, which means you would profit by 20,000. I must commend your uncle's discerning eye. Is that so? I suppose I am quite fortunate, Jiang Nan smiled. Yet inwardly he began to assess. The highest price the elder could accept was 100,000. The highest price he could accept was 80,000. The highest price he could accept was 60,000. The highest price he could accept was 55,050. The highest price he could accept was 50,100. As he concluded his assessment, Jiang Nan smirked at himself, realizing he had reacted almost instinctively, testing the waters without much thought. It then dawned on him that the elder had previously mentioned a willingness to purchase at 50,000. Having obtained the results of his mental calculations, he swiftly deduced that it would be best not to haggle with the elder but simply offer him 50,000. Demanding an additional 5,000 would only present a 50% chance of success and could portray him as petty, which would ultimately be counterproductive. After all, acquiring a piece of jadeite was quite effortless for him. Moreover, he aspired to establish a long-term partnership with the elder, and a favorable beginning, founded on mutual trust, would be far more advantageous than engaging in a trivial negotiation. At that moment, the second stone had also been cut. Xiao Lu removed the 2 halves and set them aside, inquiring, Master, is there anything else? None, the elder casually remarked, taking the freshly cut stones. Then I shall return to work, Xiao Lu said as he departed. The elder's thoughts were entirely consumed by the cut jadeite, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, Ah, young man, you truly struck gold with this one. Your uncle possesses remarkable discernment. I am genuinely impressed. This jadeite is of excellent quality, and here, I could offer you 150,000, allowing you to net an additional 50,000. If you consistently possess such insight, you will surely prosper. Chuckling softly, Jiang Nan replied, It's merely good fortune, just good fortune. Chapter 27. A moment of conversation. Jiang Nan silently conducted his test. The old gentleman's highest psychological price was 200,000. The highest psychological price. 170,000. 10. The highest psychological price. 160,000. 50. Jiangnan pondered slightly. The situation was similar to the first piece. If he were to request an additional 10,000, there was a 50% chance of a successful transaction. It appeared that the old gentleman was indeed a person of integrity, as his price exhibited little fluctuation. Naturally, in business, one must also ensure a profit. Thus, he swiftly resolved to maintain his stance of not bargaining. At this moment, the old gentleman inquired, "So, young man, I have shared my price with you. I might as well tell you that I am quite straightforward and dislike beating around the bush. If you find the price acceptable, you may keep it. If not, feel free to walk away, and we shall remain friends. Should you wish to sell any jade in the future, you are welcome to bring it to me." "Old sir, I trust you," Jiangnan replied without a flutter of his eyelids. "Let us proceed with your stated price. I will give you both pieces of jade." "Ha!" The old gentleman burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, well done. You are a person of your word. I genuinely appreciate individuals like you. In the future, if you have jade to sell, remember, I cannot guarantee the highest price, but I assure you, I will not take advantage of you." "Certainly," Jiangnan smiled. "I shall set aside these 2 pieces of jade. Once I reach the front hall, I will transfer the payment to you." No rush, the old gentleman beckoned. "Xiaolu," he called out towards the entrance. "Please take these 2 pieces of jade and arrange for them to be crafted into the desired ornaments." "Understood. I'll be right there," Xiaolu responded. "Come. Let us proceed to the front hall for a cup of tea," the old gentleman said, leading Jiangnan back to the shop. They settled in the lounge area, and the old gentleman called out, Sure, come pour some tea." "Yes, boss." Zhu Sure hurried over to serve the tea. "Young man, please provide me with your account details. I shall instruct my assistant to transfer the funds to you." "All right." Jiangnan nodded and shared his account information with the old gentleman. The old gentleman took out his phone, dialed a number, and promptly stated, "I have an account for you. Please transfer 200,000 over." He soon hung up the call. Before long, Jiangnan's phone chimed with a notification revealing the arrival of 200,000. Just then, the old gentleman's phone rang. He glanced at it, and, with an apologetic smile, said to Jiangnan, "Young man, I must take this call. Sure will keep you company." With that, he rose and stepped away to answer the phone. Zhu Sure took a seat beside Jiangnan and asked, "Did our boss acquire the jade?" "Yes." Jiangnan nodded. "The transaction is complete. I owe you my gratitude." "What for?" "We are old friends," Sure replied. "So, did you make any profit?" "I earned a little," Jiangnan said. "That's good to hear." Zhu Sure exhaled with relief. "I was quite worried you might incur a loss." "Fortune smiled upon me this time," Jiangnan chuckled. "By the way, how much did you earn?" Zhu Sure inquired again. 70,000. Jiangnan smiled as he spoke. He felt no need to conceal this information, especially with the old gentleman present. Any attempt to hide it would be futile. "Ah?" Zhu Sure gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. 70,000? And you consider that a little?" Chapter 28. Unfathomable. Jiangnan chuckled softly, refraining from making any remarks. "My goodness, Jiangnan, you've struck it rich," Zhu Sure exclaimed, her emotions tumultuous. "This venture has yielded more than my annual salary." "Business entails both gains and losses," Jiangnan replied. "I was merely fortunate this time. The next may not be so." "Indeed," Zhu Sure acknowledged, feeling a semblance of balance restored in her heart. It was hard to accept the disparity. Her year of toil amounted to only a few tens of thousands, while the blow was somewhat overwhelming. "Jiangnan, I advise you to take this windfall and withdraw swiftly. Do not immerse yourself further in this perilous industry." With genuine concern, Zhu Sure continued, "With this capital, consider embarking on a modest, reliable business." "Your reasoning bears merit," Jiangnan nodded thoughtfully. "I shall ponder it carefully." "Precisely. That is the right approach," Zhu Sure affirmed. "One must learn to withdraw while ahead." Indeed, Jiangnan conceded, declining to argue further. After a brief conversation, he rose to take his leave. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Jiangnan toyed with his phone, contemplating whether to call his parents and share the news. Yet, he soon dismissed the thought, deciding to wait until he had amassed greater wealth to surprise them in a grand fashion. As night fell, he ventured downstairs to a nearby eatery for dinner. No sooner had he settled at his table than the waitress approached. "Would you like 2 portions of chopped pepper fish head and 2 bottles of beer?" Jiangnan could only nod speechlessly. Before long, the dishes arrived. He dined and drank while contemplating his future plans. Should he visit the Jade Gambling Garden once more? Would his presence raise suspicions? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he cast a test. The likelihood of being suspected if he returned to the Jade Gambling Garden. 20. The risk seemed minimal. With a touch of theatricality, he could first cut open a couple of worthless stones. 5. Jiang Nan chuckled. This was excellent. A mere 5 chance of suspicion was hardly a concern. Thus, he resolved to revisit the Jade Gambling Garden the following day and procure a few more pieces of jade. The days of earning small profits were indeed delightful. Whether it was the buoyancy of his mood or the effects of the 2 bottles of beer, he felt lightheaded as he walked home. Thank you, dear brother, for the shark fin. In the live broadcast room, Bebe playfully entertained her fans. Yet, her mind was preoccupied, anxiously awaiting the appearance of the sun-loving salted fish. Her heart remained suspended, causing her to be somewhat distracted during the live stream. Occasionally, the barrage of comments would surge. Whereas that wealthy patron who showered rockets yesterday? Something feels off. With all those tips yesterday, it was clearly a prelude. They ought to surface today. Perhaps they simply indulged too much after celebrating and lost their wits. That makes sense. I suspect that's the case. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang Nan lay on his bed like a salted fish, idly fiddling with an object resembling a thumb ring. No matter how he examined it, he could not discern its true nature, repeatedly running tests. Is it metal? 0. Is it jade? 0. Is it stone? 0. Is it mineral? 0. Is it a thumb ring? 0. Is it something you ate? 0. Is it damnable? 0. Jiang Nan sighed, vexed. Neither metal nor jade. What a priceless enigma this is. What on earth is it? Chapter 29. The old trick. Jiang Nan fiddled with the 4 unlikes until the wee hours of the night, carefully stowing it away at last. Though he could not decipher its true nature, he recognized it as a treasure, one that must not be lost. After all, it had cost him 500 yuan. He retrieved his phone, instinctively logging into a certain live streaming platform, where he entered Bebe's broadcast room. This had nearly become a nightly ritual for him. He would often check in without uttering a word or offering any gifts. Inside the stream, Bebe appeared rather lackluster, singing a tune that had strayed far from its intended melody. A few seasoned viewers were still sending messages in the chat. Bebe, stop singing and dance for us. Something sultry. Jiang Nan glanced briefly at the chat before noting the time. It was past 11 o'clock. He promptly purchased a rocket and sent it flying into the stream, instantly flooding the screen with notifications. Accompanied by the effects of the gift, Jiang Nan's registered ID, the sun-loving salted fish, stood out prominently as he sent 10 rockets in total. Well, he's here. Bebe's demeanor brightened instantly. The chat erupted with excitement. Holy cow, the tycoon has returned. Another 5,000 yuan. What a true magnate. Thank you, salted fish brother, for the generous gift. Bebe responded, her voice melodious. Salted fish brother, with such a bounty, I don't know how to repay you. Would you like to hear me sing a song or watch me dance? Jiang Nan swiftly typed a message. Please don't sing or dance. It's getting late. End the stream and rest. It's not good for a girl's skin to stay up late. Bebe was taken aback. Although this was the second time she had heard such words, they inexplicably warmed her heart, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The chat erupted once more. A heartfelt message. What an old trick, yet it carries a unique sentiment. It seems Bebe is genuinely touched. Indeed, look, Bebe's eyes are red. Oh no, I miscalculated. I never expected this heartfelt approach could still work with the same line. The following day, after forgetting to turn off his alarm, Jiang Nan finally awoke leisurely. His eyes fluttering open to find it was nearly 10 a.m. He rose at a comfortable pace, washed up, and surveyed his modest room, contemplating that it might be time to move to a better place. As he brushed his teeth, he pondered whether to buy an apartment in Jiahai City once he had saved more money, or to rent temporarily until he decided on a city that truly suited him. After all, Jiahai was merely a second-tier city. Perhaps, in the future, his aspirations would lead him to cities like Yanjing or Modu, befitting his identity. With this thought, he resolved to rent an apartment in Jianghai for the time being, locking the door behind him as he departed. Jiang Nan felt the gem bracelet he had purchased from a street vendor in the antique market yesterday in his pocket. It was a precautionary buy, and though it was quite beautiful, it felt cumbersome. After some deliberation, he retraced his steps to Bebe's door and knocked gently. Who is it? Bebe's voice came from within. It's me, your Jianggu. Why are you still asleep? Chapter 30. Willing to marry? No, I have long been awake. In the room, Bebe said. I am washing my face. Please wait a moment. I will open the door for you shortly. Jiangnan. After waiting for a little over a minute, the door creaked open. Bebe's long hair was damp, and although her delicate face bore no makeup, she still looked adorably cute. What is the matter, Brother Jiang? Bebe appeared quite cheerful. Here, Jiangnan presented a bracelet before her. A little trinket for you. How beautiful. Bebe joyfully accepted it, examining it from all angles. Brother Jiang, what made you think of giving me a gift? I found it on the way, Jiangnan replied. It looked lovely, so I thought I would give it to you. Wow, Brother Jiang, you are so lucky to find such a beautiful gemstone necklace. Each of these gems looks stunning. This must be worth quite a bit, right? Not much. Jiangnan casually remarked, about 500 yuan. He paused, surprised by his own words. Bebe was equally taken aback. Moments later, she burst into laughter. Brother Jiang, you must have bought this for me, right? Jiangnan. With a bitter smile, he replied, if I said otherwise, would you believe me? TCH. Bebe rolled her eyes playfully at him. Stop lying. After a while, her beautiful eyes squinted playfully as she looked at Jiangnan and said, Brother Jiang, you don't secretly like me, do you? Jiangnan chuckled. Do you want me to say yes or no? Brother Jiang, you're so naughty, Bebe teased. I was the one asking the questions. How did it turn into me answering them? All right. I know you like me, but you see me as a little sister. Don't you? That's why you help me so much. Jiangnan sighed with a bitter smile. You've put me in the position of the good guy. What else can I say? Fine. I'm leaving. Bebe was delighted. Jiangnan turned to go downstairs. Just as he descended a step, Bebe's voice rang out behind him. Brother Jiang, I have something exciting to tell you. Go ahead. I'll be your listener for half a minute at most. Jiangnan replied with a smile. Highlight the key points. I'm not interested in trivial matters. At the very least, it should pertain to the survival or demise of humanity. TCH. Bebe shot Jiangnan an eye roll and cheerfully said, Last night, that wealthy benefactor rewarded me with 5,000 yuan again. Isn't that fantastic? Jiangnan. Clasping his hands in salute, he said, Congratulations. Is there anything else? If not, I must be on my way to find a job. Or else I'll end up eating dirt. Humph. Just look at your expression. You don't seem happy for me at all, Bebe pouted. Isn't this something to rejoice about? Not really, Jiangnan replied with a feigned solemnity. I'm envious. You, a little sister, earn so much in one night while I have no job at all. It's quite disheartening. Allow me a moment in the restroom to weep. Bebe laughed joyfully. Brother Jiang, don't worry. When you run out of food, I'll take care of you. Is that for real? Of course. Then does that mean I'll be supported by a wealthy lady? Bebe laughed heartily. Brother Jiang, only in front of you can I act like a child, saying whatever comes to mind. Honestly, even though you are a few years older than me. If you weren't so poor, I would truly be willing to marry you. Chapter 31. Right next door at the stone betting yard. Jiangnan exhibited an uncharacteristic modesty this time, quietly strolling past piles of raw stones while conducting a series of tests. This heap of jadeite raw stones was valued at over 200,000. The next pile, also valued at over 200,000. Again, another pile valued at over 200,000. Feeling somewhat inflated in his ambition, Jiangnan decided that if he were to select only a few pieces, they might as well be of higher worth. With so many raw stones at his disposal, he could hardly believe he would not find any valued above 200,000. As he meandered through the heaps, he nearly finished examining the cheaper stones priced at merely 1,000 per kilogram when he finally made a notable discovery. Before him lay a pile with a success rate of 100. A slight smile crept onto Jiangnan's lips, curving gracefully as he paused to crouch before the stone pile. A few individuals were also selecting stones nearby, each holding a piece, inspecting it closely. Jiangnan began his selection with a test. The left half of the pile, containing stones valued at 200,000. The right half, valued at 200,000. What was going on? Jiangnan was momentarily baffled. This should not be the case. After a brief contemplation, he chuckled, realizing that the individuals around him were each examining their stones. With a self-deprecating smile, he quickly conducted another test. The stones in their hands were valued at over 200,000. 100. Aha. Indeed, they were among these individuals. There were 8 people surrounding the stone pile, so he needed to ascertain who among them possessed the valuable stone. The stone valued at 200,000 was in the hands of an elderly gentleman across from him. 0. In the hands of a middle-aged man diagonally opposite. 0. In the hands of another elderly gentleman beside him. 100. Found it. The 200,000 stone was right next door. Jiang Nin observed the elderly man, who was scrutinizing a fist-sized stone, shaking his head as he examined it from various angles. Then, with a decisive thud, he set it down and picked up another one. Jiang Nin, quick on his feet, swiftly seized the opportunity, grabbed the stone, and turned to leave. The elderly man noticed the movement, glanced at Jiang Nin momentarily, then returned to his selection without further thought, with the stone securely stowed in his backpack. Jiang Nin continued past the remaining piles, valued at over 200,000. 0. Valued at over 200,000. No further discoveries were made. He had exhausted the cheaper outer area, and the subsequent stalls began to demand a higher price, set at 3,000 per kilogram. However, the stone's luster and appearance were significantly improved. Pausing briefly, Jiang Nin approached the next area, where the number of individuals was markedly reduced, and they appeared more earnest in their pursuits. Yet this did not deter Jiang Nan's efforts as he approached the first pile and conducted a test. Stones valued at over 200,000. Initially inclined to move on, Jiang Nin had a sudden thought. He wondered about the probability of encountering jadeite among the stalls priced at 3,000 per kilogram. Thus, with a shift in focus, he conducted another test. Stones valued at over 50,000. 100. There was indeed potential. After a moment of reflection, he continued testing. Stones valued at over 50,000 amounted to 2 pieces. In the next instant, a series of data displayed before him, 100. Well done. Jiang Nin pressed on. Stones valued at over 50,000 amounted to 3 pieces. 0. Clearly, only 2 pieces were present. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nin tested once more. Stones valued at over 180,000. 0. Instantly, he lost interest, unless there were stones approaching the 200,000 mark. He saw little merit in pursuing the lower-valued ones and moved toward the next pile. Chapter 32. Restraint before long, Jiang Nin selected 4 stones, feeling satisfied, and decided to cease his efforts. He swiftly returned to the outer stalls, casually picking up 2 more stones to further showcase his skills in sleight of hand. The atmosphere here was bustling and chaotic, and he deliberately maintained a low profile, aiming to avoid drawing attention to himself. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly without attracting the notice of others. The next phase involved weighing the stones, an unavoidable spectacle. Jiang Nin noticed that the young lady in charge of this task was the same one from the previous day. Despite the lively environment, daily transactions were scarce, and this young lady was the sole individual responsible for collecting payments. There was no alternative. With 4 genuine stones and 2 fakes in hand, Jiang Nin approached her. "Oh, it's you again," the young lady exclaimed, immediately recognizing Jiang Nin upon their first encounter. "Indeed, I refuse to succumb to superstition. Having struck lucky the first time, I am determined to gamble once more," Jiang Nin declared with a resolute demeanor. "I will take all 6 stones. These are earnings from my initial venture. Should I fail again, I vow never to gamble on stones again in my lifetime." His attitude exuded a sense of desperation, as if he were staking everything on this moment. "Well, sir, I'm certain your luck will be favorable. I wager one of these must contain jade," the young lady replied cheerfully as she proceeded to weigh the stones. Such remarks flowed effortlessly from her lips. In this realm, fortune was the name of the game, and she would never utter discouraging words. The weight was soon determined. The first 3 stones weigh 5.2 kilograms at 1,000 yuan per kilogram, totaling 5,200 yuan. The last 3 stones weigh exactly 5 kilograms at 3,000 yuan per kilogram, amounting to 15,000 yuan. In total, that sums to 2,200 yuan. "Shall we forego the 200 yuan remainder?" she suggested. Feigning reluctance, Jiang Nin haggled. "Let's not fuss over the 200 yuan. Sir, I cannot comply with that. I am merely a staff member without the authority to do so. If I were to forego the 200 yuan, it would come out of my own pocket. My daily wage is less than that," she replied. "Very well then," Jiang Nin conceded, promptly settling the payment via WeChat. Upon concluding the transaction, the young lady inquired, "Will you proceed with the cutting as you did last time?" "Indeed." "Let us cut the stones," Jiangnan responded eagerly. I can hardly contain my excitement. Follow me, then, she said, leading the way as before. By now, onlookers had begun to take notice. As word spread that someone was about to cut stones, a throng gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Someone's about to cut stones. Let us go see. Such excitement was not to be missed, and swiftly, a large crowd amassed. Upon reaching the cutting area, Jiangnan, now well acquainted with the surroundings, presented one of the waste stones to the cutter. The crowd, along with the young lady, watched intently, while Jiangnan discreetly observed those around him. Noting that no one seemed to focus particularly on him, the stone was soon cleaved open. Unfortunate luck, another waste stone, the cutter announced, eliciting murmurs from the crowd. Once again, a futile endeavor, came the collective sigh. This was the nature of the gamble. The greater the anticipation, the deeper the disappointment. I refuse to yield to superstition, Jiangnan declared defiantly, producing the second waste stone for cutting. The process continued, and soon, to no one's surprise, another waste stone emerged. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. Chapter 33. The acting mode. Jiangnan had already steeled himself mentally, activating his acting mode. Appearing despondent and dejected, embodying a figure deeply affected by a setback. Sir, shall I slice the rest? The young lady inquired. Jiangnan maintained his sorrowful demeanor, remaining silent and lost in thought. Sir, take your time to ponder. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The young lady, observing his state, left those words hanging in the air as she turned away. The others, too, shook their heads and dispersed. Jiangnan cast a speculative glance at the young lady's retreating figure. Would she grow suspicious? 0. Perfect. Jiangnan felt a surge of joy. His superb acting had evoked no suspicion from her at all. As the crowd dissipated, the cutter asked, Young man, will you continue with the slicing? No more. I have lost hope. Jiangnan departed with a sense of hopelessness, lamenting, I will never gamble on stones again. Alas, this child has been greatly affected. I wonder if he might despair. He is still so young, unprepared for the psychological toll of gambling on stones. It appears he cannot bear the weight of it, the cutter remarked, watching Jiangnan's silhouette fade into the distance. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Jiangnan lined up 4 stones and commenced a second round of precise valuation. During his selection at the gambling stone garden, he had merely opted for the minimum value of 200,000, while the highest potential value of these stones remained undetermined. He began testing the first stone, valued over 300,000. 20. Not bad. Jiangnan smiled, pleasantly surprised. He continued testing. Valued over 280,000. 40. Valued over 270,000. 50. All right. Jiangnan discreetly marked this as number 1. A rough estimate of 270,000 was noted in his mind. As for the transaction price, he would need to assess the old gentleman's psychological pricing during negotiations at the century-old shop, ensuring they were in close proximity to each other. He proceeded to test the second stone. The results emerged swiftly, 230,000 with a success rate of 50, which he duly marked as number 2. Then came the third stone. This time, Jiangnan was taken aback. The test revealed a value of 300,000 with a 100 success rate. Instantly invigorated, he eagerly continued testing. Valued over 400,000. 100. Valued over 500,000. 50. Quite fortunate. Jiangnan was elated. He marked this as number 3. Finally, the fourth stone. This time, the surprise was absent, revealing a success rate of 50 at 250,000. He noted it down as number 4. He then commenced the cutting, preparing to carve. After determining the appropriate depth for the incision, he made his cut. Shortly, everything was accomplished. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past noon. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Zhu Shishir. The call connected, and before Zhu Shishir could utter a word, Jiangnan directly inquired, Is the old gentleman there? Yes, came Zhu Shishir's voice from the other end. Jiangnan, why are you still engaged in the jade business? Is it from the last batch we traded? Jiangnan clarified. Yesterday, I merely brought over 2 pieces, primarily to ascertain whether the old gentleman conducts his affairs fairly. Now I am assured of his trustworthiness. So I have 4 more pieces to present to him. Oh, I see. Where's the boss? Please come over. All right. Jiangnan hung up, wasting no time. He descended the stairs to grab a quick lunch before heading to the century-old shop. Chapter 34. A yearning to weep at the Zhao family's century-old store. The room was enveloped in silence as the elderly gentleman examined the 4 stones brought by Jiangnan, his excitement palpable. This time, Zhu Shishir curiously followed him inside. standing beside Jiang Nan. After a while, the old man spoke with delight. "Ah, young man, what you have brought this time are indeed treasures." "Indeed, my cousin said the same." Jiang Nan responded with a smile. "Particularly this one." The old man held up stone number 3. "If I were to appraise it, this piece could fetch 300,000. Is it really worth that much? 300,000? Zhu Shirshir gasped in astonishment. "Young man, how much did you acquire this for?" "My cousin's estimation is quite similar." "Around 300,000, Jiang Nan replied. "Excellent, excellent." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Your cousin truly possesses a discerning eye. If given the chance, I would love to meet him and engage in a discussion." "Haha, there will be an opportunity," Jiang Nan casually deflected. "If my cousin returns to the country, I shall bring him along." "Yes, do bring him. I shall treat you both," the old man joyfully declared. Then he shifted the conversation. "Come, let us proceed to cut the stones. Only then can we ascertain their true value. I find these pieces far superior to the previous two." In the cutting room, Xiaolu was summoned to commence the cutting of the first stone, valued at 500,000. Sizzle. The stone was swiftly sliced open. As Xiaolu removed the two halves from the fixture, his eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine piece." The old man, observing closely, was momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasping the stone to inspect it. After merely 2 seconds of examination, he exclaimed, "What a windfall. Young man, you have indeed struck gold. This piece is unexpectedly vibrant." Jiang Nan, having anticipated this, feigned surprise. "Is that true, old sir? How much could it be worth?" The old man hesitated for a moment before responding. "This can certainly go to auction. A base price of 500,000 would be reasonable, and the likelihood of it failing to sell is minimal. However, I must admit, 500,000 feels a bit tight for me, not due to a lack of funds, but rather because my profit margin would be rather slim. Yet, to lose a few thousand feels rather trivial." Jiang Nan had already gauged the old man's willingness. The probability of a successful transaction at 500,000 was around 70. He understood that the old man might indeed offer him that sum, albeit with some reluctance. Given the old man's benevolence, Jiang Nan did not wish to let him incur too great a loss, as fostering a good rapport for future collaborations was of utmost importance. Thus, he suggested, "Old sir, how about this? Now that we have cut the stones, please provide a total price. I trust you. An approximate figure would suffice." "Very well." "Young man, you are quite honorable," the old man replied. "Xiaolu, continue cutting. Let us see them all." The old man was pleased, while Zhu Shirshir stood nearby, utterly astonished and incredulous as she gazed at Jiang Nan, her words stumbling. Jiang Nan, does this mean you've profited 200,000 from this piece of jade?" "Haha. Merely a stroke of luck," Jiang Nan replied with a calm smile. I. Zhu Shirshir was at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her thoughts until she finally managed to utter, "Compared to you, I feel like crying." Chapter 35. The complex emotions of Zhu Shirshir. The second block began to be cut. The elderly gentleman beside him expressed his anticipation, saying, "I wonder if this piece will bring any unexpected joy." Jiang Nan chuckled wryly, aware that apart from this potential surprise, nothing else could truly be deemed unexpected joy. At that moment, another attendant emerged from the back of the shop, calling out, "Boss, Old Masterin has arrived." "Old Masterin?" The elder paused for a moment before exclaiming, "I shall attend to him immediately." Turning to Jiang Nan, he added, "A friend has come. Once these pieces are cut, bring them to the front hall for me to assess and negotiate the price." "All right," Jiang Nan nodded. The elder then made his way to the front hall. In the front hall, an elderly gentleman and a young woman were seated on the spring and autumn chairs. Their demeanor suggested a familiarity that indicated they were old acquaintances. The attendant was serving them tea. The elderly man, in his 70s, was spirited and sharp-eyed, dressed in traditional Tang attire, much like the owner of the jade shop. Beside him was a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and graceful, the elder's granddaughter, Anchi, who had attended a movie with Jiang Nan previously. In just a few steps, the elder arrived at the front hall, smiling warmly. "Old Masterin, you have come." "Indeed, Zhao Lao. I hope I am not imposing." Old Masterin replied with a gentle smile. "Recently, I acquired an item, a jade pendant that the seller claims is from the Qin dynasty. I quite like it, but I am uncertain about its authenticity. I brought it for you to examine." As he spoke, he gestured towards Anchi. Anchi produced an exquisite wooden box from her Hermes handbag and placed it on the coffee table. "Let me take a look," Zhao Lao said. as he opened the elegant box to reveal a jade pendant wrapped in fine silk. "This is a jade ornament intended for waistwear," he remarked. "Indeed." Old Masterin nodded in agreement. Zhao Lao carefully lifted the pendant, examining it with meticulous attention, taking his time. Old Masterin and Anchi seemed accustomed to Zhao Lao's thoroughness, remaining silent as they sipped their tea. In the back-cutting chamber, the time was brief, and all 4 pieces of jade were cut open. Shalu glanced at them and remarked, not bad at all. These are fine pieces, together. They are worth at least over 1 million. Young man, your luck is truly remarkable. It seems you will earn quite a sum from this transaction." "Indeed. Luck is on my side this time," Jiangnan replied with a cheerful smile. Zhu Shishir observed Jiang and with a complex expression, with mixed emotions. She recalled her words from the previous day, urging him not to engage in the jade business due to its inherent risks. Yet here he was, poised to make a profit of 200,000 to 300,000, a sum she would need to toil for many years to achieve. Jiangnan entered the front hall and casually glanced at the guests accompanying Zhao Lao. However, he was momentarily taken aback. How fortuitous to encounter an acquaintance. At that instant, Enchi also spotted Jiangnan. Chapter 36. What is happening? Is it you? Angela reacted more strongly, suddenly standing up. Oh. The old man blinked and inquired. Do you know each other? Yes. Angela replied, but as the words left her lips, she seemed to recollect something, immediately becoming flustered and exclaiming, No, I don't know him. She appeared quite anxious. Jiangnan. A test was thrown out. Is she afraid the old man will learn about the movie outing? 100. Huh. Jiangnan chuckled, saying nothing, as there was indeed nothing to say. Young lady, what on earth is going on with you? The old man had scrutinized Angela, asking, it's either yes or no. What is really happening? He. Angela found herself at a loss for words, stammering in her response. The more she hesitated, the darker the old man's expression became. Allow me to speak. Jiangnan interjected. His words caused Angela's face to turn pale, panic washing over her as if she were genuinely frightened. Jiangnan spoke slowly. We aren't exactly acquaintances. It's just that a minor car accident occurred a couple of days ago, resulting in a bit of friction. Upon hearing Jiangnan's explanation, Angela's pallid complexion regained its color, her grateful gaze directed toward him. Oh, so that is what happened. The old man nodded. Then, has it been resolved? It's all sorted out now, Jiangnan replied with a smile. That is good to hear. The old man no longer regarded Jiangnan, clearly unconcerned. Young man, please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea while you wait. Old man Zhao glanced at Jiangnan. I will handle my current matters. And then we can discuss the jade piece. My mind is entirely occupied with this jade pendant. I'm not in a hurry. Jiangnan settled down beside him. Zhu Shishir promptly poured a cup of tea for her. Old man Zhao continued to focus intently on the jade pendant. While Jiangnan sipped his tea, he observed the scene. Angela maintained a cold expression, stealing glances at Jiangnan from time to time. Moments later, old man Zhao spoke. Olden, this jade pendant is indeed an antique. However, I cannot ascertain if it is from the Qin dynasty, as the style is exceedingly rare. I have never encountered such a jade piece from the Qin dynasty before. And while there are a couple of features that align with Qin jade, there are also several aspects that do not resemble anything from that era, which is quite perplexing. Old Zhao, you two cannot discern, and you are uncertain if it belongs to the Qin dynasty? Old man remarked. It seems I have made a poor investment. How much did you acquire it for? Old man Zhao inquired. 50 million. Jiangnan, who had initially paid little attention, was suddenly startled at the mention of 50 million. He could not help but scrutinize the small jade pendant intently. His interest piqued. He subjected the jade pendant to a test. Is it worth 50 million? 0. Jiangnan chuckled inwardly, realizing it was indeed a loss. Continuing the testing, is it worth 40 million? 0. How interesting, it isn't even worth 40 million. Is it worth 30 million? 0. Jiangnan. Not only had he suffered a loss, but it was a significant one. The item was hardly worth 10 million. He continued with his assessments. Perhaps it could be valued at 5 million, 50%. Jiangnan arrived at a conclusion. It could barely be estimated at 5 million. This was a stark contrast to the 50 million, a tenfold difference that was rather amusing. After a moment's contemplation, he persisted with the tests. It was something from the Qin dynasty or earlier, 0%. Jiangnan chuckled inwardly, realizing that its worth was only 5 million.
likely due to its brief historical significance. Thus, he continued testing. It turned out to be from the Qing dynasty, 100%. As expected, it was confirmed. Olden, I suggest you seek someone more knowledgeable to appraise this, old Zhao remarked helplessly. This is likely not from the Qing dynasty, but rather from the Qing dynasty. Jiangnan interjected, if this item were truly purchased for 50 million, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Huh. Both old Zhao and Olden turned their gaze toward Jiangnan. Young man, do you understand ancient jade? Old Zhao inquired. I have some knowledge, Jiangnan replied with a smile. If it weren't for Enchi's presence, he wouldn't have felt the need to showcase his expertise. It was her somewhat dismissive expression that irked him, prompting him to want to demonstrate his insight. How did you discern that this is from the Qing dynasty and not the Qin dynasty? Old Zhao asked again, his eyes fixed intently on Jiangnan. Olden also gazed at him, unwavering. That information is rather inconvenient to disclose. Jiangnan feigned mystery. Old Zhao responded with a chuckle, while Old N's expression shifted to one of mocking skepticism. Inconvenient to disclose? You must not truly understand, do you? I find it hard to believe that someone so young possesses such discernment. Believe what you wish, Jiangnan shrugged with a smile. I do not need to prove anything to you. However, I stand by my statement. This item is from the Qing dynasty and is worth approximately 5 million, no more. Who is this young man? Olden asked, turning to old Zhao. Just a guest, old Zhao replied with a wry smile. Do not attempt to compel me to ascertain the extent of this young brother's knowledge of ancient jade. We have only recently met, but he is a decent fellow, honest and agreeable. Oh? Olden scrutinized Jiangnan anew before turning back to old Zhao. Then I shall take my leave, heading to Yinjing to consult Master Dong. He should be able to clarify this matter. Indeed, old Zhao affirmed. Master Dong is a towering figure in this field and will certainly provide clarity. I shall take my leave then. I'll see you off. And she shot a glare at Jiang, and as she departed with Old and Jiang and pondered, what have I done to provoke anyone? Old Zhao soon returned, smiling. My apologies, young brother, for keeping you waiting so long. It's no trouble. I'm in no hurry, Jiangnan replied with a smile. Now, let me show you some pieces of jade. He handed the jade over to old Zhao, who examined it closely. Meanwhile, Zhu Shishir quietly remarked, why do I sense a deep connection between you and Old N's granddaughter? And she? Jiangnan replied, it's hardly a deep connection. It was merely a farce born from the testing of success rates. Additionally, I only just learned her name isn't she. Chapter 38. Being looked down upon having departed from the century-old establishment owned by Zhao, Jiangnan found himself with nearly 1 million in his account, epitomizing the modest affluence of a young man of means. Content. He meandered through the antique street, the hour still early. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to explore the stalls, hoping to unearth treasures akin to his previous fortunate finds. Situated in the heart of the street, Jiangnan had merely traversed half of the market stalls, conducting a cursory assessment. Aside from a cup resembling a finger ring, he had encountered no other noteworthy discoveries. With nearly half of the stalls yet to be explored and numerous shops left unvisited, he decided against retracing his steps. Instead, he began to stroll past the stalls he had yet to inspect. Approaching each stall in silence, his gaze fixed upon all the items displayed, he cast a preliminary assessment. Items valued at over 100,000. Instantly dismissed. Without lingering, he moved to the next stall. Items valued at over 100,000. Onward to the next. Items valued at over 100,000. It did not take long. After perusing all the stalls, he walked away empty-handed. Jiangnan chuckled to himself. It was clear that finding a hidden gem was no simple task. Directly, he entered a nearby shop. The establishment was bustling, filled with a chaotic array of bronze artifacts, porcelain, and a myriad of other items. With such an abundance of goods, and no clear pricing, discovering a hidden treasure would not be easy. This was Jiangnan's first realization. Reflecting briefly, he conducted another assessment. This room contains items worth over 5,100,000. Blinking in surprise, he continued his evaluation. Items valued at over 10 million. 30. Approaching the mark. Items valued at 9 million. 50. Items valued at 8,100,000. At that moment, the shopkeeper noticed Jiangnan and approached with a friendly smile. Dear customer, do you see anything you fancy? We guarantee the authenticity of all our antiques, a trusted establishment. We offer a tenfold compensation for any fakes. Show me your finest antiques, Jiangnan replied. I have a habit of seeking only the best. I tend to overlook the ordinary.
Oh? The shopkeeper squinted at Jiangnan, skepticism etched upon his face. He chuckled and remarked, "Sir, our finest pieces come with a hefty price tag, often reaching several million. Are you certain you possess such financial capability?" Clearly, the shopkeeper regarded Jiangnan's humble attire with disdain, showing no inclination to present him with anything of value. "Humph," Jiangnan scoffed. "If that is the case, so be it. Do not regret this. You may have just lost a potential sale." With that, he turned to leave. The shopkeeper sneered at his retreating figure. One can easily tell he is a pauper, trying to act grand. I have seen many like him. Jiangnan caught the remark, but did not turn back, smirking inwardly. We'll see, he thought. I may be short on cash now, but in due time, I shall return to prove you wrong. Feeling somewhat displeased, he lost interest in further treasure hunting. Instead of returning to his rented accommodation, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, "Take me to the nearest real estate agency." To avoid being taken on a convoluted route by the driver, he purposefully extended the journey. He handed the driver 100 yuan, saying, "Remember this agency. When we arrive, this money is yours." Understood. The driver beamed with delight, swiftly starting the vehicle and merging into the traffic. Chapter 39. The astonishing Beibei. As evening descended, Jiangnan returned to his rented apartment, tidying up the belongings within. A taxi awaited him below. With ample financial means, securing accommodation was a trivial matter for him. He had effortlessly leased a lavish 3-bedroom apartment in an upscale district for a monthly rent of 30,000 yuan, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. The location was superb, surrounded by cinemas, shopping malls, and social clubs, all in close proximity, an ideal setting for indulging in life's pleasures. The apartment housed minimal possessions, a suitcase and a small cutting machine, which he packed away, discarding the rest. The sounds of his packing seemed to reverberate, prompting Beibei from the neighboring apartment to peek in curiously. Spotting Jiangnan in the midst of his efforts, she inquired, "Jiangge, are you leaving?" "Indeed. I've found a new place to reside," Jiangnan replied, nodding as he continued to pack. "Are you really going?" Beibei's tone turned anxious. "If something goes wrong with my plumbing, who will fix it? I only trust you here." Jiangnan paused, momentarily taken aback by her concern. After a brief contemplation, he suggested, "Beibei, my new apartment is quite spacious, and currently, I am the sole occupant. If you trust me, you could move in with me. I can provide you with a private room, and you can continue your streaming there." "Share the apartment?" Beibei blinked her beautiful eyes. "How much rent would I have to contribute, and is it larger than here?" "Just a tad larger," Jiangnan responded. "You need not worry about the rent. I will cover it. You can help maintain cleanliness, tidying up from time to time." "Is that really okay?" "I don't want to impose," Beibei said hesitantly. "That's not an issue," Jiangnan smiled. "As I mentioned, do you trust me? It would merely be the two of us in the apartment." "Of course I trust you," Beibei replied. "After living next door for so long, I know what kind of person you are." "That's great. Now, let's finish packing. The taxi is waiting downstairs. Just gather your valuables and leave the rest behind." Beibei chuckled. "Jiangge, the way you say it makes you sound like a wealthy person." "Well," Jiangnan chuckled lightly, "what I mean is, the taxi won't have space for too many items." "Oh, I see. I'll just grab the essentials." As darkness enveloped the sky, the taxi pulled up at Liyuan Community. Jiangnan and Beibei stepped out, and the driver eagerly assisted them with their belongings. Spurred on by a generous tip, Beibei gazed up in awe at the opulence of Liyuan Community, a residence fit only for the affluent, and timidly asked Jiangnan, "You're not renting here, are you?" "Yes, I am." "Why?" Jiangnan countered. "Nothing much. I was just wondering. Renting here must be quite expensive, right?" "Not really," Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. "Is it truly not expensive?" "Absolutely." He smiled, deftly diverting the conversation. "Come on, grab your bag. Let us head upstairs." "Okay," Beibei said, still somewhat dazed, trailing Jiangnan as they entered the elevator of one of the buildings. As they ascended, Jiangnan reminded her, "Remember, we're in Building 8. Unit 1, on the 16th floor." "Got it," Beibei responded, still overwhelmed by the lavishness surrounding her. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they exited the elevator and walked down the corridor. Jiangnan opened the door, revealing a vast and luxurious space of over 130 square meters, leaving Beibei momentarily speechless. "Come in. Don't just stand there," Jiangnan urged as he entered. However, the extravagant decor left Beibei hesitant to cross the threshold. With a monthly rent of 30,000 yuan, equating to over 300,000 yuan annually for this 3-bedroom apartment, one could only imagine the luxury it entailed. Especially considering Shanghai was a second-tier city, not a first-tier one. This. Bei stammered for a moment before finally asking, such opulence and space. Bei had yet to recover from her shock. After a moment, she incredulously remarked, 30,000. The monthly rent is 30,000. My goodness. Can anyone afford such an expensive house? How much do I earn in a month? You need not worry about that, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Did I not say before that you wouldn't need to pay rent? Just keep the place tidy. Brother Jiang, how did you become so wealthy? Despite her young age, Bei began to understand that Jiang Nan had transformed into a man of means. Jiang Nan grinned. If I told you I was just lucky and won 2 million in the lottery, would you believe me? Did you really win the lottery? Bei inquired. Jiang Nan smiled without giving a definitive answer. It must be true. Bei nodded. Brother Jiang, aside from that, I can't fathom how you suddenly became so affluent. All right, it's time for dinner. What would you like to eat? I'll take you out, Jiang Nan suggested. Bei twinkled her lovely big eyes. Brother Jiang, now that you have money, can we have a nice meal? Of course, order whatever you fancy. As long as I can afford it. Hiki, rest assured, we'll only indulge in something relatively nice. Even if you won the lottery. One should not squander money recklessly. We must save it for future endeavors, perhaps for a bride, Bei mischievously remarked. Indeed, Jiang Nan chuckled. When I had no money, I didn't dare to think about such matters, but now that I do, it seems it's time to find you a sister-in-law. Humph. However, at this comment, Bei let out a disdainful snort. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked, puzzled. It's nothing, Bei replied. I just think you're a bit foolish. There are girls right in front of you, yet you're not making an effort to pursue them. Huh? Jiang Nan feigned confusion. What do you mean? How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore, Bei pouted. Eating Western cuisine? Isn't that quite expensive? At the entrance of an opulent Western restaurant, Bei hesitated to step inside. I'm merely asking if you like it, Jiang Nan said. I suppose I would. Bei replied. I've never had the chance to indulge before. Then there's no reason to hesitate. Come inside with me, Jiang Nan said as he entered the restaurant, with Bei timidly following behind. They found a secluded spot to sit, and the waitress promptly approached. Would you like to order? Jiang Nan remained silent for a moment, contemplating. The finest steak here costs over 1,000 yuan per serving? 100%. Over 2,000 per serving? 0%. Now I understand the situation and have a solid plan. Jiang Nan casually inquired. How much is the best steak here per serving? 1,888. 2 servings of the finest steak, medium rare, and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed pineapple juice, Jiang Nan ordered nonchalantly. He had only dined on Western cuisine a few times, previously accompanying clients, but he had a particular fondness for the taste of steak. Very well, please wait a moment. The waitress departed, leaving Bei astonished. Her eyes wide. 1 serving of steak costs 1,888, almost 2,000. Wow, that's incredibly pricey. It's nothing, Jiang Nan smiled. Brother Jiang. Bei scrutinized Jiang Nan anew and said, I seriously suspect that you didn't just win 2 million in the lottery, but rather 200 million, otherwise. How could you afford such extravagance? Jiang Nan chuckled, offering no further explanation. It can't be that you truly won 200 million, can it? Bei's eyes widened even further. No. Jiang Nan smiled. It really is just 2 million. Bei wore an expression of utter disbelief. I can't believe you. Chapter 41. The full-time maid in the outskirts of Nanjing. A villa nestled against the mountains stands elegantly. In the parlor on the first floor, Anshi and the elder Mr. N sit leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea. Opposite them, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, yet remarkably spry, scrutinizes a jade pendant through a magnifying glass. The room is enveloped in a serene silence. A few maids stand quietly by, poised to serve tea, yet none dare to utter a sound. As time slips by, approximately 10 minutes elapse. The elderly gentleman puts away the magnifying glass and hands the jade pendant to Mr. N, inquiring, How much did you acquire this for? 50 million, Mr. N replies. What a loss, and a substantial one at that, the elder gentleman chuckles. Mr. N gasps, Master Dong. Then how much do you believe it to be worth? 500,000, not a penny more, Master Dong smiles. Mr. N inhales sharply, not merely shocked at the realization that he has lost over 40 million, but also because he recalls a young man once uttering the same words. Master Dong, is this piece from the Qin dynasty? Mr. N continues to inquire. No. It is from the Qing dynasty, Master Dong clarifies. To be precise, it dates back to the late Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty. Mr. N again gasps in astonishment, clearly remembering that the young man had also indicated it as being from the Qing dynasty, albeit not as specifically as the late Guangxu period. Thank you, Master Dong. I appreciate your assistance. Mr. N suddenly feels a strong desire to see that young man again, unable to remain seated. Not at all, Master Dong smiles. If he is a friend, such favors are no trouble. Master Dong, we shall take our leave now, Mr. N politely states, beckoning Anshi to depart. As they make their way back to Jianghaishi that very night. Wow, this steak, nearly 2,000, is absolutely delectable. At the entrance of the Western restaurant, Bebe, with her enchanting large eyes, beams joyfully, her smile curving like a crescent moon. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you here again, Jiangnan offers. No, Bebe quickly interjects. That would be too extravagant. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters, Jiangnan responds with a gentle smile. Bebe gazes at him, falling silent. After a moment, her eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears, and she appears on the verge of weeping. What's wrong? Jiangnan asks, surprised. You seemed fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden change? I haven't bullied you, have I? It's not that you've bullied me, Bebe replies pitifully. Jianggu, your kindness makes me anxious about the future. Haha. Jiangnan offers a wry smile. So, in this case, have I done something wrong? No. You haven't, Bebe reassures him. It's just that life has become too beautiful, and I fear losing it. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Yet I dread waking from this dream. All right, let us not dwell on it, Jiangnan smiles. Let us head back. Aren't you scheduled to stream tonight? It's getting late, and your fans must be waiting. Indeed, I still need to stream. I must earn some money, Bebe responds, her expression turning glum. Jianggu, this job is quite arduous, and I'm growing weary of it. Just thinking about how I must flatter those older gentlemen for a meager few thousand a month, while your rent costs 30,000, fills me with anguish. Well, if that's the case, if you dislike it, then don't continue, Jiangnan suggests. How about becoming my full-time maid? You could tidy up my room, and I would pay you 10,000 a month. What do you think? Really? Bebe's eyes light up, her face beaming with joy. Of course, Jiangnan chuckles. My rent is 30,000 a month. So do you think paying you 10,000 would be a strain? That wouldn't be a problem, Bebe giggles awkwardly. But then suddenly recalls something. However, I just gained a fan who pays me 5,000 each night. That means I could earn 2,500 a night. I'm a bit reluctant to give that up. Chapter 42, The North Star of Mount Taihihi. Jiangnan chuckled. No need to feel sorry. Why not? Bebe inquired. Because it's 2,500 a day, Bebe replied. That's quite a sum. Jiangnan laughed lightly, pulling out his phone and handing it to Bebe. Open my phone. Log into the live stream, and then access your room. You'll understand. Huh? Bebe was perplexed but followed Jiangnan's instructions. Soon, she completed the task, and her expression transformed dramatically as she looked at Jiangnan. Brother Jiang, so you are the sunbathing salted fish. You are the one who gifts me 5,000 every day. Jiangnan smiled, remaining silent. Brother Jiang, you're so annoying. Bebe's cheeks flushed crimson. I was just showing off in front of you, and you deceived me without revealing the truth. You're truly unbearable. As she spoke, she playfully punched Jiangnan's chest, though her blows were devoid of any real strength. A wave of adorableness enveloped them. After a few playful taps, Bebe ceased her antics, casting Jiangnan a playful glare. Brother Jiang, you're so wicked. Am I amusing you? Jiangnan replied with a calm smile. Were you not happy then? Happy. Bebe suddenly transformed into a gentle and charming presence, smiling brightly. Not just happy. When someone unexpectedly gifts me 5,000, it's exhilarating. But I didn't expect it to be you. All right, now that we are well fed and satisfied, what shall we do next? Should we head home or go out to play? If money were no concern, naturally, they would choose to frolic. Bebe brimmed with excitement like a little sparrow. How about we watch a movie? Jiangnan suggested after a moment's thought. Sounds great. The cinema was not far from their location. They strolled along, reveling in their joy. I never imagined I could live like this one day. It feels like a dream. At Jianghai City Airport, Old Master and Anshi emerged, accompanied by two bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses. Not far from the waiting area, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was poised, awaiting their arrival. Just as they were about to enter the vehicle, Anshi suddenly said, Grandfather, you go home first. I want to take a walk alone. Very well. The old man nodded. You've accompanied me all day. Go enjoy yourself. With that, He entered the car, and the Rolls-Royce blended into the flow of traffic. And she waved for a taxi, climbed in, and instructed to the cinema. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Old Master retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a jovial voice greeted him. Olden. Why are you calling so late? Is there something urgent? Zhao Lao, I'd like to inquire about the young man I met at your place during the day. Do you have his contact information? Unfortunately, I do not. I forgot to note down that young man's number. Alas, what a pity. I have no other matters. Zhao Lao. I'll let you be. Wait. Just then, Zhao Lao's voice came through. I remembered. One of my staff members is classmates with that young man. She has his number. Really? That is wonderful. Old Master exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Lao, could you please contact that young man and ask him to come to your shop? I wish to see him again. Of course, that is no problem, Zhao Lao replied, a hint of curiosity creeping into his tone. Olden, why the sudden desire to meet him? May I inquire? Oh, it's nothing. Feel free to ask. Zhao Lao chuckled. You remember that jade pendant I showed you? That young man claimed I was overpaying for it. Do you recall? I remember, of course. Are you saying you really overpaid? Indeed. Old Master sighed. I just returned from Yanjing, where I showed it to Master Dong. Guess what? Could it be that it's similar to what that young man mentioned? Zhao Lao's tone grew serious. More than similar. Old Master replied with a bitter smile. It is exactly the same. Master Dong stated that the pendant is worth no more than 5 million, dating back to the Qing dynasty. Ah, Zhao Lao gasped, my heavens. If that is true, then the young man's eyesight is astonishingly keen. My 30-plus years of discernment pale in comparison. Indeed, I was equally astonished, Old Master concurred with a wry smile. Could it be that his discernment rivals that of Master Dong, placing him among the elite? Zhao Lao's voice trembled, revealing his palpable agitation. Chapter 43. Passerby, with a sudden screech. The taxi came to a halt at the cinema entrance. Angelique stepped out, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she approached the doorway. Her arrival, marked by her striking beauty and ethereal charm, drew the gaze of numerous males, particularly because she was a single woman. The sound of her high heels clicking against the pavement set many hearts racing. However, adorned in designer brands and carrying a Hermes bag, she exuded an air of untouchability, leaving the onlookers both intrigued and hesitant to approach her. Upon reaching the cinema entrance, Angelique did not enter but instead paced back and forth, occasionally glancing around. She had a purpose for this visit. She hoped to encounter Jiangnan. The revelations she gleaned from Master Dong and Yanqing had not only astonished her grandfather, but had also left her in a state of awe. Angelique had a passion for collecting and enjoyed engaging with antiques, often learning from her grandfather to enhance her knowledge and discernment. Their shared interests endeared her further to her grandfather. The impact of her experiences with Master Dong resonated deeply within her, eclipsing even her grandfather's astonishment. As a fellow young person, Jiangnan's discerning eye left her profoundly impressed. His image lingered in her thoughts throughout her flight back to Yanqing. Since that evening at the movies, his enigmatic demeanor had etched an indelible mark in her heart. Now, an impulsive desire to see Jiangnan consumed her, though she could not precisely articulate why. Perhaps it was the feeling of having been played by him that night, a sense of discomfort that spurred her to seek revenge. Or perhaps she yearned to discuss insights on antiques with him. Yet, she found herself unable to contact Jiangnan. And the only possibility that came to mind was that he might be attending a movie alone. Thus, she took a chance by coming here. Though she found the prospect laughably improbable, nearly devoid of hope. Nevertheless, she tried to quell her expectations. As she continued to wander at the cinema entrance, her mind was preoccupied, replaying the abrupt invitation from Jiangnan to see a film together. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie. Hi, what a coincidence to run into you again. Angelique paused, her heart racing at the familiar tone. It was indeed the person she had been waiting for. She looked up, a smile gracing her lips, but it faded instantly, replaced by a frosty expression as her gaze fell upon Bebe, who was linked arm in arm with Jiangnan. Back for another movie? Jiangnan chuckled. Why should I care? Angelique retorted, her annoyance palpable. Jiangnan blinked, taken aback. Who is she? Bebe inquired curiously, glancing at Jiangnan. Jiangnan hesitated, unsure how to introduce her, then finally managed. Just a passerby, I suppose. Angelique's anger escalated, and through clenched teeth, she muttered, I could just strangle you. With that, she spun on her heel and departed with a determined clack of her heels. Jiangnan was left bewildered. Bebe echoed his confusion. Jiang, what just happened? Who is she? I thought I explained already, Jiangnan sighed. Just a passerby. Bebe scrutinized him, her brow furrowing. She looked quite upset, especially upon seeing me. She can't be your girlfriend, can she? She asked so beautiful. Not at all, Jiangnan chuckled. If she were my girlfriend, I would have pursued her long ago. Now, let us not waste time. Let us head inside. Do you prefer a large or small bucket of popcorn? Whichever, Bebe replied, though her expression hinted at unease as she glanced back at Angelique, who was climbing into a taxi. Chapter 44. Ignition. As the film concluded and they exited the cinema, Bebe was as joyous as a little bird. She immediately linked her arm with Jiangnan's, exclaiming with delight, living without worrying about money is truly wonderful. I share your sentiments. Jiangnan replied with a smile, it seems our opinions align perfectly. TCH. Bebe rolled her eyes dramatically. I dare say that 99 out of 100 people would think the same. Ah. I see, Jiangnan responded, feigning enlightenment. You're so annoying. Are you deliberately teasing me? If you insist on thinking that way, I am powerless to change your mind. Jiangnan shrugged. Humph. Bebe playfully huffed, her delicate hand playfully pinching the soft flesh at Jiangnan's waist, though she exerted little force, merely putting on a show. After hailing a taxi, they soon returned to their accommodation. The room with the private bathing facilities is yours, Jiangnan suggested. It will be more convenient for you. Okay. Bebe nodded bashfully, her cheeks flushed a deep red akin to a ripe apple. After all, in a certain sense, the two of them were cohabiting. Good night, rest early, Jiangnan said. All right. Bebe nodded again, turning to return to her room. Once inside, she closed the door behind her, her heart racing like a startled fawn. After a moment's reflection, she clicked the lock into place, but immediately felt it was unnecessary and unlocked it once more, her beautiful face a tapestry of conflicting emotions. The following day, what ghostly legends, what phantoms and demons, only the herons sang their haunting melodies in the distance. Jiangnan, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggily, he reached for his device, noting it was a call from Zhu Shishir. He answered. Yet before he could speak, her voice resonated on the line. Jiangnan, what are you up to? Sleeping? A silence ensued. After a brief pause, Zhu Shishir continued. What time is it? Are you still in bed? I hadn't checked the time, Jiangnan replied, glancing at the wall clock, now past 10 a.m. He chuckled. I overslept. How enviable. Not working must be splendid, allowing you to sleep in so late, Zhu Shishir remarked with a hint of envy. Jiangnan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Indeed, this lifestyle was quite delightful. By the way, Jiangnan, you don't have any pressing matters today, do you? Zhu Shishir inquired again. None. I'm free today, he replied. Could you come by our shop? Our boss wishes to meet with you regarding something. Of course, Jiangnan said. I'll freshen up and be there shortly. Great. After ending the call, Jiangnan rose and proceeded to wash up. As he opened his bedroom door, he spotted Bebe tidying her room. Today, she was dressed exceptionally alluringly, sporting a light blue camisole that was quite brief, revealing her waist and accentuating her curves. Below, she wore a black ultra-short skirt with lace cutouts, her fair thighs rendered captivatingly alluring. With black stockings adorning her legs, Jiangnan found himself stealing glances, inwardly marveling at her undeniable charm. At that moment, Bebe noticed him and greeted him with a radiant smile. Jianggu, you're awake. When did you rise? Jiangnan asked with a smile. With nothing to do, I could afford to sleep in, she replied cheerfully. This room is so comfortable that I struggle to get up. Bebe added, her eyes sparkling with delight. I've already ventured downstairs to procure breakfast, awaiting your awakening. However, I didn't have much money. So I settled for soy milk and fried dough sticks, which I had to search far and wide for since there were no nearby vendors. Now that you have money, I wonder if you still enjoy such fare. Chapter 45. A reunion. Of course I'm accustomed to it, Jiangnan replied. Although I was fortunate enough to make a small fortune, I am not one to be pampered. That's good to hear, Bebe responded cheerfully. As they shared breakfast, Jiangnan said, Bebe, after we finish eating, I shall be going out for a while. Please tidy up the dishes. Whenever you have some free time, feel free to go out and enjoy yourself. All right, Bebe nodded obediently. Jiangnan descended the stairs with a heart full of contentment, grateful for Bebe's presence, which made life exceedingly manageable. He felt as though he were living in a world where food was effortlessly served and clothing was effortlessly provided. A truly comfortable existence. Antique Street, a century-old shop. As Jiangnan strolled leisurely down Antique Street, a smile crept upon his lips upon arrival, for he spotted a familiar face, and she was also there. Jiangnan had a distinct impression of this young woman. Her beauty was indeed rare. Fancy meeting you here, he remarked with a smile. Humph. And she let out a cold snort, exhibiting a demeanor of anger, refusing to engage with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was taken aback. He couldn't recall having provoked her. Why did she appear so hostile? Instinctively, he conducted a mental assessment. Is she angry with me? 100. What? This left Jiang Nan utterly bewildered. At that moment, old Masterin reprimanded and someone is speaking to you. What kind of attitude is that? And she opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent. Apologize at once. Old Masterin insisted. Apologize? And she looked utterly confounded. Jiang Nan mirrored her confusion. Wasn't this old man typically indifferent to him? Why was his demeanor so peculiar today? Instinctively, he pondered. Does he have a favor to ask of me today? 100. Indeed. I apologize, and she said, appearing fearful of her grandfather. Although she was reluctant, she uttered the words to Jiang Nan, her eyes betraying a clear sense of grievance. Haha. Jiang Nan smirked with satisfaction. It's quite all right. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, when you see me, be sure to show some respect and not be so presumptuous. Nearby, old Master Zhao remarked. That seems a bit excessive, doesn't he? Old Masterin replied. Young man, you are quite immodest. And she, seething with indignation, thought to herself, what if I wanted to bite him to death? I need assistance, and I need it urgently. Old Master, what brings you to summon me? Jiang Nan, unfazed by the glances of others, seated himself beside Old Master Zhao and inquired. It is Old Masterin who wishes to meet with you, Old Master Zhao said with a smile. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan turned his gaze towards Old Masterin, his expression questioning. What do you need from me? Young man, Old Masterin said directly, first. Allow me to extend my apologies. My words yesterday were abrupt, and I take them back. I should not have underestimated you due to your youth. Haha. No worries, Jiang Nan responded with a calm smile. I truly did not take it to heart. It is hardly worth getting upset over a remark from a stranger. The corners of Old Masterin's mouth twitched, sensing a strange undertone in Jiang Nan's words that suggested indifference. However, upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing amiss. What is it you wish to discuss? If you have business, please be direct. I am rather busy, Jiang Nan remarked, leisurely sipping the tea that Zhu Shishir had just brewed for him. Chapter 46. The elder young brother, about the jade pendant you saw yesterday. I would like you to take another look at it, Mr. N said in a conciliatory tone. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. Give me a reason to assist you. Typically, Jiang Nan was an amiable person, but the old man's demeanor the previous day had indeed left him displeased. Thus, he responded as he did. Mr. N, taken aback, realized that it was the first time in Zhanghai City he encountered someone speaking to him in such a manner. Mr. Zhao was equally astonished. It was indeed the first time he witnessed someone address Mr. N this way. With a resigned expression, he thought to himself that something might be brewing with Jiang Nan, for Mr. N's notorious temper was well known. However, to his surprise, Mr. N's attitude remained exceptionally cordial as he chuckled wryly. If you seek a reason, young brother, I must admit I cannot provide one that would persuade you. What if I were to offer you money? Money? Jiang Nan replied with a smile. While I am not averse to compensation, the amount you propose matters greatly. If it is insufficient, I would disdain to accept it, and if it is excessive, I fear you may not possess enough. Mr. Zhao gasped at Jiang Nan's audacious statement. The implication was staggering. Everyone was aware that the jade pendant was worth 5 million. Therefore, Jiang Nan insinuated that a single appraisal would cost him that amount, a claim that was both outrageous and ruthless. Humph. Mr. scoffed. Are you suggesting that your fee for a single appraisal is 5 million? Have you lost your mind? Be quiet, and Qian. Yet Mr. N reprimanded his granddaughter. Much to the surprise of both her and Mr. Zhao, they exchanged bewildered glances, pondering why Mr. N would consent to such an exorbitant fee. Even Jiang Nan was taken aback. 5 million for one appraisal? If that were the case, it would be incredibly lucrative. I could earn money while reclining. Young brother, Mr. N maintained his amiable demeanor. Given your discernment, I recognize you are not in need of money. Indeed, discussing finances in your presence feels rather pedestrian. I, Mr. N, may not possess much, but I do have some reputation in Zhanghai City. I genuinely wish to befriend you, hoping for a camaraderie that transcends age. If there is ever a moment you require my assistance here, do not hesitate to ask. This declaration illuminated Jiang Nan's thoughts. The adage, the more friends, the more paths resonated within him. His circle was rather limited. Thus, this was indeed an opportune moment, especially since he felt confident in his ability to assist Mr. N in discerning antiques. With this thought in mind, he made a decision and smiled slightly, since you have spoken so kindly. I too am a person who enjoys making friends. I believe in reciprocity. If you respect me a foot, I shall honor you a mile. Very well, I shall accept you as a friend, old sir. Mr. interrupted in hearty laughter. I knew you were a person of genuine character. Excellent. From this day forth, we are friends across generations. Young brother, what is your name? Jiang Nan. Splendid. A fine name indeed, Jiang, my young brother. Mr. N appeared quite magnanimous. I am in Zhongluo. From now on, you may call me brother. And Jiang Nan smiled softly and addressed him, brother. And haha. Mr. N laughed joyfully. Wonderful. Let us gather for lunch today at the Guibin building, my treat. We shall enjoy ourselves. Jiang Nan glanced over at Miss N, slightly intrigued, and inquired, brother, who is this? This is my granddaughter, and Qian, Mr. N introduced with pride. Oh, Jiang Nan's expression held a playful smirk as he regarded in Qian in future encounters. You shall call me uncle. Chapter 47. The stillness of the ancient well. Angie's face flushed with anger, rendering her momentarily speechless as she turned towards the elderly gentleman. Grandfather, it's all your fault. With a hearty laugh, the old man replied, you youngsters always have your own opinions. Humph, Angie retorted, casting a glance at Jiang Nan. Did you hear that? We each have our own views. Given our ages, I cannot possibly call you uncle. Jiang Nan remained silent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled down. The old gentleman produced the jade pendant from earlier and handed it to Jiang Nan, saying, young man, take a closer look, would you? Haven't you already examined it? Jiang Nan accepted the pendant, stating, it is valued at 5 million, a relic from the Qing dynasty. What more is there to behold? The old man inquired. I wish to discern the specific period of the Qing dynasty it originates from. Can you determine that? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was the very reason he wanted Jiang Nan to inspect the jade again. He yearned to uncover the extent of Jiang Nan's discerning abilities. That is certainly feasible. Jiang Nan nodded, focusing intently on the pendant as he projected his thoughts. Early Qing Dynasty 0. Late Qing Dynasty 100. Brethren, this piece dates back to the late Qing Dynasty. Remarkable. The excitement on the old man's face was unmistakable. Can you provide more details? He pressed. More details? Jiang Nan was slightly bewildered. To what extent should I elaborate? This is not an easy query. Perhaps you could offer some guidance. Can you discern which emperor's reign it belongs to? The old man asked. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, ruminating over the emperors of the late Qing dynasty. It was a challenging test of his historical knowledge, thankfully. He recalled there were 3 emperors, Tongzhi, Guangxu, and Puyi. Methodically, he would test them one by one during the Tongzhi emperor's reign 0. During the Guangxu emperor's reign 100. Got it, brethren. This relic is from the Guangxu emperor's era. The old gentleman gasped in awe, his reaction mirroring that of the esteemed Master Dong, a figure of great renown. Yet, Jiang Nan was still so young. Despite his preparation for such revelations, the old man was utterly astonished and could hardly maintain his composure. Beside them, Angie regarded Jiang Nan with a gaze full of complexity. As someone in the same profession, she understood precisely what Jiang Nan's discerning eye signified. Old Master Zhao was equally unsettled. Contemplating a pressing question, the jadeite Jiang Nan had previously presented was likely not due to a distant relative, but rather a testament to his own exceptional vision. Young man, hop in. We must indulge ourselves to the fullest today. Outside the antique walking street, a bodyguard clad in black opened the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The old gentleman cheerfully gestured for Jiang Nan to enter first. Jiang Nan accepted the invitation without hesitation, entering the vehicle at a leisurely pace. Soon after, the old gentleman, Angie, and Zhu Shishir followed suit. The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom offered ample space, akin to a cozy little room, allowing the group to sit comfortably without feeling cramped throughout the day. This car is splendid, Jiang Nan remarked, surveying the interior, his heart racing beneath a facade of calmness. Previously, he would have felt immense pressure facing such luxury, fearing he might inadvertently cause damage that he could not afford to rectify. However, now he felt a profound tranquility, aware that it would not be long before acquiring such a vehicle would be a mere trifle for him. With the prospect of success within reach, an endless array of wealth awaited him. Yet, Zhu Shishir was far from composed, her exaggerated expression conveying, not just splendid, it's absolutely magnificent. I never dared to dream that one day I would find myself in a car like this. Chapter 48. Acquaintances. Calmly, Jiang Nan smiled faintly and remarked, a car is merely a mode of transportation. Haha. Indeed, indeed. Old Master chuckled. The young brother speaks well. His perspective is truly unique, demonstrating a hidden depth. Were these words uttered by another, they would likely be met with scorn, perhaps even leading to a dismissive retort about sour grapes. Yet, coming from Jiang Nan, the sentiment felt markedly different. Particularly in his current guise, dressed quite ordinarily, he possessed an extraordinary perceptiveness. To him, Jiang Nan was deliberately concealing his true self, an enigmatic figure of considerable stature, executing a masterful charade of understated sophistication. He had already begun to remind himself that he should adopt such a demeanor in the future. Before long, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of the International Hotel of the VIP Pavilion. The bodyguard promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door, allowing the group to disembark one after another. The International Hotel of the VIP Pavilion stands as one of the premier establishments in Shanghai City. As it was still early, just shy of 11 o'clock, the hotel was not bustling. A few waitresses in the lobby were gathered, engaged in light conversation, occasionally glancing through the expansive glass windows. Their attention instantly captured by the opulent Rolls-Royce. Wow, another distinguished guest has arrived. One of the waitresses exclaimed, "This car is stunning. If only I could find a boyfriend who drives such a vehicle." Uft, came a chorus of disapproving sounds. Don't be so infatuated. Wake up and stop dreaming. Finding a wealthy husband isn't as easy as it seems, even with an affluent old gentleman. Wait, Jiang Nan. At that moment, one of the waitresses suddenly gasped softly, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Nan among Old Master and's entourage. If Jiang Nan were to look her way, he would instantly recognize her as Zhao Yimin, a former university classmate. Though Zhao Yimin spoke quietly, her words were overheard by a nearby waitress, who teased, "What's this? Zhao Yimin, you're not suggesting you know someone among them, are you?" "Ah." Zhao Yimin hesitated. "It just seems like someone I used to know, but I'm not certain." "Is your classmate a rich second generation?" "No, he comes from a rural background," Zhao Yimin replied. "Huh, you must have mistaken him. Just look at the caliber of these individuals. A rural university student could never associate with them, completely different worlds." "True," Zhao Yimin nodded. "I must have been mistaken." Meanwhile, as they spoke, Old Master and Jiang Nan had already entered the lobby, making their way directly to the elevator. Observing from a distance, Zhao Yimin increasingly felt that Jiang Nan resembled her classmate, yet she hesitated to approach, fearing she might be wrong. Throughout the journey, Jiang Nan engaged in light banter with Old Master and, oblivious to his surroundings, and upon entering the elevator, they ascended directly to the VIP floor. Zhao Yimin, dismissing her thoughts, returned to her conversation with her friends. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and the lobby manager hurriedly emerged, calling out to Zhao Yimin and her companions, quickly. "The VIP room 888 on the top floor has placed an order. You all need to head to the kitchen to serve the dishes." "All right, understood." In this five-star establishment, where rules were strictly enforced, the waitresses promptly sprang into action, rushing toward the kitchen, with Zhao Yimin among them. Upon reaching the kitchen, the head chef instructed, "Be particularly careful while serving. Today's guests have ordered exceedingly exquisite dishes. Do not damage anything, or you might lose a month's wages over a single dish." "Sigh. I envy the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy. It truly is extravagant," one of the waitresses lamented. "Enough lamenting. Blame your fate. Once you find a wealthy husband to marry, you too shall enjoy such a life. Now, you are to serve the first dish upstairs," the head chef directed. Then he continued, "Zhang Xiaofeng, you take the second dish. Zhao Yimin, you are in charge of the third dish." Chapter 49. Earning a living. Zhao Xiaoman carried the third dish, accompanied by two young waitresses as they ascended in the elevator. Soon, they arrived at the top floor, exited the elevator, and walked down the corridor to the entrance of the VIP room 888. Knock, knock. The waitress in the lead gently tapped on the door and softly announced, "The food has arrived." After a brief moment, she carefully pushed the door open and entered with a practiced grace. Zhao Xiaoman and the others followed suit. Upon entering the room, they placed the dishes down quietly, adhering to established protocols. "Is that you, Zhao Xiaoman?" At that moment, a voice resonated. Zhao Xiaoman instinctively turned towards the sound and was greeted by the smiling face of Jiang Nan. For a moment, she was taken aback, but then her surprise turned into delight. "Jiang Nan, is that really you?" "Yes," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "It's been quite a while since we last met. I never expected to run into you today." "Indeed. It's quite a surprise," Zhao Xiaoman admitted, feeling a flutter of excitement. "And go, please take a seat for a moment. I've encountered a college friend I haven't seen in ages, and we'd like to catch up. Jiang Nan said, rising to his feet and addressing Zhao Xiaoman. Let us step outside to chat. Oh, by the way, are you free? The other waitress immediately interjected, Zhao Xiaoman is fine. We'll handle the dishes. Since you've met an acquaintance, you should talk. She then playfully winked at Zhao Xiaoman. Zhao Xiaoman felt her cheeks flush. Oh, what a coincidence to meet an old friend. Go ahead and go encouraged. It's been over a year since we last saw each other, hasn't it? We haven't met since graduating from university, Jiang Nan said cheerfully as he walked with Zhao Xiaoman out to the corridor. Meanwhile, Enchi's gaze followed Jiang Nan's retreating figure, and she quietly huffed, humph, a man who loves to flirt. At the end of the corridor, by a window, Jiang Nan halted. Xiaoman, judging by your attire, you must be working as a waitress here, right? Jiang Nan remarked with a grin. You look quite lovely in that outfit. Indeed. During her college days, Zhao Xiaoman was among the few attractive girls in her class, possessing both a commendable figure and striking looks. It was precisely her beauty that enabled her to secure a position at this five-star hotel. For a young woman, possessing a beautiful face is a treasure in itself, and Zhao Xiaoman had skillfully leveraged this asset. The work environment was pleasant, and the pay was decent. Are you mocking me? Zhao Xiaoman replied, slightly embarrassed. You are the esteemed guest here, while I am merely the waitress. Not at all, Jiang Nan chuckled. I'm not a distinguished guest. I'm just here to earn a living. Cut the act. I saw you disembark from that luxurious Rolls-Royce, Zhao Xiaoman retorted with a playful eye roll. Haha. That car isn't mine. It belongs to someone else. I merely hitched a ride, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Still pretending, Zhao Xiaoman said. Even if the car isn't yours, you are mingling with the wealthy. You must be quite successful, aren't you? It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. I've told you, I'm just here to earn a meal, and it's purely coincidental that we met. Is that really true? Zhao Xiaoman questioned. Of course it is. If you don't believe me, there's little I can do. Look at my clothes. They're from a street market. Would a wealthy person dress like this? Jiang Nan explained. Well, that's a point, Zhao Xiaoman conceded, but I've been pondering your situation. I know you come from a rural background, and it's hard to fathom how you've become wealthy in just over a year since graduating. Haha, Jiang Nan smiled. Saying nothing further. By the way, Jiang Nan, Zhao Xiaoman shifted the topic. Did you know several of our classmates are working in Shanghai City? Chapter 50, Crying I Don't Know. Jiang Nan said, You are the first classmate I've encountered in Shanghai City. Who are the others? I only know Li Xiaochun. She mentioned some things, but I don't have the details. Li Xiaochun also spoke about gathering with our classmates in Shanghai sometime. That sounds like a splendid idea, Jiang Nan nodded. If there is a gathering, will you attend? Zhao Xiaoman inquired. Of course. It has been ages since we last met, Jiang Nan replied. Great. Let us exchange contact information, Zhao Xiaoman said, pulling out her phone. I will reach out when the gathering is arranged. All right, Jiang Nan responded, sharing both his mobile number and WeChat ID with Zhao Xiaoman. They exchanged a few more casual remarks before Zhao Xiaoman headed off to work while Jiang Nan returned to his room. As he settled in, and she tilted her head and softly asked, Your classmate? She was seated right beside Jiang Nan. Indeed, Jiang Nan smiled. I mentioned it before, didn't I? Is it just a classmate? And she queried with a peculiar expression. What else could it be? Jiang Nan replied with a puzzled smile. Is there nothing more? Like a past romance or an ex-girlfriend? Oh, dear niece, you're overthinking it, Jiang Nan chuckled. Zhao Xiaoman was quite beautiful in college, attracting many admirers. I am merely an ordinary fellow. There could never have been anything between us. At best, it was a crush. Of course, I'm speaking hypothetically. I never had a crush. As I tend to recognize reality, and harboring unrequited feelings is futile. I want to bite you. I've said we should discuss our own matters. And you mustn't call me dear niece, and she retorted, gritting her teeth. Jiang Nan. Ha ha. Ha ha. The elders, Mr. In and Mr. Zhao, burst into laughter. Ah, the youth are delightful. Even their banter is charming, Mr. In remarked. Indeed, time flies so swiftly. Before we know it, we grow old. Come, you two young ones, stop the bickering. Everyone, raise your glasses. Let us toast together. The gathering continued with food, drink, and conversation until the afternoon waned. Jiang Nan and Chi grew more familiar, discovering that despite her youth, and she was a prodigy with considerable knowledge of antiques. Mr. In and Jiang Nan exchanged contact details as the dinner concluded. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan found Bei eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him enter, she beamed with joy and said, Brother Jiang, I prepared lunch for you, but now that you're back, The food has cooled. I'll heat it up. No need. Jiangnan smiled. I've already had lunch. In the future, you needn't wait for me to eat. Oh. Bei Bei's expression dimmed slightly. Is that so? Did you not go out? Just stayed at home? Yes, Bei Bei replied. I was wondering when you would return. I made the meal hoping to share it with you. Hee. Jiangnan chuckled. There's no need to fret. I didn't mean to imply you should be my personal maid, following me around. You are free to do as you please. But I'm being paid. 10,000 a month. I must fulfill my duties, Bei Bei replied with a pouting smile. Forget the payment, Jiangnan said. I understand your family's difficulties and the pressures you face as a young woman. I offered my help because of that. Don't feel burdened by my assistance. As I've said, do what brings you joy. Our meeting is serendipitous. Bei Bei fell silent, gazing at Jiangnan with reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. Don't cry, Jiangnan said, feeling helpless and smiling wryly. It seems as if I am bullying you. Woo. Bei Bei then burst into tears and threw herself into Jiangnan's embrace, crying, Brother Jiang, you are the first person in my life to treat me this well. Chapter 51. Poverty restricts growth. Do not cry, Jiangnan comforted, feeling somewhat troubled. Such a delicate and beautiful young lady had unexpectedly thrown herself into his embrace, leaving him at a loss. Poverty indeed hampers growth. And he had never held a girl before. This sudden closeness made him both nervous and excited. Her soft and supple form. It was precisely this sensation. A subtle fragrance wafted into Jiangnan's nostrils, leaving him slightly dizzy. Moreover, Bei Bei was still quite young, and at this age, her skin was at its finest. Although petite, she exuded a compelling sense of pressure towards him, an older man several years her senior, which was undeniably alluring. However, Jiangnan continually reminded himself to remain composed, to hold steady. He managed to restrain himself, not taking advantage of the situation with Bei Bei. After a while, Bei Bei ceased her tears and emerged from Jiangnan's embrace, her appearance reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking both tenderness and charm. All right, no more crying, Jiangnan said, reaching out to wipe her tears. I am fortunate to have won the lottery. Your days of hardship are over. Whatever difficulties you face, I will assist you. Bei Bei nodded, her little head bobbing. Brother Jiang, you are truly a good person. Jiangnan thought to himself, how peculiar. Another good person label. Even if he wished to act upon his feelings, it seemed impossible. Well then, having a sister isn't so bad, he conceded. Bei Bei, could you prepare me a cup of tea? Jiangnan reclined comfortably on the sofa, explaining, I had quite a bit to drink at noon and my throat is parched. All right, Bei Bei responded obediently, heading off to make tea. In no time, she returned with a steaming cup, sitting beside Jiangnan like a little kitten. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him, unwavering in their gaze. Jiangnan, slightly bewildered, inquired, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Hee. No, Bei Bei giggled. I just find you increasingly handsome. Huh. Jiangnan laughed. You haven't just now realized my charm, have you? Even I am enamored by my own handsomeness. Cut it out. Bei Bei rolled her eyes playfully. But Brother Jiang, you truly are handsome. It would be splendid to marry someone like you. At such a tender age, you're already considering marriage. Jiangnan teased. Are you unable to withstand the loneliness of being single? As he spoke, he examined Bei Bei with a newfound interest. Still a virgin, it seemed. The next moment, a resounding 100. Well, that is splendid, he mused. Though she is a streamer, she maintains her integrity. She is indeed a fine young lady. Not at all. Bei Bei's face flushed crimson, and she playfully retorted, I shan't converse with you any longer. Why do you seem so dense? Can't you comprehend the meaning behind my words? Jiangnan, momentarily bewildered, replied, Is that so? Indeed, it is, she pouted adorably. As evening approached, Bei Bei, who had fallen asleep beside Jiangnan, awoke and glanced at him, who was engrossed in researching on his phone. Brother Jiang, what would you like to eat? I can prepare something. No need to cook, Jiangnan said casually. Once I finish what I'm doing, we shall go out to eat. His thoughts were still focused on the information he was gathering. He was formulating his next plan to acquire jadeite, and after interacting with Old Man and his companions, Jiangnan had lost interest in items worth a mere 1 to 2 million. This time, he intended to make a grand venture. After nearly an hour of research, he had essentially decided to visit the Magic City. The gambling stone culture there was flourishing, and it boasted a vast market. In comparison, the jade markets of Jianghai City felt like mere child's play. Chapter 52. The familiarity of a housekeeper having made her decision. Jiangnan put away her phone and called out to Bei Bei, let us go out for dinner. Okay, came Bei Bei's voice from her bedroom. I'll change my clothes. I'll be ready shortly. Changing again? Jiang Nan chuckled. Wasn't that outfit just lovely? But I want to wear something else, Bei Bei replied. Before long, the bedroom door opened, and Bei Bei emerged, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to light up. This time, Bei Bei wore a long, elegant dress featuring a heart-shaped cutout at the chest, perfectly accentuating her alluring V-shaped neckline. Wow, Bei Bei, you look stunning. Jiang Nan couldn't help but compliment her. I simply must praise you. Really? Do you think so? Bei Bei's face brightened with joy. Of course. Who would dare to say otherwise? I'd argue with them, Jiang Nan said earnestly. Hee hee. Bei Bei beamed even more. Jiang Ge, do you like it? Absolutely. Hee hee. That's great. I wore it just for you. You're getting sweeter with your words. Now, let us head downstairs for dinner. By the way, what do you want to eat? If you enjoyed the steak last time, we can go there again. Jiang Nan said as she walked outside. No, Bei Bei quickly objected. That's too extravagant. It's so expensive. Don't worry about money. It's not an issue. Don't be so wasteful, Bei Bei insisted. We need to live frugally. Jiang Nan. What a housekeeper vibe. As they entered the elevator, Bei Bei touched her pointed chin and pondered, let me think. What should we have for dinner that is economical, practical, and delicious? Jiang Nan thought to herself. She would indeed make a wonderful wife, so adept at managing life. Soon, the elevator came to a halt, and they stepped out. Bei Bei was still pondering what to have for dinner, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she remained undecided. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Zhang Yuan calling. With a smile, he answered, Hi, darling, missing me? Bei Bei, lost in thought, froze, looking at Jiang Nan with a hint of panic on her face. Get lost, Zhang Yuan retorted from the other end. Who misses you? I was thinking about the drinks. Didn't we agree that you treat when you got a girlfriend? The problem is, I don't have a girlfriend, Jiang Nan replied. However, he was too lazy to argue. He chuckled. Isn't it just drinks? That's easy. Let us find a place. We were about to go out for dinner. So it's perfect. Great. I was just worried about being bored alone tonight. Lily has gone out with friends. It's perfect for us to have a drink together. I've really been craving some, but sadly, Lily doesn't let me drink when she's around. Damn. Zhang Yuan complained. Jiang Nan thought. He sounds like a jilted wife. Jiang Nan, you decide where to eat. I'll head over. You pick the location. Send me your location, since you know Zhanghai City better than I do. That works, but it's settled then. You're treating, and you'll pay. Jiang Nan. Why are you being so tricky? Not hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly rose an octave. Stop dawdling. Jiang Nan chuckled. Isn't it just the cost of a meal? Leave it to me. Don't worry about it. By the way, should we invite someone else? Who? Zhang Yuan asked. Puzzled. Sure. I ran into her yesterday. She is not far from here. Since it's a gathering of colleagues, we might as well invite her. Of course. Hee hee. Since you're treating, you're paying, I wouldn't mind if we invited 10 more. Zhang Yuan boasted. Jiang Nan. What a lack of ambition. Jiang Ge, the one you called is a man, right? Bei Bei inquired at that moment. Yes, he is a colleague of mine. Why? Jiang Nan asked suspiciously. You scared me. When you called him darling, I thought it was a woman, Bei Bei said, patting her chest. Her gesture was quite suggestive. Jiang Nan instinctively glanced, but quickly averting his gaze to avoid temptation. With a smile, he said, Don't think about what to eat anymore. Let us just go have drinks with my friend. We can order whatever dishes we fancy then. Chapter 53. The life of the underdog in a rented building near the antique street. Zhu Shishir sat in her room lost in thought, her mind consumed by Jiang Nan. She struggled to comprehend how Jiang Nan, who, like her, endured scolding from a domineering mother figure during work hours, could suddenly transform into a cherished guest in the eyes of old Masterin. Both were individuals navigating the lower rungs of society, and this revelation struck her deeply. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Jiang Nan calling. With a rush of urgency, she answered, feeling an inexplicable anxiety, as if the familiar Jiang Nan had become a stranger. Jiang Nan, is there something you need? Sure, it's like this. Jiang Nan's voice came through the receiver. Zhang Yuan called to invite us to dinner nearby. I thought of you. Are you free? If so, come join us. We're colleagues after all. It would be nice to catch up. Of course, I'm free. Where should I go? Zhu Shishir replied eagerly. I'll let Zhang Yuan decide the location. He hasn't seen it yet, but it should come through soon. I'll forward it to you. All right. Jiang Nan hung up, and Zhu Shishir felt a surge of energy, hurriedly refreshing her appearance. 20 minutes later, a taxi halted in front of a quaint two-story restaurant, where Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance, glancing around, awaiting their arrival. Jiangnan and Bei Bei exited the vehicle. Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan called out, only to realize Jiangnan was not alone. She was accompanied by a charming young girl. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her from a previous encounter at a breakfast stall where she had dined with Jiangnan. Well, Jiangnan remarked with a wry smile, surveying the modest eatery. Zhang Yuan, is this really the place you chose? What's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. This doesn't quite suit your character, Jiangnan replied. Shouldn't you be treating us to something grander? I did consider that, Zhang Yuan admitted with an awkward chuckle. But then I thought of how hard you work for your money. So I abandoned that idea in favor of this little spot. A simple meal and drinks is just fine. Us underdogs have our own way of living. Jiangnan. Bei Bei stifled a laugh, thinking to herself how Zhang Yuan was blissfully unaware that Jiangnan had recently won the lottery and become wealthy. Yet, she hoped that Jiangnan would refrain from spending extravagantly, especially on others, as that would be even harder to bear. Zhang Yuan glanced at Bei Bei, silently admiring her beauty. He envied Jiangnan for being accompanied by such a lovely girl. Turning to Jiangnan, he asked, So, Jiangnan, who is this young lady? My little sister, Jiangnan replied. Seriously? Zhang Yuan questioned incredulously. Is she really your sister? Indeed, Jiangnan stated earnestly, maintaining her composure while telling a fib. Bei Bei covered her mouth, suppressing laughter. She doesn't seem to resemble you at all, Zhang Yuan remarked. There is not a hint of similarity. Must siblings look alike? Jiangnan countered. At that moment, a taxi screeched to a halt nearby. The door swung open, and Zhu Shishir emerged, cheerfully inquiring, What are you all discussing? Well, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening. Zhu Shishir, you look stunning today. I had no idea you could be this beautiful. If I had known, I wouldn't have pursued Lily and would have gone after you instead. Jiangnan. Bei Bei. Zhu Shishir. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but notice how beautifully Zhu Shishir had dressed today. It was the first time he had seen her make such an effort. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps she was feeling a flutter of romance. His gaze fixed on her, and a notion arose. Are you thinking of a man? In the next instant, a figure appeared in his mind. A resounding 100. Rang true. Damn. It really is. You've got to be kidding me, she is thinking of that obnoxious man. Chapter 54. The boss leads the way in a private room on the second floor. Several individuals settled into their respective corners. Jiangnan tossed the menu to Zhang Yuan, saying, You choose the dishes. Zhang Yuan, after receiving the menu, pondered, Let's order a few meat dishes and some vegetarian options to balance the meal. That way, we can save some money. Goodness, these meat dishes are so expensive, Jiangnan remarked. What a lack of ambition. With a chuckle, Zhu Shishir burst into laughter, commenting, Zhang Yuan, are you seriously trying to save money for Jiangnan? Of course, Zhang Yuan replied earnestly. It's a blessing that Jiangnan is treating us this time. Earning money isn't easy for him either. While we might take a little from him, we should aim to eat well and save money. We can't drain him completely, or he may never dare to host again. Jiangnan responded with a sigh. Zhu Shishir, still laughing, added, You might not know this, but Jiangnan is not the same as before. He is quite wealthy now. Really? Zhang Yuan asked in disbelief. What is the situation? Jiangnan felt a wave of regret for inviting Zhu Shishir, realizing she was privy to his past. Before he could respond, Bei Bei interjected, Exactly. Zhang Gu is now quite affluent, renting a place in Liyuan community for 30,000 a month. Seriously? Is the rent really 30,000 a month? That is shocking. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Though I'm not certain about that, it must be true, Zhu Shishir asserted. You should have seen it. Jiangnan made a profit of hundreds of thousands from just one jade business deal. What? Zhang Yuan was even more taken aback, his mouth agape. God, you earned hundreds of thousands from one transaction. His incredulity was palpable. Bei Bei raised her finely arched eyebrows, looking at Jiangnan curiously. Jiangge, you're in the jade business? I thought you won the lottery? Jiangnan was momentarily stunned, but his practiced ability to weave tales kicked in. Actually, I dabble in both jade and lottery winnings. He felt a pang of regret. Gathering these individuals had been a mistake, as his fabrications were on the verge of unraveling. Bei Bei regarded Jiangnan with a hint of skepticism. Zhang Yuan stared at him, utterly shocked. Zhu Shishir gazed at Jiangnan with deep affection. The atmosphere turned strangely quiet for a moment. Feeling the weight of their stares, Jiangnan quickly shifted the topic. Ahem. Let us not linger in silence. Order whatever you desire without worrying about the cost. Goodness, it's quite evident now, Jiang Nan. You've truly become a tycoon. Just listen to how you speak. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. This time, I'm going to order the finest dishes. Haha. I, Zhang Yuan, have a wealthy friend now. I couldn't be happier. Jiang Nan, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Zhang Yuan, please refrain from saying such things. The last thing I need is for people to mock me. I merely have a bit of money now. When I truly become wealthy, then you can call me a tycoon. Making hundreds of thousands from a single deal is still a form of wealth, Zhang Yuan argued, refusing to back down. In my eyes, that makes you a tycoon. Boss, do you need any adornments? From now on, I, Zhang Yuan, will follow you, and I'll shout 666. Chapter 55. The truth revealed after drinking. At this point, Zhang Yuan was quite unrestrained, calling over the waitress and hurriedly ordering spicy beef shreds, sweet and sour ribbon fish, spicy fish fillets, caramelized bananas, clear stewed lamb with pine nuts and corn, spicy shrimp, marinated chicken feet, spicy loach, farmhouse fish. Bebe, sure. Jiangnan, can you even finish all this? Zhang Yuan replied proudly. If we can't finish, we can take it home. With a big shot here, money is no object. Jiangnan. Soon, the dishes arrived, but they had forgotten to order wine. What shall we drink? Jiangnan inquired. Certainly fine wine, Zhang Yuan asserted. I'll have a soft drink. I will too, both Zhu Sure and Bebe chimed in. Jiangnan turned to the waitress. What is the finest wine you have? Premium Maotai, 888 a bottle. Then bring 2 bottles of Maotai, Jiangnan ordered. Zhang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Isn't that a bit too expensive for nearly 1,000 yuan? Jiangnan, how about we switch to something more affordable, like Old Villager? Jiangnan. Directly addressing the waitress, he said, just as I said, 2 bottles of Maotai, and some soft drinks and canned beer as well. All right. The waitress, her slender waist swaying, quickly departed. She moved with a spring in her step, eager to fetch the wine, afraid that Jiangnan and the others would change their minds. It is worth noting that recommending such fine wine could earn her a substantial commission. Selling 2 bottles of Maotai could surpass her daily wage. Haha. Laughter echoed in the private room as they enjoyed their meal and conversation, reveling in merriment. By the time it was past 10 at night, the gathering drew to a close. Zhu Sure and Bebe had consumed quite a bit of beer, while Jiangnan and Zhang Yuan had finished 2 bottles of Maotai, leaving everyone feeling pleasantly tipsy. Stumbling down the stairs, preparing to part ways, Zhang Yuan, his tongue slightly numb, stammered, having money really is delightful. No need to worry about work, no need to endure that tigress-esque scorn. I still remember how satisfying it was when Jiangnan splashed a bottle of tea on her face. I wish I could do the same, to no longer bear her oppression, to stop pretending to be subservient. As the saying goes, in vino veritas, Zhang Yuan's pent-up frustrations poured forth. Indeed, Jiangnan understood Zhang Yuan's sentiments all too well. He too was deeply moved. To hell with that tigress. I no longer need to go to work. No need to pretend to be subservient. Life feels utterly liberating. Zhang Yuan forced a smile. Big brother, take me under your wing. I want to join you. I truly do not wish to see that tigress's face anymore. Brother, hold steady. Do not rush, Jiangnan replied. In a while, I'll establish a company, and you can come work with me. All right, boss, I will await your word. The two, half awake and half drunk, exchanged banter as they lingered, reluctant to part ways. After half an hour, the hotel security finally summoned a taxi for them, and the 4 of them finally climbed into the car, each heading home. The ride was bumpy, leaving Jiangnan and Bebe in a daze. Returning to their residence in a state of confusion, the 2 of them embracing throughout the journey. My head is spinning, Bebe remarked as they entered. I didn't expect that drinking 2 cans of beer would hit me so hard. Jiangnan, half drunk and grinning, teased. Bebe, this isn't your first time drinking, is it? This is my first time drinking, Bebe confessed. I have never had alcohol before. All right, go take a shower and sleep. A good rest will do you well. I am feeling quite dizzy myself and cannot attend to you. You must learn to take care of yourself. Do not drink so much in the future. Jiangnan felt his tolerance for alcohol increasing and quickly added. He then changed into slippers, entered the bathroom, and ran hot water, intending to take a warm shower to alleviate some of the effects of the alcohol. Just then, he felt someone embrace him from behind. He sensed a distinct pressure on his back, and as realization struck, he turned to find Bebe's enchanting face. With a slightly dazed expression, Bebe said, Brother Jiang, I've thought it over. I want to give you everything. I want to be your woman. Chapter 56. A mismatched life. Jiang Nan, with a weary expression, rubbed his face and gazed at Beibei's charming visage, overwhelmed by the desire to take a bite out of her. However, he was fully aware that Beibei was clearly intoxicated. Although his hormones were surging and he was struggling to contain himself, he had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerable state. Beibei, you've had too much to drink. Let me escort you back to your room. I'm not drunk, just a bit dizzy. Really? I'm fine, Jiang Gij. I want to be your woman. Beibei insisted. Clinging to him like a koala, Jiang Nin could only feel exasperated. Beibei could barely keep her eyes open yet insisted she was sober. With no other choice, he lifted her up, exited the bathroom, and laid her gently on her bed. Jiang Gij, don't leave, she murmured, still grasping his arm in a daze. Despite his frustration, he consoled her. All right, I will stay with you for a while. I'll leave once you fall asleep. Faced with such a delicate young lady, he could hardly muster any anger. Eventually, Beibei settled down a bit, holding on to Jiang Nan tightly, who then reclined beside her on the bed. Before long, he drifted off into slumber without realizing it. The next morning, a high-pitched scream erupted. Ah! Beibei's voice cut through the morning silence. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to see a man lying next to her, prompting an instinctive, panicked scream. What happened, Beibei? What's wrong? Jiang Nan was jolted awake, sitting up in alarm. Beibei took a moment to register that it was Jiang Nan beside her, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. A quick glance at her attire reassured her that she was still fully clothed, and she sighed with relief, stammering, Jiang Gij, why are you sleeping here? As she spoke, her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Indeed, how did I end up here? Jiang Nan pondered, equally confused after a night of half-drunken haze. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, it seems we both drank too much and ended up here unknowingly. He then awkwardly smiled at Beibei. I didn't do anything inappropriate, did I? I don't think so, Beibei replied, equally embarrassed. Her face now flushed to her neck. We're both still dressed. That's a relief, Jiang Nan sighed, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Given the circumstances, I don't even recall last night's shower. You continue to rest. I'll quickly take a shower. With that, he hurried out of Beibei's room. After showering, Jiang Nin emerged to find Beibei, her hair damp, stepping out of her bedroom. Clearly, she had just bathed as well. The sight of the wet-haired beauty captivated Jiang Nan, and he couldn't help but admire the unique allure she possessed. Living with such a lovely companion truly had its perks, providing a constant feast for the eyes. Beibei, let us head downstairs for breakfast and take a stroll. The morning air is refreshing and invigorating, Jiang Nan suggested. Okay, Beibei nodded obediently. Just a moment, my hair is still a bit wet. I'll tie it up. After a brief moment, Beibei emerged with her hair styled in a ponytail. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He had always seen her with her hair down, and this new look showcased her exquisite features perfectly. Perfect. There was scarcely a flaw to be found. The pair descended the stairs and strolled along the road, with Beibei leading the way, as Jiang Nan was unfamiliar with the nearby breakfast spots. How frustrating, Jiang Nan remarked. Living here makes it inconvenient to grab breakfast. Hee. Beibei chuckled. Who told you to move into such a luxurious neighborhood? Expecting to find soy milk and fried dough sticks here is utterly mismatched. Jiang Nan replied. Is it that wealthy individuals consider soy milk and fried dough sticks beneath them? Chapter 57. The steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. The aroma of the steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks enveloped the air. The citizens residing at the lower echelons of society found solace in a bowl of soy milk and several fried dough sticks to start their day. After indulging in this modest yet satisfying meal, they would embark on another day of diligent labor, striving to earn a living. This was once the life of Jiang Nan. Yet times have changed. In a corner, Jiang Nan and Beibei leisurely enjoyed their soy milk and fried dough sticks, their pace unhurried, contrasting sharply with the hurried individuals around them rushing to their workplaces. As they savored their meal, Jiang Nan casually remarked, Beibei, I need to step out. Step out? Where to? Beibei inquired. To the Magic City, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. You mean you'll be home alone? Beibei paused, her sipping motion ceasing. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. What's the matter? Is it so difficult for you to manage alone? You've lived by yourself before. Of course not. Beibei half pouted. I want to go with you. I've never been to such a grand city. That's not possible. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. I have matters to attend to this time, not for leisure. Perhaps another time. I'll take you when I go for fun. All right. Bebe nodded obediently. Just remember to take me next time. Rest assured, Jiangnan chuckled. I don't need to remember. You just have to remind me when you're free, and I'll take you. Hiki. Bebe brightened, glancing around before leaning closer to Jiangnan and whispering. With us like this, can I consider myself your little sweetheart? Sister. It's sister, Jiangnan replied earnestly. Haven't we established this before? It's sister. No. I don't want to be a sister, Bebe pouted playfully. I want to be your little sweetheart. Jiangnan remained silent. What a beautiful city it was. Exiting the airport, Jiangnan surveyed the bustling surroundings, marveling at the vibrancy before him. It was already past noon, after several hours of flight. He had journeyed from Jianghai to the Magic City. Jiangnan carried little luggage, just a backpack and a simple suitcase meant for stones. He hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the stone gambling market. He had thoroughly researched the geographical location and the market's dynamics beforehand, leaving no stone unturned. True to its reputation, the Magic City was immense. It took nearly an hour to reach the stone gambling market. After securing his suitcase at a storage facility, he entered the market with his backpack. As anticipated, the scene matched what he had seen online. Vast and bustling, as lively as 5 football fields combined, filled with onlookers, stone gambling enthusiasts, and self-proclaimed experts. Before his arrival, Jiangnan had prepared a disguise, purchasing an entire ensemble of sportswear, complete with a cap and sunglasses in Shanghai. His attire, at first glance, appeared more suited for a tourist than a stone gambler. This ensemble had cost him over 100,000 yuan, featuring the prestigious Armani label. To the casual observer, Jiangnan certainly resembled a wealthy individual. Such extravagant sportswear was a luxury reserved for those of considerable means. Moreover, his backpack was not just any ordinary bag. It was a golf bag, though it currently served as a regular backpack, devoid of golf clubs. His appearance suggested he had just stepped off the golf course. Chapter 58. Scavenging the stalls for jadeite rough materials here are considerably more numerous. Yet they are arranged with greater sophistication, displayed not haphazardly but on individual counters. The layout resembles that of the gambling stone market in Jianghai City. Similarly stratified by wealth and status, the outermost area features inexpensive rough materials, priced at a mere 1,000 yuan per kilogram, consistent with the prices in Jianghai City. As one moves inward, the prices ascend. 2,000 yuan per kilogram, 3,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan, and ultimately reaching 10,000 yuan per kilogram. There exists a transition from the budget section to the premium area. Notably, the color and luster of the rough materials also vary progressively. In terms of the knowledge of gambling stones, the closer one is to the premium section, the greater the probability of obtaining jadeite or, more specifically, high-quality jadeite. This time, Jiangnan arrives well prepared. Through recent study, his understanding of jadeite has deepened significantly. Within the realm of jadeite, 2 types stand out as the sovereigns, commanding the highest prices: imperial green and emerald. Hence, Jiangnan's purpose for visiting the metropolis is singularly focused on imperial green and emerald. He has grown weary of trifles. The mere tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan no longer hold any allure for him. With a slightly exhilarated spirit, he approaches the outermost counter, commencing his scavenging endeavor. Indeed, Jiangnan's current state can aptly be described as scavenging. He fixates on a counter, projecting his thoughts. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0. In less than a second, he discerns the need to shift to the next counter. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0. Moving to yet another counter. A new thought strikes him. Why laboriously probe each counter individually? Although it has not consumed much time, he realizes he could conduct a bulk assessment. With a self-deprecating smile, he steps back slightly, locking his gaze on a dozen counters, casting out his thoughts. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0. Just as he prepares to leave for the next batch, another idea springs to mind, prompting him to project once more. Is there anything valued at over 2 million? Again, the result is 0. Well, he concedes defeat. However, Jiangnan's mind is already formulating new strategies, redirecting his attention to the next set of counters, altering his probing directive. Is there imperial green or emerald or anything valued at over 20 million? 0. No discoveries at all. Yet he remains undeterred, moving on to the next batch of counters. Is there imperial green or emerald or anything valued at over 2 million? 0. The reality is that treasures are not easily unearthed. Nevertheless, this endeavor does not take much time, nor does it require significant effort, Effortlessly, Jiangnan begins to weave through the rows of counters. He proceeds with a low profile, drawing minimal attention from others. If anyone happens to notice him, it is merely the glint of the Armani logo on his attire, sparking a flicker of surprise in their eyes. It is easy to surmise that they would mentally exclaim, "A wealthy individual." The exploration unfolds swiftly, and approximately 10 minutes later, Jiangnan finally makes his first discovery in the central area where the rough materials are priced at 5,000 yuan per kilogram, within a row of counters. Upon issuing his probing directive, a response of 100 manifests before him. At last, he has reaped a reward. A surge of joy fills Jiangnan as he begins to utilize the process of elimination for further identification. Since Jiangnan has consistently probed for imperial green, emerald, or items valued at over 2 million, he now needs to verify. Is there imperial green? 0. Is there emerald? 0. Is there anything valued at over 2 million? 100. Chapter 59. Delightful yet regrettable. Regrettably, there were no imperial greens or emeralds, yet there existed jadeite rough worth over 2 million. A meager consolation, Jiangnan lamented silently. If others were to know what thoughts occupied his mind, they would surely be aghast. 2 million worth of jadeite rough, and he considers it a meager consolation? Jiangnan commenced his meticulous examination of each counter, systematically progressing from one side. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. Upon reaching the fifth counter, he finally identified his target. The jadeite rough displayed on this counter was sparse, as it was relatively expensive at 5,000 per kilogram. Hence, it was laid out in a single layer, allowing for clear visibility of each piece. Jiangnan's gaze fixated on each individual piece. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. At the 15th piece, he locked onto a target, a rough estimated to weigh around 2 kilograms. Adjacent to it stood a middle-aged man, selecting pieces, who had just lifted a piece and was now eyeing the one Jiangnan had chosen. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangnan swiftly approached and seized the rough. The middle-aged man, taken aback by the suddenness, turned to Jiangnan with a look of surprise. Jiangnan offered no explanations and simply turned away. The man noticed the Armani logo on Jiangnan's attire and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shaking his head, is this the demeanor of the affluent? Selecting rough so swiftly. Can such speed truly discern the quality of the jade? Perhaps he is merely here for amusement, dressed in attire worth tens of thousands, too formidable to contend with. Indeed, Jiangnan's plan had succeeded splendidly, leading those around him to perceive him as a wealthy individual. Even a significant purchase would diminish the likelihood of suspicion. Wealthy and capricious, merely here to enjoy, what of it? Tossing the rough into his backpack, Jiangnan continued his selection. Perhaps due to entering the premium zone, he made another discovery within a minute. Once again, a 100 value emerged before him. In this area, there were even fewer individuals selecting rough, as the price per kilogram was consistently rising. Here, the cost had soared to 7,000 per kilogram. It could be said that even a modest piece was valued at nearly 10,000. With approximately 50 pieces displayed at each counter, collectively amounting to a significant worth. Employing his usual method, Jiangnan began by determining the category. Imperial green. 0. Emerald. 0. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 100. Alas, how unfortunate, Jiangnan thought with a tinge of regret. Resuming his familiar approach, he began his assessment from one side. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. Valuables exceeding 2 million. 100. He pinpointed his target at the third counter. Subsequently, he examined each piece of rough meticulously. Shortly, he was met with valuables exceeding 2 million. 0. 0. 100. He had found his target. Jiangnan approached, claiming it, and out of curiosity, continued his assessment. Valuables exceeding 3 million. 100. Astonishing. Delightful. Valuables exceeding 4 million. 30. Well, it may just be over 3 million, nearing 4 million. Yet it is quite satisfactory, a small fortune indeed. How delightful. Chapter 60. A shattered worldview in pursuit of the elusive imperial green or emerald, or items valued over 2 million. The search yielded a disheartening 0. As Jiangnan delved deeper, his spirits sank further. He had nearly exhausted the entirety of the jadeite market without encountering a single piece of imperial green or emerald. Sighing softly, he recalled that both imperial green and emerald were exceedingly rare, typically only found at prestigious auctions or in the hands of exceptionally rare collectors. In the vast metropolis of Magic City, could it truly be that not a single piece existed? The remaining jade roughs were limited, confined to the most exquisite regions, their luster and appearance remarkably appealing. Yet, the price had skyrocketed to 20,000 per kilogram. What further disheartened Jiang An was the absence of not only imperial green or emerald, but even jadeite valued above 2 million. This stark reality illuminated the truth. Only those with true expertise or sheer luck could profit from jade gambling. Otherwise, one would undoubtedly face catastrophic losses. In the premium area, the foot traffic dwindled, with most individuals appearing scholarly and seemingly masterful, gesturing and offering their opinions. Among them stood an elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair and a long, flowing beard, exuding an air of distinction, surrounded by several admirers. The old man held a particularly fine piece of rough jade, earnestly expounding, "Behold the sheen, observe the water content. This rough undoubtedly harbors excellent jade." The surrounding crowd nodded in vigorous agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely, splendid insights, truly a master." This prompted Jiang An to take a closer look at the rough in the elder's grasp. A fleeting thought crossing his mind. Imperial green. 0, emerald. 0, valued over 2 million. 0, valued over 1 million. 0, goodness, valued over 10,000. 0, damn it, worth even a mere 10. 0, what a waste of stone. This left Jiang An utterly disillusioned with the venerable-looking elder, who seemed to possess profound knowledge. He felt an urge to approach him and quip, "Is it truly you, esteemed one?" Suppressing his thoughts, he resolved not to linger any longer and continued to examine the scant remaining roughs, placing his last hopes upon them. After all, each was priced at 20,000 per kilogram, and their appearances were so promising. Surely they could not all lead to disappointment. However, upon concluding his search, he was met with complete disillusionment. In the sprawling jade market of Magic City, he had failed to find a single piece of imperial green or emerald. A thoroughly perfect yet profoundly disappointing outcome. Frustrated, Jiang An rubbed his face, pondering how he could return from Magic City with merely 2 pieces of stone. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to lower his standards, at least to cover his travel expenses. Thus, he embarked on a new round of shopping among the previously examined roughs, adjusting his criteria. Items valued over 1 million. 0. Adhering to the principle of small profits but quick turnover, he soon made a discovery in the premium region. Navigating with ease, he sifted through the selections and identified a piece of rough valued at 1 million. Fortunately, it was not large, estimated at just over a kilogram. With a cost price of over 20,000 mm, a profit of over 90,000, Jiang An deemed this acceptable. However, if others were to learn of this, they would likely wish him 1,000 tortures. To sell a 20,000 piece for over 100,000, a 500-fold profit, was still to be grudgingly tolerated. They would merely raise their middle fingers and utter a single phrase. "Descend into the depths of hell, may you be thoroughly punished." Chapter 61. An Unexpected Delight MMM. Quite satisfactory, I suppose I can reluctantly accept it. During his second shopping spree, Jiang An procured 5 stones. However, their value was somewhat limited, certainly falling between 1 million and 2 million. Not exceeding that. Yet, at the very least, they were worth 5 million. He assessed the costs, estimating around 40,000, which left a profit that was barely acceptable. Just as he was preparing to weigh the stones and depart, an unexpected sight caught his eye. A miniature heavy truck entered the jade market, flanked by 2 black SUVs, which added an air of caution to the scene. A thought flickered in Jiang Nan's mind. Could it be newly arrived jade rough? With this notion, he immediately cast out a probe. The entire truck was filled with jade rough? 100%. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth. It was indeed the case. After a moment's contemplation, he cast out another probe. Was there imperial green or emerald? He casually probed, almost resigned to the thought that there would be no imperial green or emerald. However, in the next moment, a striking 100% appeared before his eyes. Jiang An instinctively let out a gasp, taken aback yet elated. His exclamation startled those around him, who cast him glances of reproach. Yet upon noticing his designer attire from Armani, they refrained from further comment, merely expressing their silent envy. Wealthy people, too formidable to provoke. Regaining his composure, Jiang An swiftly conducted his final appraisal. Was there emerald? 0%. Was there imperial green? 100%. Confirmed. It was indeed the imperial green he most desired. His heart swelled with joy. At this moment, staff members approached to disperse the crowd. "Everyone, please stand back. New goods have arrived. Once we have organized everything, you may come to select." With this, Jiangnan no longer felt the urgency to leave. He glanced at a nearby seating area and sauntered over. In the resting area, there were stalls selling beverages, fruits, and cigarettes. Jiangnan casually purchased a chilled drink and settled into a secluded seat, leisurely propping up one leg while sipping his drink, awaiting the arrangement of the new jade rough. A few minutes later, the entire truckload of jade rough was unloaded onto the ground. Jiangnan quickly assessed the hues and instantly discerned that this batch comprised the most inexpensive jade rough, priced at 1,000 per kilogram. At first glance, they resembled ordinary stones, their characteristics strikingly evident. He felt a surge of delight. It was clear that with just 1 or 2,000, he might procure some imperial green. Numerous staff members gathered to display the cargo from the truck onto the shelves. Initially, when Jiangnan arrived, many counters had been vacant, but they were now filled. Jiangnan remained patient. He couldn't select anything until the setup was complete. Approximately 2 hours later, all the newly arrived jade rough was arranged. Jiangnan moved in, employing his previous method to quickly conduct a broad scan. Before long, during his third scan across 10 counters, he identified the imperial green. He then proceeded to narrow down his targets one by one, swiftly locking onto the counters with mere thoughts. Upon reaching the 8th counter, he noticed a considerable crowd selecting stones. Now, Jiangnan was exceptionally experienced. He approached and cast out a thought, focusing on the individuals surrounding the stall. They held imperial green, 0%. He eliminated that possibility and proceeded to the next step. The left half of the pile contained imperial green, 100%. Excellent, a perfect hit. He then divided the left half into two, probing again. The upper half had imperial green, 0%. The lower half had imperial green, 100%. The area was now sufficiently small, and Jiangnan swiftly began to discern the stones one by one. Chapter 62. No compromise with a piece of imperial green. 100. Found it. Jiangnan gazed at the inconspicuous stone in his hand. Roughly the size of a fist and weighing about a kilogram, a grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he departed from the crowd. Eagerly, he conjured a thought. Worth over 5 million. 100. Worth over 10 million. 100 hiss. A twinge of excitement. Worth over 20 million. 100 hiss. Oh my. The surprise was quite substantial. Worth over 30 million. 0. Worth over 25 million. 0. A hint of disappointment lingered. Worth over 23 million. 30. Acceptable, I suppose. By this time, dusk was approaching, and the evening breeze felt particularly refreshing. Not wishing to linger any longer, he made his way directly to the cashier. The scale here was significantly larger than that of Jianghai City, with several cashiers on duty. Come, let us settle the payment. Jiangnan huffed, pulling out stone after stone from his backpack. The nearby cashiers were taken aback. So many? Goodness, 8 or 9 pieces. How intriguing, but it's the first time I've seen someone purchase so many at once. One of the cashiers, unable to contain her curiosity, asked with a smile, Sir, why did you buy so many at once? It's quite unusual. Who says I can't? Jiangnan replied, a hint of arrogance in his tone. No, there's no rule against it. Please forgive my curiosity, the cashier quickly apologized. The other cashiers, along with onlookers, couldn't help but shake their heads. Truly, the extravagance of the wealthy knows no bounds. In this day and age, those with wealth can indulge to their heart's content. Jiangnan felt a surge of satisfaction within. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Simultaneously, a thought flickered through his mind. There might be those who would suspect. 0.01. Jiangnan was speechless. Even the decimal point had emerged. However, the probability of being suspected was negligible. Moreover, he had already resolved that his visit to the gambling stone market in the magical city would be a one-time affair, with future ventures directed elsewhere. He was determined to adhere to the principle of strike and move. Soon, the settlement was concluded, totaling less than 80,000. Jiangnan nonchalantly transferred the money without batting an eyelid. He then hefted his backpack, laden with stones, and took his leave, the murmurs of the crowd trailing behind him. What a spendthrift. 80,000 without a flinch. What can one do? P.S. wealthy. Some people are simply incomparable, born amidst riches. Their lives are a perpetual cycle of extravagance. Jiangnan, overhearing their whispers, couldn't help but feel an urge to turn and give them the middle finger, exclaiming, You guys are the real spendthrifts. I'm pocketing tens of millions here. Get with the program. As night fell, Jiangnan, not wishing to stay out late, sought accommodation at a hotel. Having earned a fortune, He felt he deserved the best, choosing the Oriental Pearl Hotel in Pudong and requesting the presidential suite. The Oriental Pearl Hotel, situated by the Huangpu River, is the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai, boasting the largest and most expensive presidential suite in the city, priced at 160,000 per night. The suite features a 50-square-meter bathroom, equipped with a 4-square-meter massage bathtub and a steam room, along with a private fitness area. Additionally, the hotel chef can access the suite's fully equipped kitchen through a private passage, crafting exquisite culinary delights for guests. Chapter 63. The Astonishing 160,000 a night. A room costing 160,000 per night is indeed splendid. Jiang Nan, sipping red wine and lounging comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed, gazed at the 72-inch LCD television. Relishing the expanse of his lavish suite, having just returned from a workout, he indulged in a hot bath in the spacious 40-square-meter bathroom. And now with a glass of red wine in hand, he felt utterly content. At that moment, his phone rang. Jiang Nan reached for it and saw it was a call from Zhang Yuan. With a resigned smile, he answered the call, and Zhang Yuan's voice resonated through the receiver. "Boss, shall we meet?" Jiang Nan replied. "Hiki, boss, let us go out for a drink. Lily hasn't returned, and I'm feeling rather lonely." Zhang Yuan chuckled. "You're still addicted, huh?" "Hee, boss, don't be hasty. This time, it's on me. But I must insist. Let us keep the drinks and food inexpensive, or I won't be able to cover the bill. Just like before, let us cap it at $50. "How does that sound?" Jiang Nan responded. "Boss, you can't forget your impoverished friends just because you've come into some money. I genuinely wish to stick by you." Noticing Jiang Nan's silence, Zhang Yuan continued to ramble. "What is going on? I'm not even in Shanghai City. How could I possibly join you for drinks?" You're not in Shanghai City? Where are you?" Zhang Yuan inquired, surprise evident in his tone. "In the Magic City." Jiang Nan replied. "I've come to play in the Magic City. Is that true? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhang Yuan sounded skeptical. "How dare you doubt me?" Jiang Nan retorted indignantly. "Let your ears hear and your eyes see. Let us chat via WeChat, and I'll show you." He ended the call and initiated a video chat with Zhang Yuan, revealing the luxurious presidential suite to his friend. Zhang Yuan's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. "Wow, boss, where are you? This room is incredibly extravagant. Look at that massive crystal chandelier. The walls are so resplendent. Are they made of gold? Now do you believe me?" Jiang Nan said. "I'm currently resting in the best hotel in the Magic City. The Pudong Shangri-La." "Pudong Shangri-La?" Zhang Yuan replied. "I've never heard of it. I've never been to the Magic City." Jiang Nan, feigning sophistication, explained. The Pudong Shangri-La is situated by the Huangpu River. It's the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. Well, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but compliment Jiang Nan. "Now that you're wealthy, you've also become quite knowledgeable." "Ahem, it's nothing," Jiang Nan said proudly, continuing to elaborate. The hotel boasts the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai, costing 160,000 for a single night, which is the very room I'm occupying. Well, one night for 160,000. Zhang Yuan's expression on the video was one of exaggerated shock. Jiang Nan smiled lightly, turning the camera around to showcase various parts of the suite. Continuing his description, the suite features a bathroom that spans 50 square meters, including a 4-square-meter massage bathtub and a steam room, along with a private gym area. This is. Zhang Yuan stammered, utterly at a loss for words. Feeling a sense of pride, Jiang Nan thought he was impressing quite well and continued. Moreover, the hotel's chefs can access the suite's fully equipped kitchen through a private passage to prepare a feast for the guests. At this point, Zhang Yuan's face was a portrait of envy and jealousy. Chapter 64. The evidence is in the images. How is it? Jiang Nan asked with a hint of pride after the introduction. "It's not too bad, I suppose. I'm just thinking, spending 160,000 for a night is making my liver ache." Zhang Yuan replied with a bitter smile. Remembering something, he added, "Jiang Nan, could you do another round for me?" To see Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. "Are you really addicted to watching this? Fine. I'll show you once more." Once again, Jiang Nan began to circle around with his phone in hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan discreetly pressed the record button, saying, "Present it again. I'll note it down. This will give me some leverage to show off in front of my friends later." Jiang Nan, seeing Zhang Yuan's eager expression, relented and, with a voice tinged with magnetism, began to narrate again. The Pudong Oriental Hotel is located by the Huangpu River. It is the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai, boasting the largest and most expensive presidential suite in the city, with a nightly rate of 160,000. Having completed the tour of the presidential suite, capturing its exquisite and opulent features on video, Zhang Yuan, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction, stopped the recording and promptly shared the video in his colleagues' WeChat group. As the notification chimes rang out, curiosity piqued among Jiang Nan's former colleagues, who opened the video. The group erupted in excitement. What the heck? Is this Jiang Nan? Good heavens, staying in a presidential suite for 160,000 a night? Is this for real? This video must be edited, right? It really is Jiang Nan. I can hardly believe my eyes. I know the Pudong Oriental Hotel, the finest in the city, and the presidential suite indeed costs 160,000 a night. But how could Jiang Nan afford such an extravagant hotel? The video was sent by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, come out and explain, are you all daft? Just directly the person involved. Jiang Nan. Come out and clarify. Jiang Nan 1. Jiang Nan 2. Jiang Nan 10086. At that moment, Jiang Nan was still in the video, speaking to Zhang Yuan. Is that satisfactory now? Zhang Yuan promptly ended the video call, sending a mischievous emoji. Jiang Nan was left bewildered. Just then, the persistent notification sounds from the WeChat group caught his attention. He glanced at it and realized it was from his previous work group. Is there some commotion? It's been a while since I've seen the work group so lively. Upon opening it, his expression turned to one of utter confusion as he was greeted by a flurry of messages. Then he quickly scrolled up and soon spotted Zhang Yuan's video. Comprehending the situation, gritting his teeth, he typed a message in the group, Zhang Yuan, get out here. Zhang Yuan replied with a sly grin, hee, esteemed colleagues. Let us welcome the big shot who can afford a presidential suite for 160,000 a night. Immediately after, the group was abuzz with chatter. Zhang Yuan. Is it true that Jiang Nan checked into a presidential suite for 160,000 a night? Jiang Nan, is this real? Are you currently in the magical city, residing in the Pudong Oriental Hotel's presidential suite? Jiang Nan, come clean. What is going on? You just quit your job. Did you suddenly become a tycoon? Jiang Nan, with images as proof, hurry and post a couple of photos, or I want to believe it. 160,000 a night for a presidential suite is simply outrageous. Chapter 65, known by all the WeChat group, was abuzz, while Jiang Nan wore a gloomy expression. How frustrating it was that his brief moment of understated luxury was nearly made public by Zhang Yuan. Faced with his colleagues' inquiries, Jiang Nan could only respond helplessly. Yes. I'm currently in the presidential suite of the Oriental Hotel in Pudong, Shanghai. I came out to have some fun, but it's too late to return home. So I had to find a place to stay. How exasperating. This charade was executed with such finesse. It seemed to be true. The thought of spending 160,000 for a single night was almost unbearable. It felt as though 2 years of my salary had evaporated. Jiang Nan, would you dare to share a few photos? Pictures provide proof. Anyone can boast, remarked Wang Tsong, a colleague with whom Jiang Nan had previously had a strained relationship. Jiang Nan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, then casually snapped a few photos and sent them to the group. At that moment, Wang Tsong was left speechless. The other colleagues, upon seeing the images, had no doubts. However, the group chat became even more animated. Jiang Nan, so where have you been since you left your job? Just a few days, and you've transformed into a tycoon. I hardly recognize you. Jiang Nan, oh great one, please accept my admiration. I wish to follow in your footsteps. Jiang Nan, me too. I want to accompany you. Jiang Nan, when will you return to Shanghai? Let us arrange a meal together. Shy face. This last message came from a female colleague, widely acknowledged as the office beauty. Jiang Nan remained silent. Meanwhile, the other male colleagues looked on with envy, their hearts filled with resentment. Truly, it was an era that valued wealth. The once indifferent beauty had now transformed into an infatuated admirer. Inevitably, Jiang Nan became the center of attention, bombarded by his colleagues' comments. With a resigned smile, he finally said, "All right, I will treat everyone to dinner when the opportunity arises." This seemed to quell the public outrage, allowing the conversation to settle. Yet, within each colleague's heart, turmoil brewed. Each of them felt a complex mix of emotions. Previously, they had all toiled for meager salaries, bending to the whims of their superior. Now, Jiang Nan had metamorphosed into a wealthy individual, provoking both admiration and a hint of jealousy among them. One colleague, currently drinking with friends, put away his phone with a wry smile and remarked to his companion, "Ah, another buddy has struck it rich." Just a few days after leaving a company where he earned a meager monthly salary. And now he is residing in a presidential suite that costs $160,000 for a single night. What kind of hotel charges such exorbitant rates? Meanwhile, another colleague, working late, felt his motivation deflate like a punctured balloon, utterly devoid of desire to continue. MMP, working overtime? What is the point? After exhausting oneself, how much could one really earn? While others were spending a night's sleep for $160,000, he felt that life had lost its meaning. At the same time, Zhang Yuan was inundated with messages from his girlfriend, Lily, inquiring about the situation. Zhang Yuan, what is going on with Jiangnan? Hee, Lily, you're not aware? Jiangnan has struck gold. I've latched onto his success. He is now in the jade business, earning hundreds of thousands from a single deal. Really? Lily's face reflected shock. Of course. Would I deceive you? Haven't you seen the video? Jiangnan is staying in the best presidential suite in the city, costing $160,000 for just one night. Isn't that astonishing? $160,000. Just like that, gone. It makes my liver ache. Chapter 66. The Unemployment Syndrome. Just as the WeChat group fell silent, Jiangnan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was Bebe calling. He pressed the answer button and smiled, saying, "What is up, Bebe? What else could it be?" "I miss you," came Bebe's half-pouting voice through the line. "I haven't heard you speak all day, and I just wanted to listen to your voice." Jiangnan chuckled. "Seriously? I've only been gone for a day. TCH. You don't believe me? Woo-woo. I'm upset." Bebe feigned crying. "Jianggu, I really miss you. I'm so bored at home all alone. Then go out and have some fun, or continue your live stream. If you have something to do, you want to feel bored. I understand your situation well. You've been busy making money, and now that you're not working, of course, you're bored. This is what we call unemployment syndrome." That does make some sense. So, I should find something to occupy my time. Exactly. From now on, I'll be busy and want to always have time to keep you company. You need to find something to do. All right, let me think about it. Oh, wait. The most important thing is, I'm still receiving a salary of 10,000 yuan from you. How can I look for another job? Fine. I'll think it over. How about I just find a job and forget about your salary? Ugh, it's so frustrating. I don't know how to choose. All right. Jiangnan was left utterly speechless. Bebe had turned into a bundle of contradictions. For now, don't look for a job. I'll have a plan to start a company soon, and you can join when the time comes. It's not easy to earn a salary of 10,000 yuan elsewhere. That sounds good. I like that. Bebe brightened up. Okay, I'll hang up now. Get to bed early. I'll be back tomorrow. Bebe obediently replied, "Good night." "Good night. Moi? Jiangnan." He chuckled softly. "That was my first kiss." Jiangnan hung up. On the soft, grand bed of the presidential suite, Jiangnan laid out all the stones he had gathered. He meticulously catalogued each one in his mind, ensuring he was prepared for the transaction with old Zhao the following day. To begin with, he set aside the imperial green. Having already tested it, the success rate stood at 30 for a valuation of 23 million, with minimal fluctuations, thus requiring no further testing. Next, he took out 5 stones valued between 1 million and 2 million, placing them aside for a final evaluation. The focus was on 3 stones worth over 2 million. At present, he had no solid grasp on their value. Grouping them, he selected one at random and mentally projected its worth. Valued at over 3 million. 100. Quite promising. Valued at over 4 million. 0. Valued at over 3. 5 million. 20. Valued at over 3. 2 million. 80. Okay, now he had some calculations to work with. Jiangnan proceeded to test the next stone. Valued at over 3 million. 0. The results of the 3 stones emerged swiftly, roughly estimating at 10 million. Jiangnan felt a wave of satisfaction. He grabbed the red wine nearby, took a couple of sips to celebrate, and continued testing the 5 stones valued between 1 million and 2 million. Soon, the results arrived, estimating around 5 million. Combined with the imperial green, the total value soared to an impressive 40 million, with a cost of less than 80,000 yuan. Oh, if he included the expenses of this night in the presidential suite, that would add up to over 200,000 yuan. Jiangnan calculated in his mind. Noting the zeros following the 40 million, a long string of numbers made him chuckle with glee. His mood was simply delightful. Chapter 67.
A conversation had the following day. Just past mid-morning, Jiang Nan emerged from the Jianghai City airport, clad in an Armani tracksuit, exuding vitality. His already handsome face appeared even more striking against the backdrop of the luxurious attire. As he strode forward, dragging his suitcase, many young women nearby couldn't help but glance in his direction. Some even whispered among themselves, contemplating how to approach him. How should I initiate a conversation? I'm quite anxious about this. It's not every day one encounters a golden son-in-law who is not only handsome, but also affluent. Just look at that Armani ensemble. It must be worth over 100,000. Indeed, securing a man like him would guarantee a lifetime free from worries about clothing or food, and he is so dashing. Could this be the fabled male deity embodying both wealth and charm? Taxi. Jiang Nan effortlessly hailed a cab. The group of young women, still engaged in their speculations, furrowed their brows. Could he be a faux tycoon? Shouldn't wealthy individuals have their own chauffeur? This is worth pondering. Nevertheless, he's undeniably handsome. It's quite overwhelming. Li Yuan Community. Jiang Nan instructed the driver and fished out his phone to power it on. While it's no longer necessary to keep phones off throughout a flight, he had turned it off during takeoff and had chosen not to reactivate it until now, opting instead for a peaceful nap undisturbed by calls. As soon as he powered it on, he noticed a missed call from Anshi at 8 a.m., which took him by surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he called back. The line connected swiftly, yet there was silence on the other end. Jiang Nan felt perplexed, unable to discern the situation, and after a few seconds of silence, he hung up. What the hell? What's going on? Frustration began to brew within him. Just then, his phone rang again. I mount the desert steed, burdened with a pipe and hourglass, clutching a flask of spirits, traversing the long, ancient road, where myriad emotions intertwine, while the camels continue their relentless journey. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Anshi once more. What on earth is happening? Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and Anshi's icy voice came through. Jiang Nan, are you even a man? You call and don't speak? Jiang Nan replied, what the hell? What is going on? My grandfather is looking for you. Anshi continued coldly, you need to come to our house. Jiang Nan retorted, what the hell? Are you ordering me? I don't have time. He quickly hung up, feeling increasingly vexed. What attitude? Just because she's pretty. She thinks she can command me? Soon after, the phone rang again. I mount the desert steed, burdened with a pipe and hourglass. Now quite irate. Jiang Nan was about to hang up when he noticed a different number. This time it was from Anshi's grandfather. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly answered. His tone frosty. What is the matter, old masterin? Young brother Jiang, I do have a matter at hand, the elder said, his tone humble. I need your assistance. And, it seems that your conversation with my granddaughter did not go well? Jiang Nan coldly responded, not that it didn't go well. Rather, we didn't converse at all. Young brother Jiang, if my granddaughter spoke inappropriately, please do not take it to heart. She has been spoiled since childhood and has a proud disposition. Being a girl, you should show her some leniency. I had her call you, hoping that as young people, you would get along well. I didn't anticipate it would lead to this. I sincerely apologize, and once you meet, I will ensure Anshi also offers her apologies. Jiang Nan interjected, what meeting? What situation? When did I agree to that? Chapter 68. Lingering regrets. Wait a moment, Jiang Nan continued coldly, old masterin. I believe you are mistaken. I do not recall ever agreeing to meet you. Old masterin paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly responding, young brother Jiang. What seems to be the matter? You sound quite upset. Humph. Of course, I am angry, Jiang Nan retorted with a cold snort. Your precious granddaughter commands me as if I were one of her subordinates. I fail to understand. Do I owe her something? Oh dear, young brother. Please do not be angry, old masterin implored gently. Did I not mention that she should apologize to you? I cannot fathom her behavior. It seems as though she has taken some offense, particularly towards you. Sigh, young brother Jiang. I have been pondering this matter. Have you two had a quarrel? This time, it was Jiang Nan who found himself at a loss. He thought to himself that there had been no quarrel, merely an occasional encounter at the cinema. Could it be that this was the source of her lingering grievance? Upon this realization, he cast out a probe. Was she truly fixated on their movie outing? A 50 likelihood. Indeed, it seemed there was some basis for this. Well then, if it were merely a misunderstanding, perhaps he could find it in himself to forgive her. Young brother, did you truly have a disagreement? Old masterin inquired again. Jiang Nan fell silent, prompting another question from old masterin. It was hardly a quarrel. Jiang Nan responded with a casual fabrication.
I previously mentioned that we had a minor dispute regarding the car accident. We merely exchanged a few sharp words, nothing more. I suspect she is still upset over that. However, I shall not hold it against her. Now, old masterin, let us discuss the matter at hand. What brings you to seek my counsel? Young brother, it is this. I have recently acquired a piece of calligraphy and painting that I would like you to examine. Ah, I see. Very well. Let us proceed to old Master Zhao's antique shop. Young brother, I invite you to my home instead, old masterin said courteously. You have yet to visit, and I have arranged a sumptuous banquet in your honor. Should it be inconvenient for you, I can send a vehicle to fetch you. Jiang Nan pondered briefly. All right then, I shall make my way over. There is no need for transportation, simply send me the address. Very well. I shall send you the location. Good, Jiang Nan replied, ending the call. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed, revealing the location sent to him. Upon inspection, he found it to be situated on a mountain in the outskirts. He paused for a moment, then chuckled wryly. He recalled that several luxurious villas were constructed on that mountain, and it appeared one of them belonged to the Yin family. Truly, they were affluent. Compared to them, his modest residence in Liyuan community suddenly felt like a doghouse. Please enjoy some tea. My guest will arrive shortly, old masterin said. Welcoming a group of elderly gentlemen of similar age to himself, all esteemed figures in the world of collectibles. They hailed from various cities, gathered today at old masterin's residence due to the piece of calligraphy and painting. There's no rush, one of the gentlemen remarked. As long as you can confirm the authenticity of the artwork, we are more than willing to wait, even for 3 days. Indeed, another chimed in. Though our time is precious, we can afford to wait if it means determining the truth of this piece. Sigh. If only Master Yun were not abroad and unavailable for the time being, we would have sought him out directly to ascertain the authenticity of the artwork without delay. Chapter 69. Entangled to call, or not to call. In the Liyuan community, Bei was tossing a coin, grappling with the decision of whether or not to contact Jiang An. He had mentioned returning today, yet half the morning had slipped by without his arrival, leaving her increasingly anxious. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Momentarily startled, Bei quickly dashed to the door and peered through the peephole, only to find Jiang Nan returning, dragging his suitcase behind him. She swung the door open, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Jiang Gu, you're finally back. Were you waiting for me? Jiang Nan chuckled as he stepped inside. Bei promptly shut the door and flitted around him like a little bird. I was so bored at home. Of course I missed you. It seems I should hasten to start a company. Jiang Nan chuckled helplessly. Otherwise, you'd surely drive yourself mad. Indeed. Bei responded cheerfully. If you establish a company, I'll be your secretary. Jiang Nan, bemused, replied, Why do you want to be a secretary? Can't you consider something else? Impossible, Bei retorted, pouting. If I'm not your secretary, I worry that other women might take your fancy. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. So, am I to refrain from interacting with other women? Should I remain single for life? I'll be your girlfriend, Bei asserted immediately. That won't do, Jiang Nan replied firmly. You are still young. I'm not that young, Bei protested, puffing out her chest. Jiang Nan sighed, indeed. You're not small in that regard. But please, don't tempt me. It's hard to resist. He quickly cleared his throat to shift the topic. Bei, I need to step out again. What? You just got back? Bei's expression turned momentarily forlorn, evoking sympathy. Alas, Jiang Nan said, resigned, such is life. One must toil for a living. Are you being insincere? Bei queried, her eyes glinting mischievously. Take me with you. Take you with me? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then, you can come along. Bei's face lit up with joy as she eagerly inquired, Where are we going? To a friend's house, Jiang Nan replied, setting his suitcase down in the bedroom. This suitcase was worth 40 million. It had taken him half a day to acquire it, and he could not afford to lose it. Jiang Nan conceded that he was being a bit dramatic, although the suitcase was indeed valuable. It hadn't been overly difficult to obtain. I'm going to change clothes, Bei chimed excitedly, rushing into the bedroom. Jiang Nan was speechless. Bei, adorned in a short skirt and tank top, was already quite alluring. Did she truly need to change? Sighing, he found himself perplexed by women. Suddenly recalling something, he approached Bei's bedroom door and knocked. Don't come in. I'm changing. Bei's voice called out from within. Jiang Nan sighed in exasperation. Clearing his throat, he announced, I just wanted to let you know that the friend I'm visiting is a renowned collector. It would be better if you dressed more formally, otherwise, we might appear frivolous. Oh, I see, Bei replied thoughtfully from inside. All right, I'll put on a dress, something elegant. Okay, Jiang Nan affirmed. As a streamer, Bebe often engaged in role-playing, possessing a myriad of outfits. Jiang mused that if he were to marry someone like Bebe, life would undoubtedly be vibrant and filled with variety. Imagining the delightful evenings filled with different roles made him giddy. Returning to his own room, Jiang changed his attire, swapping his Armani sweatshirt for simpler streetwear. He did this not for any other reason but to maintain a consistent image before his elder relatives. Chapter 70. The fine cabbage is ruined by a pig with a sharp screech. The taxi halted before an opulent villa situated on the outskirts of Jianghai. Jiangnan and Bebe alighted from the vehicle. Jiangnan gazed at the villa before him, contemplating. It appeared to be time to acquire a vehicle that befits his stature. Otherwise, arriving at such a locale by taxi felt somewhat inappropriate. Even the taxi driver, peering through the window at the villa, timidly inquired, "Are you certain this is the place you wish to visit?" Jiangyan tossed a bill towards him and replied, "What? Is it unacceptable to take a taxi to such a place?" The driver, momentarily taken aback, responded, "No, that's not what I meant. Well, I've said too much. Farewell." With that, he turned the steering wheel and drove away, muttering under his breath, "What vehicle doesn't he belong to the affluent when coming here?" "Wow," Bebe exclaimed, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she fluttered her long lashes. "What a magnificent villa. It's so luxurious." "Indeed, it is rather grand," Jiangnan nodded, feeling somewhat out of place in such surroundings. Not having visited such a venue before, he found himself perplexed by the multiple entrances, unsure of which to choose. Frustrated by his humble origins, he decided to simply select the nearest door and led Bebe toward it. However, they were promptly halted by a security guard. "What business do you have?" He scrutinized them with a piercing gaze. Jiangnan replied, "I'm here to see old Master Inhofe." The guard scoffed. "Many seek our master for appraisals. Do you have an appointment?" "An appointment?" Jiangnan's brow furrowed. "Well, one could say so. Under what name?" Jiangnan felt a surge of exasperation, tempted to turn and leave, but the taxi had already departed, and walking back to the city would take at least 2 hours. Resigned, he stated, "Jiangnan, please wait a moment," the guard said, before stepping into a nearby kiosk to make a phone call, his voice raised. Upon connecting, the tone shifted to one of humility. "Butler Liu, there's a visitor named Jiang and who claims to have an appointment." "What? None? All right. I understand how to proceed." The guard hung up, his expression darkening as he emerged from the kiosk. "Humph. There is no appointment at all. You dare to deceive us here? Do you comprehend the consequences?" Feeling a twinge of fear, Bebe's face paled as she clutched Jiang's arm. "Jiang, what is happening? Perhaps we should leave. These guards seem quite fierce." The guard, observing Bebe's beauty, muttered under his breath, "Such a lovely little girl. Yet she associates with this loser. Sigh. Such fine cabbage wasted on a pig." Jiangnan's expression darkened, yet he refrained from retorting to the guard. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed old Masterin. The call was quickly answered, and a courteous voice resonated. "Young brother Jiang, what seems to be the issue? If you are busy, we can wait." "Humph." Jiangyan interjected, "Old Masterin, your hospitality is commendable. I've arrived at the entrance. Yet I am being accosted by the gatekeeper, who accuses me of deceit, placing a heavy label upon me." "Ah," old Masterin exclaimed, and after a brief moment, realization dawned upon him. "Good heavens, have you been stopped by the guard? Oh dear, I completely forgot to inform the butler. Young brother, please hold on. I will come to greet you immediately." Chapter 71. A slap in the face in no time. A sleek, elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom sped out of the villa, its velocity indicative of an urgent departure. With a sharp screech, the vehicle halted at the entrance. The door swung open, and simultaneously, 2 bodyguards clad in black, along with the elderly Misterin, alighted from the car. Several security personnel immediately bowed and nodded deferentially, while those who obstructed Jiang Nan appeared even more subservient. "Young Master Jiang," Misterin hurriedly approached Jiang Nan, his expression one of deep apology. "I'm truly sorry, exceedingly sorry." He then cast a sharp glare at the security guards, his countenance darkening ominously. "Who dared to impede my esteemed guest?" The guards exchanged bewildered glances, but the situation was all too clear. They turned their attention towards the guard who had blocked Jiang Nan's passage. The guard's face paled, realization dawning upon him that he had caused a significant blunder. "It was you." Mr. N's voice was icy as he fixed his gaze on the culprit. I. The guard stammered, on the verge of tears, aware that any justification would be futile, although it was not entirely his fault. Such nuances held little significance in this context. Slap. Mr. N delivered a resounding slap, the force of which sent the guard stumbling. "Apologize," he commanded, his expression frigid. The guard, now thoroughly terrified, trembled uncontrollably, recognizing that offending Jiang Nan was tantamount to courting disaster. He rushed to Jiang Nan, pleading, "Noble sir, I was wrong. I was wrong," while striking himself across the face in remorse. Jiang Nan, with a frosty demeanor, observed the guard's self-flagellation before finally responding, "Enough. I shall overlook this instance, but in the future, choose your words wisely. Even if someone lacks an appointment, it is unnecessary to speak so harshly. Every individual possesses dignity." "Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand," the guard replied hastily, his voice quaking. "I shall never dare again." Jiang Nan dismissed him with a scoff. "Ah, young brother. It is all just a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding," Mr. N interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension. "Let us board the vehicle. We can discuss matters inside." "Bei-bei." "Get in the car," Jiang Nan called gently to Bei-bei. As they entered the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bei-bei gazed at the opulent interior with wide eyes, her nervousness evident as she gingerly settled into her seat, as if fearing to mar the exquisite vehicle. Mr. N joined them, and the car turned smoothly, making its way back into the villa. As they traversed the expansive grounds, Jiang Nan was struck by the villa's grandeur. Even after passing through the main gate, it took over a minute for the vehicle to reach its destination. Along the route, various scenic attractions emerged: quaint gardens, serene fishing ponds, and charming wooden bridges, where luxury seamlessly intertwined with nature, the babbling brooks and willow trees casting a tranquil ambience. "Wow, how beautiful," Bei-bei whispered in awe, her voice barely audible beside Jiang Nan. He offered a wry smile, reflecting on how, had his mindset not shifted, he might have shared her sentiments. Once, the idea of such opulence felt unattainable, evoking admiration tinged with longing. Yet now, the lavish villa appeared within his grasp. It was merely a matter of time before he could procure one for himself. It was no longer a distant dream. As the vehicle came to a stop, the bodyguard promptly opened the door, and Mr. N stepped out with a welcoming smile. Jiang Nan descended leisurely, exuding calm composure, while Bei-bei, still somewhat anxious, clutched Jiang Nan's arm tightly. At the entrance of the grand hall, Angel stood poised, waiting. Though her expression lacked a smile, it was neutral. Her alluring beauty and statuesque figure commanded attention. However, upon spotting Bei-bei accompanying Jiang Nan, her countenance turned icy. With a decisive turn, she strode into the room, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan remained engrossed in the surroundings, oblivious to her presence. Chapter 72. Doubt has the girl arrived? Inquired several elderly gentlemen in the living room upon seeing Enchi enter. Yes, and she nodded. Though her spirits were notably low, she managed to muster a faint smile. These venerable gentlemen were old friends of her grandfather, and despite her discontent, she recognized the importance of maintaining decorum. Before long, Old Master and Jiang Nan made their entrance into the hall. "Haraha, allow me to introduce you all to this young brother, Jiang," Old Master joyfully announced. However, upon seeing Jiang Nan, the expressions of the elderly gentlemen soured, their brows furrowing in disapproval, suspicion creeping into their minds. "So young? His attire lacks sophistication. Is this truly the esteemed figure spoken of by Old Masterin? Surely not." One particularly corpulent elder voiced his disappointment directly. "Olden, is this truly the person we have been awaiting?" Jiang Nan, frowning slightly, understood the implications of the elder's words, recognizing the disdain directed at him. Indeed, indeed," chimed in another elder. "So young, can he truly appraise treasures?" His tone dripped with skepticism. Jiang Nan surveyed the group, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, fully aware that these old-timers regarded him with contempt, none of them believing in his abilities. "Old Wang, Old Liao, your words are misguided," Old Masterin interjected promptly. "Do not be deceived by Zhang's youth. His discerning eye is truly extraordinary. Let us wait and see." "Is that so? I find that hard to believe. If that were the case, we, who have spent decades in this field and are acknowledged for our talents, would have wasted our lives." The skepticism lingered among them. Jiang Nan merely chuckled inwardly, choosing to disregard their disparagement. His purpose here was solely to support Old Masterin. The opinions of these gentlemen mattered little to him. "Ah, and she, come here." Old Masterin suddenly remembered something and called out to her. "Come and apologize." "I." And she shot a complicated glance at Jiang Nan, then at Bei-bei, her reluctance evident. Jiang Nan recalled the night they watched a movie together, waiting with a gentle smile, saying nothing. "Hurry, apologize," Old Master and reiterated. Did we not agree? You must apologize for your rudeness over the phone. Such behavior is unbecoming. How have I taught you? Fine, fine, and she acquiesced, her brows furrowing slightly, looking quite pitiful, eliciting a desire in the men to comfort and console her. She turned to Jiang Nan and murmured, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken that way on the phone. He. Jiang Nan chuckled. I didn't quite catch that. What did you say? You. I. And she inhaled sharply, her chest rising and falling enticingly. A sight that was undeniably captivating. All right. It seems I should let it go, considering you're a young lady, Jiang Nan remarked, both amused and exasperated, yet somewhat enchanted. He waved his hand to shift the topic. I'm here for serious matters, not merely to demand an apology from you. Yes. Old Master and quickly interjected to ease the tension. We are here for serious business. And she, please fetch the calligraphy and paintings. Chapter 73, Bamboo and Stone Soon. And she carefully unrolled a scroll with great caution. She approached the tea table and slowly unfurled it. At first glance, the scroll exuded an ancient charm, suggesting it had seen many years. And she took more than half a minute to fully unfurl the scroll. Jiang Xiao brother, take a look. The old gentleman eagerly gestured for Jiang Nan to come forward. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and stepped closer, refraining from touching the ancient painting, instead standing beside it to observe closely. Old Manon and several other elders gathered around, standing quietly without uttering a word, their silence palpable. The other elders, in particular, regarded Jiang Nan with expressions of skepticism. Jiang Nan stood motionless, gazing at the venerable calligraphy and painting. The artwork, though simplistic in style, possessed a profound vitality. It depicted two bamboo stalks alongside a rock. If one were to find any additional element, it would be the inscription beside it, rendered in semi-cursive script. Jiang Nan glanced briefly at the bamboo and the stone before focusing intently on the lines of text. Being a complete novice in the realm of calligraphy and painting, he found himself utterly bewildered. The small inscription began with a two-character title, Bamboo and Stone. Jiang Nan couldn't help but grin. Indeed, it was a depiction of bamboo and stone. The subsequent lines resembled a poem. Unyielding to the green mountains, my roots firmly planted in the crumbling rock. Resilient through 1,000 trials, heedless of the winds from all directions. A sharp intake of breath escaped Jiang Nan as he realized this was none other than a poem by Zheng Banqiao. Glancing at the signature confirmed it. Zheng Xia. It was indeed Zheng Banqiao. This led Jiang Nan to ponder the significance of this painting. He had heard that Zheng Banqiao's calligraphy and paintings were quite valuable. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. However, he soon questioned further, recognizing that while Zheng Banqiao's works could fetch hundreds of thousands, or even millions, such amounts were relatively trivial for someone of old man and stature. After all, he had once incurred a loss of over 40 million on an ancient jade, which seemed inconsequential. What was the true nature of this situation? Jiang Nan feigned interest in the artwork, yet his mind raced with thoughts. In matters of appraisal, he was but a layman, feeling uncertain. His only advantage lay in the likelihood of success. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. Initially employing the process of elimination to ascertain whether he could discern Old Man's intentions. Was Old Man attempting to authenticate whether this painting was a genuine work of Zheng Banqiao? That was Jiang Nan's first thought. In the next instant, a series of numbers flashed before him. 100. Indeed, he was correct. This made things easier. Jiang Nan began to conduct tests on the painting. Was it Zheng Banqiao's authentic work? 50 what? Jiang Nan was momentarily flummoxed. How could this be? Shouldn't it be either genuine or a forgery? Why was there a 50 probability? After a brief reflection, he considered a possibility and proposed another thought. Was it a collaborative piece? 100. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. It was indeed the case. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he needed to understand this artwork better to impress those elderly gentlemen who looked down upon him. So he continued his testing. Was this painting completed by two individuals? 100. Feeling uneasy, Jiang Nan proceeded with a more rigorous test. Was this painting executed by more than two individuals? 0. Now he was certain. This artwork had indeed been completed by two individuals. Next, was the bamboo painted by Zheng Banqiao? 0. Was the stone painted by Zheng Banqiao? 0. What on earth was going on? Chapter 74. Both teacher and friend. This situation left Jiang Nan perplexed. Neither stone nor bamboo seemed to fit. Then, Jiang Nan noticed the inscription beside him and suddenly chuckled, having overlooked it entirely. Was this inscription truly the authentic work of Zheng Banqiao? In the next moment, a series of numbers flashed before his eyes. 100. Jiang Nan felt a surge of delight. However, he did not let arrogance take hold. He pondered if there might be more useful information to uncover. This thought indeed led him to a revelation. Since he was collaborating with Zheng Banxiao, it must be someone familiar to him. And if he could discern more about this connection, it would elevate the matter further. Thus, he continued down the path of inquiry. Zheng Banxiao as friend? 20. Damn. Jiang Nan felt momentarily bewildered by such data. It was somewhat vexing. After a moment's reflection, could it be that this individual held both the title of friend and other roles? Perhaps both a teacher and a friend? He pressed on. Zheng Banxiao's teacher? 0. Zheng Banxiao's wife? 0. Zheng Banxiao's student? 100. Bingo. He had guessed correctly. Jiang Nan was nearly overcome with laughter. Though he managed to restrain his voice, the joy was evident on his face, prompting the ever-watchful elder to inquire, "Young man, have you discerned something?" "Discerned what?" Jiang Nan countered. His response caused the faces of the surrounding elders to darken further. I told you, at such a tender age. He could hardly be a master. Indeed, Eldarin, you must have been deceived. It is clear, if he understands more than the rest of us gathered here. I would gladly slap my own face. The plumpest elder looked down upon Jiang Nan with scornful derision. Eldarin found himself in an awkward position. He had confidently assured everyone of Jiang Nan's exceptional insight. If the young man turned out to be nothing as he had presumed, it would be quite the embarrassment in front of his old friends. Even Angel, who stood nearby, furrowed her lovely brows, casting doubt upon Jiang Nan's abilities. "Young man, have you truly not discerned anything?" Eldarin spoke with a hint of a bitter smile. "Elder, discern what?" Jiang Nan replied, puzzled. "You have yet to tell me what I am supposed to discern. Are you asking me whether this is a painting?" "Indeed. I can affirm without hesitation that it is a painting." Eldarin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly added, Yes, I was being foolish. I meant to ask if you could tell whether this painting is by Jean." Before he could finish, the plump elder interrupted, "Eldarin, just ask him what era this painting is from." Yes, indeed. Such wisdom." The others chimed in. Eldarin paused, quickly grasping his friend's intentions. They were clearly plotting to embarrass Jiang Nan. If he could not even ascertain the era of the painting, nor recognize it as a work of Zheng Banxiao, it would indeed be amusing. Yet, out of regard for his friends and now harboring a flicker of doubt about Jiang Nan, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Young man, can you tell us from which era this painting originates?" With a cold smile, Jiang Nan saw through the ploys of the old man. He possessed some understanding of the esteemed Zheng Banxiao, a scholar during the Kangxi era, a successful candidate during the Yongjing period, and a jinshi in the Qianlong era. Thus, it sufficed to ascertain whether this painting belonged to the Kangxi, Yongjing, or Qianlong period. Silently, a thought was cast forth. Kangxi era, 0. Yongjing era, 0. Qianlong era, 100. Chapter 75. A sudden enlightenment with a profound understanding, Jiang Nan softly remarked. "This painting is a creation from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty." Indeed. "Ah, splendid. Lorden exclaimed joyfully, his laughter ringing out as he relished the moment, pleased that he had not been embarrassed. The expressions of the other elderly gentlemen momentarily shifted, and they regarded Jiang Nan with a newfound seriousness. Ha, young brother, could you discern whether this painting is the authentic work of Zheng Banxiao?" Lorden inquired, still chuckling with delight. "We old fellows have been quite perplexed." Jiang Nan did not respond immediately. Instead, he retorted, "Even if this painting were genuinely by Zheng Banxiao, its value would not be exorbitant. For an ordinary individual, several million might seem considerable, yet for you, it is hardly significant. My young friend, this is not merely a matter of money," Lorden replied earnestly. "As collectors, we seek authenticity. As you can see, my companions here are all reputable figures in the realm of antiques. While their discernment may not be at the pinnacle, they are certainly not fools. We are collectively confounded by this painting, which is precisely why we sought your expertise." Understanding their true intent was not monetary, but rather a quest for authenticity. Jiang Nan nodded thoughtfully. He surmised that the elders were bewildered because certain aspects of the painting resembled Zheng Banxiao's style, while others did not. After all, this piece was a collaborative effort between Zheng Banxiao and one of his students. To confirm his hypothesis, he discreetly initiated a test. The elders were troubled by the fact that some elements of the painting seemed to be genuine works of Zheng Banxiao, while others bore a striking resemblance, but were not authentic. In the next moment, Data flashed before his eyes. 100. Ah, just as I suspected. The inscription appears to be Zheng Banxiao's authentic work, yet the bamboo and rocks are not. 100. Indeed, the bamboo and rocks were painted by Zheng Banxiao's student, closely mirroring his style, which contributed to the elder's confusion. Jiangnan readily grasped this nuance. Noticing Jiangnan's silence, Lorden tentatively inquired, "Young brother, could it be that this painting is not genuine but a forgery?" Well, how should I put this? Jiangnan seemed to gather his thoughts before finally articulating, "It is not a forgery, it is undoubtedly authentic." But he hesitated, leaving the elders, including Lorden and Qi, eagerly anticipating his next words. "But what?" Lorden pressed impatiently. "However, only a portion of this painting is the authentic work of Zheng Banxiao, while another portion is not." Ah, everyone was taken aback. "A portion is, and a portion is not? Young brother, please elaborate," Lorden urged with great eagerness. Indeed, Jiangnan gestured toward the inscription on the painting. "This poem is pinned in the hand of the esteemed Zheng Banxiao, yet the bamboo and rocks are not his handiwork, but rather that of one of his students. Zheng merely composed a poem, meaning this painting is a collaborative effort." So that is the case. Oh, I see now. I finally understand. As Jiangnan's explanation concluded, the elderly gentleman erupted into exclamations of enlightenment. Of course, looking at the inscription, it is undeniably Zheng Banxiao's authentic work. And the painting's style is reminiscent of him, yet it lacks the spirit and essence of a true master. I see now. Clearly, Jiangnan's insight had unraveled their confusion. Amidst their exclamations, the elderly gentleman's gazes toward Jiangnan transformed, shedding their prior skepticism in favor of profound admiration. To discern the intricacies of this painting with such acuity left them in awe. They finally comprehended that this young man, despite his seemingly humble appearance, possessed remarkable discernment and extraordinary insight. Chapter 76. Profound and enigmatic Brother Jiang, you were truly, exceptionally remarkable, Mr. N exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, struggling to articulate his exhilaration. The problems that have troubled us for so long were effortlessly unraveled by your keen insight. This is simply astonishing. Indeed, it is hard to believe that such a young individual possesses such profound experience and wisdom. We have squandered our years in vain. Quite right. Alas, at our age, we have wasted our lives. It is truly incomparable. The elderly gentlemen immediately changed their tone, their previous demeanor now transformed. One could say their faces were remarkably thick-skinned, and she, standing nearby, could not help but smile. But her expression quickly shifted to one of mild resentment as she glanced at Bei Bei beside her. By the way, I recall Elder Liao mentioning that if this young brother could discern the authenticity of this painting, he would slap himself. At this moment, a tall, slender elder turned to the stoutest among them with a teasing smile. Yes, that was indeed said. Mr. N and another elder chimed in jovially, eager to join in the merriment. The stout elder, suddenly blushing, glanced between Jiangnan and the others, stammering, I merely spoke in jest. Ha ha. The group erupted into laughter. Jiangnan thought to himself, how shamelessly thick-skinned. Come, young brother, let us proceed to the dining hall. I wish to treat you to a fine drink and introduce you to these elderly gentlemen. Mr. N gestured invitingly. Jiangnan said nothing further, beckoning to Bei Bei as they followed Mr. N to the dining hall. The dining hall exuded an atmosphere of opulence and solemnity. Under Mr. N's arrangement, Jiangnan took the seat of honor, with Bei Bei beside him and Qi seated next to her. The household staff bustled about, serving dishes and pouring wine. Mr. N, seeking conversation, glanced at Bei Bei and inquired, Brother Jiang, may I ask who this young lady is? My sister, Jiangnan replied calmly. Bei Bei offered a shy smile, feeling somewhat reserved in such an environment. Meanwhile, Qi's eyes sparkled, her previously icy demeanor softening into a gentle smile. Soon, the food and drink were served. Following the usual formalities, Mr. N raised his glass, exchanged pleasantries, and everyone took a small sip. The conversation flowed freely thereafter. Now, the elderly gentlemen, in addition to their admiration for Jiangnan, were also filled with curiosity. The stout elder, Elder Liao, his face quivering with excitement, inquired, Brother Jiang, this young talent, who is your mentor? In the realm of antiques, lineage is of utmost importance. These elderly gentlemen, including Mr. N, had many disciples of their own. If Jiangnan were to claim a renowned mentor from the antique world, it would elevate his standing significantly. However, Jiangnan's expression turned icy as he replied, You may inquire with the elder about that. Quite right. Mr. N interjected hastily. Brother Zhang's mentorship is shrouded in mystery, and there have been explicit instructions regarding discretion in discussing it publicly. Oh, I see. I see. The elders nodded in understanding. Very well. We shall not pursue this topic further. Let us drink. Drink. With a collective air of comprehension, the elderly gentleman harbored no doubts about Jiang Nan. Instead, they found him even more enigmatic. The allure of mystery often incites deeper contemplation, and given Jiang Nan's demonstrated prowess, his reticence only served to amplify his enigmatic presence. Chapter 77. Thoughts. The conversation shifted to light-hearted banter, and Anshi appeared to be in high spirits. She raised her glass towards Bei and said, Sister Jiang. So you were the sister from Jiang Nan? Yes. Bei smiled, feeling no need to clarify anything. In Anshi's presence, she felt a weight of pressure, acutely aware of Anshi's haughty demeanor and her family's grandeur. Come, let's share a drink, Anshi proposed. Now that we've been introduced, I am Anshi, and you? I am Bei. She replied, shyly lifting her glass. A lovely name, Anshi remarked as they clinked their glasses, each taking a modest sip of red wine. How old are you? Anshi suddenly seemed more talkative. 18. I am 22, Anshi stated. That makes me 4 years your senior. From now on, I shall call you Sister Bei. All right. Bei obediently nodded. Sister Anshi. Indeed, Anshi responded cheerfully, suddenly recalling something. By the way, since I called you sister, I must give you a gift, just a moment. With that, she stood up, her slender waist swaying as she quickly exited in her high heels. Before long, she returned with an LV handbag, handing it to Bei. I bought this during a trip. It's new and unused. I have no need for it, so it's yours. Huh? Bei was taken aback. As a girl, she had a fondness for handbags, and she knew well the exorbitant price of an LV bag. Stunned for a moment, she quickly protested. No, Sister Anshi. This is too precious. Not at all, Anshi said nonchalantly. It's merely a trinket. Accept it. Yes, Jiangnan chimed in. There's no need to be so polite. Bei nodded eagerly, her spirits lifted. But a moment later, she timidly asked Anshi, Sister Anshi, how much is this handbag? Not much, Anshi replied casually. Just over 40,000. Under 50,000. Bei's hand trembled slightly as she held the bag, nearly gasping but managing to stifle herself, biting her lip to contain her tumultuous emotions. The banquet continued until the afternoon, with Elder Liao, Elder Wang, and several other distinguished gentlemen exchanging contact information with Jiangnan. Each displayed profound respect, leaving Jiangnan delighted. She had effortlessly made connections with several individuals of stature in their circles, paving the way for future endeavors. As she prepared to leave, Eldarin said, Brother Jiang, we must arrange a vehicle to take you home. All right, Jiangnan nodded without demur. It would indeed be inconvenient without a car, especially since taxis are scarce. A casual remark from Jiangnan caught Eldarin's attention. He blinked, then said, Young Brother Jiang, if you don't mind, I have an idle vehicle here, a slightly lower-end model. A Land Rover Range Rover. It's an off-road vehicle. If you need it for temporary transport, it would suffice. Jiangnan pondered briefly, then without hesitation, nodded. That would be fine. I'll use it temporarily until I can settle down and purchase my own. I'm thrilled you find it suitable, Eldarin exclaimed. Turning to his bodyguard. Quickly, bring the car over. Understood, the bodyguard replied promptly and soon returned with a pristine white Land Rover Range Rover, appearing almost like a new vehicle. Could it be? Is this a new car? Jiangnan thought momentarily. The next instant, a data flash crossed her mind. 90, Jiangnan realized it was nearly new and meticulously maintained, presenting as if it were fresh off the lot. The bodyguard stepped out, respectfully standing to the side. Young brother, would you like a driver as well? Eldarin inquired with a smile. That won't be necessary, Jiangnan replied with a grin. I possess a driver's license. She had her license for quite some time, but unfortunately, she had never been able to afford a vehicle. Very well then, Eldarin said. No need for further arrangements. As Jiangnan beckoned Bei to join her in the car, Eldarin added, Brother Jiang, feel free to drive the car as long as you wish. It's merely sitting idle here. Thank you. I want to be modest about it. Let us gather again sometime. Jiangnan showed no signs of embarrassment as she started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and drove away with flair. She understood the dynamics well. Although she had done nothing overtly significant, she had nevertheless rendered a considerable favor for Elder and his associates. After all, to insist on returning the favor could seem rather gauche. Chapter 78. Idly awaiting the white Land Rover Range Rover glided out of the villa. and Jiang Nan reveled in the vehicle's performance and formidable power, a stark contrast to the van he had previously driven. With a gentle press of the accelerator, the car surged forward with exhilarating speed, a delightful experience. Glancing at the dashboard, he noted that the odometer read under 10,000 kilometers, indicating it had barely completed its break-in period. He felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Beside him, Bei's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile curving like a crescent moon as she exclaimed, "Wow, this car is amazing. We're going to be rich." Moments later, she lovingly examined her LV handbag, turning it over in her hands. "I never dreamed I would own an LV bag one day. Sister Anshi is so wonderful. This family is incredibly wealthy. A car worth over $1 million and a handbag worth several thousand, just given away like that." Jiang Nan smiled faintly, remaining silent. In his previous life, such lavish gifts would have stirred a tempest of emotions within him. However, now he merely felt a mild surprise, maintaining a calm demeanor. Items valued over $1 million were nothing more than trivialities. Upon returning to the Liyuan community, he parked the Range Rover and, for the first time, felt a sense of belonging to his surroundings. It would have felt odd to reside in such a neighborhood and take a taxi out. Once home, Bei, bursting with energy, danced and sang with her LV bag in hand, her antics both amusing and endearing, leaving Jiang Nan both entertained and bewildered as he sat on the sofa, watching her live broadcast. As evening approached, Jiang Nan, initially not feeling hungry, intended to have a casual meal with Bei. However, his phone rang. It was Zhang Yuan calling. Seeing the name, Jiang Nan chuckled resignedly, thinking to himself that this call surely pertained to a dinner invitation. He pressed the answer button, and Zhang Yuan's voice came through the receiver. "Boss, what are you up to?" "Not much, just idly waiting around," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "Hey, let us grab dinner, my treat." "Here's the thing. Lily is back and insists on dining with you." Jiang Nan responded, "What is going on? Your girlfriend wants to eat with me? Come on, give me a break. I'm sneaking this call from the restroom. Don't leave me embarrassed in front of Lily. I'm begging you. Don't go silent on me now. You're making me anxious." All right. No need to panic. It's just dinner. We're old friends. We have much to discuss. However, you can skip the treat with your meager salary. Save up for a gift for Lily. Let us go to a nicer place this time, not some small eatery. I'll treat you. Pick any hotel in Shanghai City." "Ah, really?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed with delight. "Jiang Nan, I adore you. Now I can hold my head high in front of Lily." "Cut it out. You adore her, not me." "I'm not into that," Jiang Nan joked. "Let me think about which hotel to choose. How about the Howman Hotel? It's a 5-star establishment." "That should suffice." "Sounds good," Jiang Nan nodded. "Let us meet at the entrance of Howman Hotel." Okay. The call ended with a click. "Jiang Gu, who was that?" Bei, still enamored with her LV bag, asked. "Zhang Yuan. We're going out for dinner," Jiang Nan replied casually. "Get ready. We'll be leaving shortly." "Yay." Bei cheered. "I can take my LV bag out to show off." Little girl, is it really appropriate to speak like that?" Jiang Nan teased. Chapter 79. A facade of elegance in a modest 40-square-meter rented apartment. Zhang Yuan rushed out of the bathroom, standing tall with determination. "Lily, I've arranged to meet Jiang Nan at the Grand Hotel. He's treating us. I've mentioned that he is not the kind of person who forgets his old friends after achieving success." "Really? That is wonderful," Lily exclaimed, brimming with joy. "Let us hurry. We shouldn't keep him waiting." "Absolutely. Let us go," Zhang Yuan replied as they tidied up and hurried downstairs. As they descended, he pondered. Should we take the bus or a taxi? Lily hesitated briefly before deciding. "Let us take a taxi. At this time, we shouldn't be stingy with money. Waiting for the bus would waste too much time." "All right, my lady is right. We'll take a taxi." "Hey, who is your lady? We're not even married yet." Lily shot him an annoyed glance. He, Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously. "Does it really matter if we have a marriage certificate? You're already mine." "Not quite," Lily retorted. "I'll give you 2 years. If you don't become someone of substance, we're done." "Don't say that, my dear. Can't we be a bit more lenient?" "Not a day longer. You should learn from Jiang Nan," she insisted. Zhang Yuan replied. "Do you think I can be like him? Have you seen how impressive he has become after just a few days?" As they reached the roadside, Lily hailed a taxi. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hotel. After stepping out of the taxi, Zhang Yuan scanned the surroundings but did not see Jiang Nan. He pulled out his phone to call, and the call connected swiftly. "Zhang Yuan, have you arrived?" Jiang Nan's voice came through. "Yes, we're here. Are you close?" "I'm almost there, about 200 meters away." "Oh, I can see you too now." "All right, I'll hang up." Zhang Yuan turned to Lily. You should be driving over, right? With his newfound wealth, he must have bought a car. Lily replied, no, he hasn't. Last time he took a taxi. He hasn't had time to buy one yet. Although he has money now with his status, he can't just buy a cheap car. That would diminish his image. A good car requires careful selection. Just as he finished speaking, a white Range Rover screeched to a halt beside them. Jiang Nan and Bei Bei stepped out of the vehicle. Zhang Yuan froze momentarily. Equally surprised was Lily. Whoa, a Range Rover, worth over $1 million. Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Jiang Nan, you bought a car already? Just the other day, I was saying you hadn't even purchased a meal. Not bought, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. It was a gift. What? Zhang Yuan and Lily gasped in shock, their mouths agape. Did you just say it was a gift? Zhang Yuan asked, incredulous. Yes. Jiang Nan responded casually. What is the issue? Zhang Yuan felt his mind short-circuit, his expression exaggerated. A Range Rover worth over $1 million, just given to you? How is that even possible? Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded casually. Is it me going insane, or is the world truly mad? Zhang Yuan thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. How could it be that the love of his life, his lifelong dream and aspiration, was so easily bestowed upon someone else? Chapter 80. The shield. As the tremors of the car faded, Lily's attention was drawn to the LV bag in Bei Bei's hand. Instantly, her expression shifted, revealing a palpable mix of envy and admiration as she exclaimed, what a beautiful bag. I'm quite pleased with it as well, Bei Bei replied, her joy evident. How much did it cost? Lily inquired, her envy intensifying. It was a gift, Bei Bei explained. They said it was around 40,000, just shy of 50. Lily nearly choked on her breath. Another gift? Why is no one gifting me anything? Upon entering the hotel, the four of them were greeted by a bewildering sight. In a five-star establishment, one would typically expect a warm welcome from the reception staff, yet chaos reigned. The opulent lobby was in disarray, rather than smiles from the receptionists. There was a notable absence of any assistance. What on earth is happening? Jiangnan pondered, perplexed. Indeed, when did this five-star hotel transform into such a shambles? Zhang Yuan echoed his confusion. Where is the legendary flight attendant-like service? Shall we switch to another place? Lily suggested, concerned about the lack of service, which made her apprehensive about dining here. Even though Jiangnan had offered to treat, her ingrained habits of expenditure rendered her uneasy in such an environment. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan turned to Zhang Yuan and said, why don't you inquire about the situation? If it's unmanageable, we can find another place. All right. Zhang Yuan nodded and approached the reception. Let us wait by the entrance. This place is chaotic. If Zhang Yuan returns, and it's not feasible to eat here, we'll go elsewhere, Jiangnan instructed. Okay, I'm with you, Jiangnan, Lily softly replied. Bei Bei, linking her arm with Jiangnan's, remained silent. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiangnan spotted a small convenience store across the street. He handed Bei Bei a large bill and said, I'm feeling a bit parched. Could you fetch a few bottles of iced tea? Sure, Bei Bei nodded, swaying her slender waist in her high heels as she made her way to the store. Jiangnan, your little companion is truly lovely, Lily remarked. It seems wealthy individuals tend to favor young maidens. She is my sister, Jiangnan replied with a wry smile, attempting to clarify. It's a misunderstanding. I'm merely helping her due to her family's financial struggles. No need for explanations, Lily interrupted with an eye roll. It's the same old routine. Before you know it, she'll be nestled in your bed. Jiangnan, that's quite unjust. What can I do? I'm in a bit of a bind here. Soon enough, Bei Bei returned, arms laden with a bag full of iced tea bottles. As they popped open the drinks and took their first sips, Zhang Yuan emerged, declaring, we need to switch places. This hotel is finished. What? Lily exclaimed in disbelief. How can a five-star hotel be so abruptly doomed? Such bad luck, Zhang Yuan lamented. The owner and his family went out for a trip and met with an accident. It's all over for them. The bank is now intervening, and there are still outstanding loans. The staff Haven Tea received their salaries for the month. They are all in a state of panic, facing unemployment sighing. He added, what a misfortune. Zhang Yuan's words struck a chord within Jiangnan, igniting a thought in his mind. What if he were to take over this hotel? Of course, his intentions were not for profit, but rather to establish a shield for himself, a legitimate venture. Otherwise, should the immense profits from his gambling activities become public knowledge, it might stir considerable attention, potentially attracting unwelcome scrutiny, or even worse, leading to investigations. Caution in this matter was imperative. Chapter 81. Tearfully distressed in a state of gloom, the question arose, where shall we dine? Zhang Yuan rubbed his face, lamenting. It was a rare occasion to indulge at this grand hotel, yet we encounter such misfortune. Why not consider the VIP International Hotel? Jiang Nin suggested. It is the finest establishment in Shanghai City. Jiang Nin had previously visited with Old Master and had even run into a classmate, Zhang Yimin, there. No, let us not venture there, Lily interjected. Dining there would cost more than at the Howman Hotel, and it is quite distant, over 10 kilometers away. We should find a nearby eatery instead. Indeed, the distance is considerable, Jiang Nan agreed, pondering for a moment. I recall a place. Come, follow me. With that, he made his way towards the Land Rover. The others hastily followed suit. Where are we headed? Zhang Yuan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. We're going for Western cuisine. Jiang Nin replied. It's not too far. Beibei and I have been there once before, and the flavors were delightful. Yes. Beibei nodded eagerly. Their steak is exceptionally delicious, though it is somewhat pricey, over 1,000 per serving. What? So expensive? Lily gasped. With 4 of us, that would cost a fortune. Perhaps we should choose another place. Do not fret, Lily, Zhang Yuan reassured her. Jiang Nan spends 160,000 for a night. A meal costing a few thousand is trivial in comparison. Indeed. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Lily, there's no need for concern. It's merely a small expense. Furthermore, I have something to discuss with Zhang Yuan. What? What do you wish to discuss with me? Zhang Yuan responded, slightly taken aback. As they reached the Land Rover, Jiang Nan opened the door and entered, saying, There's no rush. I shall elaborate during our meal. All right. Zhang Yuan acquiesced, though his attention had shifted to admiring the white Range Rover with a silly grin. Get in, Jiang Nan said, starting the engine, his tone bemused. Are you planning to ride outside? Beibei, seated in the passenger seat, giggled. Wouldn't that make you a spare tire? Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. A spare tire? Lily burst into laughter. Zhang Yuan, with a sorrowful expression, climbed into the vehicle, only to be captivated by the opulent interior. Wow, no wonder this car costs over $1 million. It's magnificent. When will I ever own such a beauty? Humph, Lily scoffed. In your dreams tonight. Hearty laughter erupted from Beibei. Darling, are you truly shattering my confidence? Zhang Yuan lamented. What do you mean by that? Lily retorted. I speak only the truth. Sighing, Zhang Yuan conceded. Fine, your word is law. As Jiang Nan drove, he smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, I have a gift for you. Really? Zhang Yuan beamed with delight. Anything you give must be something special. Indeed, Jiang Nan grinned broadly. It's perfectly suited for you. What is it? Zhang Yuan's anticipation grew. A spray for managing your wife, Jiang Nan quipped. You deserve it. Zhang Yuan nearly choked, struggling to catch his breath. Laughter erupted from Lily and Beibei, leaving Zhang Yuan with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 82. No shortage of fun soon. We arrived at the Western restaurant and chose a cozy spot to settle down. The waitress, clad in her uniform, approached with a graceful sway and inquired, What would you like to order? She placed the menu down and awaited our selections. For servings of the finest steak, Jiang Nan declared first. He then turned to Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Beibei, saying, Since we have a larger group today, let us order some additional dishes. Don't hesitate. Remember, we're not short on funds. The waitress, with a radiant smile, looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment. When he first arrived, he appeared rather unassuming, leading her to believe he would only order inexpensive items. To her surprise, he immediately requested the most premium steak, priced over 1,000 each, so he was indeed a wealthy patron. That will suffice. No need for more, Lily quickly interjected. Yes, this is adequate, Zhang Yuan concurred. I've already mentioned it. Let us order a few more dishes. Since you're not inclined to choose, I shall take charge, Jiang Nan replied, somewhat exasperated. He seized the menu and, without a hint of hesitation, placed his order: 1 serving of vegetable and fruit salad, 1 portion of bacon-wrapped enoki mushrooms, 1 serving of broccoli and mushroom cream soup, 4 portions of fried bacon-wrapped chicken rolls, 4 roasted lemon chicken legs with fries, 1 serving of braised beef, 1 sirloin steak with a red wine reduction, and honey-glazed roasted chicken wings. Each item was priced below 100. A factor Jiang Nan dismissed entirely as he ordered a substantial array. Meanwhile, Lily and Zhang Yuan stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. That is far too much. We want to be able to finish all of that. If we can't, you two can pack it up when we leave, Jiang Nan chuckled. Then turned back to the waitress, instructing, All right, please prepare everything promptly. And also, bring a bottle of whiskey and some soft drinks. Certainly, sir, the waitress replied. Collecting the menu and turning to leave, Jiang Nan suddenly recalled something and added, "Oh, and 4 cups of latte to start." "Understood, sir. Your coffee will be ready shortly," the waitress assured before departing. "Wow, impressive," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his expression a mix of envy and admiration. "Is this the life of the affluent?" "Jiang Nan, your ordering skills are simply remarkable." Lily, too, regarded Jiang Nan with a complex expression. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have a man like him as a boyfriend. Jiang Nan smiled contentedly. Living without the burden of financial worries is indeed a splendid existence. Before long, the coffee arrived. As the 4 of us sipped our drinks, Jiang Nan remarked, "Zhang Yuan, it's time to leave the real estate firm. Come join me." "Ah." Zhang Yuan gasped in surprise, then his eyes lit up with excitement. "Boss, I've been longing for your words. My hopes of achieving something worthwhile in life hinge on you." "Jiang Nan, speak up. What do you envision us doing?" Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together in enthusiasm. "It seems my time to shine has finally arrived." Lily watched Jiang Nan with palpable tension. "I have a plan," Jiang Nan announced. "We are going to acquire a luxury hotel." What? What? Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bei collectively gasped in astonishment. "Acquiring a hotel?" Zhang Yuan queried, bewildered. What prompted this sudden idea? "Jiang Nan, do you have any understanding of the food and beverage industry or hotel management?" Indeed, Lily chimed in. "Whereunto you in the jade business, Zhang Yuan? How did you suddenly pivot to hotels?" Chapter 83. Worthy of possession unbeknownst to you, Jiang Nan remarked with a smile. "The jade business may appear to yield swift profits, yet the risks are exceedingly high. Although I seem to be flourishing at present, a single misstep in business could lead to utter ruin, leaving me destitute. Therefore, while I still possess some capital, it is prudent to seek a reliable and stable venture. And the food industry stands as a steadfast choice. After all, people must eat, and that necessity will never cease to exist." Indeed, Zhang Yuan and Lily both nodded in agreement. Lily added, "I have also heard that the jade business is fraught with peril, encapsulated in sayings like 1 knife to poverty, 1 knife to wealth, and 1 knife to cut through burlap. You know, I've been involved in the jade trade alongside my cousin, who has been in the business for many years. He has advised me to pursue a more stable endeavor, and he even offered to sponsor me with some funds as capital." Jiang Nan continued to weave his tale. "Oh, I see," Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded. "Since your cousin, who has dedicated his life to the jade trade, does not recommend you pursue the same path, it certainly warrants contemplation. It seems this industry is not as easy as it appears." Moreover, Jiang Nan, with an unwavering demeanor, fabricated another story. "I spent a night in a 160,000 yuan presidential suite in the Magic City, not for extravagance, but to gain insights into hotel management." "Well, so that's it," Zhang Yuan exclaimed. "Jiang Nan, you are truly visionary. I admire you." Jiang Nan replied, "Do you genuinely admire me, or are you merely flattering?" With this thought in mind, he tossed out a test. "Flattery? 80, Jiang Nan mused. "So that leaves only 20 believing my words. But who cares? It's all just a ruse." "Zhang Yuan, your next task is to liaise with the bank and acquire the luxury hotel," Jiang Nan instructed. "Once that is accomplished, you shall follow my lead and become the hotel manager." "Wow, the manager!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is fantastic, Jiang Nan. I adore you." Lily interjected, "Your husband has developed a wandering heart." Jiang Nan looked at Lily in bemusement. Lily shot Zhang Yuan a glare, but then turned to Jiang Nan again. "Jiang Nan, I no longer wish to work at the real estate company and face that tyrannical boss. May I join you at the hotel?" "Certainly," Jiang Nan replied. "No need to ask me. Just consult your husband. He will be the manager, overseeing personnel arrangements. I suspect a few whispered suggestions from you could lead to a favorable position. When did you become so insufferable?" Lily's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Jiang Nan an exasperated glance. "Hee," Zhang Yuan chimed in with a mischievous grin. "Wife, you finally have a reason to seek my assistance." "Get lost," Lily retorted, glaring at him. "I don't seek your help. You are Jiang Nan's colleague, just as I am. Our relationship with Jiang Nan is equally close, so why should I ask you? Behave yourself, or you'll be kneeling to fetch the remote when we return home." Zhang Yuan instantly wore a mournful expression, lowering his head in submission. "Zhang Yuan," Jiang Nan called out with a smile. "What is it?" Zhang Yuan inquired, raising his head. "Is there anything else, boss?" "Still the same message," Jiang Nan said seriously. "Wife management spray. You are worthy of it." Zhang Yuan, "I feel an overwhelming urge to commit a crime. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent." Hiki. Bei and Lily stifled their laughter. Chapter 84. It feels like the end of the world. Wow. This steak is absolutely delectable. Lily, wielding her knife and fork, savors the steak in small bites, her excitement palpable. Zhang Yuan cannot help but nod in agreement. It is simply marvelous. This is the finest steak I have ever tasted in my life. Jiang Nan interjects, but it is quite expensive. Lily continues, expressing her thoughts. Spending so much on a single meal feels extravagant. Jiang Nan. Lily is right. Bei concurs with Lily's sentiment, stating, indeed, such lavish spending is quite extravagant. Bei, keep an eye on your husband. Do not let him spend money so freely. Lily remarks, although we have money now, we must also prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Saving excess funds in the bank or investing in the stock market can yield returns. Jiang Nan. When did he become a husband? She is clearly my sister. Bei, with utmost seriousness, nods her head. It seems I must keep a closer watch in the future. Jiang Nan. Bei, your role assumption is quite swift, is it not? While chewing on the steak, Jiang Nan vows never to let Bei and Lily sit together again. When these two women gather, it is truly a terrifying prospect, akin to the end of the world. The ultimate demise of a man's peaceful existence. As they indulge in their meal, Jiang Nan's phone rings. He retrieves his phone to find it is a call from Anqi. Jiang Nan blinks. What could this young lady want? After a brief pause, he answers the call. Jiang Nan. Anqi's voice on the line is unexpectedly calm. This catches Jiang Nan off guard, as he is accustomed to her sharp tongue. I'm here. Jiang Nan cautiously responds. What are you up to? Anqi inquires, her tone still composed. I'm having dinner. Jiang Nan replies. His nerves taut. Is it quite late for dinner? Well, once you finish, do you have any plans? Would you like to join me for a movie? Anqi pauses momentarily before hastily adding, what I mean is, since you treated me to a movie that night, I am not accustomed to being in debt to others, so. Jiang Nan. For heaven's sake, you do not owe me anything. Do you not recall throwing me 500 yuan after our last outing? Though he thinks this internally, he does not miss a beat in responding, glancing at the time, which reads past 9 in the evening. He says, I am dining with friends. We have only just begun, and I estimate we will finish around 10. Would that be too late? If you do not mind, I could come to find you after dinner. I see. Anqi's voice betrays a hint of disappointment. Since you have plans, let us reschedule for another day. That works. Jiang Nan replies, I will arrange another meeting soon. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. He ends the call. Beside him, Lily is all ears. While Bei is blissfully savoring her steak without a care in the world, Lily casts a strange glance at Jiang Nan, then at Bei. Yet she says nothing and resumes her meal. Zhang Yuan remains utterly uninterested in the matter, focused solely on enjoying his steak, which he consumes with a fervor that makes it seem akin to gnawing on a pork bone. Upon exiting the Western restaurant, Jiang Nan drives the Range Rover, directly delivering Lily and Zhang Yuan back to their home. As they alight from the vehicle, Jiang Nan once more impresses upon Zhang Yuan, we must prioritize the Grand Hotel project. Time is of the essence, and we should commence involvement tomorrow. I understand. Zhang Yuan nods. Boss, rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Jiang Nan glances at the dilapidated building where Zhang Yuan and Lily reside, adding, once the hotel is settled, I will arrange for a room for both of you. You can stay there instead of living in this cramped space. Jiang Nan's words instantly light up Lily's eyes, and she turns to Zhang Yuan. Did you hear that? Utilize all your energy to expedite the hotel arrangements. Zhang Yuan grins widely. With my persuasive skills in selling properties, I will certainly secure it. Jiang Nan. An inexplicable sense of unease washes over him, for Zhang Yuan's performance in property sales has been rather lackluster, almost rivaling his own, both languishing at the bottom of the pack. Chapter 85. A small gathering. Upon returning to Li Yuan community, the car came to a halt in the designated parking space. The two alighted, with Bei linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, cheerfully exclaiming, this life is simply exquisite. Yet, Jiang Nan was enduring a silent torment. As Bei's closeness pressed against his arm, provoking an inexplicable surge of hormones within him, igniting a primal urge. Ascending the stairs, fearful of succumbing to inappropriate thoughts. Jiang Nan feigned weariness, stating, Bei, it's quite late. Good night. You should rest early. Bei nodded obediently and entered her room. Jiang Nan watched her slender waist vanish from his sight, feeling an inexplicable pang of reluctance. Sighing softly, he mused that this little girl seemed utterly uninterested in delving deeper into the nuances of life. If she were a tad bolder, perhaps the two of them could ignite a fervent passion. Alas, She truly was just a little sister, professing to be a lover and a wife. Yet her body betrayed her words. Very well. He could only regard her as a little sister. Jiang Nan was not accustomed to taking the initiative, especially with someone so youthful. Nonetheless, living with such a captivating temptress was indeed a torment, a bittersweet agony. Calming his tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Nan retreated to his bedroom, locking the door behind him to commence his important tasks. There were still significant matters to attend to. He set up a small cutting machine and retrieved the jade rough stones from his suitcase. After laboring for half an hour, he finally opened the windows of the stones, having prepared the pricing he intended to offer to old Master Zhao. This time, he aimed to propose a price that closely reflected the actual value, ensuring that it appeared he had not profited excessively, lest old Master Zhao develop an undue interest in his dubious relative and insist on a meeting, which would be disastrous. Previously, old Master Zhao had shown considerable interest in this questionable relative, thus caution was imperative. Once everything was settled, Jiang Nan indulged in a soothing hot shower and took a moment to rest. The following day, while Jiang Nan was immersed in a deep slumber, the shrill ring of his phone disrupted his tranquility. Climbing aboard the ship of the desert, with a pipe and hourglass on my back, and a jug of fine spirits in hand, I traversed the ancient path, laden with unutterable joys and sorrows. Awakened abruptly, Jiang Nan glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 10 in the morning. A wry smile crossed his face. He truly could sleep in. Checking his phone, he saw it was a call from his classmate, Zhang Yimin. He recalled that she had previously mentioned a gathering among their classmates in Jiahai City. Could this be related to that? Upon answering, Zhang Yimin's melodious voice came through. Jiang An. What are you up to? Still asleep? Jiang An replied with a rueful smile. Indeed, sleeping in is quite delightful. Cut it out. How enviable. Zhang Yimin's slight complaint reached his ears. Look at us office workers. We have to rise early. I had to sneak into the restroom just to make this call. Come now, Jiang An chuckled. Your workplace is splendid. Even the restroom is lavish. Humph. Only you would say that. It was evident that Zhang Yimin cherished such compliments. Is there something specific you wish to discuss regarding the class gathering? Jiang Nan inquired. Zhang Yimin responded. It's not about the class gathering I mentioned earlier. That timing is yet to be determined. However, when I spoke with Li Xiaochun yesterday, she mentioned she knew you were in Jianghai City and wanted to have a small get-together, just the three of us. What do you think? Li Xiaochun is waiting for my reply. What time? Jiang Nan pondered before asking. This afternoon, she replied. All right then, Jiang Nan confirmed. Where shall we meet? Your hotel? Are you foolish? The expenses at our hotel are exorbitant, and besides, the staff are all acquaintances. How awkward. Then where? Let us meet at the hotel around 11. I know a private dining place that is affordable and delicious, though it's a bit secluded. I'll take you there. Sounds good. It's settled then. Great. See you later. See you soon. After hanging up, Jiang Nan stroked his chin, contemplating that his visit to old Master Zhao's century-old establishment would need to be postponed. Perhaps this was for the best. He had been concerned about frequent visits arousing old Master Zhao's suspicions. Chapter 86. Habits. Jiang Nan rose from his slumber, emerging from his bedroom to wash up, only to find Bei Bei already awake and tidying the room. Today, she donned a charming maid outfit, her slender waist and fair legs captivating to behold. Jiang Ge, you're up, Bei Bei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Bei Bei, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Jiang Nan inquired, nodding as he proceeded to freshen up. Not yet. I was waiting for you, she replied, flicking her long hair, which cascaded like a waterfall, complementing her delicate oval face, rendering her irresistible. I'll be heading out shortly, Jiang Nan stated. You needn't wait for me. Feel free to grab a bite or order takeout. Going out? That sounds a bit lonely, Bei Bei said with a hint of melancholy. I'm not too hungry, so I want to eat. If you're going out, take me with you? Today is not convenient, Jiang Nan explained. It's a gathering with some classmates. You're not one of them, and it would be awkward for you. Is that so? Bei Bei sighed. All right then. Once he finished washing up, Jiang Nan pondered over what attire would be appropriate. Although his Armani sportswear was of high quality, it felt unsuitable for the occasion. His formal suit, lacking any brand prestige and resembling something from a street vendor, would have to suffice for now. He resolved to purchase a few proper outfits when time allowed. Dressed and ready, he stepped out of the bedroom to find Bei Bei sitting alone on the sofa, clutching a pillow and watching television, her expression slightly forlorn. He approached her, gently ruffling her long hair. Sweetheart, if you're feeling bored at home, you should go out and have some fun. Okay, Bei Bei responded obediently. You go on and take care of your business. I can manage myself. All right, Jiang Nan smiled, descending the stairs. He hopped into his Land Rover and drove straight to the VIP International Hotel. Despite the distance from Liyuan community, he did not dawdle, arriving shortly after 11 a.m. He refrained from calling and went directly to the lobby to see if Zhang Yimin was present. However, amidst the throng of hostesses, he could not spot her. After arriving at the hotel entrance, he pulled out his phone to call. The call connected but was swiftly terminated, indicating Zhang Yimin was likely unavailable to speak. Jiang Nan sighed, resigned to wait. Before long, about a minute passed before his phone rang. I traversed the desert on a ship. Bearing a pipe and an hourglass, Jiang Nan noticed it was Zhang Yimin calling and answered. Jiang Nan, have you arrived? Her melodious voice chimed. Yes. I'm at the hotel entrance. Just wait. I'll slip out shortly. All right, Jiang Nan replied, amused by the notion of her sneaking out as if playing a thief. He reflected on how he, too, used to rush about to avoid being late. Glancing around, he spotted a small supermarket nearby and decided to purchase some drinks while waiting. Habitually, he grabbed a few bottles of iced tea, carrying them out in a simple plastic bag. Though they bore the Jinmeilong brand, he had little interest in checking for prizes. As he exited the supermarket, he noticed Zhang Yimin already at the hotel entrance, scanning the area for him. She had changed out of her uniform into a pair of jeans, her long, straight legs a feast for the eyes. As Jiang Nan approached, he admired her stunning legs. Easily scoring above 95. Unable to see him, she began rummaging in her pocket, seemingly about to make a call. Hi, Zhang Yimin, he called out, turning towards his voice. Her face lit up with a beautiful smile upon spotting him. Jiang Nan, I bought some drinks, he said, handing her a bottle of iced tea. Without hesitation, she accepted it and remarked, let us hurry. Li Xiaochun has already arrived, and her route is shorter than ours. As she spoke, she stepped to the roadside to hail a taxi. Chapter 87. Borrowing a friend's car. Jiang Nan remarked, no need to hail a taxi, I have a car. Really? Zhang Yimin was taken aback. Jiang Nan, did you buy a car? With a smile, Jiang Nan approached the Range Rover and said, come on. Wow. Zhang Yimin's beautiful eyes widened. The Range Rover? That is over $1 million. As she walked alongside Jiang Nan, her expression turned complex. Jiang Nan, you've really made it big to buy such an impressive car. It belongs to a friend, Jiang Nan chuckled. Is that true? Zhang Yimin asked skeptically. It's not your car? Not at all, Jiang Nan replied. There's no reason to deceive you about this. Oh, I see, Zhang Yimin said, patting her chest in relief. You startled me. I thought you had become a tycoon. Get in, Jiang Nan said with a smile as he took the driver's seat. Zhang Yimin settled into the passenger seat, admiring the car's interior. This is really nice. No wonder it costs over $1 million. It exudes grandeur. Jiang Nan remained silent. Your social circle is impressive, Zhang Yimin continued. Last time, you dined with a big shot, and now you're borrowing a car worth over $1 million from a friend. We're quite close, Jiang Nan replied, laughing as he shifted the conversation. By the way, what is Li Xiaochun doing now? Jiang Nan had a favorable impression of Li Xiaochun. Like Zhang Yimin, she was among the most attractive in their class, though perhaps not a campus belle. She works at Jianghai Hospital. What? Jiang Nan exclaimed. But our major wasn't team medical. How did she end up at a hospital? Please, Zhang Yimin rolled her eyes at him. That's a narrow view. Who says one must be a doctor to work in a hospital? She is in logistics, handling event execution and activities. Oh, I see, Jiang Nan said, embarrassed. I was mistaken. I thought she had become a doctor. It was a complete misunderstanding. By the way, Jiang Nan, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Yimin asked casually. Jiang Nan could sense that the question was not merely about his relationship status, but hinted at a desire for deeper connection. Not at the moment. Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. Someone like me, a loser, is unlikely to have a girlfriend and probably never will. Come on, Zhang Yimin scoffed. Don't be so lacking in confidence. You're quite handsome. It's just that your material conditions are a bit lacking. Honestly, if you had a car and a house, with your looks, I might even consider developing something with you. Jiang Nan chuckled. And you? Your boyfriend must surely have a car and a house, given your beauty and figure. I bet you have many admirers. I don't have a boyfriend, Zhang Yimin replied. Of course, there are suitors, but I simply don't find them appealing and turn them down. Sigh, Jiang Nan. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to find a boyfriend who is both handsome and wealthy, and who knows how to treat someone well. Don't complain, Jiang Nan laughed. Finding a beautiful girlfriend with a great figure is even more challenging for someone like me. So, by your reasoning, we are both suffering the same fate. Indeed, Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. Maybe we should just settle for each other? Zhang Yimin scrutinized Jiang Nan, genuinely contemplating. After about 4 seconds, she suddenly smiled and said, hee hee. Jiang Nan, since you're so handsome, why not be my best friend? That's a possibility. Jiang Nan replied, what? Are you not pleased with that? Zhang Yimin pouted her enticing lips. Not at all. I wouldn't dare, Jiang Nan feigned fear. Hee hee. Zhang Yimin beamed. From now on, you're my best friend. Ahem. Jiang Nan cleared his throat. I'm curious, what exactly does the role of best friend entail? Well, Zhang Yimin pondered while delicately touching her chin. Typically, it involves chatting with me when I'm feeling down, acting as a shield to fend off boring suitors, accompanying me to movies when I feel lonely, and being a shoulder to lean on when I'm tired. Jiang Nan was taken aback. That sounds like being a backup. Chapter 88. A touch of disappointment. The journey took approximately half an hour. Under the guidance of Zhang Yimin, the Land Rover came to a halt before a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Despite its remote location, a considerable number of vehicles were parked outside, suggesting that the establishment attracted a fair clientele, likely due to its unique culinary offerings. The entrance of the private courtyard featured a moon-shaped archway, exuding an air of antiquity. A plaque inscribed in elegant cursive read, Iron Pot Sauce Fish, lending an artistic charm to the setting. Li Xiaochun awaited at the entrance. Oblivious to the arrival of Jiang Nan and Zhang Yimin, her attention fixated instead on a taxi that had just come to a stop. When the taxi door swung open, the occupant was neither Jiang Nan nor Zhang Yimin, and a hint of disappointment flickered across Li Xiaochun's face. At that moment, Jiang Nan and Zhang Yimin were disembarking from the vehicle. Xiaochun, Zhang Yimin called out as she stepped out of the car. Li Xiaochun turned her gaze to the two descending figures, her focus briefly lingering on Jiang Nan before shifting to the Land Rover. With a soft thud, Jiang Nan closed the door, offering a gentle smile as he regarded Li Xiaochun, whose charming visage and petite figure were as familiar as ever. Li Xiaochun stood at just under 1.6 meters, her petite frame possessing a unique allure. As was her custom, she wore her hair in a high ponytail, embodying a youthful vitality. Xiaochun, it has been a while, Jiang Nan greeted with a smile. Jiang Nan, Li Xiaochun replied with a smile of her own, then added, I never expected that just a year after graduating, you'd be doing so well, even owning a vehicle worth over $1 million, an exquisite Range Rover at that. Well, before Jiang Nan could respond, Zhang Yimin interjected, it's not his. He borrowed it from a friend. Oh, I see, so it's borrowed. Li Xiaochun's expression shifted to one of understanding and acceptance. Let us head inside, order some dishes, and chat while we eat, Zhang Yimin suggested. The sauce fish here is particularly delightful and reasonably priced. For the three of us, 300 yuan will suffice, splitting the bill evenly, 100 each. As they walked into the courtyard, Jiang Nan said, there's no need for splitting. Allow me to treat you. No, Li Xiaochun protested. It's been ages since we've seen each other. It's not right for you to foot the bill. You two ladies and I, a lone man. Jiang Nan chuckled. Let me pay, don't argue. Give me the courtesy of a man. Li Xiaochun hesitated. That doesn't seem fair, Jiang Nan. The purpose of this gathering is to catch up, especially since we're all in Shanghai. All right, Jiang Nan chuckled. After so many years of friendship, I understand your temperaments well enough. No need for extensive explanations. As the saying goes, I'm happy to treat you both. It brings me joy to spend time with you. Fine then, Xiaochun, Zhang Yimin declared. Let him treat us. Heh. I've already decided that he shall be my confidant. Really? Li Xiaochun laughed. Zhang Yimin, when did you start enjoying the idea of a confidant? What do you mean? Zhang Yimin replied, having encountered Jiang Nan, such a handsome man, I'm contemplating the idea of a boyfriend. But given that he doesn't meet the material standards, it seems a pity to let such a handsome man slip away, so I'll settle for a confidant. Jiang Nan, Li Xiaochun. As they conversed, the group entered the inner courtyard, where Zhang Yimin, familiar with the surroundings, led them to a room of their choosing. The room appeared clean and simple, imbued with an air of antiquity, featuring an old-style 8 immortals table, 8 immortals chairs, and a traditional porcelain teapot. Chapter 89. Uncertain days. The three individuals settled at the table, and within mere moments, the dishes began to arrive. The most striking among them was a sizable fish, estimated to weigh over 2 pounds. Accompanying it were several plates of cold appetizers. The service here was notably swift. Jiang Nan smiled, aware that the fish had been prepared in advance. Zhang Yimin remarked, it's cooked in a large iron pot. Once it's done, a sauce is poured over it. The flavor is exceptional, Do give it a try. Is that so? Jiang Nan nodded, scrutinizing the sauced fish, which was adorned with a glossy, thick coating that looked quite appealing. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The fresh aroma filled his mouth, and he found the taste remarkably delightful, rivaling that of a steak costing over 1,000 yuan at a Western restaurant. Unable to suppress a nod, he said, "Indeed. The flavor is quite impressive. How much is the fish here?" 100 yuan per fish, replied Zhang Yimin. Given the taste, that's quite a bargain. The recipe is a family secret, a signature dish of this establishment. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded. It seems this is a marvelous dining spot, offering reasonable prices in an elegant environment. Absolutely, Zhang Yimin responded cheerfully. This allows us, the working class, to indulge occasionally. Come on, Xiaochun should join us too. We're all old classmates, no strangers here. By the way, Jiang Nan, what would you like to drink? Xiaochun and I will just have some beverages. Then let us have some beer. As the three of them dined and chatted casually, Jiang Nan found himself increasingly enchanted by the fish, its flavor lingering delightfully on his palate. Xiaochun turned to Jiang Nan and inquired, I heard from Zhang Yimin that you work at a hospital? Indeed, replied Li Xiaochun with a hint of resignation. It's not that I have much choice. I wish I could secure a position like Yimin's with a higher salary. Unfortunately, my height didn't meet the requirements, and I failed the interview. Enough about me. Jiang Nan, what is your current occupation? Jiang Nan chuckled. I dabble in small business ventures, nothing too stable. Jiang Nan is doing quite well, Zhang Yimin interjected. He has an extensive network of wealthy connections. Jiang Nan smiled. It's all just obligatory socializing. As they chatted casually, Jiang Nan's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Zhang Yuan. Excuse me for a moment, he said with a smile, stepping towards the entrance. Pressing the answer key, Zhang Yuan's excited voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, it's all set. The hotel arrangements are complete. Oh, that was quick. Impressive efficiency. Jiang Nan replied. Of course. Just look at who you're talking to. Once I step in, it's a sure thing. Let me think of the right words. Jiang Nan's voice, though soft, was audible enough for Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun in the room, who were engaged in their conversation without keen attention. Jiang Nan looks even more handsome than during our school days, Li Xiaochun remarked. You little minx. Are you perhaps feeling a flutter in your heart? Do you have a crush on Jiang Nan? If so, I'd be willing to play matchmaker. Don't be ridiculous, Li Xiaochun said, a touch of shyness in her tone. I merely state the truth. I harbor no ulterior motives. Giggling. And yet you're shy. We're not little girls anymore. What is there to fear? Just then, Jiang Nan's voice drifted in from outside the door. How much was the acquisition? 20 million. That's acceptable. They need a deposit first. How much? 200,000. Great. I can transfer that via WeChat right now. I'll send it to you, so you can finalize the deal. The two in the room paused mid-conversation, almost instinctively turning to look at the door. Their mouths slightly agape. Expressions of astonishment painted across their faces. Chapter 90. Contact later in the evening. Jiang Nan transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhang Yuan via WeChat, resolving the matter, and returned to his room. To his surprise, he found Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun gazing at him with expressions akin to that of ghosts. Confused, Jiang Nan hesitantly inquired, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Nan, what business are you engaged in? You just mentioned 20 million, and the deposit is 200,000. Zhang Yimin probed. Honestly, are you already a tycoon? Not at all, Jiang Nan chuckled. I am merely managing a friend's business, running errands. The figures of 20 million and 200,000 are indeed accurate, but I am just the intermediary. It's not my money. Oh, I see, Zhang Yimin replied, her delicate face displaying a startled expression. You gave me quite a scare. I thought you were already involved in multi-million-dollar deals. That Range Rover belongs to your friend as well. Indeed, Jiang Nan affirmed earnestly. He had no intention of revealing the scale of his current undertakings, as it might lead others to believe he was putting on airs. Earning money quietly was preferable. I was also taken aback, Li Xiaochun remarked. Among our classmates, there are probably not many who can handle business worth millions. The only one who comes to mind is Dong Kuan, that rich second-generation heir, who relies on his father's wealth to engage in such large transactions. As she spoke, her habitual seriousness lent her an unusual beauty. Indeed, Zhang Yimin echoed with exaggerated enthusiasm. I've heard from classmates that among us, Li Zhe is doing the best. He is now a manager at a company, earning a salary in the hundreds of thousands. How enviable. Yes, indeed, Li Xiaochun added. It would be wonderful to have such a job. However, I've heard that Li Zhe is quite arrogant, acting superior even to old classmates, as if he thinks he is remarkable. The two engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Nin remained silent. He knew Li Zhe well and remembered his unpleasant demeanor during school. However, he anticipated that Li Zhe would actually be thriving. All right, enough about him. What is so great about being wealthy? Let us enjoy our meal. Even though we may be poor, gathering together brings joy, Zhang Yimin said contentedly, her charming face adorned with a smile. Look at how good Jiang Nan is. Even without money, he has a pleasant temperament and is handsome too, far outshining Li Zhe. Li Xiaochun remarked. Come on, have some fish, Li Xiaochun said, placing a piece of fish onto Jiang Nan's small plate. Hey, Xiaochun, you're openly favoring the handsome guy in our class right in front of me. I cannot bear this injustice. Zhang Yimin exclaimed as she added a piece of fish to Jiang Nan's plate. The two girls burst into laughter, while Jiang Nan offered a helpless smile, munching on his fish. However, just as he took a bite, his phone rang again. He checked the caller ID and saw it was Anqi. Excuse me, I need to take this call, Jiang Nan said, remaining seated as he answered. Anqi's voice came through. Jiang Nan, what are you up to? I'm having dinner with classmates. What is the matter, Anqi? I have an old artifact that I'm unsure about and would like your opinion on it. I see. I will come over when I have a moment. Are you at home? Li Xiaochun paused momentarily upon hearing the name Anqi, realizing it was the same as the daughter of their hospital's director. Since you're busy, I'll ask my grandfather first. If I can't figure it out, I'll reach out to you. All right, Jiang Nan replied. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, I'll hang up now. By the way, are you free this evening? Free? Shall we go watch a movie together? You treated me once, and I dislike owing favors. Sure. Let us connect later this evening. Chapter 91. Coincidence. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhang Yimin, with her enchanting large eyes, fixed her gaze upon him. Jiang Nan, you seem quite busy, receiving 2 calls in such a short span. It's merely a coincidence, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. That is not the crux of the matter. Zhang Yimin retorted. The crux is the call from a woman. As my dear friend, you must confess, is she your girlfriend? Jiang Nan paused. Could it truly be so? Zhang Yimin narrowed her beautiful eyes, her long lashes framing them exquisitely. Didn't you previously claim there was no one? Turns out you're quite the little deceiver. She is just a friend, Jiang Nan countered. Does a phone call with a male automatically make him your boyfriend? If we were to chat, would that imply I am your boyfriend? Hee. Zhang Yimin chuckled. I was merely teasing you. All right, let us eat fish. If this one isn't sufficient, let us order another, Zhang Yimin said mischievously. After all, it's Jiang Nan treating us. Jiang Nan sighed as they continued their conversation, enjoying a meal that lasted over an hour. Being mindful of the time, as the two ladies had work in the afternoon, they exited the private restaurant. Let us get in the car. I'll take you back, Jiang Nan offered. Yay, that sounds wonderful, Zhang Yimin exclaimed, delighted. Being chauffeured in a luxury car is such a treat. The trio engaged in lively discussions about their university days, laughter filling the car. Jiang Nan felt a sense of joy, reminiscing about both the happy and sad moments of their school years. After dropping Zhang Yimin at her hotel, Jiang Nan proceeded to take Li Xiaochun back to the hospital. At Jianghai Hospital, and she was seated in the director's office. She seldom visited, merely checking in on her father, who was currently in a meeting. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed down at the bustling traffic below, passing the time. Her mood was relatively bright. She had just spoken with Jiang Nan and was contemplating what to wear for their movie outing that evening. Just then, a white Range Rover entered the hospital grounds, its license plate instantly recognizable as the car gifted to Jiang Nan by her grandfather. What is going on? Her interest piqued immediately. The white Range Rover parked in the courtyard, and Jiang Nan emerged alongside a lovely young woman, engaging in cheerful conversation. And Chi's expression darkened as she took out her phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. Jiang Nan was conversing with Li Xiaochun when the call came through. Jiang Nan, would you like to come to my office for a bit? I can brew you a cup of tea. Not today, perhaps another time. By the way, this hospital seems quite upscale, Jiang Nan remarked. Indeed, Jianghai Hospital is the pinnacle of healthcare in Jianghai. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Chi calling. Smiling at Li Xiaochun, he said, I'll take this call. You certainly are busy, Li Xiaochun teased, her smile radiant. Jiang Nan answered the call, and Chi's voice came through instantly. Jiang Nan, what are you up to? I'm on my way home, he replied. Is there something you need? Click. The call disconnected abruptly. Jiang Nan was left bewildered. What just happened? And Chi, on the top floor, with her delicate features now displaying indignation, glared down at Jiang Nan through the window, muttering, "You little deceiver," before hastily pulling the curtains shut. Jiang Nan, still in shock, murmured, "What the heck? Why did she hang up like that?" He reluctantly put his phone away. Li Xiaochun, noticing he had finished his call, said, "Are you not coming up? I'll head up now." "Sure," Jiang Nan nodded. "Let us keep in touch," Li Xiaochun said as she turned to leave. "Definitely," Jiang Nan agreed, still feeling perturbed by Chi's abrupt disconnection. That girl was indeed beautiful, but her temperament was quite peculiar. Chapter 92. Necessity in the Liyuan Community. As Jiang Nan's car came to a stop in the parking space, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Zhang Yuan. He pressed the answer button. "Boss, it's all set, but we still need to sign the contract formally. You'll have to come in person to sign, and the payment of 20 million needs to be made. Have the dates been finalized?" Jiang Nan inquired thoughtfully. "Tomorrow or the day after works," Zhang Yuan replied. "By the way, how should we arrange the hotel staff? Are we keeping the original team or?" "Of course, we will retain the original team," Jiang Nan asserted. "This way, the hotel can continue its operations. Otherwise, without these employees, it would be disastrous. Finding new staff would be a hassle. You should understand this simple logic. Otherwise, how will you manage as the general manager in the future?" He. Zhang Yuan chuckled, not daring to retort, his tone laced with flattery. "Boss, I think the same way. In that case, I'll visit the hotel to reassure the staff. They are quite anxious right now. All right, I leave it to you. Remember to handle it well. Inform the employees that once the ownership changes, bonuses will be added to stabilize their spirits." "Great. With your assurance, it will be much easier. Once the staff knows, they will feel more secure." Jiang Nan's takeover of the hotel was not for the sake of profit, but rather to serve as a fade. Hence, the hotel must appear thriving without requiring his constant attention. That was his original intention. "Boss, with such a significant matter settled, we must celebrate tonight." Zhang Yuan's voice echoed again. Jiang Nan thought, what a glutton. However, he knew Zhang Yuan well after nearly a year of working together. Despite his penchant for indulgence, Zhang Yuan was a man of good character, loyal, and a capable friend. As his career flourished, having such an assistant would be immensely beneficial for managing various tasks. "We can celebrate," Jiang Nan replied, "but you and Lily should celebrate together. I have plans tonight." "Oh, I see. All right, boss, understood. I just wanted to make you happy." Zhang Yuan responded promptly, "Then we shall celebrate another day." "Fine. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. I'll let you know when I decide the time for signing, so you can make arrangements." "Okay." Click. Jiang Nan ended the call and descended the stairs. Unfortunately, he had made plans to watch a movie with Anchi, so the celebration would need to be postponed. As evening approached, he ordered takeout for a simple dinner. Sitting at home, he watched television with Bebe while waiting for Anchi's call. The mere thought of watching a movie with such a wonderful girl was delightful. With Jiang Nan's company, Bebe was in high spirits, laughing heartily while munching on chips and watching a soap opera. Time passed gradually. It was 8 o'clock, then 9 o'clock. Anchi's call had yet to arrive, and Jiang Nan felt a twinge of annoyance. Weren't they supposed to watch a movie together? After a moment of frustration, he took out his phone and dialed Anchi's number. The call connected quickly, but silence met him from the other end. "Anchi, what is going on? Are you busy? Didn't we agree to watch the..." Before he could finish, Anchi's icy voice interrupted. "I'm not going. I don't want to hear you speak." Click. The call ended abruptly. What the? Jiang Nan was left bewildered. What on earth had happened for her to turn so suddenly? Her temperament changed faster than flipping a page in a book. "Brother Jiang, why aren't we going to the movies?" Bebe, with her keen ears, turned her little head to inquire. Jiang Nan felt a surge of irritation. She flipped on me just like that. Just because she is wealthy and beautiful, I don't care. In a fit of pique, he replied, "If she doesn't want to go, then let us go watch a movie, just the two of us." "Of course. I want to go." Bebe chirped like a little bird. "I'll go change." Jiang Nan thought, this little darling truly loves to change outfits. Chapter 93. Revisiting the Centenary Store the following day. Late morning. "Brother Jiang, may I accompany you?" The clingy Bebe gazed at Jiang Nan, who was carrying a suitcase. Her eyes filled with longing. "No," Jiang Nan replied. "Today is not suitable for you to join me. If you feel bored at home, you can go out and play. Once the hotel is ready, you won't have to stay cooped up at home and can find something to do." "All right then, I will see you downstairs." Jiang Nan, feeling both exasperated and fond of this adorable little one,
allowed Bebe to link her arm with his as she escorted him downstairs. Watching him drive away like a devoted little wife, the white Range Rover merged into the flow of traffic as Jiang Nin played music. Leisurely making his way to the antique street, feeling quite content, he marveled at the convenience of having a car. Upon arriving at the centenary store, Jiang Nin immediately spotted Zhu Shishir. "Jiang Nin, you're here," Zhu Shishir exclaimed with a bright smile upon noticing him. "Is old Zhao around?" "Yes. He is in the backyard. I'll call him." Zhu Shishir began to head off to summon him. "No need," Jiang Nin interjected. "I'll go directly to the backyard. I brought something to show him, and I need to cut it there." "Oh, I see. That works then," Zhu Shishir nodded. "You carry on. I'll join you shortly." Jiang Nin chuckled and pulled his suitcase into the backyard, a place he was quite familiar with. In the backyard, old Zhao was in a room. Observing his apprentice carve a jade pendant, occasionally offering quiet guidance, it's essential to capture the natural pattern of the jade, as this will accentuate its beauty to the fullest. "Old Zhao," Jiang Nin called out. "Ah, young brother, you've arrived." Old Zhao turned, surprised to see Jiang Nin. "I made another trip to Myanmar and brought back a few pieces of jade from my uncle. I'd like you to assess their quality." Good, good. Let us see." Old Zhao eagerly emerged from the room and led Jiang Nin to the cutting room. Once inside, without needing old Zhao to say much, Jiang Nin opened his suitcase and took out several pieces of rough jade. Old Zhao immediately selected one, examining it closely through the cutting window. With just a glance, he gasped, "Hiss." Quickly retrieving a small flashlight from his pocket, he scrutinized it even more carefully. Jiang Nin remained quietly amused, having memorized the shapes of the stones. He recalled that one piece old Zhao had previously assessed was valued at around 1.5 million, although he did not fully understand the intricacies. He could tell from the jade's thin skin, less than 2 millimeters, and the vividly translucent green within, that this was indeed a remarkable piece. Otherwise, it wouldn't be valued over 1 million. While this jade was considered lower grade among Jiang Nin's collection for an average stone gambler, acquiring such a piece would be a delightful surprise, a true embodiment of the legendary one cut to wealth. Hiss. After examining the stone for over a minute, old Zhao gasped again. Turning to Jiang Nan, "Young brother, how much did you acquire this rough material for?" Jiang Nan smiled. "My uncle mentioned that this batch was obtained at a significant price, and judging from the window, the jade inside must be exceptional. This piece of rough material cost me 1.4 million. "Oh, really?" Old Zhao's expression shifted to one of slight disappointment. "I thought you had stumbled upon a great fortune, perhaps acquiring such a piece for just a few thousand." "If that were the case, it would indeed be a windfall, although I cannot be certain from what I see through the window. The quality of this jade appears very promising, likely worth over 1 million. Jiang Nan chuckled inwardly, realizing that old Zhao harbored ambitions of striking it rich through his good fortune. However, the notion of good fortune was indeed true, albeit not for a mere few thousand, but rather for just over 20,000. Chapter 94. Mindset. Let us first cleave this section, and then we shall gradually examine the rest. "My young brother, you have indeed procured quite a collection this time." The old man Zhao cast a glance at the other stones. "Indeed, a trip to Myanmar is no small feat. My uncle urged me to bring back a bit more this time." Jiang Nin chuckled softly. Old man Zhao did not utter another word, but proceeded towards the small cutting machine, simultaneously proclaiming, "Such exquisite jadeite. This time, I shall personally take charge." "Are you still able to manage at your age, old Zhao?" Jiang Nin inquired. "Not to worry. I can simply have my apprentice do the cutting," he replied, modestly brushing aside Jiang Nan's concern. "Nonsense, nonsense," old Zhao insisted. "I am still quite vigorous." As he spoke, he activated the small cutting machine, beginning the process with remarkable proficiency. The machine purred to life, and Jiang Nin could not help but marvel at the old man's adeptness. Soon, a piece of jadeite was cleaved open. Old Zhao promptly shut off the machine, lifting the two halves to examine them. After a brief glance, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "My young brother, I was worried you might incur a loss, but now I am reassured. There is no loss here. That is splendid. Old Zhao, could you assess how much this could be worth if you were to accept it?" Jiang Nin inquired with a smile. "I must scrutinize it closely," old Zhao replied, retrieving a flashlight. "Let us take our time, examining one piece at a time, shall we?" "Of course," Jiang Nin agreed. "Very well, let us first finalize this piece," old Zhao said, studying it meticulously. Jiang Nin waited patiently beside him. Old Zhao examined it with great care, initially relying on his naked eye before employing a magnifying glass. After nearly 10 minutes, he set aside the magnifying glass, signaling that he had completed his assessment.
Jiangnan discreetly presented his estimates to old Zhao. I could offer one. 5,100,000. I could offer one. 6,020,000. I could offer one. 55,050,000. He felt reassured, his estimates aligning closely with his prior assessments. If this jadeite were presented at an auction, it might indeed fetch 1.6 million. Yet, he remained disinclined to engage in the hustle. My young brother, I can accept this jadeite at 1.5 million. What do you think? Old Zhao proposed at that moment. Agreed, Jiangnan smiled, reiterating, as I said before, old Zhao, I trust you. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. Old Zhao was elated. My young brother, you are the most straightforward person I have ever encountered. You never haggle over my offers. Your trust truly makes me feel I have found a true friend. You cannot imagine how many people I have met who dither over prices, fearful of losing a few coins. However, I am one for a single price. If negotiations fail, I prefer not to engage with such individuals. Old man, you and I share a similar temperament, Jiangnan remarked with a smile. I too appreciate straightforwardness. Had it not been for Jiangnan's ability to foresee success rates, he might have found it hard to believe that old Zhao was genuinely a man of his word. Typically, one would test the waters regarding pricing, hoping to extract a bit more. For most, an additional 10,000 yuan is a significant gain. However, Jiangnan was indifferent, illustrating a difference in mindset. My young brother, your uncle possesses a keen eye. He was bold enough to offer 1.4 million. Yet, given the unpredictability of the market, it was a gamble. He could have easily faced a loss. But fortune has favored him, allowing for a 100,000 profit. Ha ha ha, old Zhao rejoiced, aware that he too had secured a few thousand in profit, ensuring a safe return. Indeed, it is merely luck. Merely luck, Jiangnan chuckled, playing along with old Zhao. Now, let us examine the next piece, Chapter 95. Arrangements under the meticulous orchestration of Jiangnan. The prized imperial green and valuable jade rough were strategically placed at the rear. Jiangnan harbored concerns that old Master Zhao might recognize the imperial green and other precious jades, thus losing interest in the comparatively inexpensive jade. Nevertheless, despite this precaution, the usually eloquent and cultured old Master Zhao, during the subsequent cutting process, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, what on earth? He was already taken aback by the previous jade worth over 1 million, and now, with the subsequent piece valued at over 2 million, the shocks kept cascading, leaving him utterly flustered. Even the apprentices, who were carving jade in an adjacent room, could no longer contain their curiosity and rushed over. The front shop staff, Zhu Shishir and another young lady, also hurried in. Upon discovering that the batch of jade brought by Jiangnan was valued at over 10 million, the shock was beyond measure. Presently, there were only 2 uncut stones remaining, both of which were the most valuable under Jiangnan's careful arrangement. One was imperial green, and the other was estimated at 3 million. In the cutting room, the gathering now included not just old Master Zhao and Jiangnan, but also several of old Master Zhao's apprentices along with Zhu Shishir and another shop assistant. Taking a deep breath, old Master Zhao sought to calm his racing heart as he gazed at the remaining 2 pieces of jade rough, contemplating the next one, uncertain if even greater surprises awaited. He mused that surely such fortune could not be sustained. After all, to cut so many exquisite jades in one day was astonishing enough. It was unlikely that luck could continue to shine so favorably. The eldest apprentice, in his 50s, echoed this sentiment, admitting to a tinge of jealousy. I too believe such luck is improbable, he concurred. The other apprentices nodded in agreement, overwhelmed by the day's outcomes. According to Jiangnan, the recently cut jade, previously valued at over 1 million, could yield him tens of thousands in profit, while the piece worth over 2 million had netted him over 1 million in gains. This was truly astounding. Initially, Jiangnan had intended to disclose the value of the 2 million jade as simply that, a 2 million acquisition, so as not to overly astonish old Master Zhao with excessive profits. However, he soon realized that this would only invite further suspicion. Prior to quoting the cutting prices, he had gauged old Master Zhao's estimation of the jade rough, revealing a significant disparity. For the first piece, valued at over 2 million, old Master Zhao had estimated it at just over 1 million in his mind. This revelation sparked an idea in Jiangnan's mind. If he claimed it to be worth over 2 million, it would create a substantial gap in perception with old Master Zhao. Given the latter's profound expertise in this field, such a discrepancy might arouse suspicion. Thus, Jiangnan cleverly decided to quote a price akin to old Master Zhao's estimation, allowing him to accept it with ease, as it aligned with his own appraisal. The increased profit could simply be attributed to good fortune. Thus, The cutting of the jade worth over 2 million resulted in an astonishing net profit of over 1 million for Jiangnan. Even old Master Zhao was taken aback, unable to suppress an exclamation of what on earth. Simultaneously, a hint of envy flickered within him. The other apprentices, having been drawn in by the commotion, were filled with greed upon learning of the situation, each wishing to experience such fortune. Imagine earning over 1 million from a single piece of jade. Chapter 96. The acting mode. When the esteemed Elder Zhao received the last 2 pieces of raw jadeite, Jiangnan first presented him with the one valued at 2 million. As per his usual custom, Elder Zhao examined it meticulously in his hands before scrutinizing it further with a flashlight. After a moment, he inquired, "Young brother, how much did you acquire this for?" Jiangnan quietly initiated a test. Estimated value, 1 million. 50. How disappointing. In an instant, Jiangnan calculated his prospects. Estimated value, 900,000. 80. Feeling somewhat helpless and disheartened, he realized he would need to deliver an even greater shock to the others this time. 1 million, he stated. Young brother, unless luck was extraordinarily on your side, it seems you may incur a loss, Elder Zhao remarked. With my discerning eye, the chances of cutting jadeite worth 1 million are exceedingly slim. 900,000 is still plausible. I suspect this time there will indeed be a loss, for my master's judgment is quite accurate. Indeed, Jiangnan concurred. However, considering the last transaction netted over 1 million, even if we lose a few tens of thousands this time, we would still be in profit. Exactly. The group of disciples echoed in agreement, each contributing to the discussion. Zhu Shishir gazed at Jiangnan with a complex expression, remaining silent. She too shared a similar sentiment. The previous pieces combined had already yielded over 1 million in profit, and even if the next 2 incurred losses of tens of thousands each, they would still achieve a minimum profit of 1 million. Goodness, that's 1 million. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. With her salary, she would barely accumulate 1 million over a lifetime. Alas, the once inconspicuous colleague had transformed into a wealthy individual. If only there were an opportunity for their relationship to blossom into something more. It seemed that everyone harbored their own little calculations in their hearts. Anticipation hung in the air as they prepared to cut the stone. Elder Zhao approached the small cutting machine, securing the jadeite in place. The machine whirred to life, commencing the cutting process. As seconds ticked by, the group held their breath. Before long, it was done. Elder Zhao lifted the 2 pieces of jadeite, and upon his first glance, he gasped in astonishment. Hiss. The others, aside from Jiangnan, were fixated on Elder Zhao with rapt attention. Master, could it be another exceptionally valuable jadeite? Sea green, Elder Zhao stammered. Hiss. Ah, my God, sea green. The disciples were left in awe. Sea green? Jiangnan murmured softly, completely unfamiliar with this term. Aside from his studies on imperial green and emerald, he had paid little attention to other varieties. Observing the situation, it appeared to be a relatively valuable type of jadeite, though not excessively so, as he was well aware of its baseline price. Only around 3 million. If others knew of his thoughts, they would surely be aghast. Boss, is it really worth that much? Zhu Shishir could hardly contain her curiosity. As a staff member at a jadeite shop, she had a rudimentary understanding of jade, yet she was unaware of sea green, as the shop did not carry such pieces. Indeed, Elder Zhao replied with a wry smile. This can be considered a precious jadeite. Based on its size, it's worth approximately 3 million. 3 million. Zhu Shishir's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Jiangnan, her expression a mixture of excitement and an indescribable feeling. Goodness, 3 million? Jiangnan activated his acting mode, feigning surprise. We've struck it rich, haven't we? Yes. Zhu Shishir exclaimed with fervor. We bought it for 1 million. And now it's worth 3 million. A net gain of 2 million. I can hardly fathom. Observing Zhu Shishir's enthusiastic demeanor, Jiangnan mused. If only you knew it was purchased for just a mere 10,000 to 20,000, I wonder what your reaction would be? Chapter 97. Once again. The same words, old Zhao. How much did you acquire this sea green jadeite for? The performance mode concluded, and Jiangnan returned to the main topic. I want to examine this closely. Old Master Zhao's expression immediately became serious. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Young brother, I believe this jadeite deserves to be taken to an auction house. That way, its value can be maximized. As an old friend, I have no desire to take advantage of you. What I mean is, if I were to purchase this jadeite, I could take it to the auction house and sell it at a higher price, profiting from it. Old master, you are overthinking this. As I have said before, I trust you, Jiang Nan replied. It's merely a matter of 2 to 3 million. I cannot be bothered to take it to an auction house. The surrounding people gasped in disbelief. Only 2 to 3 million? You regard it so lightly? Very well. Young brother, since you say so, I shall take a good look. Old Master Zhao nodded and began to scrutinize the jadeite with a magnifying glass, exercising utmost caution. Time elapsed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Old Master Zhao showed no inclination to stop, meticulously inspecting the jadeite bit by bit. Several disciples, seemingly seizing a learning opportunity, gathered around, attentively observing. The room, filled with so many people, fell into a profound silence, not a single soul uttering a word. After a while, Jiang Nan grew bored and a bit parched. He turned to Zhu Sure. I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Could you please pour me a cup of tea? Of course. Zhu Sure promptly swayed her slender waist and dashed out to brew tea. Soon, she returned with a cup and a chair, gesturing for Jiang Nan to sit. Her thoughtfulness was evident. Jiang Nan glanced around. Everyone else was standing, their attention riveted on the jadeite. As for Zhu Sure, who was conversing with another shop assistant, he felt no need for restraint and seated himself comfortably, crossing his legs while sipping tea and waiting. A full 20 minutes passed before old Master Zhao finally ceased his examination. However, after stroking his chin and pondering for nearly half a minute, he looked up at Jiang Nan. Young brother, if I were to take this sea green jadeite, I could sell it for 1 million. What do you think? Of course, I reiterate, you would be better off taking it to an auction house. If my calculations are correct, it could fetch an even better price. Old master, as I said before, I trust you. Jiang Nan smiled as he replied, this jadeite is yours. Jiang Nan did not even test old Master Zhao this time. He found the price to be acceptable, differing by only 100,000. After all, old Master Zhao was assuming a considerable risk by spending so much on this piece. So a cautious price was warranted. Given old Master Zhao's character, Jiang Nan understood that if he were to ask for 2 million, old Master Zhao's agreement would likely hover around 50. However, he did not wish to jeopardize the trust established between them over a mere 100,000. After all, this was a transaction involving over 3 million. Moreover, he urgently needed 20 million to acquire a hotel. Without promptly selling this jadeite, he could not amass the required funds. As for the subsequent imperial green jadeite, should the price differ too significantly, he would consider the auction house. Naturally, he would first ascertain the price offered by old Master Zhao, confident that he would not suffer a loss. If the difference were merely 80,000 or 100,000, he would prefer not to bother with the auction house, as securing such an amount was rather effortless for him. All right. Old Master Zhao nodded seriously. Young brother, you are as forthright as ever. I shall refrain from saying more. You are now one of my closest friends. To be candid, this piece is far too precious for me to craft into jewelry. I intend to take it to the auction house to sell it, and in the process, I should earn some profit. Old Master, saying that is rather distant, Jiang Nan chuckled. I am merely simplifying matters. I have had no prior dealings with auction houses, and I have already profited. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Old Master Zhao suddenly burst into hearty laughter. I almost forgot. Young brother, you are the true victor here. You stand to gain over 2 million from this sea green jadeite. Alas, my luck remains so fortuitous. It is beyond imagination. If only I could experience such good fortune, even if just once. Chapter 98. The ultimate only the last stone remains, and its appearance is rather unremarkable, resembling a mundane rock picked up from the riverbank, devoid of any luster or sheen. This is an undeniable fact, as this stone was originally procured by Jiang Nan from the most inexpensive outer stalls. It would indeed be strange if it were aesthetically pleasing. Furthermore, it is worth noting that when Jiang Nan sliced it open, the imperial green jade rough was as large as a fist, with a skin thickness of 2 centimeters. Given this thickness, the jade within could hardly exceed the size of an egg. As an amateur, Jiang Nan observed the exposed green at the opening, which appeared muddled. Based on his limited knowledge of jade, it did not seem to be of high quality. It bore a resemblance to the mixed jade described in various references, a type that barely qualifies as jade. Its transparency was poor, its luster lacking, and it was deficient in water content. It exemplified the legendary colorless and unclassified jade. After consuming 1 million worth of jade, the elder Zhao took a moment to calm himself with a cup of tea before turning his attention to this last stone. He casually picked it up, glanced at it, and with a faint smile remarked, "Young brother, among this batch, this is the only piece of inferior jade. How much did you acquire it for?" Jiang Nin discreetly initiated a valuation test to gauge Zhao's estimation. 500,000. As expected, Zhao held little regard for this stone. Jiang Nin felt justified in commencing his assessment from 500,000 rather than 1 million. The testing continued. 400,000. 300,000. Jiang Nin couldn't help but smile wryly. This was indeed a poor valuation. He decided to take a more direct approach. 100,000. Goodness. 50,000. What on earth? 10,000. 50. Jiang Nin felt a pang of despair. Zhao's internal estimation was a mere 10,000, which was barely acceptable. Resignedly, he admitted, "I acquired it for 50,000. Zhao chuckled, "Young brother, you've taken a loss. Given the current condition, this piece of jade is barely worth 10,000. Of course, this is inconsequential. Even a loss of 50,000 is trivial for you." Indeed, Jiang Nin could only agree with resignation. It's all a matter of luck. If I incur a loss, so be it. Your words ring true. It's only a loss of 50,000. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers lost interest and began to disperse. "Master, we're off to work." Zhao casually carried the jade rough to a small cutting machine, securing it in the metal clamp for slicing. There was no hint of caution. His movements were swift, as if eager to finish and conclude the task. This piece of jade had become a superfluous entity. With a buzzing sound, the jade was soon cut open. Zhao switched off the machine and casually lifted the piece for inspection. However, upon that brief glance, his expression transformed dramatically, as if struck by an electric shock, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What's wrong, Zhao?" Jiang Nin feigned ignorance and inquired. I. The elder Zhao's tongue faltered, and he found himself momentarily speechless. After a moment, he hastily retrieved a magnifying glass to examine the egg-sized jade within more closely. Jiang Nin, intrigued, leaned in for a peek. The entire piece of jade resembled an egg, encased in a chaotic mixed jade exterior akin to an eggshell, while the interior revealed a deeply profound green. The hue was strikingly exquisite, captivating one's gaze at first sight and rendering it nearly impossible to look away. Chapter 99. The method. After examining the old Master Zhao with a magnifying glass for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, "My heavens, it truly is imperial green." His excitement was palpable, causing the group of young apprentices who had just left to rush back in a flurry. "What? Master, did you cut imperial green? Is it really imperial green?" Indeed. Master Hao's face gleamed with fervor. "Imperial green. I have not cut such a gem in over a decade. Ah, it truly is imperial green. Good heavens, how could luck be so extraordinary? The rough material purchased for 50,000 has yielded imperial green." The apprentices gazed at Jiang Nin, their expressions a blend of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Meanwhile, Zhu Shishir stood nearby, astonished, her small mouth covered in disbelief. Having begun her work at the jade shop, she had heard whispers of imperial green. Though she had never seen such jade, she understood its considerable worth. Feigning shock, Jiang Nin turned to Master Zhao and inquired, "Master, if you were to consume this gem, what would its worth be?" "My young friend, you must take this to an auction house," Master Zhao replied. "Imperial green is exceedingly precious. Its price is utterly unpredictable." Jiang Nin paused, surprised. "Master, are you suggesting it cannot be consumed?" "Indeed, my young friend. The value of imperial green fluctuates greatly. Only an auction house can maximize its potential." "Well then, very well." Jiang Nin nodded. "I shall visit an auction house when the opportunity arises." With 2 million now within reach, he felt no urgency for the funds. "By the way, you mentioned you are not familiar with auction houses, correct?" Master Zhao recalled. "Yes, I have not dealt with them before," Jiang Nin affirmed with a nod. "This matter is easily resolved," Master Zhao smiled. "Contact in Lao. He is well acquainted with the auction houses in the Magic City and frequently engages with them." "That sounds excellent." Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. "Thank you for the suggestion, Master Zhao. Do not mention it, my young friend." "Our relationship prohibits such formalities," Master Zhao replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Furthermore, I recommend setting the auction price for this imperial green at around 20 million. That should be reasonable." "Well, thank you." However, before Jiang Nin could finish his gratitude, Master Zhao shot him a mock glare, feigning anger. I have already stated, no thanks. All right, Jiang Nan chuckled. No more thanks. He then suggested, today has been fortunate. Such a significant discovery deserves celebration. Master Zhao, let us have a drink together at noon. Very well. Master Zhao beamed. But it is settled. I shall host. That would be quite inappropriate, Jiang Nan countered. I shall host. No, my young friend, you must not contest this. Since you have come here, it is my duty to extend hospitality. Jiang Nan. Ha. It is settled then, Master Zhao rejoiced. By the way, please call in Lao and discuss the auction house matter. That is a splendid idea, Jiang Nan nodded, relieved not to have to make the call himself. Master Zhao swiftly took out his phone and made the call. And Lao, come over to my place. We shall dine together at noon. Jiang Xiao brother is here. And there is a small matter to discuss. Ha. Jiang Xiao brother is present. And Lao's voice resonated through the receiver. All right, I shall head over shortly. How about this? Master Zhao contemplated. You need not come here. Let us meet at the VIP building instead. Sounds good. We shall meet at the VIP building. See you at the VIP building. The call ended. Chapter 100. Congratulations, little brother here. Take this imperial jade, Elder Zhao said as he handed the precious stone to Jiang Nan. Though modest in size, its value exceeded 20 million. Jiang Nan accepted it with gratitude. I'll go change clothes. Little brother, why don't you head to the shop in front and enjoy a cup of tea? Elder Zhao suggested. All right, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Jiang Nan, come with me. Ji Shishir interjected, displaying her perceptiveness as she led Jiang Nan to the nearby establishment, pouring him a cup of tea. As the steaming beverage arrived, Ji Shishir, with mixed emotions, remarked, Jiang Nan, congratulations. It's merely good fortune, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. By the way, let us have dinner together later. Is that appropriate? Ji Shishir hesitated. Well, if it's inconvenient, I can treat you separately in the evening, Jiang Nan contemplated. Given their camaraderie as former colleagues, he felt it was only right to invite her to dinner. Sure. Ji Shishir readily agreed. Then I want to hold back. Now that you've become quite the affluent individual, I might as well bask in your glory, hee. I want to go too. Can I join? Another young female staff member chimed in, eagerness evident in her demeanor. Of course, Jiang Nan chuckled. It's just adding another pair of chopsticks. That is wonderful. The young lady beamed, her long lashes fluttering. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a unique charm. Just call me when you finish work, Jiang Nan said. All right. Ji Shishir nodded obediently. A white Land Rover parked at the entrance of the VIP International Hotel. Jiang Nan and Elder Zhao alighted. With Jiang Nan glancing around to notice that Elder An's Rolls-Royce had yet to arrive. Let us head upstairs, secure a room, and then contact Elder An, Elder Zhao instructed. Understood. Jiang Nan replied, and they entered the lobby. Jiang Nan scanned the receptionists, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhang Yimin among them. Having an old classmate around, it felt only right to greet her if they crossed paths. Just then, a slender figure approached, swaying gracefully. Jiang Nan's heart lifted. It was indeed Zhang Yimin. As the vehicle came to a halt, she had noticed Jiang Nan through the window. Back for another meal? She inquired, stepping closer to him and glancing at Elder Zhao. Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Little brother, is this your classmate from last time? Elder Zhao observed with a grin. Indeed. Elder Zhao has a remarkable memory, Jiang Nan acknowledged, recalling their previous encounter during dinner. I'll head up first. No rush. You two continue your conversation, Elder Zhao said, turning to take the elevator, seemingly feeling like a third wheel. This left Jiang Nan momentarily taken aback, followed by an awkward smile. Zhang Yimin laughed. The elder thinks we're a couple. Come on. Let me show you upstairs. That sounds delightful, Jiang Nan replied cheerfully. Having an old classmate to guide me gives me peace of mind. Zhang Yimin rolled her eyes playfully as she led the way. What old classmate? Didn't we agree on bestie? Jiang Nan. Chapter 101. Ostentation and Futility. What remarkable luck. Young brother Jiang has actually cut out an imperial green? Upon hearing the news, old Master An burst into hearty laughter. And she, momentarily taken aback, turned to Jiang Nan, yet her exquisitely beautiful face remained icy. It's just luck, merely luck, Jiang Nan chuckled. A jade rough worth 50,000. And it yielded imperial green. Such extraordinary fortune. Old Master Zhao laughed heartily at Old Master An and the others, declaring, this luck is truly unparalleled. However, I now have a question. Old Master An smiled at Jiang Nan. Young brother, this cannot solely be attributed to luck. Could it be that you're discerning I played a part? The reason Old Master entertained this thought was due to Jiang Nan's exceptional expertise in appraising treasures. Could it be that he possesses similar prowess in stone gambling? It was not merely luck, but rather a testament to his keen insight. Hiki, Jiang Nan smiled. It's primarily due to good fortune. While my eye for observation does play a role, it is largely influenced by my uncle, who has devoted decades to this field. Old Master blinked a few times, seemingly coming to a realization. Young brother, is your uncle also quite formidable in the realm of treasure appraisal? Presently, Old Master pondered whether Jiang Nan's knowledge in this area was indeed inherited from his uncle. Jiang Nan had always been reticent on this matter. It's all right, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Oh, I see. I understand. Old Master appeared enlightened. He now surmised that Jiang Nan, whether in stone gambling or treasure appraisal, was likely guided by his uncle's teachings. Let us not dwell on this further. Let us drink. Jiang Nan deftly shifted the topic. Indeed, indeed. Old Master raised his glass in agreement. Come, let us toast. He understood that Jiang Nan preferred to avoid discussing such topics. The conversation meandered as they casually drank and chatted. Throughout the gathering, she maintained her frosty demeanor. Speaking little, Jiang Nan paid her no mind. He had resigned himself to the whims of this capricious beauty, although undeniably stunning with a remarkable figure. He felt it prudent to keep his distance. The banquet carried on until the afternoon, concluding with an agreement to visit the auction house in Magic City 5 days hence, wherein she would accompany Jiang Nan. After Old Master and Old Master Zhao departed, Jiang Nan exchanged farewells with Zhang Yimin, preparing to leave. Zhang Yimin gazed at the departing Rolls-Royce Phantom and remarked to Jiang Nan, dining and doing business with these super-rich magnates must surely be at your expense. Indeed. Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. Do you not find conducting business quite challenging? Most certainly, Zhang Yimin concurred. Just the 4 of you. And the meal cost over 50,000. That truly is painful. Indeed, Jiang Nan continued to smile ruefully. There's no alternative. They are all big shots. We cannot afford to dine at a lower standard, unlike us who can simply visit a private restaurant for a few hundred, where the food is actually delicious. Here, the dishes are exorbitantly priced, yet mediocre in taste. Giggling, Zhang Yimin chimed in, that is precisely it. Dining here is all about status, showy but insubstantial. The dishes may appear exquisite, yet their flavors leave much to be desired. Nonetheless, the wealthy still flock here. It's all for the sake of face. Jiang Nan chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Zhang Yimin furrowed her elegant brows, exuding a blend of helplessness and a unique beauty. By the way, have you considered changing jobs? Jiang Nan shifted the conversation. He hoped that once his hotel acquisition was successful, Zhang Yimin would be willing to join him, given that it aligned with her profession. And as an old classmate, he could offer her support. I haven't thought about changing jobs yet, Zhang Yimin replied. The work environment here is quite pleasant. And the salary is acceptable. Very well, Jiang Nan felt it best not to press further. I must take my leave. Let us gather again when time permits. Go on. Zhang Yimin waved her hand. Just don't go home and cry secretly over the 50,000 spent on a single meal. Jiang Nan. Chapter 102. The situation on his way home. Jiang Nan contemplated visiting the Grand Hotel to ascertain the current circumstances. Upon arrival, he observed the parking lot was desolate, indicating the hotel had yet to commence operations. After parking his vehicle, he entered the hotel lobby. Inside, the receptionists were engaged in idle chatter. Noticing his presence, one of the receptionists gracefully approached him and said, I apologize, sir, but the hotel is not currently open for business. What is the situation? Jiang Nan inquired deliberately. Has this hotel gone bankrupt? Not at all, the receptionist quickly clarified. The hotel is merely transitioning to a new owner, and we are in the handover process. It should resume normal operations shortly. We hope you will return to patronize us then. I see. Jiang Nan nodded and turned to leave, feeling somewhat satisfied with her response. As he walked away, he overheard a group of receptionists conversing behind him. I wonder what the new owner will be like. One remarked. Indeed. I hope they're a good one, another replied. Did you hear that the new owner promised to provide us with bonuses once they officially take over? That would be splendid. Though bonuses are secondary, the primary concern is that the hotel does not encounter any further mishaps. It is quite challenging to secure a job, and we have become familiar with our roles here. I worry that with a new owner, we may find it difficult to navigate in Shanghai, given the diverse clientele frequenting the hotel. If we offend the wrong person, it could spell trouble for us. True, the former owner managed to thrive here by aligning himself with the influential and family. Jiang Nan paused momentarily. They share the same surname. I wonder if they are related to the Eldarin. After exiting the hotel and getting back into his car, he reflected on the fact that he now had the financial means to expedite the signing of the hotel contract, thereby enabling its official operation. Delays could result in a loss of clientele. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Yuan in a modest rental apartment. Zhang Yuan was savoring a few appetizers while enjoying a bottle of beer, visibly content. Lily was trying on several newly purchased outfits and was also in high spirits. The two had recently resigned from their jobs, preparing to seize new opportunities at Jiang Nan's hotel. With hopes renewed, their moods were elevated. Moments later, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Jiang Nan calling, he promptly answered, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Jiang Nan's voice came through. "If we were to sign the contract now, how long would it take to finalize?" "It will be quick," Zhang Yuan responded. "The contract is already prepared. It's quite straightforward. We just need to sign at the bank. Of course, payment is required." "All right, let us head there now. I'll come pick you up." "Sounds good." Jiang Nan ended the call. Zhang Yuan wondered about the nature of the call, while Lily, clad only in form-fitting lingerie that accentuated her curves, was preoccupied with her outfits. "Excellent. We're off to sign the contract. The boss will be here soon to collect us." "That's wonderful," Lily exclaimed. "I was worried there might be some unforeseen circumstances. Signing the contract will put my mind at ease. Come, help me choose which outfit would be best to impress Jiang Nan." Zhang Yuan replied with feigned melancholy, "Are you dressing up for Jiang Nan, or am I your husband?" With a roll of her eyes, Lily retorted, "What are you thinking? I'm just trying to maintain a good image. I even suggested you buy a couple of smart outfits to dress appropriately in the future." Chuckling, Zhang Yuan responded, "I think you should wear that purple dress. It perfectly complements your elegance." At the commercial bank, in the office of the executive president, the well-dressed president retrieved a sealed envelope and presented the contract within. Smiling as he said, "Mr. Jiang, once you sign and the funds are transferred, the contract will take effect." "Very well." Jiang Nan reviewed the contract, while Zhang Yuan and Lily stood behind him like loyal attendants, both dressed formally, Lily in her flowing purple gown and Zhang Yuan in a suit with a tie. After meticulously examining the contract for any discrepancies, Jiang Nan nodded in approval and affixed his signature. Subsequently, he transferred 20 million to the bank account. The takeover of the hotel was successfully completed. Chapter 103, the déjà vu of a flight attendant as they exited the bank. Dusk was approaching. The executive president accompanied them and remarked, "I will call the manager of the Grand Hotel shortly. She has been overseeing the hotel's essential operations during this period." "What is the manager's name?" Jiang Nan inquired. Before the executive president could respond, Zhang Yuan interjected, "Lulu, boss. I have already made contact with her and am acquainted." "Good. Then there's nothing more to discuss." Jiang Nan nodded at the executive president and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. Safe travels," the executive president replied. As they got into the car, Jiang Nan said, "Let us head to the hotel." "All right." Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded in agreement. The journey was not long, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hotel. The three disembarked and, upon entering the lobby, found it bustling with activity. The crowd was neatly arranged in several lines. At the forefront stood a young lady approximately 1.7 meters tall, similar in height to Enchi. She possessed a well-proportioned figure, her long hair elegantly styled, and her exquisite oval face exuded a youthful radiance. She appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old, clad in a hotel uniform, and immediately evoked the impression of a flight attendant. Behind her were several rows of uniformed attendants, followed by a brigade of chefs in their attire, and further back were the logistics personnel. Jiang Nan quickly deduced the situation. They were lined up to welcome him. While Jiang Nan surveyed the crowd, they too were observing him, especially the striking young lady at the front, who fluttered her long eyelashes as she examined him. "Boss, this is Manager Lulu," Zhang Yuan indicated towards the beautiful oval-faced lady. At that moment, the enchanting manager Lulu spoke, addressing Zhang Yuan, "Mr. Zhang. Is this the new owner, Mr. Jiang?" "Indeed," Zhang Yuan nodded. "This is our new boss." "Greetings, Mr. Jiang," Lulu acknowledged, slightly bowing in a courteous gesture. The rows of employees behind her followed suit, collectively bending slightly in a ceremonial salute. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Their voices resonated powerfully throughout the lobby. "Hello, everyone." Jiang Nan responded with a gentle smile. "I will be taking over this hotel from now on. I expect all of you to continue performing your duties diligently. As I previously mentioned, I will be increasing bonuses. This promise will be upheld."
I now declare that all employees will receive an additional 2,000 yuan in bonuses this month. Understanding the importance of reassuring his staff after acquiring the hotel, Jiang Nan's words prompted a wave of excitement among the crowd. Wow, that's fantastic. The new boss is generous. I'm so happy. Cheers erupted amongst the employees, accompanied by hushed whispers. So this is the new owner. He came by at noon. Indeed, I didn't realize he was the new boss. How embarrassing. I should have spoken with him more to build rapport. The murmurs came from several attendants who had encountered Jiang Nan earlier. Jiang Nan merely smiled and dismissed their chatter, saying, "All right, everyone, please return to your respective duties." He then turned to the beautiful manager. "Miss, please accompany me." "Certainly, boss." The lovely manager nodded obediently, taking the lead as they proceeded. The group entered the elevator, while the lobby staff dispersed. As the elevator ascended, the manager spoke. "Boss, I have prepared everything for your office. The previous owner's office has been vacated. Out of concern for bad luck, it has been used as a storage room. Your new office includes a workspace, a lounge, a bedroom, and a gym. If there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, I can make adjustments." Jiang Nan smiled without responding, casting another appreciative glance at the young lady, who had clearly put considerable thought into her preparations. Chapter 104. Talent on the top floor of the hotel, under the guidance of the beautiful manager. Jiang Nan surveyed his room. It was indeed splendid and far exceeded his expectations. The lavish decor exuded an air of sophistication, and the spaciousness was remarkable. Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, marveled with envy, exclaiming, "This office is simply magnificent." Lily's eyes sparkled with admiration. Compared to their modest accommodations, this room was like heaven and earth. Wasn't Manager Lu's room also quite large and beautiful? Zhang Yuan recalled, blinking with curiosity. "Yes," the beautiful manager nodded. "It's quite similar. These are the two finest suites in the hotel." With a cheeky grin, Lu Yuan turned to Jiang Nan, flattering him. "Boss, let Lily and me stay in that room. We're not superstitious." "Of course," Jiang Nan chuckled, glancing at Lily. "What do you say, Lily?" "Absolutely," Lily nodded enthusiastically. "I see no reason to be superstitious, after all. Which house isn't inhabited, and who among us is immortal?" Laughter erupted from Jiang Nan. "All right then, that room is yours." "Thank you, boss. This is incredible," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he lifted Lily in a playful embrace. "We'll definitely have more passion in such a grand room tonight." "You're insufferable. There are others around." Lily's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast a shy glance at Jiang Nan, playfully punching Zhang Yuan. Jiang Nan feigned ignorance, looking up at the ceiling. Meanwhile, the beautiful manager, her face slightly flushed, adeptly diverted the conversation, saying, "Boss, my room is right next to yours. If you need anything, just call or text me." Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Remembering something, he inquired, "Is it possible to order food from the restaurant today?" "Not today," the beautiful manager replied. "We haven't prepared the ingredients yet. Only simple meals for the staff are available. However, I'll ensure everything is ready for tomorrow." "All right," Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. "You've done well. As you know the hotel's operations best now, I trust you with the management. Rest assured, boss. I will give it my utmost effort," she stated earnestly, her serious demeanor quite captivating. Undeniably, this young woman possessed an allure that drew men in. This sparked a thought in Jiang Nan's mind. Could she have been involved with the previous boss? Was her position a result of certain unspoken rules? If that were the case, it would be rather distasteful. Surreptitiously, he conducted a test. Was she involved with the previous boss? Result: 0. To his surprise, it was a no. It seemed this young lady was not of the promiscuous sort. She had earned her managerial position through her own merit. 100. Encouraged, Jiang Nan conducted another inquiry. Is she a virgin? Result: 100. Ah, splendid. Pleased with the outcome, he asked, "By the way, what was your previous salary?" 20,000, the beautiful manager responded. Adding, "I hold a master's degree in management from Yinjing University." Impressive, Jiang Nan mused, acknowledging her academic prowess. Clearly, she had ascended to her position through her capabilities. Smiling, he said, "Keep up the good work. I'll add 5,000 to your bonus this month. Depending on your performance, I may consider a raise." Though their acquaintance was brief, Jiang Nan sensed that this young woman was exceptionally capable. She had managed to stabilize the hotel amidst turmoil, demonstrating remarkable composure. Moreover, having arranged his accommodations so promptly showcased her meticulousness. Her familiarity with the hotel was invaluable, especially when others were left in the dark. Chapter 105.
Greetings to the boss. Thank you, boss. The beautiful manager did not appear overly excited, seemingly believing that Jiang Nan was merely flattering her. Jiang Nan could see this and simply smiled. All right, you may go now. I shall rely on you for the upcoming matters, as I am still unfamiliar with the situation. Of course, boss. The alluring manager swayed her slender waist as she departed. Zhang Yuan, Lily, you two shall stay at the hotel tonight, Jiang Nan remarked, directing his gaze towards them. Absolutely. Zhang Yuan replied joyfully. I have no desire to return to that dilapidated rental. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded. The hotel arrangements are entrusted to you. Collaborate with the female manager and handle any issues together. Rest assured, boss, Zhang Yuan assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Without further ado, Jiang Nan turned and exited the room, descending the staircase. Boss, allow me to escort you, Zhang Yuan called out, with Lily trailing closely behind. They played the role of devoted followers. Upon emerging from the elevator, the receptionist in the lobby immediately stood upright upon noticing Jiang Nan. Good day, boss. Good day, boss. Jiang Nan smiled, relishing the moment. Just as he stepped out of the hotel entrance, his phone rang. I mount the steed of the desert, bearing my pipe and hourglass. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhu Shishir calling. As he answered the call, he waved goodbye to Zhang Yuan and Lily, saying, You two may return now. Zhang Yuan and Lily ceased their follow and departed. Once the call connected, Zhu Shishir's voice resonated. Jiang Nan, we have finished work. Where shall we dine? Are you still heading to the antique street? Jiang Nan inquired in return. Indeed, she replied. Then wait for me at the intersection. I shall drive over to pick you up. You can decide where to eat when I arrive. All right, see you soon. After hanging up, Jiang Nan entered his Land Rover Range Rover and merged into the flow of traffic. The journey was brief, within 20 minutes. He arrived at the intersection of the antique street. Zhu Shishir and another female staff member were waiting at the roadside. Each held a handbag, their makeup slightly pronounced, and they were dressed provocatively. They wore deep V-neck tops paired with ultra-short skirts, showcasing their alluring legs. It was evident that they had dressed with intention. As Jiang Nan pulled up, he lowered the window and smiled. You both look stunning today. Of course, Zhu Shishir replied joyfully, her tone half-joking. When dining with a wealthy patron, one must put forth their best appearance. Who knows, I might just catch the eye of a rich husband. Jiang Nan. The other female staff member burst into laughter. The two ladies opened the car door and entered, with Zhu Shishir taking the driver's seat. A fragrant breeze enveloped Jiang Nan, revealing that Zhu Shishir had applied a generous amount of perfume. By this time, dusk had settled in. Do you finish work this late? Jiang Nan inquired with curiosity. Humph. Zhu Shishir rolled her eyes at him. We needed to freshen up and dress appropriately. Oh. Jiang Nan nodded, finally grasping why they had called so late, adding, Wherever you two wish to eat, I shall comply. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly mention my recent small fortune and accuse me of being stingy. We need not dine at an extravagant place, the other staff member suggested. Let's find a nearby restaurant that suffices. There is a Western restaurant nearby. Shall we dine there? The ambience is pleasant, and the food is satisfactory, Zhu Shishir proposed. Moreover, the prices are reasonable. Money is no object, Jiang Nan declared. In your company, I need not be overly cautious. Today has brought me good fortune, and what matters most is that you both enjoy yourselves. It is not solely about the expenditure. Zhu Shishir remarked. Very well then, lead the way. As Jiang Nan spoke, he started the engine. Proceed straight, then take a left in 2 kilometers. Chapter 106. The runner-up upon reaching their destination, they found themselves at a quaint French restaurant, modest in size yet adorned with a charming decor that created an inviting atmosphere. They sought a secluded table, and Jiang Nan briefly perused the menu. The prices were quite reasonable. Latte coffee, 18 yuan. Parisian cabbage, 25 yuan. Cabbage mint, 15 yuan. Dining at such a place did not require a lavish expenditure. Let the ladies order, Jiang Nan smiled. Please, do not hesitate. Choose whatever you desire. I wonder you hold back. You have become quite affluent now, Zhu Shishir replied with a gleeful smile as she examined the menu. The other waitress, slightly reserved around Jiang Nan, nodded obediently. Soon, the two ladies placed their orders. White wine with French snails, beetle nut ribs, frozen eggplant, spinach salad, multi-flavored fish soup, French maple syrup toast, flaming CRPS, and French fish rolls. The array of dishes was plentiful yet affordable. As they dined and conversed, Jiang Nan learned the other waitress's name was Zhuang Dai. He and Zhu Shishir reminisced about amusing anecdotes from their previous workplace. while Zhuang Dai listened attentively but rarely interjected. After about an hour, they had finished their meal, and the evening was still young. How about we go to karaoke? Ji Shishir suggested. I still have a card that allows us to sing for 2 hours without charge. Money is no object, Jiangnan chuckled. If you wish to play, go ahead. Keep the card. I shall cover the expenses. Absolutely not. Ji Shishir retorted. I seldom go singing, so keeping the card is pointless. I cannot let you pay for karaoke after treating us to dinner. That would be too greedy, even if you were now a wealthy man, Jiangnan thought. The 300 or 200 yuan was of little concern to him. All right then, it's settled. We shall go to karaoke using my card, Ji Shishir declared decisively. Jiangnan had no further objections. The journey was brief, taking only about 10 minutes to reach a modest KTV establishment. The venue catered to a more budget-conscious clientele, lacking in extravagance but appealing to the masses. Jiangnan had only previously visited such places when entertaining clients, and he could never justify the expense for himself. Though now it seemed trivial, it had once been beyond his means. Upon entering the KTV, a striking poster of a sultry woman adorned the wall opposite the lobby. Her fiery red lips and alluring figure striking a provocative pose, accompanied by the slogan, "Women are supreme." The lighting within added to the lively ambience. Ji Shishir swiped her card, securing a private room on the 3rd floor for 2 hours. The trio ascended, followed closely by a dashing young male attendant carrying drinks and a fruit platter. Previously, when Jiangnan had brought clients, the atmosphere had necessitated the presence of female companions. Today, however, he was accompanied by 2 charming ladies. Once inside the room, the attendant set down the drinks and fruit, politely inquiring, "Is there anything you need?" Upon inspecting the offerings, Jiangnan noted there were only 6 bottles of beer, and in typical KTV fashion, they were small yet exorbitantly priced. "Please bring us more beer," Jiangnan instructed. "Certainly," the young man replied before exiting. "Let us choose some songs," Jiangnan said with a gentle smile to the 2 ladies. "Jiangnan, what song are you best at? I'll help you select," Ji Shishir offered as she approached the song selection screen. "I'll pass. You 2 sing." "My singing is subpar. I once participated in a competition and only managed to secure the runner-up position." Ji Shishir and Zhuang Dai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You really are amusing," Ji Shishir said. "Quickly, tell us what song you'll sing today." "Our runner-up must go first." "Let us go with Desert Camel then," he replied. Chapter 107. The more difficult it becomes, I yearn to traverse this vast desert in search of my true self, accompanied solely by a camel. The haunting melody of a desert song by Jiangnan resonates, soaring to exhilarating heights. The captivating voices of Ji Shishir and Zhuang Dai are agape in astonishment. Indeed, Jiangnan's singing is remarkably enchanting. Had his family not been impoverished, he might have pursued a career in music. However, the arduous path to success, coupled with the substantial financial investment required, led him to abandon that dream, as stability eluded him before achieving fame. In the past, he would often jest, claiming that apart from his handsome appearance and melodious voice, he possessed no other merits. Yet now, he finds himself reluctantly conceding that wealth has become the paramount virtue. As the final notes of the song lingered, Ji Shishir exclaimed, "I never imagined your singing could be so delightful." "Indeed, it is simply marvelous," the 2 ladies effusively praised. Jiangnan chuckled modestly. "Well, it's your turn now. Allow me to take a turn." With a spark of enthusiasm, Ji Shishir seized the microphone, revealing her own commendable singing prowess. Jiangnan and Zhuang Dai cheered them on, and soon, the group was enveloped in the exhilarating atmosphere of the KTV, where spirited melodies ignited their exuberance. As the night unfolded, the intoxicating effects of the beer led to an unrestrained camaraderie, with the group embracing and reveling in the moment. Ji Shishir, feeling a sense of familiarity, nestled into Jiangnan's embrace, while Zhuang Dai, initially reserved, soon succumbed to the atmosphere, both ladies finding solace in Jiangnan's arms. They sang and laughed, lost in the joy of the night. As the beer flowed, Ji Shishir grew increasingly animated, oblivious to Zhuang Dai's presence, sharing fervent kisses with Jiangnan. In this charged environment, Jiangnan too indulged in the revelry, succumbing to the liberating spirit of the night. Before long, the group found themselves disheveled, their outer garments discarded in the throes of enjoyment. Fortunately, the evening drew to a close after 2 hours. Had it continued much longer, unforeseen complications might have arisen. Indeed, indulgence can be a treacherous companion. Upon exiting the KTV, Jiangnan remained the most composed among them. While he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, He was merely left with a slight dizziness and exhilaration. Zhuang Dai managed to cling to his arm, while Zhu Shishir staggered, requiring Jiang Nan's steadying hand around her waist. The trio awkwardly boarded a car, and Jiang Nan, maintaining his clarity, posed a troubling question regarding the probability of an accident under such circumstances. 50. Alarmed by the revelation, he deemed it wise to refrain from driving, fearing the consequences of potential misfortune. Shall we call a ride service for you? Jiang Nan suggested. I've had my share of drinks. Driving would be perilous. Yes, let's call for a ride. It's safer that way. You mustn't drive, Zhuang Dai insisted, still clinging tightly to Jiang Nan's arm. Leaning against him with an unmistakable dependence, Jiang Nan took out his phone to summon a ride, while Zhu Shishir's intoxication escalated, her consciousness slipping as she clung to him. Sobbing uncontrollably, Jiang Nan, overwhelmed, attempted to comfort her. Zhu Shishir, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I take you to the hospital? Through her tears, she confessed, Jiang Nan. I like you. I've developed feelings for you. I long to be with you. Jiang Nan felt a wave of frustration. This girl had certainly drunk too much. Please, hold me tightly and never leave me, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Resigned, Jiang Nan soothed her. I want to leave you. It's all right. A good night's sleep will make everything better. Zhu Shishir continued to cry, her sincerity evident. It was clear her feelings for Jiang Nan had blossomed, fueled by the influence of alcohol. After all, Jiang Nan's many admirable qualities, wealth, charm, generosity, and a beautiful voice, rendered him a rare gem. Jiang Nan, unable to extricate himself from the situation, resigned himself to her tears. Knowing that any attempts to console her would be futile, Zhuang Dai, observing the scene, inquired, Are you both staying at old Master Zhao's establishment? Yes. We are on the second floor, Zhuang Dai replied. However, both of us have had too much to drink, especially Zhu Shishir. If the owner were to see us like this. She trailed off, her expression betraying concern. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, realizing the predicament they were in. The two ladies, in such a disheveled state, would surely attract unwanted attention upon their return. Chapter 108. Bearing the blame after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan suggested, Let's find a nearby hotel for you two to stay for the night. Tomorrow, once the effects of the alcohol have faded, you can return to the inn. Yes. Zhuang Dai nodded obediently, leaning against Jiang Nan's shoulder as she said, This is the best option. Jiang Nan contemplated whether to take the two of them back to his luxurious hotel and arrange for 2 rooms. However, he ultimately decided against it. Having just taken over the management of the high-end establishment, it seemed inappropriate for him, as the owner, to return late at night with 2 young women. Before long, the designated driver arrived. Jiang Nan tossed the keys to him, giving a brief instruction. Certainly, sir, the driver replied, glancing at the 2 beautiful women in Jiang Nan's arms. A knowing smile spread across his face as he eagerly took the keys and drove off. Jiang Nan. From the driver's expression, it was clear he assumed Jiang Nan was taking 2 ladies for a rendezvous. Indeed, the situation did lend itself to such an interpretation. Even he would entertain that thought if he were a bystander. Alas, what a pitiable circumstance to find himself unjustly accused. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the nearest hotel. The driver parked the car and cheerfully announced, Sir, that will be 50 yuan. Jiang Nan. How surprisingly lucrative this job was, 50 yuan for merely 5 minutes. Had it been his former self, he would have berated the driver as a swindler. After settling the fare, the driver retrieved his folding electric scooter from the trunk. Before leaving, he remarked, Enjoy yourself, sir, one with 2 ladies. You must be quite robust. Jiang Nan. What should he do with the urge to punch someone? He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he cradled Zhu Shishir and led Zhuang Dai into the hotel to procure a room. The front desk attendant, observing the situation, could hardly contain her disbelief. One of them whispered, Just 1 room? Even if they truly needed 3, couldn't they at least request an additional room for discretion? Is it really appropriate to be so brazen? Jiang Nan. He wished he could mutter a retort to the attendant. After securing the room, Jiang Nan escorted the 2 ladies upstairs, instructing Zhuang Dai, Please take care of Zhu Shishir. If you find it too challenging, we can pay for a staff member to assist. Of course, Zhuang Dai replied. Zhu Shishir had indeed indulged too much, by this time. She had stopped crying and succumbed to a deep slumber. Jiang Nan gently laid her on the bed, ensuring her comfort before turning to Zhuang Dai. I leave her in your capable hands. Understood, Zhuang Dai nodded obediently. Without lingering, Jiang Nan turned to depart. As he approached the elevator, Zhuang Dai suddenly called out, Jiang Nan, we'll be friends from now on, right? Taken aback, Jiang Nan replied, of course, why do you ask? It's nothing, Zhuang Dai said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I had a wonderful time tonight and fear I might not have the chance to enjoy such moments with you again. There will be opportunities, Jiang Nan smiled. Whenever you wish to go out, just give me a call. Yes. Zhuang Dai's face lit up with a smile. That would be wonderful. Jiang Nan waved as he entered the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, the front desk attendant regarded him with a look of astonishment. Jiang Nan shot her a brief glare before striding out of the hotel. Behind him, he could hear the attendant murmuring, Huh? Why is he leaving? What is going on? Jiang Nan. Once outside, he chose not to call for the designated driver, allowing the car to remain still. Instead, he hailed a taxi back to Liyuan Community. Upon reaching the entrance, he glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Not wanting to disturb Beibei, he quietly retrieved his keys and opened the door. As soon as he stepped inside, Beibei's melodic voice greeted him. Brother Jiang, you're finally back. Jiang Nan turned to see Beibei still awake, waiting for him on the sofa, clutching a cushion and watching television. Beibei, why are you still up this late? I couldn't sleep without you here, Beibei replied, edging closer to him and sniffing the air. You've been drinking again. Jiang Nan, charmed by her adorable demeanor, affectionately ruffled her long hair. I'm back now, so you can go to sleep. Okay, Beibei nodded obediently, taking a few steps toward her bedroom before stopping abruptly. She turned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Brother Jiang, how about we share a good night kiss before I sleep? Jiang Nan. Beibei giggled. All right, go to bed. Tomorrow, I have good news to share with you. What good news? Beibei inquired, her interest piqued. I've said I'll tell you tomorrow, Jiang Nan replied sternly. You're asking too soon. Oh, fine. Good night, Beibei said with a playful pout as she headed to her room. Chapter 109. The feeling of home when Jiang Nan awoke in a daze. It was already midday the following day, with the sun shining brightly. After rising and freshening up, he stepped outside, only to be greeted by Beibei, who exclaimed, Brother Jiang, you've finally woken up. I've been waiting all morning. Waiting all morning? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Waiting for what? You're so annoying, Beibei pouted playfully. Didn't you say you had good news to share with me today? Oh. Jiang Nan suddenly remembered, having completely forgotten about it. Quickly tell me, what is this good news? Beibei urged him impatiently, shaking his arm. Her adorableness palpable. Dressed in a particularly cute outfit, she appeared even more enchanting. The hotel has been acquired, he announced. I'll take you there shortly. It's bustling with people, and you can choose whatever job you desire. Wow, that is wonderful, Beibei exclaimed, joyfully embracing Jiang Nan and planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving a pink strawberry mark. Brother Jiang, that lip print looks quite lovely, she giggled, admiring the mark on his face. Jiang Nan, upon glancing in the bathroom mirror, had to admit it looked rather charming, as Beibei's lips were indeed beautiful. However, it was impractical to go outside with such a mark, so he washed it away. In the bathroom, Beibei called out, Brother Jiang, what did you have for breakfast? I can go buy some. Jiang Nan chuckled wryly. It's already noon. What breakfast is there to eat? He understood that Beibei had likely not eaten either, and perhaps she had risen early while he had slept until midday. With this thought in mind, he discreetly assessed her and concluded, no breakfast. 100. Up before 7. 100. Sighing, he realized the truth of the matter. This girl truly tugged at his heartstrings. After descending the stairs, Jiang Nan and Beibei proceeded to the entrance to hail a taxi. Beibei fluttered her long lashes and asked, Brother Jiang, where's our car? The term our car warmed Jiang Nan's heart inexplicably. With this little girl by his side, he felt an undeniable sense of home. Without thinking, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her close. Beibei nestled obediently against him, still puzzled as she inquired, Brother Jiang, where did our car go? Did old master take it back? No, Jiang Nan replied, running his fingers through her long hair. I drank too much last night, and didn't dare to drive. I took a taxi back, and our car is at the hotel. Oh, I see. Good morning, boss. Good morning. As they entered the hotel lobby, the receptionist stood upright and greeted them. The atmosphere today was vastly different from yesterday, as the staff had entered work mode. Although there were hardly any guests due to the hotel's recent opening, everyone diligently maintained their posts. Wow, Brother Jiang, you look so impressive, Beibei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Mind your demeanor, your grace, Jiang Nan advised softly, walking with measured steps. You are now the boss's sister. Carry yourself with poise. Beibei giggled mischievously. Jiang Nan sighed. realizing that Bei Bei's playful antics had disrupted the serious ambience he had intended to maintain. Chapter 110. An imposing figure. Upon reaching the top floor, Jiang Nan encountered Zhang Yuan in the corridor. "Hello, boss. You've arrived. And Bei, you look even more stunning today." Zhang Yuan was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication. "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Zhang," Bei replied graciously. "How is business today?" Jiang Nan inquired as he entered his office. "Well, it should be. Probably. Not great," Zhang Yuan responded, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Jiang Nan's expression reflected his own confusion. Zhang Yuan offered an awkward smile and followed Jiang Nan into the office, promptly pouring him a cup of tea. Honestly, if this were the Qing dynasty, you would undoubtedly be a eunuch, Jiang Nan thought to himself. Once the tea was ready, Zhang Yuan suggested, "I'll call the manager and have her come up to discuss the situation. She knows the details." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. After a brief phone call, the beautiful manager arrived, entering the room with a warm smile. "Boss, you're here." "Indeed," Jiang Nan acknowledged, admiring her delicate features. "How has the day been so far?" "Up to now, not a single customer has arrived," the manager replied with a calm smile. "However, this is quite normal since we were closed for 2 days. It will take some time to recover. No need to worry." Jiang Nan nodded, but then added, "There is one matter of urgency." "Oh, what is it, boss?" she asked, her eyes blinking in curiosity. "We haven't tea at lunch yet." Jiang Nan pointed to Bei and continued, "Please ask the kitchen to prepare some of the hotel's signature dishes. I'd like to sample them." "Certainly." The manager laughed lightly. "You have quite the sense of humor, boss. I thought it was something serious." "Isn't this serious?" Jiang Nan retorted playfully. "Oh, yes." The manager quickly apologized with a sheepish smile. "I'll take care of it right away." As she left, she reassured him, "It will be done shortly. And I will have someone bring it directly to your room." Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, the manager returned with an array of exquisitely presented dishes. "Boss, here is the abalone porridge. This is the silver fungus and bird's nest soup. Here we have the clear stewed tuna. And this is the Buddha jumps over the wall. Lastly, the crab roe and shark fin." The dishes were indeed visually stunning and quite tempting. Jiang Nan pondered aloud. How much do these dishes cost? "These are among the most prestigious offerings in our establishment, if you order all of them. The total would be approximately 100,000, the manager explained. "And what is the profit margin?" Jiang Nan asked, intrigued. "About 50, she replied. "The ingredients are quite expensive, and some are sourced through special channels." "Understood," Jiang Nan nodded. "All right, you may return to your duties while I savor these dishes." "Of course," the manager replied and departed. "Zhang Yuan, call Lily and have her join us for the meal," Jiang Nan instructed, turning to Zhang Yuan. Boss, is that really appropriate given the price of these dishes?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, taken aback. "Just do as I say. Stop hesitating," Jiang Nan chided him with a stern look. All right. Zhang Yuan sheepishly pulled out his phone and dialed. "Lily, come upstairs to Jiang Nan's office. There is something good happening." As they commenced tasting the dishes, Jiang Nan remarked, "These flavors are rather underwhelming." "Indeed, how can such expensive food taste so mediocre?" Zhang Yuan agreed. "We consume these for their nutritional value, not just the taste, so please refrain from complaining," Lily interjected, although she too found the flavors lacking, noting that even a steak priced over 1,000 was far superior. "Perhaps the hotel's chef lacks skill," Zhang Yuan suggested. Jiang Nan contemplated this. "That does seem plausible. I should meet the chef." Chapter 111. Stealing skills. "Are you the chef here?" Jiang Nan inquired, somewhat taken aback to find that the head chef was a young woman. With short hair and delicate features, she appeared to be in her 20s, exuding a wild, untamed charm. However, she lacked certain feminine attributes, which led Jiang Nan to silently critique her in his thoughts. What a pity for such an unconventional beauty to be lacking in that regard. "Yes, boss," the beautiful manager interjected. "She is the head chef specializing in gourmet cuisine, an expert in Chinese culinary arts." "But why do these dishes taste so unpalatable?" Jiang Nan remarked bluntly. "Boss, may I pose a question?" the young chef retorted, her tone tinged with defiance. Intrigued by her attitude, Jiang Nan responded, "Of course, as my employee. Feel free to express any concerns." "I simply wish to ask if you have tasted these dishes before," she queried. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by her directness. The beautiful manager also looked surprised but quickly realized the situation, admonishing the chef, Luo, watch your tone." Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Nan smiled and interjected, "It's fine. I admit. I haven't had the pleasure of tasting these dishes before. Since you haven't tried them, you cannot make a fair judgment. You should visit a more upscale restaurant. My methods are completely authentic, she asserted confidently. Oh. Jiang Nan paused thoughtfully before nodding. All right, I concede this time. It seems I am indeed a novice in the culinary realm. Nonetheless, these dishes do not suit my palate. The young chef chuckled, saying, Boss, these dishes not only fail to please your taste, but many others as well. However, this approach preserves the nutritional value of these precious ingredients. Many patrons choose these dishes for their prestige and status rather than their flavor. If one seeks flavor, the street vendors and roadside barbecue stalls offer the most delightful tastes. I see. Jiang Nan nodded in understanding. After a moment, he turned to the beautiful chef and asked, By the way, as an expert, if you were to taste a particular dish, could you replicate it? Let's give it a try, she replied with a nod. Very well, Jiang Nan said. Prepare yourself. Change out of your chef's attire into something more casual. We are going out shortly. I would like you to taste a particular fish dish, and afterward, you can recreate it for me. The flavor of that sauced fish was truly exquisite. If his chef could master it, dining would become immensely more convenient. Understood, boss. The beautiful chef responded, her demeanor direct and unambiguous. It was evident that she was a girl accustomed to short hair, exuding a somewhat tomboyish charm. Boss, is there anything else to attend to? The beautiful manager inquired. Nothing else, Jiang Nan affirmed. Very well, I shall take my leave then, she announced. Departing alongside the beautiful chef. This is so awkward, Zhang Yuan remarked with a wry smile. We've never tasted these dishes, and she called us out directly. How embarrassing. It's nothing, Jiang Nan chuckled. We were poor before. There's no need to conceal that. By the way, I'll take you all to try a remarkable fish dish shortly. Fish. Lily blinked, her keen intellect immediately connecting the dots. Jiang Nan, you intend to take the chef to try this fish so she can learn how to prepare it, right? Indeed, Jiang Nan replied. We are going to learn from the best. Zhang Yuan. Lily. Chapter 112. Bold and unconcealed, is this the place? The Land Rover came to a halt, and Zhang Yuan, Lily, Bei, Jiang Nan, and the beautiful chef alighted from the vehicle. The gorgeous chef surveyed the expansive courtyard. Jiang Nan nodded. Let us head inside. The sauce fish here is a treasured family recipe. Upon entering the courtyard, it felt as familiar as home. Jiang Nan led the way, casually selecting an unoccupied room where they all took a seat. No one came to attend to them. Don't we need to order? The beautiful chef inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. No need, Jiang Nan replied. The dishes here are essentially fixed. Patrons primarily come for the sauce fish. As they engaged in light conversation, the dishes arrived, a nearly 1-foot-long fish accompanied by several cold appetizers. The waitress casually remarked, there are beers and soft drinks available. If one fish isn't enough, just let me know, and I'll bring more. Bring us 2 more fish, Jiang Nan stated directly. Certainly, they'll be here shortly. The waitress responded before turning to leave. The service here is quite unique, Zhang Yuan chuckled. It feels a bit like a buffet. This place is very laid back, primarily focused on enjoying the sauce fish. Alcohol isn't a big part of the experience here as they only serve beer and soft drinks, Jiang Nan explained. With a prior visit under his belt, he had transformed into a seasoned patron. That's quite nice, Lily nodded in agreement. I want to ask, can we eat now? Bei had already picked up her chopsticks, eyeing the fish with the eagerness of a little cat. Just your appetite, Jiang Nan ruffled her hair, saying, wait a moment. Let our chef taste the dish first. He glanced at the beautiful chef. Everyone, please be quiet. Don't disturb me, she instructed. Picking up her chopsticks to sample a piece of fish, she closed her eyes, savoring each bite. The others fell silent, watching with anticipation. Nearly half a minute passed before she swallowed the first piece and then switched to another section, delicately savoring it again. After another swallow, she remarked, this fish is quite complex. I can discern 16 flavors of seasoning, 5 of which were used while stewing the fish, and 11 in the sauce. Wow. Jiang Nan was taken aback, his demeanor returning to normal as he exclaimed, that's impressive. You can really taste all of that? The beautiful chef responded, indeed. Wow, that's remarkable. Zhang Yuan was equally astonished, gazing at the beautiful chef as if she had transformed into an enchanting figure. Lily and Bei were equally amazed. Is this tongue some kind of super tongue? Someone mused in awe. However, the beautiful chef continued, but mastering the balance of these seasonings is quite challenging. Everyone was momentarily speechless. This is already astonishing. Jiang Nan finally broke the silence, pondering aloud. So, What you're saying is that it's impossible to replicate such a flavor. It requires meticulous observation and experimentation, the beautiful chef replied, standing up. I need to step outside and observe their stewing techniques. Cough, cough. Jiang Nan felt a twinge of guilt, saying, Miss, remember to be discreet. Don't be so brazen. This is a cherished family recipe. Don't worry, boss. I'll be cautious, the beautiful chef assured as she exited. Chapter 113. Leave it to me, the beautiful chef departed. Bei timidly inquired, Can we eat now? Jiang Nan replied with a sigh. Zhang Yuan and Lily remained silent, before Lily finally said, It's ready, let us eat. Jiang Nan helplessly remarked, You truly are a little glutton. With a giggle, Bei joyfully picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. As she savored a piece of fish, her delightful eyes squinted into crescent moons. Delicious, delicious. You all must try this. The flavor of this fish is incredible. Really? Zhang Yuan and Lily also began to indulge. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan quietly focused his gaze on the sauced fish, initiating a probe. A total of 16 seasonings. 100. Wow. She indeed possesses remarkable skills. After a moment's contemplation, he continued probing. 5 ingredients were used for the braised fish. 100. The sauced fish utilized 11 ingredients. 100. Truly impressive. She is indeed a top-tier chef. As Jiang Nan mused over his thoughts, he too began to enjoy the fish. Before long, the beautiful chef returned, accompanied by a waitress who brought 2 more fish. After setting them down, the waitress departed. Before Jiang Nan could say anything, Zhang Yuan eagerly asked, So, how was it? Did you manage to glean any secrets? The beautiful chef rolled her eyes and replied, I did not go to steal any secrets, I merely observed. The technique is quite simple, slow cooked in a large iron pot over low heat. However, I'm still uncertain about the timing. Jiang Nan blinked and immediately began to calculate. He could easily ascertain this. With a thought, he initiated another probe. The sauced fish requires at least half an hour of stewing. 100. The sauced fish needs to stew for over an hour. 100. The sauced fish must stew for over 2 hours. 90. Pondering for a moment, Jiang Nan probed again. The sauced fish needs to be stewed for 2 hours. 100. All right. Problem solved. Having gathered the necessary information, he casually offered an excuse. I can resolve the matter of how long the fish needs to stew. I have a friend who is acquainted with the owner here, and I can inquire indirectly to find out. That is wonderful, the beautiful chef exclaimed. I've gained a bit more knowledge. As for the seasoning, once I return, I will meticulously experiment with the complete configuration. Jiang Nan hesitated before asking, Can you discern what these 16 seasonings are? Of course, the beautiful chef responded. If I couldn't identify them, how could I be certain there are 16 different seasonings? As a master technician, we undergo specialized training in this regard. Well then, Jiang Nan proposed, when you return, please write down the names of those 16 seasonings and give them to me. I'll find a way to procure the quantities for you. Ah? The beautiful chef was taken aback. Boss, you have a way? Isn't that a family heirloom recipe? People may perish, but methods endure, Jiang Nan stated. With money, one can accomplish anything. It's simply a matter of having funds. The beautiful chef remained speechless. Zhang Yuan remarked, That's quite the audacious statement. All right, mission accomplished. Now, let us all enjoy the fish, Jiang Nan declared. Indeed, let us eat fish. Zhang Yuan agreed, reaching for 2 bottles of beer and 3 bottles of soft drinks. He opened a beer for himself and Jiang Nan, while the 3 ladies enjoyed their beverages. Chapter 114. Optimization in the office of the owner in Jiang Nan. The ingredients for braised fish included Sichuan pepper, fennel, galangal, ginkgo, and white cardamom. The sauce was composed of cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, wood fragrance, dried tangerine peel, bay leaves, chili, dried ginger, and angelica. Jiang Nan gazed at the list of seasonings provided by the beautiful chef, noting that 5 of them were designated for the braised fish, while the remaining 16 were intended for the sauce. After contemplating for a moment, he expressed his confusion to the chef regarding the quantities of these seasonings. Admitting his lack of understanding, could you possibly indicate the customary amounts for these ingredients? He inquired. Certainly, that's an easy task, the chef replied, nodding in agreement. She took the list, retrieved a pen, and began annotating the commonly used quantities beneath each ingredient. Sichuan pepper 5 milligrams, fennel 3 milligrams, galangal 2 milligrams, ginkgo 5 milligrams, and so forth. Soon, she returned the completed list to Jiang Nan. All right, you may proceed with your duties, he said, satisfied with the information. Leave the rest to me. I shall deliver the list to you once I have updates.
Understood, boss, she acknowledged with a nod before departing. Jiang Nan tucked the list away, knowing he would need to visit the private restaurant that evening for testing. As evening approached, Jiang Nan took Bei Bei out for fish again, this time just the two of them. Their primary intention was not merely to dine. They ordered a private room, and once the sauced fish was served, Jiang Nan addressed the waitress. Please bring another fish. Certainly. You two seem to have quite the appetite, the waitress remarked with a smile. Indeed, the fish here is simply delectable. We have become quite enamored with it, Jiang Nan responded, smiling in return. After the waitress departed, Jiang Nan encouraged the eager Bei Bei. All right, you may dig in. Yum, she exclaimed, happily indulging in the meal. Brother Jiang, will you bring me here to enjoy fish every day from now on? Jiang Nan remained silent, merely assuring her they were here for the fish. Before long, another fish was delivered. Jiang Nan focused intently, commencing his tests. The quantity of Sichuan pepper above 5 milligrams. 0. The quantity above 6 milligrams. 0. It appeared the amount had exceeded the limit. The quantity below 5 milligrams. 100. At 4 milligrams. 100. Quite remarkable, Jiang Nan chuckled to himself, pleased to have swiftly determined the appropriate seasoning. With a buoyed spirit, he prepared to tackle the next ingredient. Testing the quantity of fennel proceeded rapidly, and after approximately 5 minutes, he had established the necessary amounts for all the seasonings. Looking over the revised quantity chart, Jiang Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to put it away to enjoy the fish in peace, an intriguing thought struck him. What if he tested the success rate of the sauce to see if it could be further optimized for enhanced flavor? With this idea in mind, he promptly initiated a new test. Could the seasoning formula for the sauced fish be optimized? In the next moment, a series of numbers appeared before him. 100. Remarkable, it truly can be done, Jiang Nan mused, excitement bubbling within him. After a moment's reflection, he began another round of testing. The optimized seasoning formula indicated that the amount of Sichuan pepper should be 4 milligrams. 100. Clearly, this does not require adjustment, Jiang Nan concluded, moving on to test the next seasoning. The quantity of fennel. After another 5 minutes of testing, he discovered that only 2 seasonings required modification, and the changes were significant. Ginkgo needed an increase of 18 milligrams, while cloves required a reduction of 6 milligrams. Jiang Nan saved the optimized list, eager to return and have the beautiful chef prepare both variations, so they could taste the results and discern the outcome. Chapter 115. I am conquered. After enjoying a meal of fish, they returned to the hotel, where twilight had already begun to descend. Jiang Nan decided to stay at the hotel, as the accommodations were quite satisfactory. As for Bei Bei, she would need to be assigned a separate room. Jiang Nan called the beautiful manager, and shortly thereafter, she arrived at his office. Boss, what can I do for you? She inquired. Please arrange a room for Bei Bei. Jiang Nan replied. Certainly, the manager responded, turning to Bei Bei. What kind of room would you like, little sister? I wish to stay next to brother Jiang, Bei Bei said, fluttering her long eyelashes. The manager could only smile wryly to herself, realizing that Jiang Nan's room was adjacent to her own. With a resigned smile, she said, little sister, would it be possible to choose another room? My room is beside the boss's, but if you truly wish to stay next door, I can vacate a room for you. Oh, I see. Bei Bei pondered for a moment. Does brother Jiang's room have 2 bedrooms? If so, I can stay in one of them. We usually do that at home anyway. The manager glanced between Jiang Nan and Bei Bei, internally exclaiming, Haven't they already moved in together? Jiang Nan, sensing the misunderstanding in the manager's eyes, quickly clarified, we are merely sharing a rental. The manager scoffed inwardly at his feeble defense. However, if the two did not mind, Jiang Nan's spacious office had ample room, including 2 bedrooms, making it entirely feasible for both to reside there. Boss, since you have been doing this before, let us have the little sister stay in the smaller side room, she suggested. Jiang Nan felt a tinge of awkwardness. Previously, they had no choice as there were limited rooms in Li Yuan community. However, given the plethora of rooms on the top floor of the hotel now, it would seem inappropriate to have Bei Bei share a room with him, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Since there were extra rooms available, it was better to arrange a new room for Bei Bei. Though he regarded her as a little sister, it still felt unsuitable for them to share a room. As Jiang Nan finished speaking, Bei Bei's eyes turned red. Brother Jiang, do you dislike me? Didn't you say that I would be your wife? Jiang Nan was left speechless, his thoughts a chaotic mess. The manager, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the conversation, quickly sought an excuse to leave. Boss, I still have matters to attend to.
Please discuss amongst yourselves and let me know once you have decided. I will make the arrangements." With that, she gracefully turned on her heel and departed. Jiang Nen was left in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, he recalled something and called out to the manager's retreating figure, "Wait a moment." The manager halted and turned back, offering a strained smile. "Boss, my name is Lulu. You may call me Lulu or Manager Lu. But referring to me as little sister feels rather inappropriate in a hotel setting. Is it?" Jiang Nen queried, stroking his chin, unconcerned about the impropriety. With a resigned sigh, the manager replied, "Very well, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Then I shall call you Lu Maisie from now on," Jiang Nan declared. The manager was taken aback. "What is the difference between Lu Maisie and little sister?" "Here, take this list to the chef, Maisie," Jiang Nan said, producing the order for the sauced fish and handing it to her. He decided to retain the optimized version for now, intending to sample the taste of the sauced fish made from the cloned recipe. "What is this?" the manager asked, puzzled. "Just give it to her. She will understand," Jiang Nan instructed. "Understood, boss," the manager nodded, refraining from further inquiries as she turned to leave. Meanwhile, Bei Bei gazed at Jiang Nan with tearful eyes. "Brother Jiang, I want to stay in the same room as you." Jiang Nan could only relent with a sigh. All right, you win." Chapter 116, Perfection. The following day, early in the morning, in a stifling kitchen, the beautiful chef was intently focused, simmering fish in a cast-iron pot while meticulously preparing the sauce. The fish, a selection of ordinary carp, had been specifically requested for purchase, as only carp was used in the private dining establishment. 2 hours later, the fire was extinguished, and the fish was ready to be served. This time, 5 fish had been stewed. The sauce was expertly crafted, and she deftly placed a fish onto a plate, drizzling the sauce over it. In a manner akin to that of the private dining establishment, she sprinkled a touch of cilantro. The dish was complete. She leaned down to inhale the aroma, nodding in satisfaction. From her olfactory senses, she discerned that the fragrance was nearly identical to that of the private restaurant. Picking up her chopsticks, she took a taste. With the first bite, a smile blossomed on her face. Oh yes, perfect. The flavor mirrored that of the private dining establishment. As she savored each nuance, she noted some slight differences. However, it was merely her discerning palate that detected these subtleties, which would be imperceptible to the average diner. The chef felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite knowing the precise measurements of the ingredients, some minor discrepancies inevitably occurred during preparation. Thus, her ability to identify these variations did not signify failure. With contentment, she retrieved 2 plates, carefully arranging 2 fish from the pot, drizzling the sauce once more before personally delivering the dish from the kitchen. Meanwhile, in Jiang Nan's office, he was reviewing the accounts presented by the beautiful manager when the phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhu Shishir. Memories of the previous night's impulsive embrace and kisses during karaoke flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle before answering the call. "What's up, Shishir? Is there something you need? Can I call you if there's nothing wrong?" Zhu Shishir's voice came through the receiver. "Of course you can," Jiang Nan replied, managing an awkward smile. "But really, nothing's wrong." Zhu Shishir continued. "I'm just at work, feeling quite bored. I thought of you, so I called to hear your voice." Jiang Nan responded. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Are you busy?" Zhu Shishir's tone carried a hint of loneliness. "Not too busy, just a bit preoccupied with some trivial matters," Jiang Nan replied. "All right then, you carry on. I just wanted to hear your voice. Now that I have, I'll hang up." Click. The call ended. Standing nearby, the beautiful manager had subtly overheard the conversation. She pouted in mild discontent, thinking to herself, indeed, wealthy individuals are often fickle, surrounded by a plethora of women, even while accompanied by a young girl. Alas, this boss is quite handsome and has a pleasant demeanor, but with so many women around him, I could have considered him as a potential boyfriend. Jiang Nan, resigned, set his phone aside and continued reviewing the materials. He needed to familiarize himself with the hotel situation, as he also understood the accounts. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Nan inquired. "It's me, the chef," came the voice of the beautiful chef from outside. "Come in." The door swung open, and the beautiful chef entered, carrying 2 fish. Noticing the beautiful manager's presence, she nodded but offered no further greetings. True to her nature, she remained rebellious and indifferent to authority, hardly acknowledging Jiang Nan, let alone the manager. "The fish is ready," the beautiful chef announced. "I tasted it, and the flavor is quite good. Boss, you should give it a try." Chapter 117. Sweet confidence. The dish was ready, and Jiangnan felt a surge of joy as he beckoned the beautiful manager. Come, let us savor it together. Is it really that good? The beautiful manager appeared somewhat reserved, yet she felt a sense of comfort. Jiangnan, as a boss, was quite amiable and working together was genuinely enjoyable. What is stopping us? Let us eat. Jiangnan insisted with a playful glare. All right then. The beautiful manager decided to drop her inhibitions and picked up her chopsticks to join Jiangnan in enjoying the fish. This is truly delightful. After just one bite, she couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of fish is this? I don't recall our hotel ever serving such a variety. Jiangnan took a taste himself, equally satisfied. Indeed, the flavor of the homemade dish mirrored that of the original almost perfectly. It's a new dish. The beautiful chef explained, the boss loves it, so we made a special trip to learn how to prepare it. The beautiful manager couldn't resist glancing at Jiangnan, instantly labeling him as a food enthusiast. Indeed, you truly are a top-notch chef. Jiangnan continued to indulge heartily, showering praises without reserve. The beautiful chef smiled. Receiving compliments from the boss was indeed a gratifying experience. Hey, I have an idea. The beautiful manager suddenly paused her eating and stated. Jiangnan turned his attention to her exquisite face, curiosity evident in his eyes. The flavor of this dish is exceptional. We should definitely promote it as a signature dish in the hotel, she said excitedly. I've tasted many dishes, but I've never encountered a fish quite like this. Its uniqueness and exquisite flavor make it perfect for promotion. Indeed, the beautiful chef nodded in agreement. Luo, is the cost of this dish high? The manager inquired of the beautiful chef. Not at all, the beautiful chef replied. The fish is just a common carp. The cost for one fish is less than 50 yuan. That is splendid, the beautiful manager exclaimed. With such a flavor, we could definitely market it as a specialty dish, pricing it at 688 yuan each. Wow, 688? That is quite steep. Jiangnan was taken aback. Boss, if our hotel's prices are too low, it will diminish our prestige, the beautiful manager explained. So even if the cost is low, we cannot set the price too low. That is true, Jiangnan nodded. We need to maintain a certain standard. The beautiful manager shot Jiangnan an exasperated glance. Wait a moment. Jiangnan suddenly recalled something and said, let us hold off on promoting this fish for now. I have another optimized recipe for preparing fish. After we try it, we can decide which one to promote. Another one? The beautiful chef looked puzzled, her bright eyes fixed on Jiangnan. Jiangnan produced the optimized seasoning list and handed it to her. The seasonings are quite similar, with just a few adjustments. Please make a comparison based on this. The beautiful chef glanced at it and immediately noticed that only 2 seasonings had changed. Curious, she asked, Boss, where did you acquire this seasoning ratio? If I may say, I adjusted it based on my personal intuition. I'm not certain how it will turn out, Jiangnan replied. The beautiful manager. The beautiful chef. Boss, are you sure that fish made with your adjustments will be edible? The beautiful chef remarked. One of the seasonings seems to have an excessive quantity. Let us give it a try, Jiangnan replied with a smile, exuding an inexplicable air of sweet confidence. He felt an unwavering assurance in his likelihood of success. Chapter 118. Incomparable. With a soft sigh, the beautiful chef returned to the kitchen, resuming her work. She began to prepare the sauce anew. In fact, the process of concocting the sauce was not particularly lengthy. The fish required a 2-hour simmer, while the sauce could be ready in merely 10 minutes. Soon, adhering to her revised recipe, the exquisite chef prepared another fish with sauce. She paused to inhale the aroma, which was overwhelmingly delightful. The fragrance was vastly superior to that of the previous dish, igniting a sense of anticipation within her. She picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of fish. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. The unique flavor tantalized her taste buds, both delicious and distinct. As she slowly savored each bite, her shock deepened. My goodness, how could such an extraordinary effect arise? It was simply unimaginable. The taste was divinely exquisite, with an intoxicating aroma. As a top-tier chef and a connoisseur of fine cuisine, she had tasted countless dishes, yet she had never encountered such a delectable fish. Setting aside considerations of nutritional value, the flavor of this fish was nothing short of perfection. As she swallowed a piece, her gaze lingered on the remaining fish on her plate. Her heart filled with complex emotions. She could hardly fathom that merely adjusting 2 seasonings could yield such monumental change. It felt akin to a chemical reaction, producing such a remarkable transformation. She was left wondering how Jiangnan had devised such a recipe. This new boss had become a puzzling enigma in her mind. After a considerable pause, she finally composed herself. With a deep exhale, she picked up the optimized seasoning list, meticulously reviewing each ingredient once more. After committing it to memory, she closed her eyes, ensuring it was firmly etched in her mind, before casting the list into the fire, watching it burn. She had come to realize that this dish possessed unparalleled value, a taste potent enough to draw countless food enthusiasts time and again. "Boss, it's ready," she announced. As she served the fish to Jiangnan's office, he observed Jiangnan with a complex gaze. "I'll have a taste," Jiangnan replied, preoccupied with the fish, entirely oblivious to the chef's unusual demeanor. He took a piece, and upon tasting it, his eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly chewed and swallowed. Then impulsively took another large bite. He chewed rapidly, swallowing again, finally managing to regain his composure as he exclaimed, "How can it be this delicious? Goodness! In all my life, I've never tasted such exquisite fish. Boss, this recipe was provided by you. Could it be that you were merely guessing? Did you truly have no notion that such a combination could yield such delightful results?" The beautiful chef inquired. "I'm not sure," Jiangnan replied, taking another piece of fish and continuing to eat, utterly captivated by the flavor. "Perhaps it's just a stroke of luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse and discovering such a delectable fish. By the way, call the beautiful manager and have her come taste this fish. I believe promoting this dish holds great potential," Jiangnan said, still engrossed in his meal. "All right." The beautiful chef, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved her phone and dialed the manager. Upon connection, she succinctly stated, "Manager, the boss wishes for you to come up." Click. The call ended, a habitual yet nonchalant gesture. Chapter 119, Infinite Marvels. My goodness! How can this fish be so delectable? The astonished exclamation of the beautiful manager, after her first taste, reverberated throughout the office in Jiangnan. Jiangnan chuckled and later suggested, "If the hotel were to promote a signature dish, how about featuring this fish? It is simply exceptional." The beautiful manager, slightly losing her composure, responded, "Such a delicacy cannot be priced at 688. It should be at least 1668. With a flavor this exquisite, it could undoubtedly serve as our hotel's signature dish." "Yes, that's it. Let us promote it as our flagship dish," emphasizing, "I have so many ideas." The beautiful manager continued her enthusiastic discourse. Teetering on the edge of losing her restraint, Jiangnan, witnessing this unusual side of her, thought to himself, "It's quite rare to see this woman so unrefined and fervent." After a while, she finally paused, sharing numerous promotional strategies. Jiangnan, feeling a bit fatigued from the conversation, yet wishing to nurture her enthusiasm, smiled and said, "All right. I entrust this matter entirely to you. As promised, there will be rewards. We will even consider sharing hotel equity dividends." "What?" The beautiful manager and the chef were taken aback by Jiangnan's generous proposition. They had not anticipated such grand gestures. Jiangnan, however, viewed the acquisition of the hotel merely as a fade. He knew that relying on this establishment for profit would yield only meager returns. Hence he did not take it too seriously. "Rest assured, boss. This time, we will certainly make a significant impact," the beautiful manager fervently assured him. Even the beautiful chef, usually so lackadaisical, seemed invigorated by this newfound motivation. After they departed, Jiangnan smiled to himself. Reflecting on the unexpected reward of this endeavor, his mere craving led to the creation of a delightful dish. The efficacy of serendipity truly knows no bounds. Following a day of recuperation, the hotel's business began to improve, with a steady influx of guests dining and checking in. The beautiful manager had already commenced arrangements to promote the sauced fish as the flagship dish. Everyone understood, whenever guests ordered, they would seize the opportunity to recommend our sauced fish. The beautiful manager gathered all the hostesses to relay her instructions. "Understood, manager. Understood, manager." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the beautiful chef prepared over 100 servings in a large iron pot. For a luxury hotel of such caliber, utilizing inexpensive ingredients posed no burden. Even if some were left unsold, it was inconsequential given the number of staff available. Moreover, the exquisite flavor of the fish compelled the beautiful manager to ensure that the employees had a chance to taste it. This way, they would feel more confident in their promotions. After all, having savored the dish themselves, they would truly appreciate its delightful essence. As evening approached, it marked the prime time for hotel guests to check in and dine, with patrons arriving intermittently. Room 808 on the 26th floor. Sir, would you be interested in trying our hotel's new signature dish, the sauced fish? It is delicious, prepared using special techniques that enhance its nutritional value and promote healthier consumption. What is the price? 1,688. Well, that sounds reasonable. I'll have one to try. The hostess seized the moment to recommend the dish. On the 6th floor, room 023. Sir, the sauced fish is our hotel's distinctive specialty. You absolutely must try it. I guarantee you will be thoroughly satisfied. All right then, I'll have one. The sauced fish was being ordered one after another. In no time, exclamations of astonishment erupted from various rooms. My heavens, how can this fish be so delicious? I have never tasted anything like it before. Wow. Indeed, it's simply indescribable. Everyone, give it a try. What? Can anyone tell me what kind of fish this is? How can it be so fresh and flavorful? Wow, after living for half a lifetime. This is the first time I've tasted such an exquisite fish. Sob, don't stop me. Let me cry for a moment. Waitstaff, bring me another one. No, make it two. Chapter 120. A multitude of charms the next day, as noon approached. Jiang Nen remained in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the hotel was bustling with activity. Luxury cars pulled up one after another, guests disembarking to enter the establishment. The fish served here is incredibly authentic. Accompany me this time to savor its exquisite flavor, and you shall discover a taste unlike any you have ever experienced. Quickly, reserve a room, and by the way, we'll need 2 portions of your signature sauced fish, the owner remarked. This time, I have truly made the right choice. Once you taste the fish here, you will understand. Indeed, it is a culinary delight, reminiscent of the verse that goes, "This flavor should only exist in heaven." How often has it graced the mortal realm? At midday, patrons flocked in, with regulars bringing newcomers to relish the renowned fish. Compared to yesterday, the number of guests had multiplied several times over. The beautiful manager stood in the lobby, observing the scene with a charming smile, her heart brimming with joy. Although she had anticipated that such a delectable dish would rejuvenate the hotel's business, she had not expected this level of success. She had underestimated the fervor with which food enthusiasts pursue gastronomic delights. Just then, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was Jiang Nan calling and promptly answered. "Boss, how may I assist you?" Jiang Nan, having just awoken, spoke lazily. "Please have the chef prepare a portion of sauced fish to send over." He had slept until noon and was now quite hungry. The beautiful manager hesitated, then chuckled ruefully. Due to the surge in customers, the supply of sauced fish had been depleted, and it would take some time to prepare more. "I apologize, but today we have unexpectedly welcomed a large influx of guests, and the sauced fish has all been served. You will need to wait a little while." As she finished speaking, her voice dropped to a whisper. "What?" Jiang Nan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and somewhat displeased, as his stomach grumbled in protest. "All the fish is gone? What is going on? The very purpose of ordering that sauced fish was for my convenience, and now there is none left. What do you expect me to eat? You want me to eat you instead?" Has just caused a deep blush to creep up the manager's neck. And she rolled her eyes, internally lamenting how exasperating he was, yet feeling a strange thrill at his words. All right, have the chef prepare something else to send over. I'll make do for now," Jiang Nan said with a hint of resignation before hanging up. The beautiful manager shrugged in exasperation and headed to the kitchen. Jiang Nan, feeling somewhat disheartened, proceeded to wash up. However, he found it odd that he hadn't seen Bei around. Shouldn't she have come over as soon as she woke up? He had grown accustomed to her alluring and delicate presence. After finishing his routine, he took out his phone and called Bei. The call connected swiftly, and her sweet, melodious voice came through. "Brother Jiang." "Bei, where are you?" he inquired while pouring himself a cup of tea from the sofa. He had grown used to her attentiveness, where she would always bring him tea and water upon waking. "I'm currently at the front desk, collecting payments. The manager arranged this job for me. I wanted to see how much money our hotel earns in a day to keep track. So far, we've brought in quite a sum, over several 100,000 already." Jiang Nin could only respond with silence. "Brother Jiang, do you need anything? I have a customer to attend to, so I must hang up now." Click. The call ended. Jiang Nan was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 121. Building connections. As twilight descended, Jiang Nan lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea with one leg crossed over the other, contemplating the preparations necessary for the upcoming auction in 2 days. Just then, his phone rang. He mounted his metaphorical desert steed, equipped with a pipe and an hourglass. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Anchi. A moment of surprise washed over him. It was not yet the day of the auction, and he wondered why she was reaching out. Hadn't she been indifferent towards him lately? Curiosity piqued. He answered the call without speaking, waiting for Anchi to break the silence. After a brief pause, it seemed Anchi could no longer endure the quiet. Her voice, slightly frosty, came through the receiver. Jiangnan. Here, he replied, his tone equally chilly and curt. Why aren't you speaking? Anchi's voice edged with irritation. Must I speak simply because I'm here? One could almost hear Anchi's frustration. I have nothing to say, Jiangnan retorted, as the call was initiated by Anchi, and he had no particular matter to discuss with her. After a moment, Anchi finally spoke again. My grandfather has asked me to invite you to dinner. He heard that a hotel has prepared a uniquely flavored fish dish and wishes to enjoy it with you, along with some time together. Jiangnan paused, taken aback. Was she referring to the sauce fish from his own hotel? Do you have time? She pressed. If you do, I'll inform my grandfather. If not, I shall hang up. Her tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. Since it's an invitation from the old master, I shall join, Jiangnan replied. Great. Let us meet at the entrance of the Howman Hotel. You know it, right? It's on Huadong Road. Yes, I know, Jiangnan replied, suppressing a smirk. It was indeed his hotel. It was hard not to know, as he was currently there. He was surprised that news of the sauce fish had spread so quickly, reaching even the old master. All right, I'll hang up now. I'll contact you again when I arrive at the hotel, Anchi said before ending the call. Jiangnan tossed his phone aside and rubbed his face, realizing that he would have to host dinner at his own hotel. As the host, he needed to treat them, or it might appear rather petty. However, dining in his own establishment would significantly reduce costs. It seemed having a hotel made it quite convenient for entertaining friends, an unexpected boon. Before long, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by the melodious voice of the beautiful manager from outside. Boss. Come in, Jiangnan replied. Taking another sip of tea, the lovely manager entered, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she approached him, her delicate oval face still as radiant and enchanting as ever. Boss, I just received a report from the front desk. The Yin family in Jiang City has booked the most luxurious private room. Jiangnan blinked, impressed by the speed of the old master's arrangements. It seemed he too intended to treat, and the private room was already secured. Yet, he pondered the purpose of the manager's report, as he had not specifically instructed her to inform him. Unfazed by his thoughts, the manager continued, Boss, the Yin family holds considerable influence in Jiang City. I came to remind you to leverage this opportunity to establish a connection with them. Having a reliable ally in Jiang City will facilitate your endeavors in the future. I understand, Jiangnan acknowledged, realizing the manager had made a special trip for this matter. After a brief contemplation, he asked, What do you suggest we do? I recommend waiving the bill. The manager proposed. This will surely endear the Yin family to us. If one wishes to thrive in Jiang City, having strong connections is essential. Offending someone could lead to complications, both legitimate and illicit, making it quite troublesome for the hotel. Chapter 122, Apprenticeship. Very well, it is settled. Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. However, his motivation diverged from what the beautiful manager had suggested. His connection with the old master stemmed from their friendship. Understood. I shall arrange everything accordingly, the beautiful manager responded, gracefully turning away with a swish of her slender waist. Before long, Jiangnan found himself comfortably sipping tea in his office. Sensing that the time was ripe, he retrieved his phone and dialed the old master in. The call connected swiftly, and he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of the old master. Young brother Jiang, have you arrived? Indeed, I've just reached the hotel. Where are you, masterin? Jiangnan inquired. I shall be there shortly. I have also invited old Zhao, who is on his way, the old master replied amiably. Very well. I shall wait for you at the hotel entrance, Jiangnan stated. After they ended the call, he straightened his attire and descended the stairs. Typically, he preferred to remain in the office, feeling out of place amidst the bustle. Upon exiting the elevator and entering the lobby, he spotted Bei Bei at the reception, diligently attending to her duties in her uniform. Lily, adorned in a similar outfit, was welcoming guests, while Zhang Yuan was engaged in a spirited discussion with the beautiful manager about some administrative matters. Good day, boss. The receptionist greeted him, standing at attention. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan quickly approached upon noticing Jiangnan's arrival. Carry on with your tasks. Jiangnan waved them off and stepped outside to await the others. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan exchanged puzzled glances through the window, wondering about his unusual behavior. What could the boss be doing? The beautiful manager pondered aloud. Who knows? It's all rather mysterious, Zhang Yuan replied. Approximately 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the hotel parking lot. Wow, a significant client, exclaimed several receptionists. Their attention immediately captured. The beautiful manager, too, became absorbed in the sight. Recalling her previous encounter with Old Master and when he had visited the hotel at the behest of the former owner, facilitating connections with the Yin family. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle, the beautiful manager instinctively speculated whether it was a member of the Yin family arriving, prompting her to observe intently. As expected, the car door opened, and Old Master emerged, flanked by bodyguards. To her astonishment, Jiang Nin approached him with a calm smile, appearing quite familiar with the Old Master. This left the beautiful manager momentarily bewildered. Apologies for the wait, young brother Jiang. The Old Master exclaimed with delight. It's no trouble, I have just arrived. Jiang Nan replied, exuding an air of nonchalance in the presence of the Old Master. The beautiful manager's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. Just a moment, Zhao Lao will join us shortly, Old Master added. All right, Jiang Nan responded with a smile. Old Master then glanced at his granddaughter, and she, who bore an expression of mild annoyance. And girl, if you wish to learn from young brother Jiang, you must adopt a more courteous demeanor. Remember to greet him properly. With a blend of irritation and frustration, and she turned to Jiang Nan and said, Hello, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Teacher Jiang? What is this all about? Meanwhile, Old Master chuckled and interjected, Young brother Jiang, my granddaughter has been secretly expressing her desire to become your apprentice. But she lacks the courage to approach you directly. I hope you will not decline my request. Jiang Nin understood then that this gathering held a deeper significance, and she wished to become his disciple. Chapter 123. The Clown. Soon, Old Master Zhao arrived as well. With everyone gathered, they entered the hotel. The beautiful manager approached, her heart still unsettled, and whispered to Jiang Nan, Boss, I didn't realize you were acquainted with Old Master and just a friend, Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. The manager rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling like a mere jester for having babbled on about trivial matters to forge a connection with him. She cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan but quickly regained her composure, leading the group to the reserved private room. Do you two know each other? And she, noticing the hushed conversation between Jiang Nan and the manager, inquired with keen interest. The manager hesitated, unsure of how to respond, while Jiang Nan simply nodded and succinctly replied, We do. Humph. Flirting everywhere, and she muttered quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Old Master and Old Master Zhao engaged in cheerful banter, discussing topics common among their peers. Upon reaching the private room, everyone took their seats. The manager instructed, Bring 2 more portions of the sauce fish, and for the rest, serve the most sumptuous dishes. Understood, the manager nodded and exited. Old Master paused momentarily, then chuckled without voicing any objections. Though he had intended to treat everyone to this meal, Jiang Nan's authoritative ordering caught him off guard. Yet he chose not to show any displeasure. Instead, he laughed heartily. Little brother, I've heard this place has introduced a remarkable fish dish. I thought of you immediately and wanted us to savor it together. I was just thinking about gathering for a meal, and then you called, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. The laughter from Old Master and Old Master Zhao echoed in the room as they exchanged pleasantries, engaging in the customary small talk. They chatted casually until the dishes arrived, featuring 3 portions of sauce fish along with various exquisite dishes, albeit of lesser flavor. Come, everyone must taste this fish. Today, we gather for the fish, so let us break tradition and eat first before toasting, Old Master declared, picking up his chopsticks. Jiang Nan smiled and began to eat without hesitation. It was not his first encounter with the fish, but its delectable aroma ignited his appetite. Everyone joined in. And as the first bite of fish touched their lips, Old Master Zhao and Old Master's eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. Truly exceptional. I thought it might be exaggerated. But this fish is indeed extraordinary, Old Master enthusiastically praised, his composure slipping as he savored the dish. Absolutely. I never imagined fish could taste this remarkable. Old Master, you truly made the right call. If you hadn't invited me, I would have missed out, Old Master Zhao chimed in, equally thrilled. And she remained the most composed, though her lovely eyes narrowed into crescent moons, relishing the fish's exquisite flavor. She couldn't recall the last time a dish had piqued her interest so deeply. This fish not only captivated her, but also enchanted her utterly. The taste was simply outstanding. She had never encountered such delicious food before. Chapter 124, Value delicious, delicious. Come on, everyone, don't stop. The usually composed old gentlemen were thoroughly enjoying themselves, indulging without a care for appearances. Jiang Nan chuckled. Clearly the allure of exquisite cuisine was indeed irresistible. It had been many years since such culinary delights had graced his palate. Old Master sighed. For someone of his stature, encountering exceptional food was a rare occurrence, making it quite challenging to find something truly delectable. Indeed, indeed. Old Master Zhao echoed his sentiments. I had never heard of such fish from a prestigious hotel before. Word has it that the establishment has recently changed ownership. Introducing a new menu. Old Master, being somewhat privy to the details, explained. Well then, we shall frequent this place more often, Old Master Zhao remarked, savoring his fish. Quite right. The two old gentlemen should make this a regular haunt, Jiang Nan smiled. Regardless of when you visit, it will always be complimentary. What? Old Masters En and Zhao, along with Chi, exchanged puzzled glances with Jiang Nan. Young man, what do you mean by that? Old Master inquired. Huh. Jiang Nan chuckled. Because I am the new owner of this hotel. What? You are the owner of our hotel? The trio's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed. Jiang Nan affirmed with a smile. I am now the new proprietor of this establishment, the very one Old Master just mentioned. Ha ha. Ha ha. Old Master and Old Master Zhao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Unexpected, truly unexpected, Old Master remarked. I invited the young man here for fish, only to find it is in his hotel. Ha ha. Ha ha. Old Master Zhao laughed heartily. Young man, you truly have a knack for diversifying. In addition to jade business, you ventured into the culinary realm as well. It was unavoidable, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. Old Master Zhao. You know the jade business carries significant risks. A few fortunate ventures yielded some profit, but the future remains uncertain. I could easily face heavy losses. Hence, I decided to invest my capital into the restaurant industry. Oh, I see. So that's how it is, Old Master Zhao nodded. I understand now. Your decision is sound. The culinary business is reliable at any time, for everyone must eat. Haraha. This is splendid. We now have a place to dine. Old Master remarked with a smile. From now on, we shall come here to eat, but as business dictates, you must charge us, young man. Or else it wouldn't be right. The implication was clear. They would support Jiang Nan's business in the future. No. Jiang Nan interjected. Given our relationship, feel free to order what you like, but I cannot accept payment. That will not do, Old Master said earnestly. Young man. Such gestures would be a disservice to us. It is absolutely unacceptable. Allow me to state this. This time, it shall be on you, but in the future, we must pay in full when we dine here, or how can we ever show our faces? Old Master, that feels rather distant. We are friends, Jiang Nan sighed. Friendship is one thing. Business is another, Old Master replied. I will undoubtedly call upon you for assistance in the future, and should we dine without payment, how could I face the world? Jiang Nan chuckled helplessly. All right. I shall instruct that your meals receive a 20% discount. Jiang Nan understood that Old Master and insistence stemmed from the necessity of valuing their relationship. That works for me, Old Master said jovially. Furthermore, I have many friends I wish to introduce. I will recommend your hotel to them, whether for dining or events such as weddings. Thank you, Old Master. While Jiang Nan was indifferent to the hotel's revenue, he appreciated Old Master's goodwill and was grateful for the gesture. Chapter 125, The Unexpected Screech. Screech. A series of sharp brake sounds echoed in the parking area of the Grand Hotel. A fleet of more than 10 pristine white Land Rovers emerged. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of car doors slamming open was followed by a throng of individuals disembarking, each exuding an intimidating presence. Bald heads adorned with tattoos, wielding baseball bats, resembling fearsome brutes. Onlookers, upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly retreated, their faces pale with trepidation, whispering amongst themselves. What on earth is happening? This is quite the spectacle. Isn't that the personal aide of the second young master of the Yin family, known as Biaozi? It seems that the new owner of the Grand Hotel has neglected to pay his respects to the notorious figure of Jia Hai, the second young master of the Yin family. Alas, I've heard that the newly introduced fish dish at the Grand Hotel is exceptionally delectable, but judging by the current state of affairs, it appears that the opportunity to savor it is slipping away. Guests attempting to enter the hotel found themselves reluctant to proceed, opting instead to linger outside and observe the unfolding drama. Passers-by, intrigued by the commotion, paused to witness the spectacle. Brothers, heed my call. When I say smash, you smash. Damn it, if you wish to thrive in Shanghai, you ought to report to the boss first. Otherwise, you might as well be courting death. The speaker was none other than Biaozi, the bald-headed leader of the group. Under his command, they stormed into the hotel with an imposing ferocity. More spectators followed suit, gathering outside the hotel's large glass windows, eagerly peering inside, awaiting the impending chaos. Oh dear, my goodness. In the hotel lobby, a flurry of receptionists were thrown into disarray by the sudden intrusion, their faces drained of color. The lobby manager trembled uncontrollably, desperately needing to relieve herself. Yet her rational mind urged her to maintain composure. Fighting against the rising panic, she frantically communicated through the intercom. Manager, you must come to the lobby. Something dreadful is happening. There are troublemakers at the door. The beautiful manager, who had been waiting outside a dining room with Jiang Nan and others, swiftly turned and entered the elevator. Responding to the lobby manager over the intercom, I'm on my way down. Keep them calm until I arrive. Okay, all right. The lobby manager was nearly in tears, but steeling herself, she approached the intruders, her voice trembling. What do you want? Humph. What do we want? Biaozi scoffed, his face contorted with fury. You, a mere service staff, have no right to speak to me. Go fetch your boss. I need to teach him a lesson about the rules of conduct in Shanghai. You have 2 minutes. If he isn't here by then, do you see the baseball bats in my men's hands? We will start smashing things. The lobby manager's fear intensified as she beheld the imposing figures, 40 or 50 towering men, each bald and tattooed, brandishing baseball bats, their intimidating demeanor sending shivers down her spine. After a prolonged struggle, she managed to utter, I assure you, our manager will be here shortly. Just as her words fell, Zhang Yuan, having received the urgent news, rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, there are so many of them. This is beyond my capacity to handle. Nevertheless, as a man, he mustered his courage and approached, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. What do you intend to do? Who the hell are you? Biaozi glared at Zhang Yuan. I am the manager here. Zhang Yuan feigned composure. You think your title means anything? Tell your boss to come down. You're not worthy of speaking to us, Biaozi retorted. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, recognizing the overwhelming odds, he refrained from escalating the situation. At that moment, the elevator doors creaked open, and the beautiful manager hurriedly emerged. Chapter 126. Misunderstanding. I am the manager here. You must be Biao, right? The beautiful manager emerged from the elevator and immediately recognized Biao. She had seen him before when he accompanied the second young master of the Yin family to the hotel. Biao grinned. Sister, since you recognize me, it makes things easier. I heard the hotel has a new owner. Let him come down, and I will explain the rules. All right, please wait a moment. The beautiful manager smiled. Earlier, she would have been quite anxious, but now she felt at ease, as Jiang Nan was currently enjoying drinks with old Manon. With that thought, she took out her phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. In the hotel private room, old man Zhao raised his glass towards Jiang Nan. Come, young brother Jiang. Let us have a drink. We've been so focused on the fish that we've forgotten to drink. Ha ha ha. How careless of us. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone rang. If there is something, go ahead and take the call, old man chuckled. Jiang Nan glanced at his phone, surprised to see it was the beautiful manager calling. Upon answering, her voice came through the receiver. Boss, there is a situation at the hotel. Someone is causing trouble and has brought people here. What? Jiang Nan was taken aback, his expression growing serious. Who dares to cause trouble at my hotel? Old man Zhao, overhearing, immediately darkened his expression. What is going on? Jiang Nan asked over the phone. Boss, it seems to be the people of the second young master of the Yin family, and the ringleader is Biao. The second young master of the Yin family? Jiang Nan was momentarily dumbfounded. Old man and was equally taken aback, wondering if it was the troublesome second grandson, and she also looked surprised, thinking it might be her second brother. What kind of person is the second young master of the Yin family? Jiang Nan inquired, puzzled. Old man and muttered under his breath, this little ancestor only brings chaos. And she interjected, it must be him. No one else in Jiahai City would dare to be this brazen. Yes, he is the grandson of old Manon, the beautiful manager whispered over the phone. Jiang Nan exclaimed in astonishment.
then glanced at Old Man, and Old Man had smiled wryly. Young brother, let us hang up the call for now. It might be a misunderstanding. Let us go down and take a look. No, let us finish our drinks first, then we'll go down. He then turned to his two bodyguards and instructed, you two go down and check if the second young master is below. If it is him, bring him up to meet me. Understood. The two bodyguards nodded and exited the room. Jiang then realized that the troublemakers were likely from the Yin family. Manager, Old Man N's bodyguards have gone down. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. All right, boss. With a click, Jiang Nan ended the call. Come. Young brother, let us drink. It should be a misunderstanding. Soon, I will introduce someone to you, Old Man Nan said, awkwardly raising his glass. Let us drink for now. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and clinked his glass with Old Man Nan's. In the hotel lobby, the elevator doors opened with a creak. And Old Man Nan's two bodyguards stepped out. Biao, who was feeling quite arrogant, was taken aback upon seeing the two bodyguards, but quickly plastered on a smile and said, Brothers, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with the old master? Chapter 127. Perhaps I won't survive this episode. What's the matter? Is it just you? Where's the second young master? One of the bodyguards, slightly taller than the other, inquired with a look of astonishment. The second young master isn't here? Biaozi, somewhat bewildered, responded. Is that so? The taller bodyguard pondered for a moment before addressing his companion. I shall inquire with the old master regarding the course of action. You stay here for now. Understood. The other bodyguard nodded. The taller one then turned and ascended the elevator, scarcely acknowledging Biaozi. Biaozi trembled slightly. Grasping the implications of their conversation and timidly asked, could it be that the old master is here? Is that not obvious? The remaining bodyguard replied, if the old master were not here, we would not be stationed at this location. Biaozi found himself at a loss for words, rooted to the spot, uncertain of what to do next. Outside the hotel, onlookers peering through the windows appeared utterly perplexed. What is happening? It seems a conflict is unlikely to ensue. What is the situation with the two bodyguards? Are they perhaps hired by the hotel owner? It remains unclear. Are you all utterly ignorant? Inside the hotel suite, the bodyguard entered the room, announcing, Old Master, the second young master is absent. Only Biaozi is here. Only Biaozi. Master N's expression grew cold. Humph. Have him come up to see me. Yes, the bodyguard acknowledged before exiting the room. Upon reaching the ground floor, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped out with a stoic demeanor, fixing his gaze on Biaozi. He beckoned with a finger, come with me. The old master wishes to see you. Biaozi's legs quivered as he nervously stammered, Brother, could you please enlighten me about the situation above? Perhaps I could treat both of you to a meal another day. His heart raced with trepidation, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. Humph. The taller bodyguard scoffed, you've caused trouble by creating a scene here. Do you understand the relationship between the new owner of this establishment and the old master? He is a distinguished guest deserving of utmost respect. My heavens. Biaozi was nearly paralyzed with fear, his complexion turning a sickly shade. The reality of the old master's esteemed guest dawned upon him. Let us not delay any further. If the old master becomes enraged, none shall escape unscathed. The bodyguard stated as he turned towards the elevator, with the other bodyguard following closely behind. Biaozi, now thoroughly intimidated, hung his head and trailed behind like a subordinate. Outside, the onlookers erupted in excitement. What? Why does the troublemaker suddenly appear so meek? Indeed, look at him now, acting like a lackey. This is quite the spectacle. He arrived with such bravado, only to be reduced to this pitiful state. The truth emerges. I suspect the new owner of the Grand Hotel has formidable backing, someone not to be trifled with. That makes sense. I, too, share that sentiment. Biaozi, what shall we do? One of the younger subordinates inquired, glancing at Biaozi as he ascended the stairs. You fool, Biaozi shot him a glare. Wait, what else is there to do? The bald-headed subordinate rubbed his gleaming scalp, appearing woefully distressed, not daring to utter a word. Uft. Nearby, some subordinates stifled their laughter. Why speak now, you imbecile? Do you not see that the situation has turned dire? If this were a television drama, you might not survive this episode. The two bodyguards escorted Biaozi upstairs and into the room. Old master, we have brought him. Upon seeing Master N seated in the room, Biaozi's legs buckled, and he instinctively fell to his knees, his face contorted in distress. Old master, I had no idea you were here. I hope I haven't disturbed your meal. Chapter 128. Transformed into a pig's head. Humph. The old master N let out a cold snort. His gaze frosty.
Tell me what you are doing? I. Biaozi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Did you bring people to the hotel to cause trouble? The old master and's expression darkened further as he spoke. I. Biaozi truly did not know what to say. Gritting his teeth, he began slapping his own face, exclaiming, Old master, I was wrong. I genuinely did not know that the owner here is your friend. Otherwise, even with 100 times more courage, I wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus. The sound of slapping echoed loudly. Humph. The old master and coldly observed as Biaozi continued to strike himself. After a full half-minute, he finally donned a smile and turned to Jiangnan. Young brother, considering his acknowledgement of wrongdoing, please spare him. Do me this favor. He is merely my disappointing grandson. From the moment Biaozi arrived, Jiangnan's countenance had been frigid, silently observing Biaozi's self-inflicted punishment. Now, upon hearing the old master's words, Jiangnan slightly furrowed his brows and pondered before replying. Since you have spoken, old master, I shall let this matter go. Thank you for your magnanimity, brother. Old master and quickly responded, then turned to Biaozi. Hurry and leave. Moreover, summon an to come here, immediately, do you understand? Understood. Biaozi replied hastily, rushing away. His own face was swollen from the slaps, and before the old master, he dared not put on any airs. Each slap was delivered with full force. Come. Young brother, let us continue drinking. Old master and lifted his glass, saying, let this misunderstanding be set aside. Indeed, let us all raise our glasses. Old master Zhao chimed in to smooth things over. After all, this incident transpired among the Yin family, and it was fortunate that old master was present. Otherwise, it could have led to a troubling rift. Jiangnan smiled faintly and raised his glass. Come, it's a trivial matter. I shall not dwell on it. Let us all drink together. Yet, despite his words, his heart was heavy with thoughts. This incident made him realize a crucial truth. Merely having wealth is insufficient. One must possess means of self-defense. Otherwise, in such a situation, had old master Zhao not been present, he would have suffered a loss, forced to endure humiliation. Now, he no longer wished to play the role of a submissive grandson. Previously, he had no choice, but now, with a clearer path to success. To be wealthy yet still act the part of a subordinate would be to truly embrace that role. Henceforth, he resolved to quickly surround himself with adequate force. Old master always had 2 bodyguards by his side, and he realized that money was no longer an issue. He could easily hire several capable bodyguards. If trouble arose, he would not shy away from confrontation. Creak. The elevator doors in the hall opened. Biaozi emerged, his face swollen like a pig's head. Heavens! My word! What on earth happened? The crowd gasped in astonishment. A younger brother rushed over, asking, Biao, who did this to you? This is unacceptable. Tell me, I will avenge you. Get lost. Biaozi was feeling particularly disgruntled. I did this to myself. Who am I to seek revenge? The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding waitresses could not help but burst into laughter. His current appearance was already comical, and now it was simply too much to bear. Seeing their reaction, Biaozi immediately covered his face, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Damn it, he had arrived with such bravado. And now he was reduced to this pitiful state. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. He did not wish to linger for even a second longer and shouted before fleeing in panic. His entourage of younger brothers quickly followed suit. Those watching the commotion outside could not suppress their laughter, yet feared attracting trouble, covering their mouths to stifle their mirth. Damn, this is truly amusing. Coming in like a big shot, now turned into a grandson. Haraha, I can't take it anymore. Let me go laugh in a woman's embrace for a moment. You, wanting to laugh in a woman's embrace. Are you sent by heaven to provide amusement? Chapter 129. The need for speed, boss. Trouble has arisen. On the car, Biaozi quickly dialed the number of an the second young master of the Yin family. What is the situation? You couldn't handle a new hotel owner? Boss, it's complicated. The elder is there, and he's friends with the new owner. The elder even said for you to hurry to the hotel without delay. What? The elder is present. What exactly is happening? Please elaborate. Well, I brought some people to the hotel, and then the elder's bodyguard came down. Biaozi recounted the entire sequence of events. Is this truly the case? Fine. Return at once. I shall call the elder to inquire. In a private room at the hotel, old master was engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Nan when his phone rang. Seeing it was an he smiled apologetically, saying, Little brother, I must take this call. He stepped outside to answer. After walking a short distance, he answered the phone, immediately scolding, "You little rascal, always causing me trouble." "Grandfather, what is the situation?" "Humph. Hurry over. I need to introduce you to someone." Old Master and continued. "The new owner of Halman Hotel is the extraordinary individual I mentioned to you before. Is that so?" And he gasped, surprised. "Indeed. Now, you know what to do. Hurry over." "I understand, grandfather." The call ended. Old Master and returned to the room where the others continued to enjoy their meal and conversation. Before long, an E arrived, dressed in a suit and sporting glasses, presenting a rather refined appearance. "Come, let me introduce you, Jiang Xiao brother. This is my grandson and E, the brother of Enchi." Old Master and rose immediately to make the introduction. Jiang Nin glanced over, noting the resemblance to Enchi. He was indeed quite handsome. However, he was somewhat puzzled about how many brothers Enchi had and which one this was. From his attire and demeanor, he did not seem like the typical second young master who mingled in society. He smiled and nodded, introducing himself, Jiang Nan. "Jiang brother," and he returned the smile. "I have heard my sister speak of you, brother." And Chi's cheeks flushed, shooting a glare at Ani. And he shrugged helplessly. "All right, let us all sit down and enjoy a meal together," Old Master directed. "Certainly, grandfather." And he appeared to be as obedient as Enchi. Once seated, and he raised a glass and addressed Jiang Nan. "Jiang brother, I must apologize. I was unaware that one of my subordinates had caused you trouble. I have given him a serious reprimand and hope you can forgive me." Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback, realizing that An E was indeed the second young master of the An family, though he did not seem to fit the mold at first glance. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he replied, "It's all resolved, An E. As I mentioned, it was merely a misunderstanding." "That's excellent to hear." An E smiled in return. The two clinked glasses and drank together. "Jiang brother, though we have not met before, I have heard my sister and grandfather speak highly of you. They say you possess remarkable skills." And he appeared quite talkative. "Oh, it's nothing, you flatter me." Jiang Nan replied modestly. "Today's events were akin to a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. We are all family here. Now that we've met, should you encounter any trivial matters in Jianghai, do not hesitate to reach out to me. While I may not be able to handle significant issues, I can certainly assist with smaller ones." "Very well, I shall not hesitate to ask for your assistance in the future." Jiang Nan found An E's demeanor quite agreeable. He seemed neither arrogant nor pretentious, but rather articulate. "Haha. Come, let us raise our glasses together." Old Master exclaimed joyfully, lifting his cup. "Indeed, one does not truly know another without some conflict," Old Master Zhao echoed, raising his glass as well. The atmosphere in the room appeared remarkably harmonious. Chapter 130. The building tilted 2 days later. The hotel was bustling with an unexpected resurgence of guests. Once eerily quiet due to recent events, it had transformed into a scene of vibrant activity. Particularly during mealtimes, the dining area was nearly at full capacity, reminiscent of peak hours. In this age of advanced communication, the renowned Sauce Fish had become a household name among the elite of Zhanghai City. The power of various WeChat groups and social media circles proved to be immensely influential. However, the most crucial aspect was the astonishing flavor of the Sauce Fish, which led to its widespread acceptance and enthusiastic recommendations among friends. It could be said that the elite's yearning for exquisite cuisine was even more pronounced. Having exhausted their palates on countless dishes, they found it challenging to discover something truly delectable. The arrival of Sauce Fish was akin to a savior, at least until their taste buds grew weary once more. Furthermore, for them, money was not a significant concern. The status of Jiangnan Hotel and the pricing of Sauce Fish aligned perfectly with the spending habits of the affluent clientele. This harmonious convergence resulted in the Sauce Fish's popularity, propelling the luxury hotel into a thriving enterprise. Moreover, while guests primarily came for the Sauce Fish, they also ordered other dishes, leading to a cascade of additional consumption. Consequently, the luxury hotel now enjoyed considerable daily revenue. Jiangnan had initially intended to manage things casually, but was pleasantly surprised by this unforeseen windfall. The cheerful cashier Bebe wore a broad smile, and the beautiful manager exuded vigor, especially since Jiangnan had fulfilled his promise to discuss profit sharing with her and the esteemed chef. The better the business performed, the more dividends they would receive, and a comprehensive reward system had been formulated. Jiangnan maintained his stance that he did not prioritize the hotel's income, although it was currently thriving with daily profits soaring into the 6 figures. It was of little consequence to him. Thus, offering a few percentage points in profit sharing was trivial. However, it significantly motivated both the beautiful manager and the chef, ensuring the hotel's continued success, which was precisely what Jiangnan desired. Having acquired the hotel only a few days prior, it was already on the path to stability. Much to Jiangnan's delight, not having to worry was preferable above all else. The next day, he was set to visit an auction house in the bustling metropolis, with plans to scout for opportunities. Once the coveted imperial green was sold, he intended to head directly to Myanmar, aiming to acquire several pieces of both imperial green and emeralds at once, subsequently selling them at the auction house without raising any suspicion. The future of his jade business promised to expand significantly. However, returning to Old Man Zhao's place was no longer feasible. Unless he occasionally brought a piece of ordinary jade to maintain appearances, he could not afford to raise Zhao's suspicions by abruptly ceasing his jade dealings. This was a matter of great importance. The following day, at the entrance of the Shanghai airport, Angel stood elegantly beside a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Adorned in a white dress with intricate lace trim, wearing sunglasses that amplified her ethereal charm as she awaited Jiangnan's arrival. Her breathtaking beauty, flawless figure, and unique aura drew the attention of passers-by, eliciting envy and admiration from women and unabashed glances from men. A live-streaming host happened to stroll by, capturing the moment with a selfie stick. Upon noticing Angel, they discreetly adjusted the camera to film her, instantly broadcasting her image to their audience. The host exclaimed, "Hey folks, what do you think of this stunning lady? Well, this extraordinary beauty with those long legs, her looks, her physique is simply divine. Could she possibly be a top-tier actress? Amazing. And next to her, a Rolls-Royce. This must be the epitome of a wealthy beauty. If I could date someone like her, it would be worth anything." As the comments flowed in, the atmosphere became charged with bravado and banter, reflecting the typical exuberance of social media interactions. Yet, amidst the lightheartedness, there lingered a sense of absurdity in the fleeting nature of such admiration. Chapter 131. First Class Anchi sensed something amiss and glanced towards the host. Startled, the host retracted his neck and quickly adjusted the camera, avoiding further shots, and slipped away through the crowd. He noticed, not far from Anchi, two bodyguards clad in black. Dressed in black suits and sunglasses, they exuded an unmistakable air of intimidation. Meanwhile, the live stream had descended into chaos. "I want to see the lady. Hurry up and show her. If you don't, I curse you and your entire family. You better believe I'll throw eggs at you." The host felt on the verge of tears. Having garnered a few fans, he feared they would turn into detractors. "Miss, she's coming," one of the bodyguards announced just then. Not far away, a white Range Rover pulled up, driven by Jiangnan. The vehicle halted beside Anchi, and Jiangnan stepped out, saying, "Hi, sorry for being a bit late." Anchi's eyes sparkled, momentarily taken aback. Today, Jiangnan looked exceptionally handsome, eschewing his usual casual attire for a light gray Armani suit and trendy Versace shoes. He appeared understated yet undeniably stylish, enhancing his already striking presence. "You look truly beautiful today," Jiangnan remarked, unabashedly admiring Anchi, though he had seen her countless times. Her beauty never ceased to mesmerize him. "Everything about you is simply splendid," he mused inwardly, recognizing her as a favored child of the gods, exquisite in appearance, figure, poise, and upbringing, with the only flaw being her somewhat peculiar temperament, which rendered her utterly incomprehensible yet impossible to be angry with. "Humph, how dare you keep a girl waiting?" Anchi said, a hint of annoyance in her tone. There was traffic," Jiangnan replied with a wry smile. After all, Anchi was accompanying him to an auction and deserved a certain level of consideration. "Let us go. The flight is about to take off," Anchi declared, striding ahead in her high heels, her slender waist swaying as she moved. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly and followed suit, while the two bodyguards got into the car and drove away. "Well, is this first class? The experience is indeed worlds apart from economy class," Jiangnan exclaimed as he entered the first-class cabin Anchi had reserved in advance. "Humph. Stop pretending," Anchi retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "You're clearly a person of means. Why do you insist on acting like a pauper? Doesn't tea that tire you?" "Jiangnan, do I really appear to be pretending?" However, he thought to himself that perhaps this misunderstanding was rather amusing. Clearing his throat, he composed himself and took a seat. "You've seen through me." Anchi shot him a sultry glance, but said nothing. Jiangnan felt a surge of joy. It seemed that his pretense only made her trust him more. So, he thought, why not continue the charade? The life of a pretender must be quite delightful. "May I offer you something to drink?" A lovely flight attendant approached with a professional smile. "I'll have a cocktail,"
And she replied nonchalantly. Jiangnan, taken aback, questioned, "They serve cocktails on the plane? Why was I unaware of this?" "Sir, I believe this is your first time in first class," the flight attendant explained with a smile. "First class offers exquisite cocktails, which are not available in economy." Jiangnan felt a bit embarrassed. "What would you like to drink, sir?" The attentive flight attendant smoothly redirected the conversation. "I'll have a cocktail as well," Jiangnan chuckled. "Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." The flight attendant departed, and she shot him another eye roll. Jiangnan shrugged, saying nothing, and pulled out his phone to research the differences between first class and economy class. Aside from the spacious and comfortable seating and a wider selection of fine beverages, he discovered that first-class passengers could also enjoy complimentary massages from the flight attendants. How delightful, he thought, but I'll pass this time. It wouldn't be appropriate with Anchi by my side. Next time, I shall indulge in the luxury of a flight attendant's massage. Chapter 132. Your dimples lack wine. The journey in first class was exceedingly comfortable, further enhanced by the delightful company of Angel. As they engaged in casual conversation, they were blissfully unaware of the passage of time until the plane began its descent into the bustling metropolis. Upon disembarking, Angel inquired, "Jiangnan, have you settled on a base price for the Imperial Green Jadeite auction?" "Indeed," Jiangnan nodded. 20 million, as per old Zhao's reference price. "That's reassuring," Angel responded. Then shifted the topic. "Someone will be here to greet us. It's an auctioneer from the Shanghai auction house with whom I share a good rapport." "That's splendid," Jiangnan mused, marveling at the extensive connections of the Angel family. Just as they exited the airport, a voice called out, "Hi, Angel." It was a woman, her voice slightly raspy yet melodious. Jiangnan turned to see a stunning beauty approaching, her golden locks cascading in luscious waves, her figure curvaceous and alluring. She smiled at Angel, revealing two charming dimples that immediately brought to Jiangnan's mind the phrase, "Your dimples lack wine, yet I am intoxicated like a dog." Could it be that all of Angel's acquaintances were equally beautiful? Jiangnan pondered, impressed that while Angel was already a rare beauty, this woman possessed a different allure, equally captivating. "Who is this?" The curly-haired beauty noticed Jiangnan and regarded him with interest. "This is Jiangnan," Angel introduced. "Ah, such handsomeness. I presume he is your boyfriend?" The beauty teased, her smile radiant. "Not at all, merely a friend," Angel replied, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. "Is that true?" The beauty pressed, clearly intrigued. "Absolutely," Angel affirmed. "Now, enough of this infatuation. Let us proceed to the auction house." "All right then, let us get in the car," the beauty said, opening the door to a sleek red Porsche Cayenne, glancing back at Jiangnan with a playful smile. Jiangnan returned her smile politely as they all climbed into the vehicle. Once on the road, the beauty introduced herself while driving. "Gentlemen, I am Zhu Yuyo." "Zhu Yuyo? What a lovely name," Jiangnan complimented. "Thank you for the kind words." She beamed, her dimples enchanting him further. "Angel, it's been quite a while since your last visit. I've missed you." "Indeed. I've had a lot on my plate lately, and I've missed you too," Angel replied. "How could you say you miss me yet not come to see me?" "I've mentioned, there has been quite a bit to handle." The two women delved into light-hearted banter, while Jiangnan listened quietly, content to admire the scenery through the window. However, the melodic timbre of Zhu Yuyo's voice kept drawing his attention, a delightful auditory pleasure. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at the Shanghai auction house, the enormity of the city evident in their lengthy journey. The Porsche Cayenne parked in the underground garage, and with Zhu Yuyo leading the way, they took a shortcut via the elevator straight to the appraisal area. The entrance to the appraisal section was heavily guarded, with over 10 stern-faced security personnel, some even armed. Beyond the entrance lay a lengthy corridor lined with small rooms, each a space for industry experts to conduct their evaluations. The sight alone instilled a sense of intimidation in Jiangnan, who was experiencing such an environment for the first time. Fortunately, with Zhu Yuyo guiding them, they encountered no inquiries from the guards and smoothly entered the premises. Each room's entrance was marked with indicator lights, signaling whether it was occupied. Following Zhu Yuyo, they traversed the corridor until they reached room 28, which displayed a green light indicating it was currently unoccupied. Zhu Yuyo knocked gently before pushing the door open, ushering Jiangnan and Angel inside. The room was modestly sized, furnished with a desk where an elderly gentleman was sipping tea. "Old Zhang," Yuyo greeted with a smile. "I brought a friend along." Chapter 133. Commencement. The elderly man nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. He appeared to be a man of few words. "Jiangnan, please present the items," and she instructed. Jiangnan complied,
retrieving two exquisite pieces of imperial green jade from his backpack and placing them on the table before the elder. The old man's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Imperial green, a splendid treasure indeed. It has been quite some time since I last encountered such a specimen." As he spoke, he picked up a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the jade with great care. Meanwhile, the curly-haired girl, Zhu Yuyu, gestured for everyone to remain silent. Anchi nodded in understanding, and Jiangnan followed suit, indicating his comprehension. The room fell into a serene hush. As the moments ticked by, Jiangnan found himself growing somewhat impatient. Nearly 10 minutes passed before the elder finally paused, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, this is imperial green," he affirmed, casting a glance at Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled in response. Without further adu, the elder retrieved a receipt from the drawer, inscribing details of the jade and signing his name before affixing a seal. He then handed both the jade and the receipt to Zhu Yuyu, instructing, "Please take these for auction arrangements." "Certainly, Elder Zhang," Zhu Yuyu replied, accepting the items. "We shall take our leave now." With a playful wave, Zhu Yuyu bid farewell, and the three departed. Once outside the appraisal room, Zhu Yuyu announced, "Anchi, I cannot accompany you any longer. I must take the imperial green to arrange for the auction. Afterward, we can have a meal together." "All right, off you go," Anchi nodded. "See you later, handsome," Zhu Yuyu teased, winking playfully at Jiangnan. "See you later," Jiangnan chuckled. Feeling an inexplicable stir within, he mused that she was quite enchanting. With a flick of her cascading waves, Zhu Yuyu turned, her slender waist swaying as she departed, her graceful figure captivating. Jiangnan watched her retreating silhouette. "Humph," Anchi scoffed beside him. "Keep staring, and you might find it hard to look away." Jiangnan offered an awkward smile, replying, "Not at all." "TSK, such a contradiction." Anchi rolled her eyes at him alluringly. "Let us find a place to dine." The auction won't commence until afternoon. "Agreed," Jiangnan nodded. "You know this area well. Choose the restaurant, and I'll treat." "How presumptuous." Anchi pouted. "Are you implying that I, a mere woman, should cover the bill?" Jiangnan sighed, realizing he had no common ground with her. "There's a Western restaurant nearby. Let us go there." As Anchi led the way, her slender waist twisting gracefully, Jiangnan remained silent, understanding that less talk was prudent when dealing with her to avoid being pricked by her sharp tongue. The auction was set to commence at 2 p.m. Under Anchi's guidance, Jiangnan effortlessly entered the auction venue. As guests with bidding items, they were assigned prime seats towards the front, a desirable location indeed. The auction hall was expansive, reminiscent of a cinema, with tiered seating that ensured a clear view of the auction stage for all attendees. The hall accommodated up to 1,000 guests, and at this moment, more than half the seats were filled, creating a lively atmosphere filled with animated conversations. Seated side by side, Jiangnan and Anchi settled into their seats. Anchi, as was her custom, spoke little, while Jiangnan casually surveyed the surroundings, familiarizing himself with the venue, which he anticipated would become a frequent haunt. Approximately half an hour later, the back door of the auction hall swung open, ushering in several fully armed security personnel. Instantly, the chatter subsided, and Jiangnan understood that the auction was about to commence. Chapter 134. True Love Before Long. A familiar figure approached, Zhu Yuyu. She had donned a form-fitting, intricately patterned qipao that accentuated her flawless silhouette, evoking a cascade of enticing thoughts. Such an exquisite figure, Jiangnan mused, pondering how many girls must envy her. To be her boyfriend, what a delightful sensation that would be. The audience murmured in hushed admiration. How beautiful! Such an incredible physique. A true gem of humanity. Zhu Yuyu gracefully ascended the auction stage, her enchanting smile captivating all, and she spoke. "Hello everyone. I am the auctioneer for today's event." The crowd erupted in applause. "Thank you. Thank you for your generous support," and warm applause. Zhu Yuyu exuded poise, her charming smile both inviting and appropriate. "Now, let us proceed to the main event. Please welcome our first auction item." The clapping subsided. A young lady, also clad in a qipao, approached with a tray covered by a silk cloth, obscuring the item beneath. She placed the tray in the center of the auction stage and stepped back to stand aside. While the young lady possessed commendable beauty and figure, she paled in comparison to Zhu Yuyu. With a click, the spotlight illuminated the auction item. Simultaneously, a 74-inch LCD screen behind the auctioneer flickered to life, magnifying the tray and its concealed contents. This shift in focus drew the audience's attention from Zhu Yuyu to the tray, filled with anticipation for the unveiling. Zhu Yuyu swayed her slender waist towards the tray, gently lifting the silk cloth to reveal an ancient, rusted, and somewhat damaged bronze sword. Her slightly husky yet melodious voice resonated. The first auction item is a fragmented bronze sword from the Warring States period, starting at a base price of 2 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 50,000. The bidding begins now. Silence ensued, broken only by murmurs of disappointment. What a pity. It's incomplete. Indeed, if it were whole, its collectible value would soar. It seems everyone is hesitant to bid, as no one has yet raised their paddle. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, intrigued, casting a discerning glance at the bronze sword, and initiated evaluation. Worth over 2 million. 100. Worth over 3 million. 10. Worth over 2. 5 million. 100. Worth over 2. 6 million. 50. Jiang Nan chuckled, recognizing that the base price of 2 million still promised a profit. If no one else intervened, he could easily acquire it and make a modest gain. The convenience of determining success rates was indeed advantageous. Alas, his aspirations were soon dashed. After a moment of contemplation, a voice finally broke the silence. 205 million. With that initial bid, the atmosphere shifted and further offers began to emerge. 1 million. 15 million. 2 million. 3 million. One bidder boldly added 100,000. The bidding momentarily paused, as gazes turned toward the individual who bid 3 million. 10 seconds passed, then 20. Zhu Yuyu's voice broke through the quiet, her slightly husky tone asking, 3 million. Is there any further bidding? 2 million. Another bidder entered the fray. The crowd began to murmur. That is quite a sum. I doubt anyone else will bid. Indeed. Any higher, and it may not be worth it. After another 20 seconds of silence, Zhu Yuyu reiterated, 2 million. Is there anyone willing to bid more? No reply came. Zhu Yuyu paused for 2 seconds, then lifted the auction hammer, declaring, 2 million. First call. Just as her words fell, another offer emerged. 45 million. The chatter in the crowd intensified. However, shortly thereafter, another voice called out, 6 million. Wow, what a price. This is true love, otherwise. One wouldn't bid so high. Zhu Yuyu waited 2 seconds for confirmation. 6 million, first call. 6 million, second call. 6 million, third call. The auction was secured. As she concluded, the hammer fell. After a brief interlude, the second auction item was brought forth. Chapter 135. The strange auction item, the Imperial Green from Jiangnan, was presented as the 11th item for auction. As it was brought forth, Zhu Yuyu, the auctioneer, cast a discreet glance at Jiangnan. This glance incited a wave of hostile gazes from several men directed towards Jiangnan, prompting a resigned smile from him. Following this, the auction item was introduced. As you can all see, the size and quality are evident, and I need not elaborate further. The starting bid is set at 20 million, with increments of no less than 200,000. Let the bidding commence. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wow, Imperial Green is such a treasure. It's been ages since I last saw one at an auction. Indeed, it is stunning. Just look at that color, utterly captivating. What a pity, jade isn't my favorite. It was clear that collectors of jade were already feeling the itch to bid. As anticipated, bids began to emerge. 20. 2 million. 20. 5 million. 21 million. A fierce competition ensued among 5 or 6 bidders. 22 million. Goodness, the momentum is impressive. Such a rare Imperial Green indeed attracts enthusiasts. Yes, if I weren't so uninformed about jade, I would also want to join in. I've heard that the market for jade collecting is quite promising, especially for rare varieties like Imperial Green. 22. 5 million. 23 million. Ultimately, 2 bidders remained locked in a heated contest, exuding an air of determination that seemed to suppress the competition. However, after reaching 23 million, no further bids were placed. After a full half-minute of silence, Zhu Yuyu cast another glance at Jiangnan before calling out, "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid to 23 million? Silence enveloped the room. After 2 seconds of no response, Zhu Yuyu began her final confirmation, 23 million for the first time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? After a brief pause, still no response, she continued, 23 million for the second time. Following another 2-second pause, with no bids forthcoming, the likelihood of an unexpected turn seemed negligible. 23 million. Third time. Sold. With a decisive bang of the gavel, the auction concluded. Not bad. Sold for 23 million, remarked Anshi, glancing at Jiangnan. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Jiangnan replied with a smile. After all, it was merely a few 100,000 worth of goods, and she rolled her eyes in response. As the auction continued, Jiangnan observed with mild interest, occasionally casting a probing glance. However, it was evident that such an environment was not conducive to finding bargains, as opportunities were scarce. As time passed and items were auctioned off, Jiangnan lost track of how many had been presented. In a slightly husky yet melodious voice, Zhu Yuyu announced, "The next item is the final piece of today's auction, and it is quite peculiar." Her words piqued the audience's curiosity. Their eyes fixated on the platter on the auction stage. Zhu Yuyu approached and lifted the veil, revealing what appeared to be a piece of animal hide, not particularly large, roughly 1 meter in size. Jiangnan found himself intrigued, unable to discern what it was. Clearly, he was not alone in his curiosity. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in confusion. "What is this item, beautiful auctioneer?" Someone shouted. "Yes, what is it?" echoed another voice. "I can't make any sense of it. Doesn't the auction house have an expert appraisal team? How could they not identify it before putting it up for auction? That makes sense. This is indeed puzzling." Another voice chimed in. "Everyone, please quiet down," Zhu Yuyu said with a smile. "This item is rather special. Our expert appraisal team has been unable to determine its nature. However, we can confirm it is an antique, though we cannot ascertain its age. From its texture, it appears to be animal hide, yet we cannot identify the species." As she spoke, she lifted the hide for all to see. Through the magnified screen, it was clear that it resembled aged animal skin. "This is the reverse side," Zhu Yuyu continued, "and on the front, there are some peculiar lines that resemble an incomplete map." Turning the hide, she revealed the side with the strange markings, which indeed resembled a map, albeit with jagged edges that suggested it was only half of a complete piece. "This item cannot be accurately classified at this time," she continued. "It has been in the possession of its owner for some time and appears to be valuable. However, due to its enigmatic nature, it is being auctioned off. The starting bid is set at 1 million, and bidders are welcome to freely increase their offers without a minimum limit. The bidding begins now." As her words concluded, someone laughed and asked, "Can we bid just $1 extra?" "According to the rules, yes," Zhu Yuyu replied with a smile. Laughter erupted in the crowd. Soon, a cacophony of chatter ensued. Clearly, the auction house was merely looking to avoid a failed auction. Indeed, this item is uncertain. If the experts can't decipher it, who can? Although 1 million isn't much, it seems like throwing money into the void. That makes sense. "I doubt anyone will bid," another voice chimed in. "Well, you never know. There might be someone who thinks they can get lucky and snag a deal." Even Anchi, with rare interest, tapped her chin and remarked to Jiangnan, "This item is quite intriguing." Yet, Jiangnan remained oblivious, engrossed in his own thoughts. This disinterest prompted Anchi to shoot him an annoyed glance. Jiangnan, however, continued to scrutinize the hide, diligently probing it with his senses. "Valued above 2 million. 100. Valued above 3 million. 100. Wow, this is indeed a treasure. Valued above 5 million. 100. Is that not the limit? Valued at 10 million. 100. Incredible. I've struck gold again. Valued above 100 million. 100. Jiangnan gasped, suddenly struck by a thought. Could this peculiar item be akin to that priceless oddity he encountered previously? His heart raced with excitement as he continued probing, intensifying his efforts. Valued above 10 billion. 100. The truth emerged. He had indeed stumbled upon another priceless treasure, something that transcended mere monetary value. "I can't believe I've unearthed such a gem here." Chapter 136. Secured. "Is there anyone willing to bid?" Zhu Yuyu inquired, observing the crowd engrossed in conversation yet silent on the bidding front. Patience waning, she was about to declare the item unsold when a voice rang out. 1.01 million. Surprised, she turned to see Jiangnan, his voice oddly familiar. Instantly, the attention of those around him shifted, making him the center of intrigue. "What is going on with you, Jiangnan?" Anchi, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and instinctively asked, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as a thought struck her. Could it be that Jiangnan had discerned something from the peculiar beast hide that eluded everyone else? After all, she alone was aware of the remarkable insight and acumen hidden behind his youthful visage. Amidst a flurry of murmurs, comments arose. "Well, someone actually bid, huh? I knew it. There's always someone who fancies themselves clever, seeking a bargain. And it's just a young lad, thinking he's hit the jackpot. Makes sense, I suppose." Zhu Yuyu regarded Jiangnan with surprise, but quickly returned to her duties, calling out, 1.01 million. "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" The crowd, intrigued, began scanning for any potential bids. After a half-minute pause, no one stepped forward. Only whispers filled the air. Indeed, no one seemed optimistic about an item that even the appraisal team at the Magic City auction house could not comprehend. What was going through this lad's mind? Strange occurrences are a norm. One learns to adapt. Zhu Yuyu proceeded with the final confirmations. 1.01 million. First call. Is there anyone willing to increase their bid? Silence ensued. 1.01 million. Second call. 1.01 million. Third call. Sold. With a decisive bang of the gavel, the transaction was sealed. Upon exiting the auction house, Jiang Nan found his card enriched by over 20 million, clutching the enigmatic beast hide in his hand. Puzzled, he examined it closely, attempting to decipher its true nature. Cowhide 0. Sheep hide 0. Rabbit hide 0. Wolf hide 0. Tiger hide 0. Jiang Nan pondered. Then a light dawned upon him as he conducted a broader analysis. Wild beast hide 0. Wait. No way. It's not fur 0. It's fur 100. It's indeed fur, yet it is not wild beast hide. This is peculiar. At that moment, and she interjected, Jiang Nan, can this thing be seen through? Her expression was grave. No, it cannot, Jiang Nan replied, turning to meet her gaze. Oh, it can't be seen through? How did you manage to acquire it then? And she asked, her surprise evident. It felt quite intriguing, so I decided to buy it, he responded nonchalantly. And she, seemingly skeptical, pressed, what if it bites you? I'm quite anxious about this. Is it for real? Honestly, it's nothing extraordinary, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile, understanding that Anshi had misconstrued his abilities. Believing he had unraveled the mystery of the beast hide. Quickly devising a suitable excuse, he added, however, this item is rather peculiar. I thought it prudent to procure it for further study. After all, 1 million is a trifling sum to me. Yes, that makes sense, Anshi nodded, clearly convinced. Her demeanor reflecting newfound understanding. Chapter 137. Zhu Yuyu's thoughts as they exited the auction house. Twilight began to envelop the sky. Jiang Nan and Anshi waited outside the venue, having arranged to dine with Zhu Yuyu. Before long, Zhu Yuyu emerged, driving her crimson Porsche Cayenne straight from the underground garage. The luxurious vehicle came to a halt beside Jiang Nan and Anshi, and with a radiant smile, Zhu Yuyu rolled down her window and beckoned, "Get in." Jiang Nan, mesmerized by her dimples, thought to himself how alluring she was. However, he quickly diverted his gaze, fearing that his admiration might be exposed, which would undoubtedly lead to ridicule. After all, it would be rather unfortunate to be caught so smitten by a woman. Once inside the car, Anshi took the front passenger seat, leaving Jiang Nan to reluctantly occupy the back. A twinge of frustration welled up within him. As a man, he believed he should be in the driver's seat, whisking the ladies away for a joyful ride. Yet, it was clear that the circumstances did not permit that privilege, relegating him to the role of the obedient companion. As Zhu Yuyu merged into the flowing traffic, she inquired, "Well, would you like to eat?" "It's really up to you," and she replied. "This time, I shall treat." "No. Let me take care of it," Zhu Yuyu insisted. "You've treated most of the time. I would feel remiss otherwise. Although you are wealthy, it's not appropriate to always have you pay. Don't fret over that. There's no need for contention. I insist on treating," and she countered. All right, Miss High and Mighty." Zhu Yuyu responded with a playful exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Jiang Nan and asked, "Handsome, what do you wish to eat?" With a smile, Jiang Nan replied, "To be honest, what I eat is of little importance. I should be the one treating, as Anshi is here to assist me, and you, too, are lending your support." Zhu Yuyu chuckled. "I had thought the two of you were already a couple. Turns out, I was mistaken." "Not at all," Anshi blushed, retorting. "Who would fancy such an indecisive man lacking in grace?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Really, Anshi, you don't find him appealing?" Zhu Yuyu teased, her tone lighthearted. "If you don't, I might just make my move. Such a charming young man is quite the catch. If one is not quick to act, he may slip away unnoticed." As an auctioneer, Zhu Yuyu possessed a keen eye, and upon seeing Jiang Nan in his Armani attire, coupled with his association with Anshi, she immediately surmised that his background must be extraordinary. Moreover, she noted how nonchalantly he handled the imperial green jade, a treasure worth millions, indicating a certain disregard for material wealth. This further solidified her belief that Jiang Nan hailed from a prominent and affluent family. Unlike Anshi, who enjoyed a comfortable upbringing, Zhu Yuyu had forged her own path in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, having purchased her car through a loan. Finding a wealthy and handsome partner was her utmost desire. as the struggle of independence weighed heavily on her. Despite her beauty affording her advantages, it also invited unwanted attention, compelling her to remain vigilant. Such burdens were indeed exhausting. Humph, and she scoffed. If you like him, then pursue him. I certainly have no interest in such a man. Her words, though dismissive, carried a hint of defiance. Jiang Nan felt an odd sensation, as though he were the subject of their playful banter. Zhu Yuyu laughed softly, her slightly husky voice making her laughter even more enchanting. All right, no more jesting. It seems as though both of us women are left without suitors. How about we indulge in some seafood? Sounds good, Inchi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Nan added, but let me reiterate, today I am treating. I find that acceptable, Zhu Yuyu replied. Anchi, with 2 women and 1 man. Let us allow him to treat. It would be quite gentlemanly of him. Well, if Yuyu insists, then so be it, Anchi conceded. Anyone can treat. It's not a matter of finances. True enough, Jiang Nan chuckled ruefully. Zhu Yuyu remarked, please refrain from comparing me to you truly affluent individuals. However, she chose not to elaborate, as she, too, was quite concerned about appearances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken out a loan to purchase her car. Although she earned a good salary, affording a Porsche Cayenne was still a considerable strain. Yet, she deemed it necessary to invest in such a vehicle to elevate her social circles. Chapter 138. Heartfelt in a mid-range Western restaurant, in a tranquil private room. Jiang Nan and Zhu Yuyu were engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal. Anchi had stepped away to the restroom and had yet to return. Jiang Nan, could you enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding that piece of animal hide you captured in a photograph? Zhu Yuyu inquired, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she chewed on a crab leg. Her voice, slightly husky yet melodious even while eating, added to the charm of the moment. It was merely 100,000, Jiang Nan replied with a chuckle. A trifling sum, really? Zhu Yuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000 is a trifling amount? My beloved car is nearly within my grasp. She scrutinized Jiang Nan more closely, her gaze confirming that he was indeed the person she sought, handsome, affluent, and devoid of the arrogance often associated with the wealthy elite. He seemed to embody all the virtues, utterly perfect in her eyes. Her admiration only deepened with each passing moment. Clearing her throat, Jiang Nan felt a slight unease under Zhu Yuyu's fiery, almost invasive gaze. What's the matter? Afraid of being scrutinized by a woman? Zhu Yuyu teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Not at all, Jiang Nan stammered, his embarrassment palpable. It's simply, you seem quite at ease with strangers. Of course, Zhu Yuyu replied. Those of us who strive to carve our own paths in life, enduring the trials of society, cannot afford to be as delicate as a debutante. We must work for our livelihood and strive for a better life. Everything hinges on our own efforts. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, reflecting on his own humble beginnings. He had once been in a similar position, and many of his female colleagues and classmates were equally driven, tirelessly pursuing better job opportunities. This revelation prompted him to reassess Zhu Yuyu, who he had previously assumed was a privileged daughter of wealth. Given her close friendship with Anchi and the fact that she drove a Porsche Cayenne, a luxury for someone her age, just over 20, with newfound intrigue, Jiang Nan discreetly observed Zhu Yuyu, attempting to gauge her background. Child of a modest family. 100, indeed. Working class. 100, salary over 10,000. 100, salary over 20,000. 100, salary over 30,000. 50. Jiang Nan gleaned that her financial situation was considerably better than his own previous circumstances, yet he could not help but chuckle at the disparity. Moreover, he felt a renewed curiosity and discreetly assessed once more. Virginal. 100, incredible. His interest piqued further. Boyfriend. 0, unbelievable. Such an exceptional woman without a boyfriend? Something seems amiss. Could it be? Jiang Nan contemplated a possibility. Same-sex attraction. So, no, that can't be it. Then, perhaps her standards are simply too high, making her unappealing to the average man. 100. Aha. Jiang Nan, if it's not too intrusive. May I inquire about your profession? Zhu Yuyu asked, having finished her crab leg and now savoring a large shrimp. I assist my uncle in the jade business. Jiang Nan replied, taking a sip of red wine and sharing the excuse he had prepared, one that Anchi and others were aware of. Well, the jade trade. Zhu Yuyu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. That business is notoriously lucrative, albeit fraught with risk. Jiang Nan chuckled. Indeed. My uncle has been in the industry for quite some time. His experience lends him a discerning eye, so I managed to scrape by. By the way, could I have your number? I may frequently visit the auction house to sell jade, and I would appreciate your assistance, he added, having already devised a plan to make a grand impression with an array of imperial green emeralds, ensuring Zhu Yuyu would not be taken aback. Of course, I'm delighted to share, Zhu Yuyu responded cheerfully, providing her contact details. Chapter 139. I have no choice. You two seem to be enjoying your conversation quite a lot. Anshi emerged from the restroom, casting a forlorn glance at Jiangnan. Jiangnan shrugged. Come on, Anshi, let us share a drink. Zhu Yuyu interjected, lifting her glass of red wine. All right, Anshi nodded, and the two clinked their glasses, taking small sips of the wine together. Subsequently, the two young women engaged in light-hearted chatter, with Zhu Yuyu becoming noticeably distant from Jiangnan, as if a stranger. By the end of the meal, Jiangnan felt like a mere bystander. Upon exiting the seafood restaurant, the city was aglow. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The night in the magical metropolis was intoxicatingly beautiful. Jiangnan surveyed the stunning nightscape around him, feeling as though he were in a different era. He reflected on his past self, laboring tirelessly for meager wages, with hardly any time to appreciate the beauty surrounding him. And now, Anshi, why don't you two stay at my place? Zhu Yuyu suggested. Is that necessary? We could just book 2 hotel rooms, Anshi replied. I know you're not short on money, Zhu Yuyu countered, but I haven't finished our conversation. If you stay at my place, we can chat properly. Jiangnan, observing from the side, couldn't shake the feeling that Zhu Yuyu was reluctant to let Anshi stay at the hotel with him. With that thought, he subtly probed, deliberately steering them away from the hotel. It was unmistakable. Huh, how amusing, Jiangnan chuckled resignedly, thinking that Zhu Yuyu was likely worried he might lead her dear friend Anshi astray. Was he really that despicable? Women. Very well, Anshi consented, though she soon furrowed her brow and added, but let Jiangnan stay at the hotel. No need, Zhu Yuyu smiled. I don't have 2 spare bedrooms. We can share the master bedroom, and Jiangnan can take the guest room. It would be rather inappropriate for him to stay at a hotel when he came here with you. All right then. Zhu Yuyu's residence was quite pleasant. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, a layout similar to Jiangnan's rental in the Jianghaley Garden community. Jiangnan examined the room and remarked, renting a place like this in the magical metropolis must be quite expensive, right? Given his knowledge of Zhu Yuyu's salary, he asked this out of curiosity, especially since a rental in Jianghaley Garden was 30,000 a month, and surely it would be even more expensive here. Yet, Zhu Yuyu's monthly salary was barely over 30,000, which puzzled him. This is an employee accommodation from an auction house. I managed to secure this 3-bedroom apartment due to my exceptional performance at work, Zhu Yuyu explained with a wry smile. If I had to pay rent, my salary wouldn't suffice. Oh, I see, Jiangnan nodded, understanding the situation. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll brew some tea. Zhu Yuyu busied herself. Jiangnan, you seem quite knowledgeable about renting, Anshi remarked. Jiangnan thought to himself, you're a privileged young lady, unaware of the hardships of the world, oblivious to the struggles of those at the bottom. With a bitter smile, he replied, Miss, that's common knowledge, you know. Oh, really? Anshi blushed slightly, an unusual hint of embarrassment on her face. It seems I lack experience in that regard. Best to avoid it, Jiangnan advised. Such a life is not easy. Being a young lady is far better. But you are clearly so capable. Shouldn't you also endure such experiences? Anshi said earnestly. Jiangnan thought, I'm not enduring experiences. I was simply left with no choice. He retorted, don't elevate me to such a lofty status. Chapter 140. The Art of Hospitality. Anshi spoke little. Yet Zhu Yuyu was quite the conversationalist, and their lively exchange created an enjoyable atmosphere. Jiangnan, seated nearby, played the role of an attentive listener, quietly appreciating the charm of these 2 captivating women. It was indeed a delightful experience. As time slipped away, an hour passed, then 2, and soon it was nearly 11 o'clock, while Zhu Yuyu remained engrossed in conversation. Although Jiangnan found pleasure in observing the 2 lovely ladies, he began to feel a twinge of awkwardness. Finally, he spoke up. You 2 carry on. I think I shall turn in for the night. Caught up in her lively discourse, Zhu Yuyu seemed to just then remember Jiangnan's presence and replied, all right then, Anshi and I will move to the bedroom to chat. You go ahead and take a shower. Just call us when you're done, and we'll wash up afterward. Okay, Jiangnan nodded, suddenly realizing that it was likely his reluctance to sleep that had prevented everyone from showering. He couldn't help but smile wryly at his oversight. After watching Anshi and Zhu Yuyu disappear into the bedroom, he reluctantly made his way to the bathroom. Upon entering, He was taken aback by the sight of numerous personal items belonging to Zhu Yuyu scattered about the small space, particularly an array of delicate thongs and various styles of bras. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Goodness, bathing in a woman's bathroom was rather exhilarating. He tried to avert his gaze from those items, quickly washed himself, and peered out from the bathroom, ensuring that Anqi and Zhu Yuyu were indeed absent before hastily stepping out and slipping into bed. As he reached the doorway, he called out, "I'm done. The bathroom is free for you." He then hurried into the bedroom. Faintly, he heard Zhu Yuyu's voice from the other room. Got it. With a sigh of relief, he closed the door, feeling somewhat reassured. A wry smile crossed his face as he pondered the peculiar nature of his living arrangement with two stunning women. It felt rather awkward, unlike his cohabitation with Bebe, which had felt entirely natural. Taking a moment to compose himself and dispel his tangled thoughts, he lay down to sleep. The bed was surprisingly soft and comfortable. Meanwhile, in the other room, Zhu Yuyu turned to Anqi and said, "Anqi, you go ahead and shower first, after you're done. We can chat while we drift off to sleep." "All right." Anqi nodded and left the bedroom to wash up. Zhu Yuyu blinked her beautiful eyes, lost in thought for a moment before pulling out her phone, opening WeChat, and typing a message, "Jiangnan, are you asleep?" Ding dong. Just as Jiangnan settled into bed, he heard the notification sound from his phone. Reaching for it, he found a message from Zhu Yuyu inquiring if he was still awake. "What is this about?" he wondered, slightly surprised. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Not yet. Is there something on your mind, Yuyu?" Zhu Yuyu responded, "I just remembered something. You don't have any sleepwear, do you?" Awkward face. Jiangnan replied, "It's all right. I can manage for one night." He intended to suggest that sleeping in his undergarments would suffice but opted for a more subtle response. Zhu Yuyu replied, "That's simply one tea do. You are a guest. Wait a moment. There's a convenience store across the street. I'll go buy you some sleepwear and bring it over shortly. Await my message." Smiling face, Jiangnan insisted, "No need, truly." However, Zhu Yuyu did not respond. Jiangnan felt a sense of helplessness. Could it be that this girl was genuinely going out to buy sleepwear at this late hour? Such an extravagant display of hospitality seemed a bit excessive. Chapter 141. Shocked Zhu Yuyu hurried downstairs, finding convenience in the presence of a 24-hour supermarket just across the street. Estimating Jiangnan's physique, she purchased a set of pajamas and returned upstairs. Upon entering her room, she first checked the bedroom, discovering that Anqi was still in the shower. She sighed in relief, her heart settling. However, she did not immediately deliver the pajamas to Jiangnan. Instead, she placed them on the lower shelf of the coffee table in the living room and returned to her bedroom, leisurely scrolling through her phone, seemingly waiting for Anqi to finish her shower. Before long, Anqi emerged from the bathroom, announcing, "Yuyu, I'm done. You can go now." "All right." Zhu Yuyu replied with a smile and a nod, adding, "Anqi, if you're tired, feel free to sleep." "Okay." Anqi nodded in agreement. Zhu Yuyu exited the bedroom and entered the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged, clad in a sheer, delicate nightgown. She grabbed her phone. Ding. Jiangnan, half asleep in bed, was roused by the notification sound. He picked up his phone and was startled to see a message from Zhu Yuyu that had arrived after quite some time. "I brought the pajamas for you. Please open the door to retrieve them." Jiangnan. Frustrated, he pouted. After waiting so long, he had assumed Zhu Yuyu was merely being polite and had already drifted off to sleep. To his dismay, she truly intended to deliver them. Resigned, he replied, "Okay." Just a moment. He got out of bed, dressed, and opened the bedroom door, only to find Zhu Yuyu standing at the threshold. Instantly, he felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze frozen in astonishment, his nostrils flaring with the warmth of impending bloodshed. Good heavens, the sight before him was utterly breathtaking. Zhu Yuyu was clad in nothing but a translucent nightgown. Jiangnan was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes riveted. "Jiangnan, here are your pajamas. I apologize for the delay." Zhu Yuyu, however, responded with an air of nonchalance, handing him the nightgown. "Good night." With that, she turned and departed. Jiangnan stood there, dumbfounded, watching her retreating figure, her slender waist reminiscent of a water snake. It was simply devilish. Only when she had closed the bedroom door did he shake his head sharply, regaining his senses. How utterly uncouth. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, Jiangnan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily slammed the door shut, internally berating himself for not maintaining composure. Returning to bed, he stared at the nightgown in his hand, not bothering to change, and tossed it aside before collapsing into sleep, mentally preparing himself to face Zhu Yuyu the next day without excessive awkwardness.
Jiangnan, Jiangnan. In the midst of a drowsy slumber, Jiangnan stirred at the sound of Anshi's voice, slowly opening his eyes. It's time to get up. We have a flight to catch, Anshi continued. I heard you, Jiangnan replied, rising to dress. Emerging from his room, he found Anshi engaged in light conversation with Zhu Yuyu. The events of the previous night crept into his mind, leaving him inexplicably uneasy. At that moment, Zhu Yuyu turned to him. Hi, good morning. She appeared completely at ease. Good morning, Jiangnan smiled, feigning nonchalance. Yuyu, we need to catch our flight, so we must be on our way. We'll gather again when we have time, Anshi said as she bid farewell to Zhu Yuyu. I'll drive you to the airport, Zhu Yuyu insisted. Surely, I can't let you take a taxi. That would only delay you from work, Anshi replied. It was then that Jiangnan glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 8 o'clock. Don't worry, our friendship is far more important than work, Zhu Yuyu said. Grasping the car keys. Let's go. It's not every day I have the chance to visit the bustling metropolis. Otherwise, you wouldn't care to ride in my modest vehicle. Chapter 142. Doubt along the journey. Zhu Yuyu and Anshi engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Jiangnan played the role of a passive listener, gazing somewhat helplessly out the window at the passing scenery. Upon arriving at the airport, the trio disembarked from the Crimson Qian. Anshi remarked, All right, Yuyu, you should hurry back to work now. Sure, Zhu Yuyu replied with a smile, turning to Jiangnan. Goodbye, handsome. Don't forget me by the next time we meet. She then winked playfully, her demeanor both charming and alluring. How could that be? Jiangnan chuckled. I must once again express my gratitude for your assistance. You are always welcome to visit Jianhai when you have the time. Is that truly an invitation? Zhu Yuyu teased. Absolutely. All right then, I shall hold you to that. Zhu Yuyu declared. If I do visit Jianhai, you must host me. Without waiting for Jiangnan's response, she turned back to Anshi. Farewell, my dear sister. Goodbye, Anshi nodded. Zhu Yuyu promptly turned and entered the vehicle, departing without hesitation. Jiangnan watched the car's retreating form, and before he could withdraw his gaze, he heard Anshi scoff beside him. Humph, that man who flirts around, is he not trying to make a move on my good sister? Jiangnan opened his mouth to defend himself, but Anshi continued. Let us hurry to the airport. The flight is about to depart. With that, she began to walk away, her slender waist twisting gracefully. Jiangnan, feeling exasperated, chose not to respond. Most importantly, there was no need to explain himself. What? Are you saying Brother Jiang bid 1 million for a rather peculiar beast skin? In the family villa, old master inquired solemnly of Anshi. Indeed, Anshi nodded, explaining. The peculiar beast skin left the experts at the Magic City auction house utterly baffled, unable to ascertain its nature or value. Even the owner of the collection exhaustively sought to uncover its secrets, but ultimately had no choice but to auction it off. With no other bidders in sight and the risk of it being unsold looming, Jiangnan placed the winning bid. Old Master furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, remaining silent for a moment before stating, with no one else bidding, and Brother Jiang securing it, I cannot shake the feeling that this beast's skin is extraordinary. He must have discerned something significant, as his judgment is indeed remarkable. Frankly, I even doubt whether Masters Dong and Yun could rival him. There is definitely something amiss. He must have seen something. Grandfather, I already inquired about this, Anshi said. I asked him if it was due to your keen eye that he noticed something peculiar about the beast's skin, but he merely expressed that he found it amusing, stating that 1 million is but a trifling sum. Old Master responded with unwavering conviction. The more he downplays it, the more I believe that beast skin is exceptionally valuable. What shall we do, grandfather? Anshi pondered aloud. Regardless of the beast skin's worth, it now belongs to Jiangnan. I understand, Old Master replied. I have no desire to claim it for myself. I simply wish to see that curious item. If I do not witness it with my own eyes, my curiosity will be insatiable. That is easily arranged. The beast skin is in Jiangnan's possession, and we can simply pay him a visit. However, I have another thought. Given my limited eye for detail, I doubt I would discern anything significant. I propose a trip to Yanjing to invite Master Dong to join us. Perhaps he could provide insight. Old Master stroked his chin thoughtfully as he spoke. I believe that if I present this situation to Master Dong, he would be quite intrigued and willing to make the journey. Chapter 143. Regret greetings, boss. As Jiangnan drove his luxurious Range Rover, he escorted Anshi home before making his way back to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by the attentive receptionists, each of whom exchanged pleasantries with him while their eyes sparkled with admiration, secretly sizing him up.
Clad in an exquisite Armani suit and Versace shoes, Jiang Nin exuded an air of undeniable charm, his handsome visage proving to be irresistibly captivating to the ladies. Moreover, his current status as the boss only served to amplify their infatuation. "Welcome back, Jiang Nan," Lily chimed in, bustling about. Upon spotting him, she approached with a twinkle in her eye. "You look absolutely dashing. I barely recognized you. It's as though you're a completely different person." With a chuckle, Jiang Nan replied, "Indeed, one's appearance can transform perceptions. By the way, where is Zhang Yuan?" "He is in the kitchen. Do you need me to fetch him?" Lily inquired. "No need. I was merely asking. If he is busy, we can converse later," Jiang Nan said. "All right then. I'll head upstairs. I'm quite fatigued from the flight," he added. "Understood," Lily nodded, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan with a hint of complexity. A silent acknowledgement of her regret for having chosen Zhang Yuan over him during their romantic entanglement. A pang of remorse washed over her. As Jiang Nan entered the elevator, he felt a tinge of curiosity. He noticed that Bei Bei, the little money grubber, was absent from the front desk. Where could she have wandered off to? Reaching the top floor, he stepped out of the elevator and into his office, where a true sense of home enveloped him. He casually tossed his bag aside and made his way to the restroom. Yet, the image of Zhu Yuyu unexpectedly flickered through his mind, prompting a wry smile. This enchanting woman had left an indelible impression on him. Her voice, her figure, she was truly captivating. Lost in his thoughts, he opened the restroom door and was about to unfasten his pants when a piercing scream from a woman startled him. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized it was Bei Bei perched on the toilet, her white panties hanging between her legs. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he hastily exited the restroom. "Jiang Go, it's you. You scared me to death," came Bei Bei's voice from within. Jiang Nan, flustered, muttered, "Well, you nearly frightened me too." Yet, he felt compelled to apologize. "Bei Bei, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were in there." "Why apologize?" Bei Bei questioned, emerging from the restroom while adjusting her little dress. "If I were to be your wife, wouldn't it be normal for my husband to see me?" Jiang Nan was momentarily at a loss for words. He cleared his throat, eager to redirect the conversation. "Bei Bei, weren't you at the front desk? What brings you up here?" "Because I needed to use the restroom," Bei Bei replied innocently. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel foolish for even asking. "By the way, Jiang Gu, did you just return?" "Yes, I just got back," he confirmed, settling onto the sofa while pouring himself some tea. "Jiang Gu, you must be tired from your journey. Allow me to pour you some tea," Bei Bei offered, sweetly stepping forward to take the teapot, her actions both earnest and endearing. "Aren't you heading to the restroom?" she inquired. Jiang Nan, feeling the urgency dissipate, decided to maintain his composure and stood up, making his way toward the restroom once again. Chapter 144. The treasure map. Upon emerging from the restroom, Jiang Nan found himself seated on the sofa, sipping tea, and inquiring of Bei Bei about the hotel's business. "It's exceptionally good," she replied with excitement. "The number of guests increases daily. Our family is thriving." Jiang Nan responded, "Ah, by the way, I still have work to attend to." Suddenly, Bei Bei seemed to remember something important. "Brother Jiang, I can't stay with you any longer. I'll accompany you later in the evening." With that, she hastily turned, her slender waist twisting as she rushed away. Jiang Nan muttered to himself, "Damn it, she won't be here in the evening either." But perhaps it was for the best. He could enjoy some peace and quiet. After finishing a cup of tea, his thoughts drifted back to the peculiar animal hide he had retrieved from his backpack, and he began to study it intently. After some contemplation, he decided he should ascertain its era. Focusing his gaze on the hide, he initiated a probe. Before the Ming Dynasty. 100. Indeed. It was an antique, without a doubt. He continued his investigation. Before the Song Dynasty. 100. Before the Tang Dynasty. 100. Goodness. This is a very ancient artifact, remarkably well preserved. Before the Qin Dynasty. 100. Wait. Even earlier? He pondered. Could it be from the Shang Dynasty? 0. By heavens. Before the Shang Dynasty. 100. During the era of Qi Yu, the Yellow Emperor, and the Yin Emperor. 0. At this point, Jiang Nan was thoroughly bewildered. Before the era of Qi Yu, the Yellow Emperor, and the Yin Emperor. 100. You must be kidding, even earlier? Jiang Nan felt a headache coming on. He couldn't comprehend this hide. If it was from such an ancient time, were there even humans then? This question warranted deep reflection, yet it remained elusive. Historical records of humanity were already scant, and if it predated that, what was there to explore? Feeling a wave of frustration, he tossed the hide aside, wishing to dismiss it. However, a thought struck him moments later. He retrieved it again and resumed his probing. It's a map. 50. Wait, what does 5 mean? Is this a half map? With a newfound determination, he probed once more. It's an incomplete half map. 100. Just as I suspected. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, recalling that he had encountered tales in novels about fragmented maps, which typically led to treasures. Once united, they could unveil hidden riches. His eyes lit up instantly, and he swiftly cast another probe. It is indeed a treasure map. 100. Oh my God, it truly is. What a delightful surprise. Yet another question arose. Does the other half still exist? 100. There is potential. He wondered, can I find it? 50. Realizing the absurdity of his inquiry, he paused to rephrase his question. In the north. 0. In the east. 0. In the south. 100. Laughter erupted from Jiang Nan, exhilarated by the prospect of pinpointing a direction. This meant he might indeed locate the other half of the treasure map. A wave of uncontainable excitement coursed through him, lifting his spirits as he reveled in the possibility. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. Calm down. Remain composed. After sipping another cup of tea to steady himself, he refocused his thoughts and continued his probing. More than 1,000 kilometers to the south. 100. More than 10,000 kilometers to the south. 0. More than 5,000 kilometers to the south. 100. Approximately 6,000 kilometers to the south. 20. Approximately 7,000 kilometers to the south. 20. Approximately 6,500 kilometers to the south. 90. It's nearby. However, the location was rather vexing. It lay within the depths of the South China Sea. Chapter 145. The drama queen contemplating the vastness of the sea. Jiang Nan felt a headache coming on. Given the current circumstances, searching was utterly futile. Sighing, he resigned himself to temporarily setting this matter aside. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by the voice of the beautiful manager. Boss, are you back? Yes, I'm back. Please come in, Jiang Nan replied. With a creak, the door opened, and the enchanting manager entered the room. Is there something you need? Jiang Nan inquired casually while putting away the animal hides. Not really. The beautiful manager replied with a gentle smile. Since the boss has returned, I thought I should come by to check on you. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Jiang Nan smiled back, admiring the manager's exquisitely shaped face. That's the least I could do, she responded. Well, since the boss has no further instructions, I shall get back to my duties. Go ahead, Jiang Nan nodded, but then recalled something and instructed, by the way. It's nearly noon. Please ask the kitchen to reserve 2 fish for me and have them sent up. Understood, boss, the beautiful manager replied obediently. Casting a lingering glance at Jiang Nan before turning to leave. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Nan relaxed, contemplating his upcoming journey to Myanmar. At that moment, a voice called from the doorway. Boss, are you back? Following closely, Zhang Yuan barged in impulsively. Goodness, what a clumsy fool. Jiang Nan thought. Boss, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yuan exclaimed joyfully as he sat beside Jiang Nan. Quick, tell me, was the auction an exhilarating experience? Not particularly. Jiang Nan replied with a resigned expression. It was just a matter of bidding on things I found appealing, albeit at a rather elevated price. Wow, isn't that thrilling? We're talking millions here. Zhang Yuan was elated. Next time, take me with you, okay? Dream on, Jiang Nan flatly refused. The next auction would be a much more clandestine affair. He wouldn't even bring along the adorable Bei Bei, let alone Zhang Yuan, who was rather rough around the edges. That would be absurd. Zhang Yuan's enthusiasm instantly waned, his face falling. By the way, there are 3 important tasks I need you to handle, Jiang Nan stated. Boss, please go ahead. Zhang Yuan perked up, his expression turning serious as he sat upright, ready to accept orders with a valiant demeanor. The first task, pour me a cup of tea, Zhang Yuan. His demeanor shifted back to a sheepish one. Nevertheless, he obediently poured a cup of tea for Jiang Nan. The second task is quite urgent. Help me obtain a tourist visa for Myanmar. Sure. Zhang Yuan's face lit up with a smile, nodding eagerly as if he had been entrusted with a significant responsibility. The third task involves contacting a security company. We need to hire a few skilled bodyguards for our hotel. I want to avoid a repeat of the last incident with those troublemakers. Although Old Man and managed to settle that situation, we need to have our own means of self-defense. Ensure the bodyguards are exceptionally skilled, preferably capable of taking on 10 individuals without breaking a sweat. Hire 4 or 5. They should be able to handle a crowd of 14 to 50 troublemakers. Money is no object. Understood, Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right, boss. Strength is essential. The last time those ruffians caused trouble, it was infuriating. I wanted to confront them, but I couldn't match their strength, which was quite frustrating. Just make sure to handle these matters promptly, Jiang Nan said with a serious expression. I understand, boss. I'll take care of it right away, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, springing to his feet and departing. Jiang Nan. What a dramatic character he is. Chapter 146, Troubles and Resolutions at Noon. Jiang Nan and Bei Bei were comfortably enjoying fish in their room when the phone rang. Jiang Nan, with a piece of fish in his mouth, glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Zhang Yiman. He smiled and answered, Hi, beautiful old classmate. What old classmate? It's best friends, came Zhang Yiman's immediate correction from the other end. Jiang Nan chuckled bitterly. Really? You still remember that? He sighed and asked, So? What's the reason for your call, beautiful old classmate? Is it not permissible for me to call just because I miss you? Zhang Yiman's voice was assertive. Jiang Nan remained silent, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Zhang Yiman, clearly amused by his reaction, continued, Actually, I just finished work and was feeling a bit bored. So I thought I'd call you. Feeling bored? Jiang Nan paused his meal, pondering, Is there something troubling you? Do you need me to help ease your worries? Well, there is something somewhat bothersome, Zhang Yiman sighed. Our hotel is planning to lay off staff, and I'm uncertain about the security of my job. It's all due to that annoying luxury hotel launching a special fish dish that has drawn many customers away, leading to a significant decline in our business. All right, no need to dwell on that, she continued. You probably wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. How could I not understand? I comprehend perfectly well, Jiang Nan replied. It seems the success of the luxury hotel has adversely affected the business at VIP International Hotel. By the way, handsome old classmate, are you busy this afternoon? Zhang Yiman inquired again. Not busy, what's up? Is it because you're feeling troubled? I have the afternoon off, if you can spare some time. Would you accompany me to the seaside to unwind? That sounds agreeable, Jiang Nan nodded. All right then, is your car still with you? If so, please come pick me up when you return. Yes, the car is still with me. It's settled then. I'll meet you at the hotel entrance shortly. Great. I'll be waiting. And I owe you a reward, a sweet kiss. Hee hee. Jiang Nan hung up the phone, smiling helplessly as he contemplated how the prosperous business of his hotel had unexpectedly impacted Zhang Yiman's employment. Brother Jiang, are you going out? Bei Bei asked. Still munching on fish. Sort of, Jiang Nan replied, continuing to enjoy his meal. Take me with you, Bei Bei exclaimed with interest. But don't you have to attend to the front desk? Well, I also want to go out and have fun. What should I do? Bei Bei frowned adorably. Let us wait for another time, Jiang Nan said. I'll take you out when I have the chance. This time, I'm meeting a classmate, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to join. All right then, Bei Bei pouted slightly, showing her reluctance. Be good, Jiang Nan ruffled her hair affectionately. At the entrance of VIP International Hotel, Zhang Yiman stood by the roadside in a sexy short skirt, waiting. Her makeup was somewhat heavy, yet undeniably beautiful. Her pink lipstick accentuated her lovely lips, and her long hair was styled in a high ponytail, framing her fair, oval face attractively. Jiang Nan, driving his Range Rover, spotted her from a distance, approached, and came to a stop with a swift brake. He rolled down the window, flashing a radiant smile. Hey there, beautiful. Are you alone? Would you like to take a ride with me? Several passers-by were drawn to the commotion, casting disapproving glances. Humph. Just because he sees a girl, he thinks he can flirt. Clearly, he is a man who thinks with his lower half. I bet he'll get scolded by her for being so klitsch. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yiman responded with a charming smile. Sure, handsome. I'm feeling a bit lonely by myself. With that, she opened the car door and took a seat in the passenger side. The car revved up and sped away. Wow, how is this even possible? Oh no, this is definitely the start of a wild adventure, especially with her saying she is lonely. Goodness, my heart skipped a beat. I'm so jealous. I want to say, ditch her and let me take her place. Chapter 147. Maintaining appearances inside the car, Zhang Yiman sat in the passenger seat, surveying Jiang Nan with an intense gaze, her expression exaggerated. That suit. It's Armani. Jiang Nan could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging her keen observation of his attire. His shoes, Versace, had not escaped her notice either. Jiang Nan thought to himself, is it really necessary to scrutinize every detail during a blind date? In such a confined space. She even notices my shoes. Zhang Yimin exclaimed. Jiang Nan, you look incredibly handsome. Come on, admit it. Have you struck it rich? This outfit must cost you tens of thousands. With a sigh, Jiang Nan replied, it's just for work, you know, maintaining appearances. Is that so? Zhang Yimin scrutinized him closely. Of course, he chuckled. If I were really wealthy, I would have flaunted it in front of you long ago. True, she nodded. But still, you're just too handsome now. I need to consider whether our relationship should evolve from friends to something more. Jiang Nan was taken aback. So handsome. It would be a pity not to pursue this. Zhang Yimin continued to muse aloud. Although I might be a bit poor, who doesn't he have their flaws? Perfection is a myth. Yes, I've decided. With determination, she turned to Jiang Nan. From now on, you are officially my boyfriend. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. Why wouldn't he want to be with such a beauty like me? I never said that, he chuckled. But you have to give me some time to adjust to this sudden decision. Internally, he groaned, wondering how he could possibly reject her. All right, Zhang Yimin smiled. I'll give you 5 seconds to adjust. Okay. After 5 seconds, she declared, time's up. You are now Zhang Yimin's boyfriend. Jiang Nan could only stare in disbelief. Zhang Yimin rolled down the window and shouted joyfully, I, Zhang Yimin, have a boyfriend now. Although he's poor, he is quite handsome. Jiang Nan felt on the verge of tears. The distance from the city to the seaside was approximately 100 kilometers, easily traversed by car. With the powerful engine of the Range Rover, they arrived at the beach in under an hour. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yimin chatted animatedly, while Jiang Nan could only smile wryly in response. The beach was bustling with activity, filled with sun umbrellas and comfortable lounge chairs, presenting a scene of sheer delight. The only downside was the slightly chilly weather. It was still early in the summer, making swimming rather unappealing. Otherwise, the sight of numerous girls in swimsuits would have been a true feast for the eyes. Many tourists strolled barefoot in the shallow waters. The endless expanse of azure sea before them was invigorating, filling their hearts with serenity and joy. As they stepped out of the car, Zhang Yimin kicked off her high heels, clutching them in hand, and dashed towards the ocean like a playful child. She glanced back at Jiang Nan, teasingly calling, come catch me. If you do, I'll let you steal a kiss. Jiang Nan's face fell, feeling utterly perplexed about how to handle this situation with Zhang Yimin. Becoming her boyfriend seemed tempting, yet he hesitated, not wanting to tie his life to a woman. However, he couldn't deny his attraction to her. After all, she was a stunning beauty with an exceptional figure. During their university days, she had been one of his secret crushes, though he had never dared to pursue her. Feeling unworthy next to her beauty. Chapter 148. Just kidding, come on. Hurry up and chase me. Zhang Yimin urged Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan slightly quickened his pace. Not far away, 3 young girls looked over, their eyes sparkling with admiration, accompanied by hushed whispers. Wow, that handsome guy is so charming. Both his looks and his attire are stunning. Haven't you heard? His outfit is Armani. Even the cheapest piece costs several thousand. And the top custom pieces are worth hundreds of thousands. Wow, not only is he handsome, but he's also wealthy. I would love to marry him for a better life. Oh no, I'm already infatuated. Jiang Nan turned to look. They were a group of schoolgirls still in their uniforms. Jianghai High School, clearly high school students, judging by their development. However, there was one exception among them, a young girl who had already blossomed into a beauty at such a tender age. As Jiang Nan observed, the prettiest one winked at him and called out, Hey handsome, could you take a picture of us 3? Of course. Jiang Nan replied with a smile as he walked over. Hee, thank you, handsome. The girl handed her phone to Jiang Nan. The 3 of them stood in a row, their backs to the sea, forming peace signs while happily exclaiming, cheese. Click, click. Jiang Nan snapped several photos before returning the phone. Thanks, handsome. The charming girl mischievously smiled and asked, could we add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan replied, focus on your studies and avoid such nonsense, okay? With that, he turned to leave. The girls giggled behind him. This guy is so timid. He is even less bold than us. I bet if we asked him out, he would run away. Haha, Kaitingting, you're so flirty. Jiang Nan thought to himself. Today's high school students are truly formidable. Jiang Nan, hurry up. Zhang Yimin had already run quite a distance and paused to wait for him. Jiang Nan ambled over, noticing a serious expression on her face. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. Do I have something on my face? Yet Zhang Yimin's response was off topic. Jiang Nan, do you not like me? Jiang Nan was taken aback. All right, I see now. You don't really want to be with me, do you? Zhang Yimin stated earnestly, her mood visibly darkening as her smile faded. Jiang Nan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly replied, No, How could that be? Humph. That sounds rather forced, Zhang Yimin remarked. Not at all, Jiang Nin stammered, feeling perplexed, utterly clueless about how to console a girl. Although it wasn't necessary to placate Zhang Yimin, he didn't want to see her unhappy. Zhang Yimin turned and walked away briskly, her eyes reddening, her pace quickening, and her beautiful eyes misting over. Jiang Nan, observing her retreating figure, felt helpless and unsure of how to proceed, so he followed her. Zhang Yimin walked all the way to the seaside before finally stopping, taking a deep breath and splashing her face with seawater. Afterward, her makeup was washed away. Jiang Nan approached her. Suddenly, Zhang Yimin turned around, her expression transformed into one of joy. Old classmate, do I look terrible without my makeup? A bit, Jiang Nan replied, trying to suppress his laughter, especially your eyes. You look like a panda. He felt relieved, noticing that Zhang Yimin's mood had brightened, her laughter returning. Oh no, this is awful. We must hurry back to the car, she exclaimed, turning back towards the vehicle. Zhang Yimin, were you really upset just now? Are you all right now? Jiang Nan inquired as he caught up. Hiki. Zhang Yimin chuckled. I wasn't unhappy at all. I was just teasing you. When I said I wanted you to be my boyfriend, it was all a joke. You didn't take it seriously, did you? As she laughed joyfully, she continued, hee. My acting skills are quite impressive, aren't they? What? Jiang Nan chuckled bitterly. So you were just pulling my leg. Hiki. Zhang Yimin beamed with pride. You thought otherwise? My ambition is to marry a very wealthy man, and you, my dear, could never afford me. Jiang Nan shrugged helplessly. Chapter 149. Best friends. Upon entering the car, Zhang Yimin took her bag and touched up her makeup. Jiang Nan, why don't we head back? I'm not in the mood for beach fun anymore. Already going back? We just arrived, Jiang Nan replied, astonished. Indeed. I merely wished to relish the sensation of cruising in a Range Rover, she confessed. Jiang Nan was momentarily at a loss for words. All right then, let's return. With a resigned sigh, he started the car for their journey home. Zhang Yimin's peculiar penchant for joyrides was a source of mild exasperation for him. On the way back, Zhang Yimin was uncharacteristically quiet, gazing out of the window at the passing scenery, unlike the lively chatter on their way to the beach. Jiang Nan, accustomed to her moods, remained silent, with only the sound of the wind rushing past filling the air. As they neared Jianghaishi, Jiang Nan broke the silence. Zhang Yimin, there's no need to rush about your job. If the position at the Grand Hotel falls through, I will find a way to arrange another opportunity for you. All right. She smiled lightly. Having an old classmate is truly wonderful. No, I should say a best friend, hee. I almost forgot about our relationship as best friends. Jiang Nan chuckled, allowing her to say whatever she wished. By the way, best friend, how about accompanying me shopping once I receive my salary? Zhang Yimin blinked. If you want to shop, we can go today. Money is not an issue for me. I have a bit. Ah? Zhang Yimin's eyes lit up. I'm not your girlfriend. Are you planning to treat me like one? We're old classmates. Buying a few things is nothing, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Given his current financial status, spending a little on someone like Zhang Yimin, who was merely a salaried worker, was inconsequential. Hee. Zhang Yimin grinned mischievously, looking at Jiang Nan as if he were a lamb ready for slaughter. Then I want to hold back. I'll make sure to take a good chunk from you. That's fine, Jiang Nan replied in a casual tone. Giggle. Just joking. Let's wait until I receive my salary. However, Jiang Nan, why do I get the impression that you've become unexpectedly wealthy? Is it just my imagination? That must be it, Jiang Nan said. Zhang Yimin fell silent as the car entered the city. Jiang Nan continued, old classmate, I'm serious. If you really want to shop, I'll accompany you. Don't worry about the money. I have a bit to spare. With a sly smile, Zhang Yimin asked, you genuinely want to buy me something? Of course, Jiang Nan confirmed. It's no big deal. Hee. I'm actually looking to buy some lingerie, Zhang Yimin said with a laugh. Buy whatever you like. I'll just cover the cost, Jiang Nan replied casually. Hee. Will you help me check if it fits? Zhang Yimin teased. Zhang Yimin burst into laughter. Why are you still so timid, just like in school? You let me scare you. You still bully me, knowing I'm like this. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. All right, let us go shopping, Zhang Yimin declared. But just so you know, I'll consider the money a loan from you. If you don't agree, I want to go, she insisted, pouting. All right, Jiang Nan relented. Though he agreed, he had no intention of making Zhang Yimin pay him back. After all, a girl's modest salary wouldn't suffice for a piece of low-quality jade. The white Range Rover wove through the city, and Zhang Yimin, with her sparkling eyes, inquired, Jiang Nan, We've passed several commercial centers. Where are you taking me to shop? You'll find out shortly, Jiangnan replied. Before long, the white Range Rover came to a halt. We've arrived. Let us get out, Jiangnan announced. Confused, Zhang Yimin exited the car alongside him and looked up to see a towering building over 40 stories high. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. Lido Mall. Jiangnan. You can't take me here to shop. This is a place for the affluent, and everything is far too expensive. Chapter 150. Anytime, anywhere it's all right. Let's go. Jiangnan said. I'm a bit nervous about coming to a place like this, Zhang Yimin admitted, gripping Jiangnan's arm tightly. There's nothing to be anxious about, Jiangnan reassured her. We are customers, we are gods. Come on. Perhaps we shouldn't go. The items here are too expensive, too extravagant. Zhang Yimin tightened her hold on Jiangnan's arm. Let us just take a look. Even if we don't buy anything, they can't do anything to us. Jiangnan encouraged. True, Zhang Yimin nodded, gaining a bit of courage, yet still clinging to Jiangnan's arm as they entered the Lido Mall. The Lido Mall is a haven for various high-end brands. The ground floor showcases an array of luxury sports cars, while the upper levels are filled with an assortment of extravagant brands. Jiangnan had visited twice before, purchasing both casual wear and suits from Armani. The 22nd floor is dedicated to women's lingerie. Zhang Yimin clung tightly to Jiangnan's arm as they walked around. Her eyes dazzled by the world's most expensive lingerie brands: Vanina, Vesperini, Cadal, Winnie, Agent Provocateur, Ravage. Even the most affordable pieces were priced in the thousands. Zhang Yimin stared in disbelief. The sales assistants, noticing Jiangnan's Armani attire, lit up with enthusiasm, vying to introduce their products. Sir, buying lingerie for your girlfriend? Look at Ravage, the latest collection, the sensual version, certainly a delight for your nightlife. Madam, your figure is exquisite. This Cadal piece would complement you beautifully, ensuring your boyfriend has a delightful experience. Jiangnan thought to himself. It seems bringing a girl to shop for lingerie leads to immediate misunderstandings. However, he reasoned that visiting a lingerie store with a girl inevitably suggested a certain relationship. Let us go. It's too expensive, Jiangnan suggested. Yet Zhang Yimin whispered to him, it's all right. Don't worry about the money, Jiangnan consoled. Choose what you like. Go ahead and select something. Oh really? Is that okay? These are so pricey. With some over 10,000, Zhang Yimin still felt apprehensive. Like I said, don't think about the cost. Just pick what you love. All right. Fine. Zhang Yimin finally mustered her courage and began to select carefully. She scrutinized the pieces intently, but some of the items were indeed rather minimalistic in fabric, leaving Jiangnan feeling somewhat awkward. What on earth? Some of these panties have just 2 tiny strings. What is that? Feeling increasingly flustered, he thought. I can't stay here any longer. He quickly devised an excuse, saying, Zhang Yimin, take your time choosing. Select whatever you like. I'll head to the next floor to see if there's anything suitable for me. Call me when you're done, and I'll come to pay. Zhang Yimin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, you go ahead. I'll see you soon, Jiangnan replied, turning to leave. Yes, see you shortly, Zhang Yimin said, continuing her selection. Several sales assistants watched Jiangnan's retreating figure, clearly captivated by the handsome man in Armani, exuding an aura of charm that effortlessly attracted women. Chapter 151. A surprise finding an excuse to slip away, Jiangnan exhaled deeply. How awkward. Upon entering the elevator and selecting a different floor, he discovered it was dedicated to women's handbags, an exquisite array of high-end brands such as LV and Hermes. After a brief contemplation, he decided to purchase a handbag for Zhang Yimin. After all, it was merely a few thousand yuan, a trivial amount really, and it would undoubtedly bring her joy, a delightful surprise. With this thought, he ascended. Instantly, a sales associate approached him with a bright smile. Sir, are you looking to buy a gift for your girlfriend? We have Hermes here, the pinnacle of luxury brands. A gift from here would certainly impress her. This bag is crafted from genuine crocodile leather, offering both an exquisite feel and a sophisticated appearance. The associates were astute, immediately recognizing Jiangnan's Armani attire as a sign of affluence, a customer likely to make a significant purchase, unlike some less fortunate souls who might linger for hours, asking questions but never buying. Jiangnan exuded a confidence that made him a prime candidate for a sale. As the associate continued her pitch, she poured him a cup of tea, presenting it with the grace of a flight attendant. The prospect of earning a substantial commission on an expensive handbag certainly motivated her service. Hermes, Jiangnan mused, contemplating the brand. What is the price of your finest handbag? The associate's eyes sparkled with excitement as she deftly showcased a particular piece, declaring, "Sir, this is a global limited edition, not merely attainable by wealth. It would certainly elevate your status in her eyes, and it is priced at 48,888 yuan. Very well, I'll take this one. Please charge it." "Certainly, sir." The associate's enthusiasm was palpable as she swiftly processed the transaction, carefully placing the bag into a gift bag and handing it to Jiangnan. "We look forward to your future visits." With a slight smirk, Jiangnan turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. As he stepped into the elevator, the surrounding sales associates gathered, exclaiming, "Now that is a true tycoon. He spent tens of thousands within mere seconds. How enviable. And what a handsome gentleman. If only I could have a boyfriend like him. Dream on. Men like that are beyond our reach. It's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. So unrealistic." One of them lamented. Yet, another admitted, "Still, I wish I could throw caution to the wind and leap into his arms, surrendering all my reservations just then." The elevator doors opened, allowing new customers to enter. All right, enough of this daydreaming, ladies. Back to work." They were urged, dispersing. Jiangnan moved to the next floor, which specialized in women's outerwear. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that all the connected floors seemed to cater exclusively to women. Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to the lingerie section. After surveying his surroundings, he settled into a lounge area, reclining on the sofa and propping his legs up. He retrieved his phone and casually browsed through WeChat, only to discover several missed messages from individuals he rarely noticed due to his infrequent phone checks. There were messages from Zhu Shishir and Zhu Yuyu. He first opened Zhu Shishir's message, which had been sent earlier that morning when he was on the plane. "Jiangnan, are you there?" So much time had passed, he decided not to reply. Next, he opened Zhu Yuyu's message. "Handsome, have you reached home?" 2 hours had elapsed since then, and he pondered that she might be busy with work. Returning to the main page, he noticed several lively group chats and decided to join in. Chapter 152. The topic in a lively chat group of high school classmates from Jiangnan, an engaging conversation unfolded. The question posed was, when men see women dress lightly, where do they most desire to look? One male classmate remarked with a mischievous grin, "Of course, the first thing is to look at the curves." Another chimed in, "I look at the legs," eliciting sinister smiles. Several female classmates swiftly condemned them, calling out, "Perverts. Wolves. Creatures that think with their lower halves." Among the female voices, one stood out, by Xian, the class beauty from high school, who lingered in Jiangnan's memory. Then, another male classmate interjected, "Outer appearance isn't important. It's the inner beauty that counts." His statement was met with a chorus of boos, drowning him in mockery. The boy, attempting to maintain an air of purity, awkwardly reacted with an embarrassed expression. This group chat had been established during a reunion the previous year, where Jiangnan seldom spoke. He found himself in a rather unfortunate social position, where responding to inquiries about his life would only lead to embarrassment. Thus he remained a perennial lurker. At that moment, another male classmate declared, "I look at the eyes." A wave of confusion swept through the group, and Jiangnan found himself intrigued. However, the boys skillfully twisted the conversation. "First, I look at the eyes. If I see she's not paying attention, then I gaze at the exposed skin." His brazen comment earned him admiration from the other boys, who expressed their awe. The girls, however, retorted, "How despicable. Men are indeed men." Jiangnan, now even more interested, joined in on the fun, sending a laughing emoji. Suddenly, someone noticed his presence. Well, the deep-sea lurker has surfaced. After all this time, Jiangnan has finally decided to join us. They called out, "Jiangnan, how could you bear to show your face?" Jiangnan swiftly typed a few words and sent them. "Hello, classmates." A female classmate, Guyan, responded, "Jiangnan, what's your take on this?" Jiangnan replied, "What do you mean?" Guyan pressed, "Stop pretending to be oblivious. We're discussing where to look when women wear less." Jiangnan pondered for a couple of seconds before sending a flurry of words. "2 steps. 2 steps? What are you talking about? Is there a strategy?" Came the excited responses. Jiangnan, hurry up, we're eager to hear. With a playful smile, Jiangnan typed again. Step 1, assess the age. Step 2, consider the law. The group erupted in laughter at his audacity. Jiangnan, you're bold. This is quite the setup for a non-platonic relationship. Assessing age? This move is audacious indeed. Uncle, a 3-year prophet, death penalty not a loss. Is your mind always filled with such thoughts? The group exploded with comments. 66. You're a veteran driver now, Jiangnan. Back in school, you were so earnest, And look at you now, your skills have improved remarkably. As the messages flooded in, Jiangnan remarked, I was just joking. I didn't expect the conversation to veer this way. My reputation is in jeopardy. Just then, he received a private message. It was Gu Yan. Chapter 153. Elopement. The private message from Gu Yan left Jiang Nan feeling somewhat awkward. Jiang Nan, when did you become so mischievous? Jiang Nan, flustered, typed a quick response. Just joking. Awkward face. Gu Yan replied. Humph, I suspect this is your true sentiment, isn't it? Jiang Nan remained silent. By the way, Jiang Nan, it's been a while since we last connected. What are you doing for work now? Gu Yan inquired. Jiang Nan replied, wandering about, begging on the streets. Gu Yan retorted, oh please, stop fooling around. Jiang Nan insisted, I'm serious. I'm so broke I could eat dirt. What about you? I remember you enrolled in a teacher's college. Are you teaching? Gu Yan confirmed, yes, teaching. It's quite tedious, and the pay is low. Jiang Nan remarked. Teaching is quite commendable. At least the salary is stable. Unlike me, who is unemployed and eating dirt. Gu Yan teased, you must be joking. It's always those who claim to be jobless that are actually making a fortune. Come clean, have you struck it rich? Jiang Nan sighed, I wish. By the way, where are you teaching? Gu Yan replied, Zhonghai High School. Jiang Nan exclaimed, what a coincidence. I'm in Zhonghai too. Gu Yan suggested, really? We should meet up sometime. It's been ages. Jiang Nan agreed, sure. Gu Yan proposed, let us wait until Saturday or Sunday. I'll be free then. Jiang Nan confirmed, all right, I'll get in touch. Gu Yan added, let us chat in the group. Jiang Nan replied, okay. Smiling face. Upon returning to the group chat, Jiang Nan found himself being criticized. Jiang Nan, why are you silent? The seasoned driver is waiting for you to impart your driving skills. Jiang Nan, I bet you're having a private chat with that girl. Sneaky face. Jiang Nan, feeling helpless, typed, no, there's no private chat. However, shortly after, a screenshot surfaced, featuring Bai Xian, the class beauty. It was a screenshot of Gu Yan's private conversation, where she mentioned, I'm chatting with Jiang Nan. He is also in Zhonghai. Let us meet up sometime. Jiang Nan was utterly flabbergasted, feeling a surge of embarrassment. Bai Xian then added, no private chat. It's almost like eloping. Jiang Nan exclaimed. Gu Yan scolded, Bai Xian, you're so annoying for sharing the screenshot. Bai Xian responded with a mischievous smile. The group erupted in chaos. Jiang Nan, you've indeed changed. You used to be so innocent, but now you're quite the flirt. Jiang Nan, seasoned driver. Take me along. At that moment, Zhao Ning spoke up. So what if I had a private chat with a female classmate? What is the big deal? I can play the field all year round. Zhao Ning, a wealthy second-generation student, had always been boastful in high school. As he spoke, several sycophants emerged. Zhao, why are you free to show up in the group today? Yes, Zhao, you must be too busy charming girls every day. When will you share one of the girls you've played with? I'd be grateful. Jiang Nan felt a wave of disgust, thinking, damn, what a sycophant. Yet Zhao Ning paid them no mind and continued, Bai Xian, you're in Zhonghai now, right? A moment of silence passed before Bai Xian reluctantly replied with a simple, yes. Zhao Ning proceeded, I'm currently in America, but I'll be flying back in 2 weeks. Let us have a reunion in Zhonghai. I'll treat everyone. We can find a high-end hotel, spending 30,000 to 50,000 ISNTA problem. Immediately, a chorus of sycophants erupted in applause. Zhao, that is fantastic. 666. Zhao, you're so generous. This is what a true tycoon looks like. Zhao, how impressive. Spending 30,000 to 50,000 on a meal is quite the extravagance. Zhao, take my admiration. Chapter 154. Mischievous kids. Jiang Nan observed the group chat in silence, a cold smile playing on his lips. How absurd it was to think that a gathering of dozens of classmates, costing 30,000 to 50,000, could be deemed sophisticated. I could easily spend that much dining with just a few friends. At that moment, a notification chimed. Another private message. Jiang Nan opened it to find a message from Gu Yan. That Zhao Ning is so annoying. Relying on his wealth, he flirts with women everywhere. He's been pursuing Bai Xian, but she knows his true nature. Although his family is wealthy, she can't be bothered with him. Jiang Nan replied, Bai Xian must still be as beautiful as before, right? With a faint smile, Gu Yan responded, she's much more beautiful now. She was naive before, but now she has developed a stunning figure. Honestly, I'm quite envious. Jiang Nan exclaimed, with a manual cheer fantastic. Gu Yan continued, we should get together when we have time. You'll see for yourself. That girl is simply a calamity for the nation. Anyway, I can't chat any longer. There's trouble at school. Damn it. 3 mischievous kids sneaked out, and the entire school is mobilizing to search for them. I have to go. It's so frustrating. Girls these days are even more mischievous than boys. Jiang Nan replied, all right. But then he recalled something. Wait, those 3 mischievous students. Are they girls? What the hell? Could they possibly be the 3 from the beach? Thinking of this, he quickly messaged Guyen again. Guyen, are you still there? Urgent matter. Guyen replied, what's up, Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan informed her, over an hour ago. I saw 3 female students from Zhonghai High School at the beach. Guyen gasped, really? Is that true? Absolutely. By the way, do you have any photos? Send them over so I can confirm. Sure, just a moment. They're not from our class, but I'll find you some pictures. Great. Soon. Guyen sent back a group photo of students, highlighting 3 girls. Jiang Nan immediately recognized them. Indeed, they were the same 3 from earlier. He distinctly remembered the most beautiful one, whose figure had developed impressively for her age. He promptly texted, yes, that's them. They were playing at the beach. Guyen replied, thank you so much, Jiang Nan. Don't mention it. It was merely a coincidence. Guyen added, I'll chat with you later. I need to inform the principal about this. Bye. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, knowing she had become busy. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhang Yiman calling. He pressed the answer button. Have you made your selection, Zhang Yiman? Her voice was slightly nervous as she responded. It's just a bit expensive. You should come up. All right. After hanging up, Jiang Nan headed to the elevator, ascended 2 floors, and upon exiting, he spotted Zhang Yiman glancing towards the elevator. He approached her, and upon seeing the lingerie set she had chosen, he felt an unusual sensation. Goodness, it was quite revealing. This set is particularly appealing, but it costs over 10,000. Zhang Yiman bit her lower lip. I told you. Money is not an issue, Jiang Nan said, tossing his card to the nearby sales assistant. The assistant took the card, swiping it while saying enviously, you are so lucky to have such a boyfriend, ma'am. I wish I had someone like him. Zhang Yiman discreetly admired Jiang Nan, her face radiating happiness. At that moment, Jiang Nan raised his bag slightly, waving it in front of her. I have a small gift for you. Oh my. Zhang Yiman's eyes widened in astonishment. An Hermes bag. Jiang Nan chuckled. Do you like it? I love it. Absolutely. Zhang Yiman exclaimed, taking the bag from the shopping bag and examining it with sparkling eyes, asking, how much was it? Chapter 155, the confirmed gaze. It's quite affordable, Jiang Nan remarked. 48,888. It's barely 50,000, just a couple of coins shy. I adore you, Jiang Nan. Zhang Yiman exclaimed, embracing Jiang Nan and planting a kiss on his lips. Jiang Nan gasped. If we're tallying up, that kiss certainly comes at a steep price. Meanwhile, the shop assistant paused her envious card swipe, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Nan. Why can't I encounter such fortune? Over 10,000 for lingerie. And a 50,000 Hermes handbag. I wouldn't just settle for a kiss. I'd gladly offer the entire set. Zhang Yiman, like a delicate bird, linked her arm with his and exited the Lido building, stepping into a white Range Rover. With deep affection, she looked at Jiang Nan and said, Jiang Nan, please don't deceive me. That confirmed gaze reveals you must be wealthy. Not at all, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. With just a few million in hand, I wouldn't dare claim to be rich. My goodness, Zhang Yiman exclaimed. A few million isn't considered wealthy? Who are you comparing yourself to? I can't believe it. You've become a tycoon and still insist you're not rich. Honestly, I'm not, Jiang Nan chuckled. Compared to those with fortunes in the billions, that's true wealth. I understand now. Zhang Yiman nodded knowingly. Your standards have risen. We're no longer from the same world. Jiang Nan grinned. Today has been delightful. The Hermes handbag is something I've always dreamed of owning. Zhang Yiman's attention was already captivated by the handbag. As Jiang Nan merged into the flow of traffic, he asked, where to next? Please take me back to the hotel. I have a night shift, Zhang Yiman replied, her focus still on the handbag. Her pretty lips stretched into an uncontainable smile. Jiang Nan thought, I might regret buying that handbag. It has completely overshadowed my presence in Zhang Yiman's eyes. The car halted outside the VIP International Hotel. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yiman's lips hardly parted, alternating between admiring her Hermes handbag and her new lingerie, reminiscent of a child with a new toy. As they prepared to exit the car, Zhang Yiman held the 2 shopping bags in her hands, gazing at Jiang Nan with affection. What's wrong? Jiang Nan inquired. Looking at her, Zhang Yimin said nothing, leaning back in her seat, closing her eyes, her chin slightly raised. Her pink lipstick accentuated her beautiful lip line, exuding an air of surrender to Jiangnan. Jiangnan blinked in bewilderment and asked, "Are you tired?" "You're insufferable." Zhang Yimin opened her eyes. "I'm indicating I want you to kiss me, silly. Can't you see that?" Jiangnan hesitated. Maybe we should just forget it." Zhang Yimin, visibly irritated, breathed heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling enticingly. Suddenly, Zhang Yimin lunged at Jiangnan, her lips pressing against his. A shiver coursed through him. "So soft. So delightful, MMM. I want more." Yet, Zhang Yimin pulled away, playfully sticking her tongue out at him, whispering, "I'm leaving. And should I send you a picture of me in lingerie?" "Sure," Jiangnan replied instinctively. "Humph. Dream on," she teased, opening the car door and glancing back at Jiangnan with a smile before shutting the door with a decisive thud. "Goodbye, darling." Jiangnan watched Zhang Yimin's slender waist sway as she walked toward the hotel, savoring the warmth lingering on his lips, grinning to himself. How many first kisses is this for me, anyway? At that moment, a series of WeChat notification sounds chimed in succession. Chapter 156. Is it you? Jiangnan opened the message and saw it was Gu Yin once again, accompanied by a flurry of notifications. "Are you there? Jiangnan, are you there? Please reply. I'm online and it's quite urgent." Jiangnan hurriedly responded, "Yes, I'm here. What's the matter?" "Gu Yin. Oh, thank heavens. You finally replied." "Jiangnan. Here's the thing. The coastline is vast, and some people from the school have gone over, but they can't find those 3 mischievous kids. Do you know the location? Could you possibly join me?" Jiangnan. "Of course, locating them is of utmost importance." "Gu Yin, wonderful. Thank you so much. Where are you? I'll take a cab to meet you, and we can head to the seaside together." "Jiangnan, just tell me where you are. I have a car and can come pick you up." "Gu Yin, wow, you have a car now." Jiangnan. "What on earth? Why is this still a topic of interest?" Gu Yin, sorry, I digress. It's even better that you have a car. Please hurry to the school to find me. I'll be waiting at the entrance, the Jianghai High School." "Jiangnan, I know it's Jianghai High School. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Gu Yin, okay. Awkward smile, Jiangnan put away his phone, started the car, and merged into the flow of traffic. Gu Yin stood at the entrance of Jianghai High School, gazing into the distance at the approaching vehicles. Before long, a Dongfeng Citroën drove by. Gu Yin felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this was the one. However, the Citroën passed her by. Not the one she sought. Slightly disappointed, she continued to watch. Soon, a whirling minivan approached. Gu Yin frowned slightly. Could it really be a minivan? Alas, it must be. After all, Jiangnan, like her, had just graduated a year ago. Owning a minivan was quite commendable. She awaited the minivan's approach. Quickly, the minivan passed by, the driver an elderly gentleman in his 50s, certainly not Jiangnan. A tinge of disappointment washed over her, yet somehow, she felt relieved. Deep down, she considered that if Jiangnan, her peer, appeared before her colleagues driving a minivan, it might be a tad embarrassing. Before long, a brand new white Volkswagen Tiguan rolled up. Valued at over 200,000 yuan. Gu Yin observed from a distance, her heart filled with anticipation. If only this vehicle belonged to Jiangnan, how splendid it would be to present such a sight to her colleagues. Yet, as hope soared, so did disappointment. The Tiguan passed by, the driver a young woman. Sigh. Gu Yin sighed softly. At that moment, a white Range Rover sped towards her. Gu Yin took a glance. A luxury vehicle worth over 1,000,000 yuan. She dismissed it instantly, knowing full well that Jiang Nen would never arrive in such a car. As expected, the Range Rover zoomed past. Gu Yin caught a glimpse of the driver, a handsome man. Sighing, she muttered under her breath, wealth and good looks all in one. How unfair. Just then, the passing Range Rover swiftly reversed and returned. The window rolled down, and Jiang Nen leaned out, cautiously asking, "Excuse me, are you Gu Yin?" Jiang Nan hesitated to recognize her. The girl before him, once a shy and innocent student, had blossomed into a striking woman over the years. Gu Yan's mouth fell open in disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment, stammering, Jiang Nan, is it really you?" Chapter 157. A deliberate return. Jiang Nan smiled lightly. "Indeed, it's you. I hardly recognized you. Hurry and get in the car." "My goodness, it truly is you, Jiang Nan. Driving a car worth over 1,000,000. Gu Yin still seemed somewhat stunned. "Get in quickly." Jiang Nan chuckled helplessly. "We need to get down to business and find those mischievous kids. Besides, this car belongs to a friend, not to me." "What? It's not yours?" Guyen appeared a tad disappointed, seemingly valuing the car more than the task at hand. She twisted her slender waist and hurried to the passenger seat. Opening the door and getting inside, Jiang Nan deftly turned the steering wheel, making a U-turn, and sped towards the seaside. He took a moment to scrutinize Guyen. Her figure is quite appealing, well-proportioned, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and glasses adorning her face, exuding an intellectual beauty befitting a teacher. Guyen was also surveying Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, how have you become so handsome? Of course, I remember you were quite charming at school. But now your attire seems much more refined. That outfit looks splendid. It must have cost a pretty penny. Jiang Nan smiled. Not much at all. Internally, he felt a tinge of frustration. It seemed this woman was unfamiliar with the Armani brand, making his attempt at sophistication somewhat lackluster. I recall your family is from the countryside, not from affluent backgrounds. What on earth are you doing now, Jiang Nan? You seem rather well off, quite different from before. Guyen expressed her curiosity. What's different? If anything, I've just aged. Age? Are you implying that I've aged too? Jiang Nan remained silent. Come on. Be honest. What do you do? Guyen pressed him. All right, Jiang Nan relented. I run a small restaurant in the catering business. That sounds good. You become a boss. Good. Business is tough these days. I'm barely getting by, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. The two old classmates quickly found common ground, reminiscing about the amusing events from their school days, enjoying a delightful conversation. As the Range Rover sped out of the city, Guyen's laughter filled the car. In their eagerness to reach their destination, Jiang Nan drove even faster, and within 40 minutes, they approached the seaside. Wow. No wonder it's a car worth over $1 million. It's magnificent, powerful, and performs exceptionally well, Guyen exclaimed. Jiang Nan, even if the car is borrowed from a friend. It's impressive that someone would lend you such an expensive vehicle. You seem to be doing quite well. Being in catering means more customers and a few more acquaintances. That's all, Jiang Nan replied modestly. I wouldn't say I'm doing exceptionally well. Please, spare me the compliments. I tend to get carried away. Giggles erupted from Guyen. As they neared their destination, Jiang Nan brought the car closer to the spot where they had last parked. Through the window, he soon spotted 3 schoolgirls playing in the water not far from where they had been. Letting out a slight sigh of relief, he remarked, not too shabby. The 3 mischievous kids are still here. Where? Guyen had yet to catch sight of them. With a screeching halt, Jiang Nan brought the car to a stop just before the beach, unable to proceed further. Follow me, I can see them about 1,000 meters away. As he spoke, Jiang Nan exited the vehicle. Guyen quickly followed suit, opening the passenger door and stepping out. Together, they trod across the sandy beach towards the trio of mischievous children. As they drew closer, Guyen finally noticed the 3 girls in their uniforms and exclaimed in frustration, these troublesome kids, always causing worry. Approaching them, one of the schoolgirls turned around and, upon seeing Jiang Nan, joyfully shouted, Cece, look, that handsome guy is back, and it seems he is coming our way. The other 2 girls quickly turned to gaze in Jiang Nan's direction. The girl named Cece, a lovely little lady with a delightful figure, exclaimed in excitement, wow. Could it be that the charming young man has developed a fondness for me and returned just to ask me out? Chapter 158, Quite Dangerous But there is a woman beside him. Another female student noticed the situation. Moreover, that woman seems somewhat familiar. Yes, indeed, she appears to be someone I have seen before. Just then, Guyen's voice soared to a higher pitch as she exclaimed, you 3 troublesome kids. Skipping class and sneaking out, the entire school is searching for you. Have you considered the consequences? It dawned on me. She is the homeroom teacher of class 15 in the 2nd year. Oh no, we have been discovered. Cece, this is all your fault for luring us out of school to play. The 2 female students appeared somewhat flustered, bowing their heads like frightened little birds, seemingly seeking a place to hide. Yet the most beautiful little girl, seemingly unafraid, raised her lovely face and declared, I simply do not want to attend school anymore. It feels suffocating. Every time I see you teachers, I feel annoyed. Is there no life for students? Can't we take a break? You. Guyen gasped in anger. I will not argue with you. Just wait until you meet the principal. With an attitude like yours, you could be expelled. Expelled? Fine by me. I no longer wish to study. What is the point of education? Many university graduates still cannot find jobs, while some beautiful women, with no qualifications, find wealthy partners, sell luxury bags, and drive sports cars, living quite splendidly. Cece exhibited no fear, her demeanor radiating rebellion. Jiang Nan thought to himself,
Goodness, this little sister's mindset is quite dangerous. You. Gu Yin was momentarily taken aback by her audacity. All right, Gu Yin. Let us return to school. These young ladies are no longer children. We can handle this matter once we are back at school. There are too many onlookers here. It's best not to discuss it further, Jiang Nan suggested, as numerous people by the seaside had been drawn to the commotion. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yin regained her composure and said, Yes, I shall not engage in a quarrel with her. We will return to the principal. Come, follow me back to school. Gu Yin instructed. The other two female students appeared timid and somewhat remorseful, yet Cici showed no signs of fear. If we are going, then let us go. I'm not afraid. As they passed by Jiang Nan, she cheekily remarked, Handsome guy, do you have a cigarette? Give me one. Jiang Nan replied. Surely you cannot be so stingy? Cici shot him a flirtatious glance. Brother, I don't smoke, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. Even if I did, I wouldn't give you one. That would be harming the nation's blossoms. Cici pouted, feigning disappointment. I thought you were here to meet me. Turns out you were just with teacher He's group. How disappointing, Jiang Nan retorted. Who have I offended? Once they were in the car, Jiang Nan quickly drove back to the school, while Gu Yin took out her phone to make a call. Principal, we found the students, but we haven't seen the others. We are on our way back to school now. All right, we'll head straight back, and I will hand them over to their homeroom teacher. Okay. After a brief conversation, she hung up the phone. The car was an oddly assembled group, everyone maintaining a profound silence. After a moment, Cici in the back suddenly said, Handsome guy, my phone is out of battery. Can I borrow yours to send a message to my dad? Fine, Jiang Nan replied, retrieving his phone and tossing it to her. She fiddled with it for a moment, then quickly returned it, sweetly saying, Thank you, big brother. Jiang Nan thought, why is she suddenly so well-mannered? It feels a bit unsettling. Chapter 159. Thank you. Upon returning to school, a Range Rover was parked in front of Building 1. A female teacher, seemingly of a similar age to Gu Yin, was waiting below. As the car door swung open, Jiang Nan, Gu Yin, and three mischievous children stepped out in succession. Thank you so much, Teacher Good. The female teacher expressed her gratitude warmly. Not at all. It is only natural for colleagues to assist one another. If a similar situation had arisen with her students, you would undoubtedly lend a hand as well, Gu Yin replied modestly. After a moment's thought, she pointed at Jiang Nan, saying, Speaking of which, I owe it to my old classmate. He encountered these three rascals while at the seaside. Without him, locating them would have been far more challenging. Can you believe they ran all the way to the beach? Thankfully, nothing untoward happened. Had something gone awry, it would have been unimaginable. Is this your classmate? The female teacher turned to Jiang Nan again, adding, Thank you. Thank you for assisting Teacher Go. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkled, aside from his handsome visage. She noticed the Armani logo on his suit. Turning to Gu Yin, she exclaimed with envy, Teacher Go, how fortunate you are to have such a wealthy classmate. Wealthy? Not at all, Gu Yin replied. His Range Rover is borrowed from a friend. It is not his own. We were classmates in high school. And I know his family comes from a rural background. He is far from a wealthy individual. Teacher Go, you're mistaken, the female teacher insisted. What does a Range Rover matter? Just look at the suit he wears, Armani. That is well-known attire for the affluent. A suit like that costs over 100,000. Gu Yin gasped, re-evaluating Jiang Nan. Is your outfit really Armani? Sort of, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. You are deceiving me. This Range Rover must be yours, right? Gu Yin asked with a hint of sulkiness. Truly, it is not, Jiang Nan clarified. It belongs to a friend. How can you be a teacher with such poor discernment? You didn't even recognize Big Brother's Armani, chimed in one of the mischievous children, Cici. Gu Yin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Cici. Behave. Come with me to see the principal, the female teacher, as their homeroom teacher. Quickly admonished before leading the three mischievous children away. Jiang Nan, you deceived me. You claimed to be almost destitute, yet here you are, a fraud. Gu Yin teased, her cheeks flushed. I am not deceiving you. Jiang Nan maintained his usual stance of denial. All right, I no longer believe you. It is clear to me now, not only have you become a rogue, ogling at women, but you have also learned to deceive, an introverted yet mischievous type, Gu Yin remarked. Jiang Nan, who would have thought, after all these years, you have changed so much. Gu Yin began scrutinizing Jiang Nan as if he were a specimen. Jiang Nan glanced at his watch. Evening was approaching. Shall we dine together? You are treating me? Gu Yin said, her face lighting up. Indeed. As old classmates meeting after so long, I shall treat you, Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile. Alas, Gu Yin sighed, I would love to, but today is impossible. With such an incident occurring, the principal will surely convene a school-wide meeting. I see, Jiang Nan nodded. No matter, we can meet another day. Sounds good, Gu Yin agreed. Her expression brightening. Hee, I never imagined I would have a wealthy classmate. How delightful. Jiang Nan, if I find myself short on funds in the future, can I borrow from you? Dream on, Jiang Nan teased. I have no money to lend, only a life to offer. You are insufferable. Gu Yin rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan, bursting into laughter. I shall take my leave now, Jiang Nan waved as he got back into the car. Goodbye. Gu Yin waved back, adding, Jiang Nan, you seem to be growing more handsome by the day. Uffed. Jiang Nan chuckled. As if I were not handsome before. Gu Yin laughed. You were handsome then too. Otherwise, I would have forgotten you after all these years. Jiang Nan, could it be that you had designs on me back in school? Chapter 160. Decision. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yuan immediately approached Jiang Nan and said, Boss, I have successfully arranged your travel visa for Myanmar, valid for 7 days. He handed a visa to Jiang Nan, who accepted it with a nod, acknowledging, well done. Worthy of commendation. Hey, how about a reward, old boss? Zhang Yuan inquired cheerfully. After a brief pause, Jiang Nan pondered, you may indulge in an extra fish. Ah. Come on, boss. Zhang Yuan's expression fell, and he later added flatteringly, could we consider an alternative reward? What kind of reward do you desire? Jiang Nan retorted, I wish to take a spin in the Range Rover, and I would like to bring Lily along. She has been eager for a ride, Zhang Yuan expressed. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiang Nan replied with a slight smirk, tossing him the car keys. Go ahead, when time permits. I will purchase a vehicle for the hotel's communal use. By the way, what type of car do you think is best? Really? Boss? That would be splendid. My recommendation would be the Range Rover. It boasts tremendous power and exceptional off-road capabilities, Zhang Yuan declared, brimming with joy. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded, then recalled something and asked, how have you arranged for the bodyguards? Rest assured, boss, I have already made arrangements. I have hired 5 bodyguards who will arrive tomorrow. Zhang Yuan informed him. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I must mention that they come at a steep price. Each demands a salary of 30,000 a month, totaling 150,000 for all 5. That's inconsequential. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Money is not an issue. Then there is nothing to fear, Zhang Yuan said. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he added, oh, boss, there is another matter for which you should reward me. Jiang Nan looked at him quizzically. Hiki. Among the 5 bodyguards, one is a female. What? A female bodyguard? Jiang Nan exclaimed, taken aback. What are you up to? Can a female truly fight? Of course. That is a prerequisite, Zhang Yuan replied. I believe, boss, it would be safer for you to have a bodyguard accompany you when you go out. This female bodyguard can ensure the hotel's security while also serving as your personal protector. It would be quite impressive to step out with a beautiful female bodyguard. Jiang Nan began to understand Zhang Yuan's intentions. After reflecting, he found the idea appealing. Having a female bodyguard could indeed elevate one's stature, and if she were capable, it would enhance personal safety as well. He rubbed his chin, asking a rather pertinent question. Have you seen the female bodyguard? Is she attractive? Absolutely. Zhang Yuan replied with pride. She is undeniably beautiful, with an outstanding figure. Perhaps, boss, with your charm, you could even win her heart and establish a deeper friendship. Jiang Nan remained silent, choosing not to respond further as Zhang Yuan turned and ascended the stairs. Returning to his office, he poured himself a cup of tea and contemplated when to embark on his journey to Myanmar. After some reflection, he made a decision. He would depart the following day. The visa was only valid for 7 days, and he was uncertain about how long he would linger in Myanmar, especially since it was his first visit. Timing was crucial. With a decision made, he began preparing the items he would need to bring. However, before he could finish, another thought crossed his mind. Chapter 161. Better more than less. Jiang Nan mused that it would be prudent to employ a bodyguard for his upcoming trip to Myanmar, ensuring his personal safety. After all, he was venturing abroad, and alone he felt vulnerable. Any unforeseen circumstances could pose significant risks. Compared to the past, when he was indifferent to his own life, he now possessed the extraordinary skill of assessing success rates and recognized the paramount importance of preserving his own safety. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, it would spell the end of everything. With this thought in mind, he revised his plans.
deciding to extend his stay by one more day and depart for Myanmar the day after tomorrow. Once his bodyguard arrived tomorrow, he would select one to accompany him and instruct Zhang Yuan to arrange for a visa. During dinner, Bei Bei bounded upstairs, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, business has been even better today. Guess how much I earned?" Jiang Nan shrugged, feigning disinterest. "Not interested." "Oh, Brother Jiang, you're so annoying. How can you be like this?" Bei Bei playfully pounded her small fist against Jiang Nan's chest, exuding an adorable charm. "My concern lies with the more pressing matter of whether there will be fish for dinner," Jiang Nan chuckled. "Absolutely. The kitchen has been preparing copious amounts of fish every day. It has become the hotel's signature dish, highly prioritized. The manager has issued strict orders, better more than less. Even if there are leftovers, we cannot allow a guest to arrive and find none, as it would adversely affect the hotel's business." Bei Bei spoke with an air of seriousness, resembling a little adult. Jiang Nan thought to himself, if these girls were nurtured properly, they could grow into excellent business people. After dinner, Bei Bei scurried off to continue her money collection, leaving Jiang Nan alone in the room. He languidly reclined on the sofa, sipping tea and browsing his phone. Just then, the notification sound of WeChat rang out. Upon checking, he discovered an unusual situation, a message from a contact named CC, accompanied by 2 winking emojis. He was momentarily bewildered. Who was this CC? He couldn't recall adding anyone by that name to his WeChat contacts. His initial thought was that it might be an advertisement, but he had never added such a contact. Just then, CC messaged again. "Hey, handsome, are you there? Speak up." Jiang Nan was even more perplexed, and sent back 2 question marks. "CC, handsome, you don't remember who I am, do you?" Jiang Nan replied, "Do we know each other?" "CC, of course. We just met today. Have you forgotten already?" Jiang Nan's confusion deepened. "We just met today?" "CC, humph. So forgetful." "It's me, CC. A student from Jianghai High School. You drove us back and even took our picture." "Oh, wait. Let me send you the photo so you can remember." Jiang Nan began to piece it together. She was the charming little girl among the 3 mischievous children. Just then, CC sent a selfie. Sure enough, it was her, sitting on her bed in minimal clothing, chatting with Jiang Nan. In the photo, she made a silly face, looking utterly adorable. At 16 or 17, her natural cuteness was amplified by her playful expression and delicate features. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "So it's you. CC, you remember now?" Jiang Nan asked, "When did I add you as a friend on WeChat?" "CC, I added you. Remember when I borrowed your phone in the car? I added myself as your friend. Aren't I clever?" Hiki. Jiang Nan thought to himself, so that's how it was, she truly was a quirky little girl. Chapter 162, The Bodyguard CC, Hee. "Handsome, you are so attractive and wealthy. Shall we go on a date?" Jiang Nan. CC, shy face, Jiang Nan. Stop messing around. "How old are you? Focus on your studies." CC, "I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 16. Jiang Nan. I feel like rolling my eyes in exasperation. CC, "Studying is impossible for me. It will never happen in this lifetime. I can only sneak out of school to enjoy life." Jiang Nan. CC, "Really, big brother? I'm afraid I will soon be expelled from school. I received a serious demerit this time, and if I sneak out once more, I will be expelled. Yet, I am already planning my next escape." Jiang Nan. "Little sister, stop fooling around. You must focus on your studies, understand? You are still young and do not comprehend the significance of education. You will realize its importance later." CC, "I don't think so. My ambition is to be with a wealthy partner, someone like you, so rich and handsome." Hee. "I have decided you are my target." Jiang Nan. "Are today's students this audacious?" CC, "I won't talk to you anymore. My dad is coming." Big brother, moi. Jiang Nan gazed at his phone, helplessly smiling. What kind of child encounters such a mischievous girl? It's infuriating. Her thoughts are dangerously reckless, far too perilous. Should I attempt to rescue her? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. However, he immediately chuckled to himself, wondering when he had become so depraved. Well, never mind. There is no way to handle such a mischievous child. I can only hope she is merely speaking without intent to act foolishly. The next day, he awoke. Already half-past morning. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, chuckling helplessly. He had truly slept in. After washing up, he exited his room and descended the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, as the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a striking sight. 5 bodyguards clad in black stood rigidly in the lobby, 4 men and 1 woman. The men wore black suits and sunglasses, their imposing physiques reminiscent of bulls, instilling a sense of intimidation. The impact was utterly astounding. The woman, dressed in sleek black leather, possessed an alluring figure and sun-kissed skin, also donning sunglasses. Yet, the first impression she conveyed was one of sultry allure, with a secondary impression of icy detachment. "Boss, you are finally awake. Come see how impressive these bodyguards are." Zhang Yuan, who was in the lobby, approached Jiang and with great pride upon seeing him descend. The 5 bodyguards had become the center of attention, drawing the gaze of the receptionists, the beautiful manager, and many guests, as such a display of professional bodyguards was a rarity in hotels, where security personnel were typically the norm. "Boss, you've come down." The beautiful manager also approached to greet him. Brother Jiang. Bei waved from the cashier's counter. Jiang Nan smiled, and under Zhang Yuan's guidance, he walked towards the 5 bodyguards. "This is the boss." Upon reaching them, Zhang Yuan declared to the bodyguards, "From now on, his commands are the highest orders." "Boss." The 5 professional bodyguards stood at attention and saluted. As trained professionals, their primary duty was loyalty, having undergone rigorous training. The bodyguard's fidelity is paramount, and the agency has stringent requirements. Any action that tarnishes the company's image results in severe consequences. Such occurrences are strictly prohibited to maintain their reputation. Each individual in the company is well compensated, and without adequate security assurance, no one would hire bodyguards in the future. Although Jiang Nan was aware of all this, he still had other means to evaluate the loyalty of these individuals. Chapter 163, simply put. Jiang Nan possessed an extraordinary, almost supernatural ability to perceive success rates. He quietly focused on one of the bodyguards and cast a probing glance. Loyalty rate, 100. 72. Darn it. Upon understanding this data, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. A loyalty rate of merely 72 was rather low. He then shifted his attention to the next bodyguard. Loyalty rate, 100. 78. Moving on to the next. Loyalty rate, 100. 70. Goodness, this was even lower. This particular bodyguard was tall and imposing. Jiang Nan took careful note of each individual's appearance and loyalty ratings. In the future, whenever tasks arose, those with higher loyalty could be entrusted with significant responsibilities, while the less loyal would simply be relegated to the sidelines. The testing continued. Loyalty rate, 100. 79. Now, only one female bodyguard remained untested, and Jiang Nan felt a sense of anticipation. To be honest, she was indeed as beautiful as Zhang Yuan had described. Her figure was stunning, exuding a unique charm as a capable woman. If her loyalty proved satisfactory, he would take her along on this trip to Myanmar as his personal bodyguard. With quiet excitement, he cast another probing glance. Loyalty rate, 100. 85. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. This woman was quite dependable compared to the others, and he chose her. Just then, a whimsical thought flashed through his mind. He chuckled to himself and continued testing. Was there a way to enhance loyalty? 100. It was indeed possible. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as an idea quickly formed in his mind, prompting him to continue testing. Engaging in an intimate relationship with the woman could enhance loyalty. 100. Incredible. Jiang Nan felt elated. It seemed that to elevate her loyalty, there would need to be some form of connection between them. With this thought, he conducted yet another test. Still a virgin. 100. Fantastic. As a virgin, should he establish that initial connection, she would likely become very dependent, and thus her loyalty would significantly increase. What is your name? Jiang Nan inquired of the female bodyguard. Blue Fox, she replied succinctly. Is that a code name? Jiang Nan asked, bemused by the unusual name. Yes, boss. We simply refer to each other by code names. Very well, Blue Fox it is, Jiang Nan nodded. From now on, you will serve as my personal bodyguard, primarily tasked with ensuring my safety. Understood, boss, she replied with a straightforward demeanor, devoid of any overt expression. Jiang Nan felt there was little else to say and turned to Zhang Yuan. Please assist her in obtaining a visa to Myanmar. I will take her with me tomorrow. Sure thing, boss. Leave it to me, Zhang Yuan said confidently, slapping his chest in assurance. Just as Jiang Nan was about to convey another instruction, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Chi calling. He pressed the answer button, instinctively remaining silent at first. And she had a rather peculiar temperament. Speaking too soon might provoke her. However, this time, and she spoke quickly. Jiang Nan, what are you up to? Nothing much, just handling some trivial matters at the hotel. Jiang Nan replied. Could you come over to my place? And she seemed a bit hesitant as she explained. You see, Master Dong from Yinjing has arrived. He heard about the animal skin you obtained at the auction and is very interested in seeing it. So, and Chi's unusual humility was evident. I understand, Jiangnan said. Master Dong wishes to take a look, correct? Yes, and Chi replied hurriedly. Is that convenient for you? Of course, Jiangnan responded. It's merely a piece of animal skin. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I'll bring the skin over shortly for Master Dong to examine. I'm also quite curious to discern what exactly it is. I hope he can comprehend it. His mind raced as he contemplated numerous scenarios. In this situation, it was imperative to feign ignorance about the animal skin, ensuring no one would harbor suspicions, which was why he had agreed so readily. Chapter 164. Master Dong Jiangnan returned to the upper floor, retrieved the animal hide, and placed it in his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He remembered the peculiar ring he had previously acquired, resembling a mythical creature. With Master Dong from Yinjing visiting, it presented a perfect opportunity to seek his expertise on this intriguing artifact. With this in mind, he rummaged through his belongings to find the enigmatic ring and added it to his backpack. Only then did he take the elevator downstairs. As he passed through the lobby, he contemplated whether to bring his beautiful bodyguard along but soon dismissed the idea. He was merely visiting Old Master N's residence, a short distance away. There was no need for a bodyguard, as it would seem ostentatious and inappropriate. Exiting the hotel, he climbed into his white Range Rover and merged into the flowing traffic. Jiangnan, you've arrived, he heard as the car reached the villa's entrance, where he spotted Chi waiting. He applied the brakes, coming to a halt, and rolled down the window to smile at her. The security guard who had previously been humiliated when he attempted to intercept Jiangnan now greeted him with a sycophantic grin, his impression of Jiangnan evidently strong. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Follow me, Master Dong is waiting, and Chi beckoned, having arrived in her sleek yellow Maserati. She opened the door and got into the sports car, leading the way. Jiangnan followed suit, starting the Range Rover and trailing behind. He marveled at the affluence surrounding him, grand villas and an array of luxury vehicles. With his modest fortune of over 20 million, he felt like a pauper in comparison. Before long, they arrived at the central villa, the same one Jiangnan had visited previously, the reception hall. The villa was vast, comprising several buildings. An uninvited guest could easily become disoriented. Both alighted from their vehicles. And Chi, with her slender waist, led the way. Follow me. Jiangnan trailed behind. Admiring her flawless figure, an angelic face paired with a devilish physique, perfectly encapsulating Chi. The only drawback was her peculiar temperament. Otherwise, she would be an ideal girlfriend. In terms of beauty, physique, and demeanor, she possessed qualities that would attract admiration from many. Soon, they entered the opulent reception hall, where Old Master N was engaged in conversation over tea with an elderly gentleman. Upon their arrival, Old Master N rose with a smile. Ah, Jiang Xiao brother, you're here. Come, let me introduce you. Jiangnan nodded with a smile, yet his attention was drawn to another elder, distinguished by his long beard. He appeared even older than Old Master N, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing. As Jiangnan observed him, the elder was equally scrutinizing him. This was none other than the illustrious Master Dong from Yinjing. Old Master N gestured towards the elder. This is Master Dong. Greetings, Master Dong. Jiangnan replied with a subtle smile. The elder nodded back with a gentle smile. Master Dong, this is Jiang Xiao brother, whom I mentioned. Old Master N introduced Jiangnan to Master Dong. Jiang Xiao brother, a pleasure to meet you, Master Dong said, clasping his hands in a traditional greeting. Jiangnan felt slightly out of place but smiled and nodded. You honor me, Master Dong. Please, take a seat, Jiang Xiao brother. And Chi, fetch some tea. Old Master N instructed with evident delight, gesturing towards a nearby sofa for Jiangnan to sit. Jiangnan accepted the invitation, moving calmly to take a seat, while Master Dong observed him with a slight nod of approval. And Chi placed a cup of tea in front of Jiangnan before seating herself beside him. Old Master N, straightforward and direct, asked, Jiang Xiao brother, have you brought the animal hide acquired at the auction? Chapter 165. A glimpse of the unfathomable Jiangnan casually retrieved a piece of animal hide from his backpack and placed it on the coffee table. Instantly, both Elder and Elder Dong's gazes converged on the hide. Master Dong, please take a look first, Elder N urged, his eagerness to examine the item palpable. Yet he graciously deferred to Master Dong, acknowledging his superior expertise. Master Dong nodded in acquiescence, taking the hide into his hands with no hesitation. He examined it meticulously, his fingers delicately tracing its surface. After scrutinizing it for about half a minute, he produced a magnifying glass to delve deeper into its mysteries. Another half a minute passed, during which he shook his head and remarked, "This is indeed an enigmatic object. I cannot discern its nature at all. It is unlike anything I have ever encountered." As Master Dong continued his examination, Eldarin observed intently. Upon hearing Master Dong's words, Eldarin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Even you, Master Dong, cannot glean any insight?" "Alas," Master Dong replied with a rueful smile and a shake of his head, "this item is too peculiar. I find myself at a loss to understand its origins or time period. Am I growing senile?" He then handed the hide back to Eldarin. "Do not belittle your abilities, Master Dong. The complexity of this item is indeed formidable," Eldarin reassured him. "Even the experts at the Shanghai auction house could not identify it, so your inability to decipher it only underscores its strangeness." Despite his words, he continued to examine the hide with great diligence. After a brief moment, he too shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It is truly bizarre, devoid of any discernible clues." He then returned it to Jiang Nan, saying, "Young Jiang, perhaps you should put this away." Without hesitation, Jiang Nan complied, stowing the hide back in his backpack. "Is there truly nothing you can discern? Or is there perhaps a hint of something that prompted you to take this?" Eldarin queried, his tone rising with anticipation. Jiang Nan responded with a wry smile. "I simply found it curious and decided to capture it. I had hoped to uncover something significant, but alas, I have not." Eldarin's expression softened with belief. "I too am eager about these peculiar items, hopeful for a significant discovery. However, let us divert our conversation to more cheerful matters." "Young Jiang, Eldarin holds you in high regard," Master Dong interjected, his gaze fixed on Jiang Nan. "He has spoken of your exceptional discernment. Your ability to appreciate that painting by Zhang Banxiao was indeed impressive. Even I could not grasp its depth. I may not be an expert in calligraphy and painting. Master Yun excels in that field, but your insight and knowledge are commendable, especially at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly bright." "Please, Master Dong, refrain from such flattery. I am easily swayed," Jiang Nan chuckled modestly. "My knowledge is limited. I merely stumbled upon it. Moreover, it is commendable that you remain so humble," Master Dong continued, appreciating Jiang Nan's demeanor. "Am I truly humble?" Jiang Nan pondered aloud. "Young Jiang, now that we have met, I hope for many more exchanges in the future," Master Dong expressed with a humble demeanor. A sentiment echoed by Jiang Nan, who recognized the value of such interactions with a figure of Master Dong's stature. Just then, Jiang Nan shifted the subject, saying, "By the way, I have another peculiar object that remains a mystery to me. Now that Master Dong is here, along with Eldarin, perhaps you both could take a look." As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack to reveal a curious item resembling a distorted artifact, placing it on the coffee table. Instantly, the eyes of Eldarin and Master Dong were drawn to it, while Chi also looked on with keen interest. Chapter 166. The Ring. Master Dong, perplexed, held the object in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. He examined it from every angle, and after a moment, he produced a magnifying glass for a more detailed inspection. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I cannot decipher what this is. It is neither gold, nor jade, nor stone, truly peculiar." "Master Dong, allow me to see," old Mr. eagerly interjected, momentarily forgetting his composure. Master Dong handed the enigmatic item to old Mr. who also took out a magnifying glass to examine it closely. As he observed, he shook his head in confusion. "Indeed, it is quite strange and I cannot ascertain what it is, but it appears to be an antique." "Brother Jiang, do you have any idea what this item is?" Master Dong inquired. "Not at all," Jiang Nan replied. "That is precisely why I brought it forth for you and old Mr. to examine." Old Mr. placed the object on the coffee table and turned to Jiang Nan, asking, "Young man, where did you acquire this? Did you purchase it at a high price from an auction house?" "Not at all," Jiang Nan explained. "I stumbled upon it at a street stall and paid merely 500 yuan for it, as it appeared quite unusual." "I see," Master Dong nodded thoughtfully. 500 yuan is indeed a reasonable price. Although we cannot identify it, such peculiar items are worth collecting. One day we might unravel their mysteries, potentially leading to astounding discoveries. Indeed, old Mr. concurred. Meanwhile, she, intrigued, picked up the object for closer inspection. After a brief examination, she remarked, "This appears to resemble a thumb ring. It could be worn on a finger." As she spoke, she slipped it onto her slender finger, though it was slightly oversized. It looked quite beautiful. "This is not a thumb ring," Master Dong stated. "Thumb rings are considerably wider, designed for the male thumb, and come in specific sizes. They were all the rage during the Qing dynasty, favored by wealthy princes and nobles. This I know well. Correct, old Mr. N affirmed. It is certainly not a thumb ring, though it bears a slight resemblance. And she furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at the object on her finger. Could it be a ring? A ring? Both Master Dong and old Mr. N frowned in contemplation. After a moment, Master Dong replied, "We can only speculate. Without certainty, such conjectures hold little significance for us." Indeed. Old Mr. N nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Nan's eyes brightened as he focused intently on the object, silently casting a probe. It is a ring. 100. Lo and behold, it truly is a ring. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, pondering the implications of this revelation. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss, failing to perceive any inherent value in it. It might just be a ring, and she remarked, admiring the ring on her fair finger. It looks quite lovely, Jiang Nan observed. Indeed, the ring appeared quite exquisite on Enchi's hand, though this beauty was largely attributed to the elegance of her fingers. Had he not known it to be a priceless treasure, he would have readily gifted it to Enchi. It seemed she had taken quite a liking to it. Chapter 167, Discovery. After playing with the ring for a while, Angel reluctantly removed it and returned it to Jiang Nan, casting him a lingering glance filled with unspoken longing. Jiang Nan feigned ignorance and tucked the ring away. It was an invaluable treasure, one that could not simply be gifted away. The group engaged in light conversation until Master Dong seemed to recall something. Breaking the silence, "Young brother, could you bring out that animal skin for me to examine?" His words caught the attention of those around. Old Master N eagerly inquired, "Has Master Dong remembered something?" Master Dong nodded. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Nan. He did not wish for the secrets of the treasure map to be divulged to others. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to retrieve the animal skin from his backpack and hand it to Master Dong, adapting to the situation as it unfolded. Master Dong examined it closely, focusing primarily on the lines etched into the skin, remarking, "Last time, I was too focused on the material of the skin and neglected to study these lines in detail." Jiang Nan's heart raced, though he maintained a facade of calmness, saying nothing. Indeed, old Master N chimed in. "I too was primarily concerned with the material. By the way, there are quite a few lines here. You should take a closer look." The two men leaned in, each wielding a magnifying glass as they scrutinized the markings. Jiang Nan felt a twinge of unease but pretended to sip his tea leisurely. After a brief period, Master Dong declared, "This could be a map. These lines appear to delineate a topographical route." "That makes sense," old Master N replied. "It should indeed be a map, though regrettably, we cannot ascertain its age, and thus cannot identify the location it refers to." Moreover, Master Dong continued, "The lines abruptly terminate at the edges, indicating this is not a complete map, perhaps merely half or a quarter of one." Indeed, quite reasonable. The two engaged in a lively exchange, engrossed in their analysis, while Angel observed with mild interest. Jiang Nan was rendered invisible amidst their fervor. As discoveries unfolded, the two elders grew animated, exchanging thoughts and hypotheses. 10 minutes passed, then 20, an hour slipped by. Jiang Nan found himself growing increasingly bored. He discerned from the elders' discourse that, despite their enthusiasm, they were merely speculating without making any substantial progress. They proposed various theories, contemplating what locations the terrain might represent if the map dated back to the Qin or Tang dynasties. Jiang Nan realized that their conjectures would lead nowhere, allowing him to relax. Boredom overcame him, and fatigue washed over him. He reclined on the sofa and drifted into a hazy slumber. Time passed unmeasured. Jiang Nan felt a gentle prodding, stirring him from his dreams. He awoke to Angel's voice calling him, "Jiang Nan, wake up! Jiang Nan, wake up!" rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of sleep. He became aware that old Master N and Master Dong were no longer in the room. Only Angel remained. Checking his phone, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's already past 7, and it's dark outside. Let us go have dinner," Angel suggested. "I slept for so long?" Jiang Nan chuckled awkwardly. "Where's Master Dong?" "Master Dong and grandfather are taking a stroll in the garden. Seeing you sleep so soundly, they didn't want to disturb you," Angel replied. Jiang Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I didn't realize I could sleep so deeply." He shot her a playful, flirtatious glance, her demeanor utterly enchanting. Chapter 168. "Little wife, come on, let us dine." "Master Dong is still waiting," Angel remarked, her tone gentle and reminiscent of a devoted wife. Her beauty made Jiang Nan feel particularly indulgent. "All right, I need to wash my face first. Where's the restroom? Jiangnan inquired, glancing at the well-preserved beast hide resting atop his backpack, which eased his mind. Follow me, Angel beckoned, her slender waist swaying as she led the way. Your home is truly vast, Jiangnan chuckled helplessly. A stranger would be lost here. That's simply because you're not yet accustomed to it, Angel replied. You'll learn your way around with time. Jiangnan mused to himself. This girl is quite pleasant when she speaks kindly. After washing his face, Jiangnan joined Angel in the dining room. Aside from Master Dong and the elderly Angel's brother, Yi, had also returned. Jiangnan had previously encountered him under a misunderstanding. Yi, being quite gregarious, approached Jiangnan with an enthusiastic embrace. Haha, brother, you're here too. Indeed, Jiangnan smiled awkwardly, unaccustomed to such warmth. As they gathered at the table, an array of sumptuous dishes was served. The atmosphere was delightful as they dined and conversed. Although Yi was accustomed to the rough and tumble of society, he displayed a remarkable refinement in the presence of Master Dong and Jiangnan. While they ate, Master Dong turned to Jiangnan with a smile. Young brother, you must not have slept well last night, dozing off on the sofa. My apologies, Jiangnan replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It seemed he had unwittingly opened a sensitive topic. Young brother, I had intended to discuss something with you, but seeing you asleep, I refrained from disturbing you, Master Dong continued. Jiangnan understood the implication of Master Dong's mention of his slumber. Is there something you wish to discuss, Master Dong? Indeed, Master Dong replied. Upon seeing your beast hide map, it reminded me that I possess half of a similar map. I have studied it, but have been unable to decipher it, so I would like your insight. Oh, Jiangnan nodded. That is certainly possible. Hiki. Master Dong chuckled. I had initially planned to take you with me to Yinjing, but I did not bring the half map with me. However, I didn't want to disturb your slumber. I see, Jiangnan nodded, feeling a bit challenged. He understood Master Dong's invitation to Yinjing could only be fulfilled tomorrow. Yet he had already arranged a trip to Myanmar. At that moment, Master Dong continued, Young brother, the half map will arrive shortly. Since you were asleep and could not go to Yinjing, I arranged for a helicopter to deliver it directly. It should not take long to arrive. Really? Jiangnan's eyes brightened. He realized he had overthought the situation, chuckling. All right, once the map arrives, I shall take a look. However, Master Dong interjected, let me clarify. My understanding is limited. If I fail to grasp its significance, do not hold it against me. Ha ha ha. That is to be expected. Master Dong responded with a grin. The world of collectibles is rife with mysteries. It is entirely normal to find it perplexing. Indeed, the elderly chimed in. Come. Let us drink. Everyone must taste this Shaoxing wine. Yes, let us drink. Come. Chapter 169. The parchment. Not long after dinner, a few individuals were enjoying tea. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter resonated as it descended into the villa's courtyard. They have arrived, Mr. N exclaimed with delight, rising to his feet. No need for you to go out, Eldarin. They are merely servants. Let the attendants bring them in, Master Dong said with a nonchalant air. Jiangnan thought to himself, this is quite the performance. Very well, Mr. N resumed his seat. Shortly after, two individuals entered the living room under the guidance of the family's servants, presenting a meticulously wrapped painting tube to Elder Dong. Receiving it, Elder Dong remarked, we have esteemed guests here. You may leave for now and rest in other rooms. Yes, of course, the two responded promptly. Mr. N instructed his servants. Prepare the rooms for them to rest and extend a warm welcome. After all, even when dealing with servants, one must consider their master. They may be attendants, but they belong to Master Dong, and I cannot afford to treat them lightly. Watching this scene unfold, Jiangnan reflected on the life of the wealthy elite, so refined yet somewhat stifling. Master Dong unwrapped the painting tube, revealing an ancient-looking parchment, which he gently laid out on the tea table. Brother Jiang, take a look. According to my research, this is a map. Jiangnan nodded and approached, taking a seat on the sofa to examine the parchment. Mr. N and Chi were equally intrigued and gathered closer. Feigning deep contemplation, Jiangnan stroked his chin, adopting a serious demeanor while discreetly deploying a probe. It is indeed a map. 100. It is a parchment map. 100. Although Jiangnan lacked extensive knowledge on the subject, he noted the jagged edges of the map, reminiscent of his own. Confirming it was a map, he continued his probing. It is half of a map. 100. No doubt about it. After a moment of thought, he proceeded to probe further. It is a Qing Dynasty parchment map. 0. It is a Ming Dynasty parchment map. 100. Ming Dynasty. Jiangnan silently rejoiced. maintaining his composure as he continued to probe. Can the other half of the map be found? 100. The other half is to the north. 0. The other half is to the east. 50. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily perplexed by the 50 reading. After a brief consideration, he contemplated a possibility and continued probing. The other half is to the south. 50. Indeed, his thoughts were confirmed. Continuing his exploration, the other half is in the southeast. 100. Southeast 10, 000 kilometers. 0. Southeast 1, 000 kilometers. 0. Southeast 100 kilometers. 30. Wow. So close. Jiang Nan felt an inexplicable thrill. He continued probing. Southeast 50 kilometers. 10. Too close. Southeast 150 kilometers. 95. Southeast 150 kilometers away? Jiang Nan calculated quietly. That would be near Sanha City, adjacent to Zhanghai City, judging by the distance. The other half of the map was likely within Sanha City. Is there anything else I need to probe? Jiang Nan pondered, but could think of nothing further. He withdrew his gaze from the map, glanced at Master Dong and Mr. Ren, and said calmly, "This is a parchment map from the Ming Dynasty. It is, of course, half a map, not a complete one." "Impressive, Brother Jiang. You truly are remarkable," Master Dong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Indeed, it's quite impressive. I haven't even grasped what's going on yet," Mr. Ren added with a wry smile. "For now, we can only ascertain that this is a parchment crafted from animal hide." Chapter 170, each with their own thoughts with their eyes sparkling like stars, Inchi gazed at Jiang Nan, captivated by his wealth of knowledge and the ease with which he could discern treasures. This ability was what drew her most to him. To be candid, Inchi was an exceptionally proud individual. This pride stemmed from her upbringing and family background, allowing few men to capture her attention. Yet now, Jiang Nan, with just a few simple glances, had managed to enthrall her. Moreover, she felt a strange familiarity with a similar parchment map she had encountered before. Jiang Nan shifted the conversation, pondering whether it was possible that this was a fragment of that very map. This was a thought he had already prepared. He was also curious about what it would be like if the two maps were to be united. Hiss. Hiss. Jiang Nan's words instantly elicited sharp intakes of breath from both Master Dong and Old Master and Young Man. "You truly have seen it before," Master Dong remarked, his composure faltering. It was impossible to remain calm. If this were merely a half map from the Qing dynasty, it would hold only collectible value. However, if it were a complete map, its worth would be immeasurable. What if it were a treasure map? Old Master and remained silent, but regarded Jiang Nan with an expression of great anticipation. "Indeed, I recall having seen something very similar, a parchment from the Ming dynasty, but I didn't pay much attention at the time and can't quite remember where," Jiang Nan stated. Given the current circumstances, he needed to build suspense. Otherwise, if the map were easily found, what purpose would he serve? If it were a treasure map, he needed to ensure he had a stake in it. "Young man, please think carefully. This is crucial," Master Dong urged eagerly. "Allow me to ponder it thoroughly," Jiang Yan replied. "I didn't pay close attention back then, and the more I think about it, the less certain I become." Just then, Master Dong seemed to have a moment of realization. He appeared less anxious, offering a gentle smile as he said, "Young man, take your time to think. If you remember, regardless of the price, we must acquire it and study it together. If you fear it might not be the same map, and you worry about it being a burden, I will reimburse you for whatever you paid." He was convinced that Jiang Nan must know the exact location, but was reluctant to disclose it. Wishing to keep the half map for himself, Jiang Nan chuckled, understanding the situation. Master Dong had come to comprehend that his silence likely indicated deeper implications. Indeed, Old Master Ren chimed in, quickly grasping the situation as well. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Nan proposed, "How about this, Master Dong? If you trust me, would you lend me this parchment for the time being? I will think it over, and if I recall where I saw the other half, I shall compare them. If they are indeed one, I will purchase it. If not, we shall let it be. This way, it is more secure." This was merely a future pretext, as he needed to hold the parchment in his hands to accurately pinpoint his target for precise exploration. "Of course," Master Dong replied immediately. "Young man, I have complete faith in you." He had acquired the parchment for over 100,000, considering it merely a Ming Dynasty antique with limited value. "Thank you for your trust, Master Dong," Jiang Nan said. "However, I am quite busy over the next couple of days. This parchment can remain with Old Master, and while I contemplate the precise location, once I remember, I shall return to retrieve it." Jiang Nan expressed this concern because he was set to travel to Myanmar the following day, leaving him no time to search for the other half of the map. Moreover, if he held onto the fragment while abroad, he feared Master Dong and Old Master and might suspect him of absconding with it, which would be undesirable. Chapter 171. Simplicity suffices. Master Dong, however, remarked, "Young brother, you can take it with you directly when you leave. I trust you completely. If you are busy, go ahead with your matters, and once you are done, we can address this issue." "Oh, I see." "Very well then," Jiang Nan responded with a faint smile, nodding. "I shall not decline any further. To do so would be rather pretentious." "There is no need for formality between us," Master Dong replied, simultaneously placing the sheepskin scroll back into its tube and handing it to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan accepted it without hesitation and set it aside. The conversation shifted, and the group began to engage in casual chatter. Old Master In and Master Dong discussed antiques and collectibles, while Jiang Nan occasionally chimed in, mostly listening and absorbing knowledge. As he listened to their discourse on these subjects, Jiang Nan found himself greatly enriched. His primary aim was to acquire some specialized knowledge to impress others, and, combined with his own success rate, he believed it would facilitate convincing others more effortlessly. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening that Jiang Nan took his leave. Both Master Dong and Old Master In accompanied him to the entrance, watching him as he got into his car. Clearly, they held a significant regard for Jiang Nan's status, and she followed closely behind. And observing Master Dong's esteem for Jiang Nan, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Farewell, Master Dong, Old Master," Jiang Nan said as he started the car, rolling down the window for a final goodbye. "Travel safely, young brother. Drive cautiously," Master Dong and Old Master In waved. Jiang Nan glanced back at Chi, who was gazing at him. Upon meeting his gaze, she smiled warmly, saying, "Remember to drive slowly." "All is well," Jiang Nan replied, waving back at her as he drove away. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Nan carefully stored the sheepskin scroll, intending to search for the other half of the map upon his return from Myanmar. The following day, a white Range Rover parked at the entrance of Jianghai Airport. As the doors swung open, Jiang Nan and his bodyguard, Lan Hu, disembarked from either side. The presence of a strikingly attractive female bodyguard drew the attention of many, who gazed at Jiang Nan with envy. Today, Jiang Nan had donned a casual Armani outfit, though he retained his Versace shoes. Walking confidently ahead, the alluring bodyguard followed closely, her posture accentuating her figure. The visual appeal was nothing short of remarkable. Savoring the envious looks from those around him, Jiang Nan felt quite pleased, reflecting that this display of grandeur was rather effortless. There was no need for excessive dialogue. Sometimes, mere presence sufficed. This international flight was somewhat distant. Yet Jiang Nan felt no apprehension, for he had booked a first-class seat. The journey promised not tedium, but rather indulgence, especially with such a captivating bodyguard by his side. Upon boarding the aircraft, at Jiang Nan's behest, the alluring bodyguard took a seat opposite him. As he sipped on a cocktail, he admired her and inquired, "How old are you?" "Boss, that is an unnecessary question," she replied, her expression neutral. Jiang Nan pressed on, "Then, where are you from?" "Boss, that too is an unnecessary question. And who does your family consist of?" The bodyguard responded with silence, contemplating how best to deal with him. Jiang Nan chuckled, finding the interaction amusing. Among the women he knew, many were quite formidable, often overpowering him in conversation to the point of intimidation. This one was refreshing. Teasing her was quite entertaining. After a flight lasting over 4 hours, the plane landed in Tongyai, Myanmar. Jiang Nan had done his homework, knowing it to be the nearest city to the ancient jade market, situated just 20 kilometers away, which was his intended destination. Chapter 172. The Indulgence of Wealth. Jiang Nan, feeling somewhat lethargic and reluctant to rise early for a flight, found himself airborne by mid-morning, approaching noon. Upon landing in Myanmar, it was nearly evening. Given the late hour, he decided against heading to the old market and instead sought refuge in a hotel. Accompanied by a capable female bodyguard, Jiang Nan felt at ease, confident that should any trouble arise, she would swiftly handle it. This serene lifestyle was indeed delightful. The alluring bodyguard, though not particularly talkative, remained dedicated, always by Jiang Nan's side, ensuring his safety. She meticulously surveyed their surroundings. Upon entering their room, she immediately checked for any potential listening devices or hidden cameras, making the situation feel somewhat akin to espionage, which left Jiang Nan somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, he accepted her vigilance, as it ultimately provided a greater sense of security. The following day, the duo departed the hotel and hailed a taxi straight to the old market. Jiang Nin kept the bodyguard close, undeterred by the possibility of her discerning any secrets. When selecting jadeite, only he understood the true nature of the stones, and once they returned home, the cutting process would exclude her from participation. Thus, she was only privy to a single phase of the operation, which was inconsequential. The old market was bustling with life, teeming with throngs of people. Its vast expanse was filled with a chaotic array of stalls, where numerous local Myanmar vendors showcased their wares, some with large setups and others with smaller displays. Lacking the order found in the gambling stone districts of Shanghai, which typically featured a single proprietor. Observing this, Jiang Nin felt a surge of joy. It was an ideal setting for serendipitous finds. However, the market was not without its stratification. The outermost areas were filled with inexpensive rough jadeite, priced at merely 500 per kilogram, which was half the cost compared to domestic markets. Clearly, there was a significant markup to be found in transporting these goods back home. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan was unconcerned. While a few hundred yuan might be significant to a jade merchant, it was trivial to him. As he perused the mounds of jadeite, he conducted his assessments, searching for imperial green or emerald. 0. Searching for imperial green or emerald. This journey was solely for the purpose of acquiring highly valuable imperial green and emerald jade. He was dismissive of all other varieties. Thus, his searches were highly targeted. The bodyguard, seemingly experiencing this environment for the first time, trailed Jiang N with keen interest, remaining vigilant while occasionally glancing at the crowds engaged in stone gambling. As time elapsed, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, Jiang N continued to roam, yet yielded no results. The blue-haired bodyguard, intrigued, finally broke her silence. "Boss, do you understand stone gambling?" Her rare words caught Jiang Nin off guard, prompting a momentary pause before he chuckled and replied, "Not really." She queried, her expression one of confusion. "But I can certainly give it a try," Jiang Nin added with a wry smile. "What can I say? I'm just affluent." The bodyguard mused. Is this what they call the capriciousness of wealth? His demeanor is so insufferable. I wonder if I should just push him into a pit. After approximately an hour of searching, Jiang Nin finally made his first significant discovery among the heaps of jadeite. He detected either imperial green or emerald. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he swiftly conducted a more precise assessment to discern the true nature of the stone. Imperial green, 0. Emerald, 100. With this confirmation, he reverted to his tried-and-true method of elimination, gradually narrowing his focus. After 5 minutes, he selected a sizable piece of rough jadeite, roughly the size of a large fist, marking the first fruitful acquisition of his trip to Myanmar. Thrilled, he completed the transaction, stowed the stone in his backpack, and enlisted the attractive bodyguard to carry it as he resumed his quest for further treasures. Chapter 173. Profound insights. As dusk approached, Jiang Nan had successfully procured 5 pieces of jade. Among them, 3 were imperial green and 2 were emerald. The largest of these jade roughs was merely the size of a large fist, while the smallest resembled that of a child's hand. The old mining area was vast, and in the span of a single day, Jiang Nan had only managed to explore its periphery. Given that the materials at the outskirts were relatively inexpensive, acquiring these 5 stones cost him less than 5,000 yuan, even cheaper than staying at a hotel. Jiang Nan found this rather amusing. His bodyguard was intrigued by his selection method, but chose not to comment, adhering to the fundamental principle of her profession. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Nan ordered an extravagant dinner. With just the 2 of them, their total expenditure approached 50,000 yuan. The bodyguard was taken aback, deeply realizing what it meant to be wealthy and indulgent. Earning a high salary of 30,000 yuan a month, which many envied, seemed trivial compared to the cost of a single meal for her employer, leaving her speechless and somewhat helpless. However, her fondness for Jiang Nan grew, as he treated her like a friend, inviting her to join him at the table rather than keeping her at a distance. Despite the occasional teasing, he respected her, speaking gently and exuding an aura that felt like a refreshing spring breeze, not to mention his striking good looks. After dinner, Jiang Nan took his bodyguard out to explore the nighttime scenery of Myanmar. They strolled leisurely along the streets, engaging in light conversation, with Jiang Nan doing most of the talking while his bodyguard listened attentively. This dynamic was comforting for her, as it felt less like a professional obligation and more like a casual outing with a boyfriend. When they encountered delicious local snacks, Jiang Nan would buy some for her. Although these treats were inexpensive, they warmed her heart. Yet, this kindness also heightened her alertness, making her wonder if Jiang Nan had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she found herself enchanted by the attention, caught in a dilemma. As they made their way back to the hotel, Jiang Nan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhu Yuyu calling. Pressing the answer button, he was greeted by a slightly hoarse yet melodious voice that he had missed. "Hi, Jiang Nan. What are you up to?" "Just out shopping with a girl," he replied with a smile. "Ugh, how annoying," came the playful retort from the other end. "Have you forgotten about me now that you have a girl with you?" "Perhaps a little. I've been quite busy and honestly didn't think of you." "You're such a tease." Zhu Yuyu's voice took on a more melancholic tone. "Are you trying to make me jealous? There's really no girl with you, is there?" "Of course not," Jiang Nan replied. "Do you really think someone like me would be without female company? Such a nuisance. What kind of girl could possibly be better looking than me?" "Well, that's a tough question," Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. "I can't say she is prettier than you, but she certainly excels in one aspect." "What aspect could that be? Is her figure better? Does she have longer legs or a bigger chest?" Cough, cough. Jiang Nan cleared his throat. "You're thinking too much. It's that she can fight better than you." "Fight better? What do you mean?" Zhu Yu sounded bewildered. "The girl with me is my beautiful bodyguard. Of course she can fight better than you." Jiang Nan chuckled. "You're such a tease. So it's your bodyguard, huh?" Meanwhile, the once cheerful bodyguard's expression subtly shifted to disappointment, though she concealed it well. Following closely behind Jiang Nan, she raised her small fist slightly, as if contemplating delivering a playful punch. Chapter 174. Speaking with fists. 3 days swiftly passed. Jiang Nan scoured the entirety of the old market area, yielding a gratifying harvest of 16 pieces of jade. Among these, 10 were imperial green and 6 were emerald. During moments of ennui, he had also assessed the value of each piece, discovering that the most valuable among them was worth a staggering 40 million, while the least was nearing 20 million. The total worth of these 16 jade pieces was astonishing, amounting to over 400 million, almost reaching 500 million. Even though Jiang Nan had mentally prepared himself for such figures, his heart raced upon learning the actual sum. The prospect of selling these treasures would instantly transform him into a wealthy magnate. Reflecting on the success rate, it was indeed astonishing that within just a few days, he had employed such an extraordinary means of wealth accumulation, leaving him somewhat awestruck. Truly, it echoed the adage that earning money can be daunting even to oneself. As the 3 days unfolded, the bodyguard had grown considerably more amiable, no longer exhibiting her previously frosty demeanor, occasionally gracing him with a smile. Although Jiang Nan had not yet secured her affections, it was evident that the bodyguard harbored some burgeoning feelings for him. This sentiment was unmistakable, conveyed through her gaze, which could not be concealed. Moreover, Jiang Nan had discreetly tested her feelings toward him, and the data reflected a resounding 100 affinity. This filled him with delight. It was his first venture into courting someone, and the results were unexpectedly promising. Additionally, he assessed her loyalty, which had risen to an impressive 90, a 5-point increase from the previous 85. Clearly, her growing fondness for him had bolstered her loyalty, and reaching a full 100 seemed plausible should he secure her heart. Jiang Nan reminded himself not to become complacent. The revolution was far from complete, and efforts must continue. The airplane landed at Shanghai Airport. This marked Jiang Nan's 5th day away from Shanghai. He and the bodyguard disembarked, each carrying a backpack laden with several pieces of jade rough. Jiang Nan did not treat his beautiful bodyguard as a subordinate, burdening her with the entirety of the heavy cargo. Rather, he shared the load. This display of care was evident, and the warmth in the bodyguard's gaze toward Jiang Nan increased, not merely due to the weight of the goods, but because he had not regarded her as a mere servant. This was the source of her gratitude and appreciation. Upon returning to the hotel, the beautiful manager, Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bei all rushed to Jiang Nan, encircling him tightly. Bei even leaped into his embrace, as if he had been away for an eternity. Observing this, the bodyguard's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. Jiang Nan smiled wryly, gently stroking Bei's long hair, and suggested, "Let us retire to the room upstairs for a chat. The guests are curiously watching us." Indeed, many patrons entering and exiting the hotel cast inquisitive glances their way, and numerous hostesses gazed enviously, longing for closer interaction with Jiang Nan. Yes, the beautiful manager suddenly realized her lapse in etiquette and quickly proposed, "Let us ascend to the boss's office to converse." "Shouldn't I remain in the lobby?" the bodyguard inquired, clearly uncertain, as the other bodyguards were stationed in the lobby, having completed her task of closely guarding Jiang Nan upon their return. She was at a loss regarding her next steps. "Not at all," Jiang Nan replied. "Come upstairs with me. You shall be my personal bodyguard henceforth." The hotel's security will be entrusted to the other bodyguards. Later, I will have the manager arrange a room for you. When I require your protection, you shall accompany me." "Understood, boss." The beautiful bodyguard nodded, following behind the others, a flicker of joy lighting her face. During their time alone in the past 2 days, she had become less reserved around Jiangnan. However, with so many people present now, she reverted to her initial reticence. The path she chose as a female bodyguard stemmed from numerous hardships, her impoverished childhood and her struggles with social interactions, leading her to communicate through her fists. Chapter 175. Thoughts upon entering the office upstairs, the manager promptly went to prepare tea. "Hey, did you enjoy your time in Myanmar, boss?" Zhao Yuan flattered. "It must have been delightful, considering you didn't invite me." Bei clung tightly to Jiangnan's arm, her petite frame pressing against him. "It was decent." Jiangnan replied with a cheerful smile, "The scenery in Myanmar is quite splendid. I will take you all there when we have time." "Wow, that would be wonderful," Bei exclaimed joyfully. "You absolutely must take me along." Observing her adorable and lively demeanor, Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, diverting the conversation towards the manager. "How has the hotel business been these past few days?" "Excellent." The manager beamed. "It's increasingly thriving. We have been fully booked every day, with daily earnings nearing 200,000. Over the course of a month, that sums up to an astounding 6 million. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." "That's great to hear," Jiangnan replied casually. "Boss, such exciting news, yet you don't seem particularly thrilled," the beautiful manager playfully chided, slightly disappointed that Jiangnan seemed indifferent to the staggering monthly income. Little did she know, Jiangnan had returned with a fortune worth several billion. "Of course, I am thrilled," he said, finding her reaction amusing while offering a few perfunctory replies. It was his first encounter with the astute manager displaying such a childlike demeanor, which he found rather endearing. "Sounds rather dismissive," the manager shot him an alluring glance. "Brother Jiang, this is called composure. Do you understand?" Bei interjected. "Little rascal, this isn't your concern," the manager retorted playfully. Their rapport had grown comfortable over time. "I've been longing for the sauced fish," Jiangnan changed the subject. "Please have the kitchen prepare a few fish. Let us all enjoy a drink together." Yes. The beautiful manager nodded eagerly. "I'll instruct them right away. It will be ready soon." With that, she swayed her slender waist and hurried out. Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bei all chimed in, eagerly seeking topics to discuss with Jiangnan, who felt a warm sense of belonging among this caring group. Moreover, he found himself yearning for his hometown. Now that he had achieved success, once the busy period subsided, he planned to return home to visit his parents, bringing joy to them as well. Before long, the sauced fish and an array of sumptuous dishes were served, accompanied by the beautiful chef. The group gathered around the table, indulging in delightful conversation and laughter. Midway through the meal, the beautiful chef spoke up. "Boss, I have an idea." "What is it?" Jiangnan turned to her, curious. "Well," she began, "while the sauced fish is currently very popular among guests, I foresee that after repeated consumption, they may grow weary of it. Thus, this dish can only sustain its appeal for a limited time before customers begin to drift away." "Indeed, that is a valid point," the manager interjected. "Even the most delectable dishes can become tiresome with repetition." Jiangnan nodded, understanding her reasoning, and looked at the beautiful chef. "So what is your proposal?" "Boss," she continued, "this sauced fish was born from your creativity. I wonder if you possess a talent in this area. Perhaps you could experiment with crafting a new dish that is just as delicious and popular. If successful, our hotel could enjoy sustained growth and a steady clientele." "That sounds promising," Jiangnan affirmed. "We could certainly give it a try." "That would be splendid." The chef and manager beamed, their smiles radiating joy. "If we can develop new dishes, our hotel will flourish even further." Chapter 176. Treatment. Jiangnan pondered for a moment and remarked, "However, there is a prerequisite. You must determine where the specialty dishes are located, much like the sauced fish. The beautiful chef will first taste the ingredients with your tongue, and then I shall devise a way to improve upon it." "Understood, boss," the beautiful chef responded. "So, it is just like the sauced fish. First, we will learn from others, and then I will compile a list of ingredients for you to refine." "Quite astute," Jiangnan praised with a smile. "What is so clever about that?" The beautiful chef rolled her eyes. "I can only say I am not foolish." Laughter erupted among them. The following day, Jiangnan set off for Sana City, accompanied by the beautiful bodyguard, armed with half of a sheepskin map, embarking on a quest to locate the other half. The journey was not far, just over 100 kilometers, and after more than an hour of driving his Land Rover, they arrived. The bodyguard remained oblivious to the purpose of their trip. Jiangnan had chosen not to disclose any details, and she had not inquired. As a bodyguard, it was her fundamental duty to act rather than speak, refraining from asking unnecessary questions. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Jiangnan made a turn and parked the vehicle by the roadside. He retrieved his backpack and extracted the half-sheepskin map. There was no need to unfold it. He merely used his gaze to lock onto a target, casting out a detection. 10 kilometers to the south. 80. Very close, he mused. 8 kilometers to the southeast. 100. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he stowed the half-sheepskin map and continued driving. Approximately 6 kilometers later, the street that came into view made Jiangnan chuckle. It was the antique street of Sana City. There was no mistaking it. The other half of the map lay within the antique street. The street ran north to south, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers in length, perfectly aligning with his detected location. This antique street was also a pedestrian thoroughfare, bustling with antique enthusiasts and tourists. Jiangnan found a parking space and halted the vehicle. As the beautiful bodyguard prepared to open the door, Jiangnan said, "Sister, you need not accompany me for this part. Please wait for me here, and I will return shortly." The beautiful bodyguard paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, boss." Jiangnan offered no further explanation. He exited the vehicle, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and entered the antique street. As he walked, he continued to scan for his target. Upon reaching the middle of the street, he pinpointed the exact location. The other half of the map was within 10 meters. The direction led him to an antique shop nearby. He secured the sheepskin map in his backpack and stepped inside. An elderly gentleman, in his 60s, was dozing at the counter, the store owner. Jiangnan chose not to disturb him just yet and quickly approached the designated spot. Spotting a sheepskin scroll covered in a layer of dust on the edge of a shelf, a smile broke across his face. This was it. To be prudent, he decided to conduct a scan, rather than pulling out his own sheepskin map and risking discovery. He focused his gaze on the scroll on the shelf and cast out a detection. The other half of the sheepskin map was within 5 meters. 100. Okay, completely confirmed. Clearing his throat lightly, Jiangnan drew the owner's attention. The man looked up, instantly shifting to a warm and welcoming demeanor. "Young man, are there any items that catch your eye? Everything here is genuine antique treasure." His gaze immediately fixed upon the Armani logo on Jiangnan's suit. Jiangnan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling his prior visit to the antique street in Jiahai City, where he had been dismissed by the owner, who hardly glanced in his direction. Back then, he was clad in bargain bin attire, whereas now he was adorned in Armani. The treatment was vastly different. He understood well that only those with wealth could indulge in antiques. Had he not donned this Armani suit, he might have faced the same disdain as before. Chapter 177. The Mysterious Man. "Boss, do you have anything valuable?" Jiangnan inquired with a cheerful demeanor, feigning casualness. Indeed. Sir, how about this plate? It dates back to the prosperous Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Not quite to my taste. No worries. Let's take a look at this Tang Sankai. The proprietor continued his pitch, yet Jiangnan merely cast a fleeting glance, displaying no interest as he aimlessly perused the shop. The owner, adept at reading the room, attempted to engage him further. After a minute of this banter, Jiangnan grew weary of the idle chatter. He had no qualms about the difference of tens of thousands. He halted before a shelf displaying a half-parchment roll and pointed. "What is that? I don't believe I've seen it before." "This, sir." The owner eagerly retrieved it for Jiangnan's inspection, explaining, "You have a keen eye. This is a parchment roll from the Ming dynasty. A rather rare artifact with significant collectible value." Jiangnan nodded. "Indeed, I have not encountered such a rarity. How much does it cost?" "You truly know your stuff, sir. Spare me the pleasantries. I'm just here to indulge. Be straightforward. What is the price? I dislike dilly-dallying. Either you give me a reasonable offer, or I will take my leave." As he spoke, Jiangnan feigned an intention to depart, showing little concern. All right. The owner quickly exclaimed, "Sir, it's 200,000. If you like it, feel free to take it." Upon hearing the price, Jiangnan found no reason to haggle further. Although he suspected he could negotiate a better deal, he valued his time more. "Fine, I'll take it," he declared, producing his card with a flourish. "Swipe it." "I'm in a hurry." "Absolutely." The proprietor was elated, his movements brisk and efficient. Once the transaction was finalized, Jiangnan exited with the half-parchment roll in hand. The bodyguard awaited in the vehicle, and within mere minutes, Jiangnan returned. Though she refrained from asking questions, her curiosity was piqued. What had the owner been up to during his brief absence? Furthermore, he hadn't brought her along. It all seemed rather enigmatic. After a trip to Thailand, he had returned with just a few stones, adding to his air of mystery. In essence, he was indeed a mysterious man. With the half-parchment map secured, Jiang Nan returned in high spirits. As he approached the driver's seat, a thought struck him. Hey, as a professional bodyguard, you know how to drive, right? Of course, she replied, that's fundamental. Our driving skills undergo professional evaluation and must meet an A-grade standard. Ah. Jiang Nan chuckled mischievously, so you're an experienced driver then. His remark caused the bodyguard to blush momentarily, and she shot him a rare glare. Why don't you take the wheel? I'd like to see just how skilled you truly are. Jiang Nan moved to the passenger seat. The bodyguard opened her mouth to retort, but held her tongue, inwardly grumbling. What if I wanted to kick him out? The two switched positions, with the bodyguard now in control of the vehicle. True to her reputation as an experienced driver, she maneuvered with finesse. Perhaps Jiang Nan's presence had incited her. She deliberately executed several sharp turns and drifts, showcasing her prowess. The car glided into a stunning drift, capturing the attention of trailing vehicles, eliciting gasps and admiration from onlookers. Now that's impressive. Remarkable. Chapter 178. The first time upon returning to Jiahai City, Jiang Nan dialed in Chi's number. At the Yin family villa. And she was engrossed in examining a piece of porcelain when the phone rang. To her surprise, it was Jiang Nan calling. Humph, that annoying fellow. This is the first time he has ever called me, she muttered to herself before answering. Jiang Nan. Hi, and Chi, came Jiang Nan's voice from the receiver. Is there something you need? And Chi inquired, though deep down, she yearned to hear Jiang Nan say something like, I just wanted to hear from you. Or I've missed you. Alas, such sentiments were unlikely to be expressed. On the other end, Jiang Nan asked, Is Master Dong still at your home? And Chi felt a twinge of disappointment and replied, No, he has already returned to Yanjing. Is there something important? Indeed. I've located the other half of the sheepskin map and secured it. I wanted to discuss it with you and Master Dong. Oh, you've obtained it. That is wonderful. And she exclaimed, her spirits lifting. Master Dong has been anxious about this. I'll inform Grandpa right away so he can call Master Dong. Great. I'll await your call. Okay, goodbye. Bye. After hanging up, and she spun her slender waist and dashed out of the collection room, calling to her grandfather, who was practicing Tai Chi in the park. Grandpa, I have good news. At the Grand Hotel, Jiang Nan was piecing together the two halves of the sheepskin scroll. It was a treasure map. 0. Darn it. I'm utterly disheartened, he exclaimed. The revelation that it was not a treasure map extinguished the excitement that had previously consumed him. He had invested considerable thought into the possibility of it leading to a significant treasure, but to his dismay, it was not to be. Feeling somewhat dejected, he carefully stored the sheepskin scroll in his backpack and tossed it into the room. He then retrieved the jade rough stones he had brought back from Myanmar, packed them into a small suitcase, and headed downstairs, this time without his bodyguard. He intended to cut the jade alone at Liyuan Community, preferring solitude for this task. Driving into Liyuan Community, he parked and took the suitcase upstairs. Just as he exited the elevator, his phone rang. It was Chi calling. Without a doubt, it concerned the sheepskin scroll, but now that he knew it wasn't a treasure map, his interest had waned. With a lackluster tone, he answered, Hi, and Chi. Jiang Nan, Grandpa has spoken with Master Dong. He will arrive by plane in the evening. You should come to my house then. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. I'll make it by evening. Good. See you later. Okay. After ending the call, Jiang Nan locked the door to his rented floor, retrieved a small cutting machine from his bedroom, and quietly began to cut the jade. One piece, then another. His technique grew increasingly adept, and his speed quickened. Once finished, he beamed at the magnificent shades of emerald and imperial green he had unveiled, his joy rendering him speechless. This haul was worth nearly 500 million, having invested just a few days of work. He could only imagine the envy of others if they knew. Some might even feel an urge to strangle him out of jealousy. Chapter 179. The Union of Two. As dusk descended, the atmosphere was filled with anticipation. Ah, young Master Jiang, you have arrived. Haraha. Upon Jiang Nan's arrival, Old Master and Master Dong stood at the entrance of the living room to welcome him. This sight astonished the surrounding servants, as it was the first time they witnessed such esteemed figures personally greeting a guest, particularly a young man like Jiang Nan. Though he had visited a few times before, the servants were unaware of his true identity. Their curiosity piqued. They speculated on the young man's significance, marveling at how someone so youthful could garner such attention from Old Master and Master Dong. A few young maids gazed at Jiang Nan with starry eyes, dreaming of the possibilities if fate would allow them a chance encounter with such a man. Old Master, Master Dong. Jiang Nan greeted with a smile as he alighted from the vehicle. Come in, come in. Old Master and gestured invitingly, leading the way. Jiang Nan and Master Dong followed closely behind, almost side by side, into the living room. I cannot wait any longer, young brother. Have you found the other half of the parchment map? Master Dong inquired eagerly. Indeed, I have brought it with me, Jiang Nan replied. Upon entering the living room, he made his way to the sofa, placing his backpack on the coffee table and retrieving both halves of the parchment map. Master Dong, this is your half. And this is the other half that I acquired. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Master Dong exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement. I never imagined I would witness the unification of two scattered parchment maps in my lifetime. However, he suddenly paused, recalling something. Young brother, have you compared them? Are you certain they form one complete map? There's no doubt, Jiang Nan assured him. I have verified that all the lines align perfectly. Excellent, excellent, Master Dong exclaimed. As he began to piece the two halves together, Old Masterin, equally intrigued, leaned in closely to observe. And she also approached, her interest piqued. Before long, the two halves of the parchment map were seamlessly joined, confirming Jiang Nan's assertion. The lines indeed connected beautifully, revealing a complete map. Remarkable, remarkable. Haha. This is wonderful. Master Dong was visibly relieved. Master Dong, Old Master, can you discern what this map represents? Jiang Nan inquired. I have only skimmed its contents, as I have been preoccupied with numerous matters and have yet to fully comprehend its significance. Even you, young brother, cannot decipher it? Old Master furrowed his brow. Patience. Patience, Master Dong interjected. Maps are complex entities, intertwined with countless elements. One must calm their mind and consider the historical context to uncover the true meaning. Indeed, Master Dong. Jiang Nan responded nonchalantly. I have been inundated with affairs lately and cannot dedicate the time for thorough examination. Therefore, I shall leave my half of the parchment here for both of you to study diligently. I have other matters to attend to. Acknowledging that it was not a treasure map, he feigned a casual excuse to take his leave. Very well, very well. Haraha. Since young brother trusts me enough to leave his half of the parchment, it is truly delightful. Master Dong said joyfully. Young brother, attend to your affairs. I shall conduct a thorough study and inform you of my findings. Jiang Nan responded with a polite dismissal. All right then, Master Dong. Old Master, I appreciate your efforts. Chapter 180. A batch two elderly gentlemen were diligently studying a map when Anshi escorted Jiang Nan outside. As Jiang Nan was getting into the car, Anshi inquired, Jiang Nan, how much did you spend to acquire this half of the sheepskin map? Not a significant amount, Jiang Nan chuckled. Only 200,000. Indeed, Anshi nodded, just 200,000 is quite trivial. Even if we derive nothing substantial from it, it matters little. Moreover, merging the two halves of the map significantly enhances its collectible value, thereby substantially increasing its worth. Jiang Nan smiled, yet inwardly he scoffed, reflecting on how a woman from a wealthy family could nonchalantly regard 200,000 as mere pocket change. If any of his other friends had heard that figure, they would have been utterly astonished. I'm off now, Jiang Nan said as he started the car, rolling down the window for a final farewell. All right, and she replied, her gaze lingering on him. After a brief moment of hesitation, she added, when you're free. Shall we watch a movie together? Of course, Jiang Nan responded. We had agreed to see a film together last time, but you had a sudden change of heart. That was due to you, and she began, her expression tightening, yet she trailed off, leaving her statement unfinished. Jiang Nan, somewhat bewildered, asked, due to what? Oh, it's nothing. Just go about your business, and remember to invite me when you're free. Anshi's voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. All right, Jiang Nan smiled. I'm leaving now. Anshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her delicate hand at him. With a grin, Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Anshi stood rooted to the spot, watching the vehicle disappear, and let out a soft sigh before returning to the living room. Upon returning to the hotel, dusk had begun to settle. After dinner, Jiang Nan entered his bedroom and opened WeChat to message Zhu Yuyo, his fingers dancing across the screen as he typed, Hi, Yuyo. Are you there? Almost instantly, a reply pinged in. Wow, handsome, have you missed me? Why have you taken the initiative to contact me today? Indeed, I have, Jiang Nan replied. Where have you missed me? Zhu Yuyo teased. Hee, shy face, of course, I've been thinking about you. Forget that. You've thrown me off track. I actually have something to discuss with you. What could be more important than missing me? You're making me feel sad. Crying face, sobbing face, sweating face, smug face. All right, enough of this banter. Let us get down to serious matters. All right then, I'll cry in secret without you knowing. This girl truly is a captivating little enchantress. Okay, what else on your mind? It's like this: I've acquired a batch of imperial green and emeralds that I wish to auction off. Since you are knowledgeable in this area, what do you think is the best way to handle this? Wait, am I seeing this correctly? You mean a batch of imperial green and emeralds? Indeed. I've never heard of imperial green and emeralds being talked about in batches before. Jiangnan, you startled me. Now tell me, how many pieces are in your batch? Chapter 181. Rules. Jiangnan. About a dozen pieces. Zhiyuyu. A dozen. Are you a devil? Jiangnan. Zhiyuyu. Jiangnan. Are you serious? Are there really a dozen? If so, with so many imperial greens and emerald greens, we must strategize how to proceed with the auction. Jiangnan. To be precise, there are 16 pieces, 10 imperial greens and 6 emerald greens. Zhiyuyu. Jiangnan. What is the matter? Zhiyuyu. I'm going insane. Oh my god, 16 pieces. Let me think. How much is that worth? Jiangnan. You needn't worry about that. I've calculated it. The approximate value is around 500 million. Your task is to maximize the profit when you auction these items. Zhiyuyu. Oh my god, 500 million. That figure takes my breath away. Jiangnan, you're a tycoon. I want to have your children. Jiangnan. Later. Sending another message. All right. Stop joking. Let us discuss serious matters. How should we arrange this? Should I bring the jade over tomorrow, or what? Zhiyuyu. I certainly hope you can come tomorrow. I miss you dearly and wish to see you at this very moment. However, if you come tomorrow, the auction won't work. With such a large batch of imperial greens and emerald greens, you need to wait until 3 days later during the mid-month large auction. That is when valuable items are auctioned. Jiangnan. I see. I understand now. I'll head over in 3 days. Zhiyuyu. Jiangnan. Can you confirm that all of them are indeed imperial greens and emerald greens? Jiangnan. He felt a surge of irritation. How could Zhiyuyu doubt him? Zhiyuyu. What I mean is, if you can confirm completely, please send me the photos of the imperial greens and emerald greens first. I'll start promoting them. This way, we can maximize our gains at the auction in 3 days. According to the rules, we must have them appraised at the auction house first. Only then can I promote them. I consider you my most trusted friend, and I'm willing to vouch for this. Oh, Jiangnan understood Zhiyuyu's intentions. She wanted to bear the risk and provide her guarantee to proceed with the promotional efforts. Realizing the situation, Jiangnan smiled. Joking aside, she was quite admirable. He swiftly typed out a message. Dear, I appreciate your intentions and thank you for your trust. However, since the auction house has its rules, I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. I'll come by tomorrow to have the items appraised. Zhiyuyu. Great. Once you've booked your flight, let me know the time, and I'll pick you up at the airport. But one more thing, after the appraisal. The emerald greens or imperial greens need to be temporarily stored at the auction house. You must understand that. Jiangnan. No problem. I trust the auction house in the Magic City. Zhiyuyu. Then I have nothing to worry about. Remember to inform me of your flight details once they are booked. I'll be there to pick you up. Jiangnan. All right. I'll express my gratitude in advance. Zhiyuyu. What else with the thanks? Given our relationship. Jiangnan. Zhiyuyu. Blushing. Jiangnan. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll book my flight online and let you know the exact time. Zhiyuyu. Okay, a kiss goodbye. Jiangnan. Zhiyuyu. Hee. Smiling face. Chapter 182. Discovery. The following day, as noon approached, Jiangnan emerged from the bustling airport of the Magic City, pulling along a suitcase, clad in Armani. Hey, handsome. A distant, slightly husky yet melodious voice called out, unmistakably belonging to Zhiyuyu. Following the sound, Jiangnan spotted her waving enthusiastically in his direction. He returned the gesture and made his way over, increasingly captivated by her stunning appearance. Today, she was dressed in a manner that exuded sensuality. Enchanting and alluring, she was nothing short of a fairy. Her striking presence drew the attention of passers-by, many of whom couldn't help but steal glances at her, unknowingly ensnared by her charm. Those who noticed her greeting Jiangnan turned their envy-laden eyes toward him, their jealousy swiftly dissipating upon his arrival, leaving only admiration in its wake. It was no wonder, clad in Armani, Jiangnan's dashing demeanor made him a figure of envy among many men, rendering their own efforts pale in comparison. Such a man naturally attracting the affections of a beauty like her was entirely expected. Wow, you look incredibly handsome today. As she approached, Zhu Yuyu appraised Jiang Nan with evident delight. You look beautiful as well, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Hee, could it be that we are a match made in heaven? Zhu Yuyu teased, linking her arm through his, her curvaceous form pressing against him. Jiang Nan felt an immediate rush of discomfort, muttering, please don't do that. I can hardly withstand it. My immunity to women is at 0. Come on. Let us finish the appraisal at the auction house, and I'll treat you to coffee, Zhu Yuyu chirped happily. As they conversed, they got into the car, a vibrant red Porsche Cayenne, and sped off toward the auction house. Jiang Nan, will you be staying in the Magic City for 3 days this time? Zhu Yuyu inquired eagerly. Oh. Jiang Nan pondered for a brief moment. If there are no other matters, then yes. Wonderful. I've taken a couple of days off to show you around the Magic City, Zhu Yuyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Jiang Nan felt a twinge of awkwardness. Your enthusiasm is making me feel a bit embarrassed. What is there to be embarrassed about? Zhu Yuyu shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling. Don't be so formal with me, all right? All right. Their light-hearted banter continued as the red Porsche Cayenne wove skillfully through the bustling traffic. Meanwhile, at the in-family villa in Jia City, a thunderous exclamation erupted from a room within. It was Master Dong, typically composed, now visibly disheveled. With red-rimmed eyes and unkempt hair, he had spent the entire night engrossed in research after acquiring 2 halves of an ancient parchment map, consumed by his obsession. His outburst drew the attention of old Masterin, who hurriedly approached, asking, Master Dong, have you made a discovery? Yes, yes, Master Dong replied, brimming with excitement. I finally understand. This parchment map indicates the location of a sunken ship from Zheng He's voyages to the Western Seas. We've been puzzled by the red dot marked on the map, but now I realize that it signifies the wreck's location. Old Masterin gasped in astonishment. His face a mask of shock as he stammered, Could it be the treasure ship that is said to have sunk in the sea during Zheng He's expeditions? Indeed. I now have an 80 certainty, Master Dong affirmed. Then suddenly recalled something. Quickly, call Brother Jiang. Chapter 183. Torment. Oh my God. So many imperial green and emeralds. In the appraisal room of the auction house, Mr. Zhang gazed at the 16 pieces of jade before him, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. In my lifetime, I have only seen one person bring 2 pieces of imperial green for appraisal, a truly rare occurrence. And now he was so overwhelmed that he struggled to find the words to continue. Jiang Nan chuckled beside him. Zhu Yuyu was also smiling sweetly. She had already been stunned, and now witnessing the elder's astonishment brought her amusement. She cast a tender glance at Jiang Nan, fully convinced that he was no ordinary wealthy individual, but rather a figure of extraordinary affluence, a true magnate. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also exceptionally rich. And to top it off, he was remarkably handsome, truly the Prince Charming of her dreams. She thought to herself that she must secure him, employing any means necessary. If all else fails, she would resort to making things official. After leaving the appraisal room, the 16 pieces of jade were entrusted to the auction house for safekeeping, and a receipt was issued to Jiang Nan. Beautiful lady, where would you like to dine? Jiang Nan inquired cheerfully. He was in high spirits, knowing that in a few days, these stones would transform into a substantial sum of money, nearly 500 million, marking his true entry into the realm of the wealthy. I thought you were inviting me for coffee? Zhu Yuyu replied. There's a renowned CAF in the city. Their coffee is exceptional. And do not underestimate the experience of enjoying coffee there, especially the famous Kopi Luwak, which costs several hundred per cup. Oh, of course I forgot. You're a tycoon now. Haha, such trivial expenses must not concern you. But for us working-class individuals, it requires some inner deliberation to justify indulging in a cup. As she concluded, she feigned a pitiful expression. All right, let us go for coffee, but I insist on treating you. You have been such a tremendous help to me. I can't let you pay, Jiang Nan chuckled. No, Zhu Yuyu insisted. It must be my treat. This is a modest expense I can afford. I should at least have the chance to treat you once. Otherwise, it would hurt my pride if you always paid. Jiang Nan responded. Let us go. Get in the car. The red Porsche Cayenne came to a halt on the bustling street. Zhu Yuyu and Jiang Nan exited the vehicle, and she effortlessly linked her arm with his, squeezing against him, prompting a helpless smile from Jiang Nan as he endured the torment. Before them stood an exquisite European-style building, adorned with distinctive decor. The patrons entering and exiting appeared to be elite individuals, including a noteworthy number of foreigners. Naturally, the presence of attractive foreign women caught Jiang Nan's attention. Their figures were captivating, often dressed in revealing attire that was quite alluring. Upon entering the CAF, Jiang Nin observed that it was run by foreigners. The servers, both male and female, were all foreigners as well. The women were strikingly beautiful, their figures alluring. Clad in the CAF's unique uniforms, adding to the ambience. The environment itself was splendid and luxurious, with crystal chandeliers adorning the ceiling, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Many guests were scattered throughout the CAF, engaged in casual conversations, contributing to a warm and inviting ambience. The two chose a corner table, settling in as a waitress approached them. "May I take your order?" she asked in English. Zhu Yuyu replied fluently, 2 cups of kopi luwak. Chapter 184. 2 words 2 cups of cat poop coffee were served. Jiang Nin had never tasted it before. After taking a sip, he found the flavor peculiar and rather unsatisfactory. He sighed, "It's not even good, yet it costs significantly more than other coffees." "Indeed," Zhu Yuyu chimed in, "I also find it unpalatable." "I see now," Jiang Nin remarked. This is akin to dining in a 5-star hotel. The objective can be summarized in 2 words. Pretentiousness. Haraha. Zhu Yuyu laughed uncontrollably, her already alluring figure becoming even more pronounced with her exuberant laughter. "Come, let's toast to our pretentiousness," Jiang Nin declared, raising his coffee cup. Uft. Zhu Yuyu burst into laughter even more, exclaiming, "This is coffee, not alcohol. Having paid for it, we shall drink as we please," Jiang Nin retorted, eliciting further fits of laughter from Zhu Yuyu. As they bantered and chuckled, Jiang Nin quickly finished his cup of coffee. Unlike others who sipped cautiously, he drank heartily, prompting Zhu Yuyu to roll her eyes in disbelief. "Miss," Jiang Nin beckoned to the waitress, calling out in English. The waitresses approached, and upon noticing Jiang Nan's empty cup, one of them cheerfully inquired, "Sir, would you like a refill?" "No." Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. "Just bring me a pot." The waitress looked taken aback. Zhu Yuyu mirrored her astonishment. It was indeed the first time they had witnessed someone ordering such a modest amount of coffee. Even the patrons at the adjacent table turned their heads, unable to suppress their laughter. "Sir, are you truly requesting a whole pot?" The waitress asked for confirmation, clearly surprised at the prospect, as the pot of cat poop coffee cost over 10,000 yuan. "Did I not make myself clear?" Jiang Nin replied. "Is my English insufficiently articulate?" "Oh no, not at all," the waitress hurriedly assured him, placing a pot of coffee on the table before turning and scurrying away. Zhu Yuyu shot Jiang Nin a disapproving glance. "Look at how you startled her." Jiang Nin remained silent. "By the way, where do you wish to go this afternoon, Jiang Nin?" Zhu Yuyu queried. "Well," Jiang Nin pondered for a moment. "You decide. I'm not familiar with the charms of the Magic City. Wherever is enjoyable, that's where we shall go." "All right," Zhu Yuyu nodded. "I'll make the arrangements." Just then, Jiang Nan's phone rang. Mounting the desert steed, with a pipe and hourglass at his side, he pulled out his phone to see that it was a call from Anchi. A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that she had made progress with the sheepskin map? As he contemplated, he pressed the answer button, and Anchi's voice immediately came through. "Jiang Nan, where are you? You need to come to my house right away." "Ah." Jiang Nan hesitated momentarily, gathering his thoughts. "I'm not in Jianghaishi at the moment. I stepped out for a bit. Is there something urgent?" He did not wish for Anchi to know he was in Shanghai. "Yes. Master Dong has figured out the sheepskin map and wants you to come over to discuss our next steps." "Ah? Master Dong has deciphered it?" Jiang Nin was somewhat taken aback, thinking how remarkable the old man truly was. He quickly inquired, "What is the situation with the map?" Knowing it was not a treasure map, he was not overly excited. Master Dong claims he is 80% certain it indicates the location of a sunken ship from Zhang He's voyages. Historical records state that one of his treasure ships, laden with an array of porcelain, sank. A treasure ship. At this revelation, Jiang Nan's composure faltered. "Good heavens. It's not a treasure map, but it indicates the location of a treasure ship's wreck. Isn't that akin to a treasure map? We're bound to strike it rich." Chapter 185. A heart-shattered Jiang Nan. "When will you stop rushing back?" "Perhaps in the evening." "All right. Do hurry. Master Dong is quite delighted and eagerly awaits your return." "Sure." After they hung up, Zhu Yuyu, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Whose call was that?" It sounded like a woman. "It was Anchi," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "Ah, Anchi. So, she misses you already after just a short while?" Zhu Yuyu teased. "Are you looking for trouble, girl?" Jiang Nan retorted. Zhu Yuyu giggled. "Jiang Nan. May I ask you something?" "What is it?" He lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Are you and Anchi in a romantic relationship? If so, do you think it's appropriate for us to be this close?" Jiang Nan countered. What is inappropriate about it? Well, a girlfriend isn't a wife. You're not married. So I can pursue you. Besides, even if you were married, I could still be your mistress, Zhu Yuyu stated candidly. Jiang Nan was momentarily speechless. Zhu Yuyu laughed heartily. Honestly, Jiang Nan, you are quite the peculiar tycoon. Most wealthy men tend to pursue women with ill intentions, but you are different. Don't misunderstand, Jiang Nan replied. I've only recently acquired wealth and Haven Tea had the chance to go astray. I'm merely on that path, so please do not harbor any misconceptions about me. You look adorable when you're at a loss for words. Jiang Nan, with a hint of resignation, said, Sister, I must express something now this afternoon. I want to be able to join you. What? Why? Zhu Yuyu was taken aback. I have matters to attend to and must return to Jianghai quickly. Is it because of Anchi's call? Yes, Jiang Nan confirmed with a nod. Oh dear, my heart is shattered. After all this time longing for you. You arrive only to leave so soon. We had planned to have fun together, and now you abandon me. Leaving me all alone, Zhu Yuyu feigned a pitiful expression. Though it was evident that her anger was not genuine, her demeanor was simply endearing. Jiang Nan thought to himself, what a little enchantress. He relished the time spent with Zhu Yuyu. Not only was she beautiful and charming, but she was also witty and engaging, making every moment delightful. I must hasten to book a flight back, he stated while pulling out his phone to arrange his travel. All right. A heartbroken soul like you deserves a ride to the airport. I'll see you off. Zhu Yuyu continued her playful act of feigned sorrow, looking utterly adorable. Jiang Nan chuckled wryly. Sister, don't do that. Your expression makes it difficult for me to leave. Hee that's even better. This afternoon, we can continue our adventures. And tonight you can stay at my place. As she concluded, she winked playfully, hinting at an alternate meaning. If Jiang Nan desired, they could share a bed. A wave of emotion washed over Jiang Nan as he gazed at the charming woman before him, his heart torn. He truly wished to stay, but reason prevailed. There would be ample opportunities in the future. He needed to prioritize his matters at hand. Finishing his cup of coffee, Jiang Nan called out, Waiter, the bill, please. The waitress approached, and Jiang Nan prepared to pay through WeChat. I said I'd take care of it. Zhu Yuyu insisted, attempting to pay. One couldn't help but admire her intelligence. She didn't act overly feminine about the small sum. Deciding not to argue, Jiang Nan allowed Zhu Yuyu to pay. After all, he would ensure that she never suffered any loss while they were together. Chapter 186. 20 billion not worth it. Around 8 o'clock in the evening. At the Anja Villa. Brother Jiang, you have finally returned. Laughter erupted as Jiang Nan entered the living room, greeted warmly by Old Master and Master Dong. My apologies for being a bit late, Jiang Nan offered courteously. Not at all. Not at all. Master Dong waved his hand eagerly. Come, Brother Jiang. Take another look at this sheepskin map and examine the historical records. Consider whether my analysis holds true. Very well. Jiang Nan nodded with feigned seriousness. Approaching the ancient sheepskin map, beside which lay a hefty stack of historical texts. One of the books detailed Zheng He's voyages to the west. He pretended to study the map, glancing at the texts, while secretly conducting a discreet probe. Was this the location of the sunken treasure ships from Zheng He's expeditions? In the next moment, a string of numbers materialized. 100. With Master Dong's confidence at only 80, Jiang Nan, having identified a clear target, effortlessly concluded that it indeed marked the site of a sunken treasure ship from Zheng He's voyages. His heart swelled with delight. After a moment's contemplation, he continued his probing. The location of the shipwreck lay to the north. After several tests, he swiftly determined it to be in the south. Then, testing the distance, he ascertained it to be approximately 5,000 kilometers away, significantly closer than the other half of the sheepskin map he possessed, though still in international waters. After further reflection, he continued to explore the value of the sunken treasure. The worth of the treasures submerged beneath the ocean exceeded 1 billion. 100. His threshold was set at 1 billion, considering the immense difficulty of salvaging a ship from the depths of the sea. If the treasures aboard were of negligible value, he would not even entertain the thought. With a few stones, he could easily accrue several billion. Why exert himself to salvage a mere ship? However, the test results indicated a value above 1 billion, which piqued his interest, prompting him to probe further. The value exceeded 5 billion. 100. Now this is intriguing. The value surpassed 10 billion. 100. The value exceeded 20 billion. 90. Understood. It is approximately 20 billion. He did not immediately reveal his thoughts, maintaining his pretense of studying the sheepskin map. While contemplating whether the 20 billion was worth the effort to salvage the ship, Had anyone known of his deliberations, they would surely feel a pang of envy. After a moment of reflection, he made a decision. If he were to be involved in the laborious undertaking, then it would not be worthwhile. 20 billion was not worth the hassle. However, if he could contribute his half of the sheepskin map or merely assist in locating the treasure without significant effort, then a 50-50 share of the profits would be quite appealing. Having reached a resolution, he lifted his gaze to Old Master In and Master Dong. Indeed, this is certainly one of the treasure ships that sank during Zheng He's voyages. Haha. Master Dong beamed with joy. Brother, you share my perspective. That is splendid news. According to historical records, that ship carried a vast array of porcelain, notably blue and white ceramics. If we can retrieve it now, its value will be immense. With this sheepskin map, we can ascertain its approximate location and prepare to dispatch a salvage fleet. Ha ha ha. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Old Master In chimed in, his excitement palpable. Brother, Master Dong turned to Jiang Nan, his enthusiasm unabated, based on the recorded position on the map. I calculated it to be around 4,000 kilometers into international waters. Please take a closer look and see if your assessment aligns with mine. Chapter 187, Decision No. Master Dong, our perspectives differ greatly, Jiang Nan remarked. In my judgment, it is approximately 5,000 kilometers. Master Dong was taken aback and after a moment replied, that is quite a discrepancy, 1,000 kilometers, and moreover, it is in the ocean. A 1,000-kilometer error would make the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Young brother, with such a statement, I find myself lacking the confidence to proceed with the salvage. If we mobilize resources and spend 1 or 2 years without results, it would be rather unwise. Indeed. Eldarin frowned in agreement. We must consider whether we should embark on the salvage effort. My assessment of the location is undeniably accurate, Jiang Nan asserted with conviction. Furthermore, I can confidently determine the precise position. However, even so, I question the necessity of mobilizing such efforts for the salvage. Hiss. Both Master Dong and Eldarin inhaled sharply. Young brother, you are able to pinpoint the exact location? Indeed, Jiang Nan replied. The map is recorded with such clarity that it is certainly feasible. You truly are remarkable, Master Dong could not help but exclaim. After a moment, he felt it prudent to clarify. Young brother, do not misconstrue my words. I meant to say, you are extraordinarily skilled. It is of no consequence, Master Dong, Jiang Nan smiled. I understand your intent. That is well, Master Dong said, visibly relieved. He then shifted the conversation. Young brother, since you can accurately determine the location, we must proceed with the salvage. I indeed wish to salvage, Jiang Nan affirmed. Of course. Master Dong continued. I have already discussed this matter with Eldarin and involved him in the process. However, as friends, we must also maintain clarity in our dealings. Each of us shall possess 1 copy of the map. Therefore, my plan is that Eldarin's participation will entitle him to 1/5 of the share, while each of us will take 2/5. What do you think, young brother? With Master Dong's statement, Jiang Nan understood the implications. Given Eldarin's involvement, it would be inappropriate to exclude him, hence Master Dong's decision. He promptly replied, that is perfectly acceptable. I have no objections. Wonderful. Master Dong exclaimed joyfully. Young brother Jiang, you are quite magnanimous. Eldarin smiled knowingly, and nearby, and she exhaled deeply in relief. At this juncture, Jiang Nan posed a query. I wish to understand one thing. If we were to hire a salvage team to recover a vessel from international waters, what would the financial commitment be? My concern lies in the potential lack of value in the items recovered. If the investment is substantial, it may not be worthwhile even with an accurate location. The investment will not be excessive, Master Dong assured. A few million, at most 15 to 20 million should suffice. As for your concerns, young brother, should we successfully recover items, their worth will undoubtedly be significant. I am willing to take the risk. Are you worried about the initial investment? Merely a few million or 15 to 20 million. That is hardly a matter of concern. It is a small sum. Jiang Nan chuckled upon hearing Master Dong's words. With such a modest investment, he felt no fear, fully aware that the items recovered could yield 20 billion, a guaranteed profit. No one else possesses a greater advantage. Haha. Young brother, that is precisely the attitude. Master Dong laughed heartily. In our line of work, one must possess courage. Losses are part of the game. But when the time comes to act, one must do so decisively. If Jiang Nan were to be timid, I would truly be disappointed. Chapter 188. Dining invitation. A group of individuals deliberated until the midnight hour, ultimately deciding that the salvage team and other trivial matters would be arranged by the esteemed Mr. Un. However, Jiang Nin insisted on accompanying the ship during its voyage. Master Dong and Mr. N expressed their intent to join him as well. Clearly, each individual felt the need to witness the operation firsthand and ascertain the potential yield, which would alleviate their concerns. Yet, Jiang Nan's true motive was not rooted in distrust towards the two. Rather, he sought to achieve precise positioning. Were it not for this necessity, he would not have chosen to accompany them, for the salvage could yield him several hundred million. With this brief interlude, he could easily devise ways to acquire a similar fortune elsewhere. In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Nan departed from the Yin family villa and returned to his hotel, where he took a refreshing shower and retired to his bedroom. Perhaps due to his late night, he found himself unable to drift into slumber. He contemplated scrolling through his phone for a while, only to discover multiple WeChat messages awaiting his attention, which he had overlooked while discussing matters with Mr. N. Upon opening the notifications, he found a simple inquiry from Zhu Shishir. Jiang Nan, are you there? The time was 9 p.m. Jiang Nan chose not to respond, and she did not follow up. Time passed, and he noticed it was already past midnight. Replying at this hour seemed inappropriate, prompting a resigned smile as he resolved to wait until morning. He then perused Zhang Yimin's messages, which contained 2 entries. The first read, "Darling, do you miss me?" The second followed shortly after. "How rude. Why aren't you replying?" Judging by the timestamps, both messages were sent around 10 p.m. Jiang Nan chuckled at his predicament, but opted not to respond. Next, he opened CC's message. "Rich and handsome brother. I'm home alone since my dad is out. Can we chat for a bit?" Jiang Nan could only shake his head in bemusement, deeming a reply unnecessary. He then began scrolling through Douyin, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. The next day, he awoke to find it was already noon. Glancing at the clock, Jiang Nan sighed, realizing that sleeping in late had become a habit. He exited his office to find everyone else busy. Even the bodyguard had likely gone to the lobby. He promptly called the lovely chef, requesting a fish to be sent to him. After a simple lunch, he retrieved his phone and pondered for a moment before opening Zhu Shishir's message, responding, "Is there something on your mind, Shishir? I saw your message late last night and just woke up now." From the content of her message, it seemed she might have something to discuss. In no time, a response came back. "Jiang Nan, you just woke up now?" Jiang Nan replied, "Yes." Zhu Shishir continued, "I envy you, not having to worry about work and waking up naturally. Is it true that you count money until your hands cramp?" Jiang Nan chuckled, "While waking up naturally is delightful, counting money until my hands cramp is far from reality." Zhu Shishir playfully retorted, "Oh please, as if I haven't seen you make over 1 million before." Jiang Nan chuckled inwardly, thinking that a mere million was trivial. He was on the brink of acquiring 500 million. Yet, he refrained from voicing this, fearing it would come across as boastful. Instead, he sent another message. "Did you want to contact me for something last night?" Zhu Shishir replied, "Nothing too important, really. I just wanted to invite you to dinner. It's been several days since I last saw you. I miss you a bit." Jiang Nan smiled wryly, realizing it was not a matter of great significance, merely a dinner invitation. "I'm open to dining together. Just let me know when. I'm in Jianghai City for the next couple of days, but I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. How about dinner then?" Zhu Shishir suggested. "Sounds good. I'll come to pick you up," Jiang Nan replied. "Great," she responded enthusiastically. Chapter 189. Nothing left when they met in the evening. Zhu Shishir's alluring attire left Jiang Nan both amused and bewildered. Her outfit was as scant as it could possibly be, a strappy top that exposed her chest and waist, paired with a short black skirt that revealed her fair thighs. As she settled into the passenger seat, Jiang Nan chuckled, "Are you trying to save fabric for the nation? Beautiful." "How annoying." Zhu Shishir shot him a playful glare. "Isn't it pretty?" "Indeed, it's stunning," Jiang Nan replied, "but such attire could incite a crime." "Then let the crime happen," Zhu Shishir bantered, her enchanting eyes twinkling mischievously. "Is there anything I can't do with you?" Jiang Nan was taken aback, thinking, "Goodness, this girl's advances are overwhelming." He quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, isn't your colleague, Zhuang Daidai, joining us? She has other commitments today and won't be coming," Zhu Shishir said, a flicker of unease crossing her eyes, as if she were fabricating an excuse. "That's fine," Jiang Nan reassured her. "I'm not well acquainted with her, so dining together might feel a bit awkward." Yet, he recalled their last karaoke outing, where they had shared warm embraces, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Exactly," Zhu Shishir affirmed. "We two old colleagues get along splendidly." She playfully winked, adding,
And with just the two of us, it's much easier to do whatever we want. Jiangnan thought. Careful now, this girl is treading on dangerous ground. I might lose control. He redirected the conversation. So, what do you feel like eating? It doesn't seem matter as long as we have fun, she replied. But we should eat something. We can't starve. Then how about Hai Di Lao? Zhu Shishir suggested after a moment's thought. Isn't that a bit low-key? Jiangnan smiled. No need to worry about my budget. That sounds perfect, she insisted. I've said it before, it's all about enjoyment, not the money. Zhu Shishir beamed. I've missed you these past few days, and seeing you now makes me really happy. Please, don't say such things, or I might just fall for you. Jiangnan joked. Really? She asked, eyes sparkling. Of course, he replied. Uft. Your expression says otherwise. Zhu Shishir rolled her eyes playfully. As Jiangnan started the car, they merged into the flow of traffic. Though their meal at Hai Di Lao didn't cost much, they thoroughly enjoyed themselves, chatting as they dined. By the time they left the hot pot restaurant, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. With a thoughtful look, Zhu Shishir turned to Jiangnan and asked, How about we go to KTV for some singing? If you want to go, I'm all in, Jiangnan said. I've mentioned before, when we're out. Don't worry about expenses. Spending a little on food and singing is trivial. Great, Zhu Shishir exclaimed. Let us head to that familiar place we went last time. Sounds good, Jiangnan agreed as they drove to the KTV, ready to indulge in a sweet night of entertainment. Arriving at the KTV, they smoothly navigated their way inside, secured a private room along with some beverages, and began their karaoke adventure. Initially, they belted out songs, but as the night progressed, they started drinking and singing together, eventually ending up in each other's arms, lost in passionate kisses. Zhu Shishir was irresistibly forward, and Jiangnan found himself completely unable to resist. In just over an hour, her attire had all but vanished, leaving nothing hidden from Jiangnan's gaze. Chapter 190, all-encompassing as he embarked on the vessel of the desert. With a pipe and hourglass on his back, Jiangnan was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the shrill ring of his phone. A slight movement revealed a figure atop him. It was Zhu Shishir, her fair arm draped over him. The two lay entwined beneath the covers in a hotel room, entirely bare. A wry smile crept across his face as he recalled the alluring figure of Zhu Shishir from the previous night. The temptation had proven too great, leading them to abandon the KTV for the hotel. Zhu Shishir had been thoroughly indulged, every facet of her explored. The ringing phone roused her, and her large, enchanting eyes locked onto Jiangnan's with a smile. She felt utterly satisfied from the previous night's escapades, yet the aftermath left her weary, longing for more rest. Jiangnan affectionately tousled her long hair, glancing at his phone to find it was a call from the little one, Bei. He answered, and her melodious voice chimed in. Brother Jiang, did you not return last night? Or did you leave early this morning? I left early this morning, Jiangnan replied casually. Noticing the time was only 8 o'clock. Why am I up so early today? The manager has been looking for you. I knocked for ages with no response. So I called, only to find you had already dashed out. What's the manager want with me? Jiangnan inquired. Yes, the head chef has selected a dish and wishes to taste it with you. Ah, I shall return shortly then. Okay, Bei responded. I'll inform the manager. All right, Jiangnan said, ending the call. Something important? Zhu Shishir asked. Indeed, Jiangnan replied, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Alas, there are too many trivial matters to attend to. With that, he rose to dress. Zhu Shishir followed suit, and once again, the enticing scene before Jiangnan stirred his passions, though he quickly quelled the impulse. Upon departing the hotel, Jiangnan drove Zhu Shishir home, inquiring along the way, Shishir, are you still enjoying your work at Mr. Zhang's? If not, you needn't continue. You are now my woman, and I shall provide for you. I do not wish to be merely a woman supported by a man, Zhu Shishir replied. Mr. Zhang treats us well, though the salary is modest, with you around. I need not worry about finances. I do prefer to keep working, but... Her words trailed off, hesitation evident in her tone. But what? Jiangnan prompted. But living in the store makes it inconvenient for us to be together. We would have to go to hotels and such. Perhaps you could help me find a small place nearby? It need not be large, just a cozy little nest for when you come to visit. Sounds reasonable. Jiangnan nodded, recalling his vacant apartment in Liyuan community. As it happens, my apartment there is unoccupied. It has 3 rooms and a living room. You can move in. Liyuan community? Zhu Shishir expressed surprise. Isn't that place rather expensive? Not really, Jiangnan reassured her. It's only 30,000 a month. Unbelievable. 30,000 a month is hardly cheap,
Zhu Shir shot Jiang Nan an incredulous glance. That's quite costly. Jiang Nan, even though you earn over 1 million, you shouldn't spend so extravagantly. You must be more prudent. Jiang Nan merely smiled, choosing silence. After all, with a fortune of 500 million, did he truly need to count every expenditure? Chapter 191. Thriving prosperity. The white Land Rover Range Rover sped along the road, with Jiang Nan steering the wheel with one hand. Expressing his helplessness to the beautiful chef in the passenger seat. To taste the dish, we have to travel all the way to Sana's city. This is quite the ordeal. In the back seat, the lovely manager Bebe joined in the conversation. What of it? The beautiful chef rolled her eyes and replied. This private dish is something I inquired about through connections. It has an exquisite flavor. We want to learn from them, and if we can make improvements, that would be splendid. Even if we can't, the hotel will certainly benefit from adding a delightful signature dish to its menu. Jiang Nan remained silent. The beautiful manager chimed in cheerfully from the back seat. Yes, boss, and you can view this as a little excursion. 3 beautiful ladies accompany you. How wonderful is that? With a chuckle, Jiang Nan responded. Now that you mention it, I truly am fortunate. Indeed, the beautiful manager stifled a giggle. Yes, Big Brother Jiang is quite lucky. Bebe chimed in adorably. 3 beautiful ladies are with you. The manager is the main lover, the chef's sister is the second lover, and I am the little lover. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Instantly, the beautiful manager's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a glance at Bebe, playfully chiding, Bebe, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I mistaken? Bebe blinked her long eyelashes and retorted, I'm merely making a comparison. It's to bring joy to Big Brother Jiang. Otherwise, look at him. He's so lethargic, only getting up around noon today. Oh, wait, he did get up early today. Jiang Nan sighed inwardly, thinking that Bebe had transformed into a little housekeeper. As they chatted, they arrived at Sana City after about an hour. The car halted in front of a private duck restaurant specializing in marinated delicacies. Jiang Nan peered through the window, observing the establishment, which resembled a courtyard restaurant on the outskirts, much like the sauced fish place. However, numerous vehicles were parked outside, and many diners were entering and exiting. This is the place. There's no mistake. The beautiful chef confirmed as she examined the sign for Zhang's marinated duck and compared it with a photo sent by a friend, ensuring they were in the right location. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but grimace, thinking that this girl was quite unreliable. She should have confirmed the exact location before coming here. After all, the boss's presence was a significant affair. As they exited the vehicle, the beautiful manager instructed, let us all act natural. We're simply here for a meal, okay? Both the beautiful chef and Bebe nodded in agreement. Why does it feel like we're about to commit a theft? Jiang Nan chuckled ruefully. That's exactly what we're doing, the beautiful manager quipped. Not entirely, the beautiful chef countered. This is about mutual learning and collaboration, elevating the culinary industry in Huaxia to new heights, flourishing and thriving. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh, giving the beautiful chef a thumbs up. Kudos to you, sister, that's impressive. Bebe also burst into laughter, while the beautiful manager could only smile wryly. Upon entering the courtyard, they instinctively chose a secluded room. After placing their orders, 2 beautifully presented marinated ducks were quickly served. Following their usual routine, Jiang Nan, the beautiful manager, and Bebe eagerly dug into one duck, while the beautiful chef savored the other with a slower pace. The beautiful manager nodded repeatedly as she tasted. The flavor is truly delightful. It's aromatic and rich without being greasy, possessing a unique and exquisite taste. Yes, it's incredibly delicious, absolutely fantastic, Bebe echoed, devouring her portion. Jiang Nan chewed thoughtfully on a piece of duck meat, inwardly agreeing. The flavor was indeed remarkable, with a distinct savory aroma accompanied by an indescribable taste that was both unique and refreshing. Chapter 192. Rewards upon exiting the private dining establishment specializing in marinated duck. The group boarded their vehicle. As they journeyed back to Shanghai City, before Jiang Nan could utter a word, the beautiful manager eagerly turned to the chef and inquired, have you made any progress with the recipe and ingredients? Of course, the chef affirmed with a nod. Otherwise, this long journey would have been in vain. That's wonderful. Simply wonderful, the manager exclaimed with delight. However, the chef continued, nonetheless, the results may not be exceedingly precise. Much like the sauce fish from last time, I can only approximate the flavors. If I were to prepare it, the taste would likely be inferior to what we experienced here. It will require the owner's talent to replicate the marinated duck's flavor, or perhaps even enhance it. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Nan, her eyes brimming with inquiry, clearly asking, "Surely, you can accomplish this, right?" In her eyes, he had become an enigmatic figure, a man who, despite not being a chef, could remarkably refine a dish. "Once we return, please provide me with the list of condiments, and I shall give it a try," Jiang Nan casually remarked. "However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. It might even turn out less appetizing. In any case, even if I fail, it is of no concern, as we still have the sauce fish to rely on." He had intended to convey that the outcome was inconsequential, for he was indifferent to the hotel's profits. However, considering that the young women were deeply invested in the establishment's success, he opted for a more optimistic tone, mentioning the sauce fish as a backup. "Indeed, indeed. The owner should do his best," the beautiful manager responded. "Even if we succeed, this is merely a contingency plan. The sauce fish is still selling quite well. Whenever the patrons grow weary of it, we can introduce the marinated duck to create a buzz and ensure the hotel maintains its prosperous and steady growth." "Feel free to make the arrangements," Jiang replied. "Business at the hotel has been flourishing lately, and you all deserve commendation, not just verbally, but with tangible rewards. Therefore, I will grant you each an additional 2 days off this month. If you wish to unwind and explore, I have considered providing the hotel with 2 vehicles. I previously discussed this with Zhang Yuan, and we have already secured a robust Land Rover Range Rover, similar to the one I currently drive. Additionally, I would like to procure a model that you girls would prefer. What style do you think would be best?" "Wow, we're getting cars. How wonderful!" Bei Bei exclaimed joyfully, only to later frown, lamenting, "But sadly, I don't have a driver's license." "Not to worry," the beautiful chef chimed in, equally pleased. "Wherever you wish to go, I can drive you." Then, recalling something, she turned back to Jiang Nan and said, "Boss, the Range Rover sounds excellent. I absolutely adore that kind of powerful vehicle." "Boss, is it not overly extravagant for the hotel to acquire such a high-end car?" the beautiful manager interjected. "I believe a vehicle in the range of 1 to 200,000 would suffice." The chef composed herself and added, Yes. A car in the range of 1 to 200,000 would be more than adequate. Please don't feel pressure to overspend, boss." "Huh," Jiang Nan chuckled. "You are all overthinking it. There is no need to worry about the cost. Given the current business, we could purchase a Range Rover in just a few days." "That certainly holds true." The beautiful chef smiled brightly, her expression returning to one of radiance. It was evident that she had a fondness for cars, and her tomboyish demeanor reflected an appreciation for powerful off-road vehicles. Chapter 193. What do I think? If monetary considerations were set aside, the coffee-colored BMW 7 Series would undoubtedly be my preferred model, the beautiful manager remarked. "All right, it's settled then." Jiang Nan wasted no time. 1 white Range Rover and 1 coffee-colored BMW 7 Series. "Wow, soon we shall have our vehicles, and we can venture out for some fun," the beautiful chef exclaimed joyfully. "You must first ensure that the kitchen operations are well organized before indulging in leisure," the beautiful manager cautioned, emphasizing the primacy of work. Understood. The beautiful chef replied, "I will certainly arrange my tasks properly before embarking on any outings." "Indeed," the beautiful manager nodded. "Before we go out, let us coordinate our plans. I will also prepare my work in advance so that we may go together." "Agreed, it's settled then. And me, don't forget to take me along." Bei Bei chimed in, unwilling to be left out. "We should plan our destination ahead of time. It is of utmost importance," the beautiful chef suggested. "Very well. I propose we head to the seaside," the beautiful manager replied. "The weather is a bit chilly. Although swimming is not yet feasible, perhaps we should avoid the beach," came the retort. The 3 women engaged in lively banter, proving the adage true that 3 sisters can create a delightful drama. Upon returning to the hotel, within 10 minutes, the beautiful chef had composed a list of ingredients for a particular seasoning and presented it, along with the marinated duck she had brought back, to Jiang Nan. He glanced over the list, noting ingredients such as white angelica, fennel, galangal, licorice, nutmeg, and cardamom. His focus soon shifted to the marinated duck as he began his meticulous examination. White angelica, 5 milligrams. 65. Drawing from his previous experience, he proceeded with ease, quickly determining the original recipe for the marinated duck. He then set about optimizing the formulation, efficiently completing this task as well. He retrieved his phone and dialed the beautiful chef's number. The call connected swiftly, and her excited voice greeted him. "Boss, it must be good news. You finalized the recipe? Haven't you?" "Indeed," Jiang Nan replied cheerfully. "Come to my room to collect the recipe." "Absolutely," Boss, you're simply amazing. I'm nearly falling for you, she exclaimed before hanging up. Jiang Nan thought to himself, heaven forbid, a woman with such a tomboyish demeanor is beyond my capabilities. And most importantly, she is rather lacking in certain feminine attributes. Before long, the beautiful chef arrived at Jiang Nan's room. He handed her 2 sheets of paper, the first detailing the original recipe and the second containing the improved version. However, let me reiterate, this is merely a trial. It might turn out to be exceptionally unpalatable. Please try it before getting too excited. Understood, the beautiful chef nodded. I will head down to prepare it right away. I hope this time it will be as successful as the sauced fish was last time. With that, she dashed out eagerly. Jiang Nan sighed, aside from her decent looks. She's truly a tomboy. As evening descended, Jiang Nan was busy booking a flight to the bustling metropolis for the following day. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. Boss, I've prepared the marinated duck. It tastes incredible, and there were no mishaps at all. Your worries were unfounded. Are you in your room? I'd like to bring it up for you to taste. Jiang Nan could only smile resignedly. I'm here. Come in. Knowing the probability of success was high, he was confident that the marinated duck would indeed be delectable. His earlier caution had merely been a pretext. Chapter 194, Transformation. The beautiful chef entered the room, gracefully carrying an exquisite porcelain platter. The marinated duck had been meticulously sliced into delicate pieces, artfully arranged on the dish. Boss, you must try this. It's your improved recipe, and the flavor is absolutely magnificent. Moreover, the presentation is splendid, exuding an air of sophistication. It could easily command a high price, yielding substantial revenue for the hotel. The beautiful chef placed the platter of duck meat on the coffee table in front of Jiang Nan. Visibly excited. Indeed, the presentation is impressive, Jiang Nan remarked, nodding as he picked up his chopsticks and delicately lifted a small slice of duck to his mouth. Instantly, a burst of flavor enveloped his palate. The taste was exquisite, comparable to the sauced fish, yet offering a distinct texture. As he chewed, his pace quickened. And soon he finished a piece, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. Haha, another delightful dish for our dining table. The beautiful chef shot Jiang in an exasperated glance. Boss, is it merely for your own indulgence? Indeed, Jiang Nan replied with mock seriousness. What else could it be for? The hotel's business, of course, she countered. Isn't at your concern? Not necessary, Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. With you all here, I am utterly at ease. My life philosophy is simply to eat and await my fate. The beautiful chef rolled her eyes in response. Wow, this is fantastic. The flavor is simply remarkable. Yum, delicious. You're all eating too quickly. Leave some for me. No way, this piece is reserved for me. After leaving Jiang Nan, the beautiful chef brought the lamb to the beautiful manager, Bei and Li, along with Zhang Yuan, who eagerly began to indulge. The group, filled with exuberance, engaged in an epic chopstick battle, devouring the marinated duck with astonishing speed. They were left wanting more. Chef sister, hurry and make another. I'm still hungry. Bei whined playfully. Let us make 2. I plan to devour one myself. The flavor is too good, Zhang Yuan declared with a flourish. Dream on. The beautiful chef retorted with a roll of her eyes. If you want to eat, go ask the boss. He has one left. Perhaps a bit remains for one person. Never mind then, Zhang Yuan quickly retreated. I'll go. Bei, like a little whirlwind, dashed upstairs to find Jiang Nan, hoping to scavenge for some leftovers. The beautiful manager smiled gently and said, what is the rush? Now that the chef has mastered it, getting duck in the future will be a breeze. Indeed, Li chimed in happily, then shifted her attention to the beautiful chef, asking, is this marinated duck recipe something Jiang Nan developed? Yes, the beautiful chef nodded. This guy has become increasingly enigmatic. I never imagined he possessed such talent during our previous real estate venture. If he opened a small restaurant, it would surely flourish. Far better than enduring the office grind and being berated by that bossy woman, Li remarked with a smile. This reminded her of the time when Jiang Nan struggled alongside them at the company. The contrast to his current situation was striking. She and Zhang Yuan had witnessed the transformative journey Jiang Nan had undertaken in just a few short days, and the impact of this change resonated deeply within them. Chapter 195. A flourishing rise indeed, Zhang Yuan sighed, acknowledging his own prowess and firmly grasping the leg of his superior, which has enabled him to thrive so splendidly. You two have encountered benefactors in your lives, the beautiful manager remarked with a smile. I too have met a benefactor. My boss is equally a blessing. Before crossing paths with him, I felt my life had become stagnant, cautiously navigating my existence, content with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. However, now, with such a kind-hearted boss who empathizes with his subordinates and even offers shares and dividends, it all feels like a dream. Absolutely, Lily chimed in. We are all fortunate to have met our benefactors. Without Jiangnan, we wouldn't be where we are today. I will be grateful to him for a lifetime. Indeed, Zhang Yuan interjected. I intend to cling to this benefactor for life. Quite right, the beautiful manager affirmed. To encounter such an extraordinary boss is a rare opportunity. We must unite our efforts and utilize our utmost capabilities to manage the hotel effectively. This is how we repay our boss and also serve our own interests. Yes, the manager speaks wisely. Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded earnestly in agreement. I firmly believe the hotel will thrive, the beautiful manager declared, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She then shifted the conversation. With the introduction of this delectable marinated duck, we have acquired a new secret weapon. Once the popularity of the sauced fish wanes, we shall unveil the marinated duck, ensuring the hotel's business remains robust. Indeed, the prospects are exceedingly bright. Zhang Yuan and Lily beamed, their spirits lifted. The following day, just before noon, Jiangnan emerged from the airport in a sharp Armani ensemble. Hey, handsome, over here. Zhu Yu had been eagerly waiting at the airport. Jiangnan smiled as he approached her. She swayed her slender waist and, in her high heels, gracefully linked her arm with his, resembling a delicate bird nestled against its mate. With a melodious tone, she playfully asked, handsome, are we still going to indulge in a pot of civet coffee? The emphasis on the two words was particularly pronounced. Jiangnan grimaced. Ugh. Zhu Yu laughed merrily. What an expression. I merely wish to convey that I no longer wish to partake in such an unpleasant experience, where I spend money yet suffer. The cost is trivial, but the taste is dreadful, reeking of a muddy flavor, Jiangnan replied. I would rather support Huaxiao Industries and enjoy some tea instead. Giggling, Zhu Yu responded. Then let us opt for a meal. After dining, the auction will commence shortly, and we must arrive early. Don't forget. I am the auctioneer and need to prepare in advance. Let us just grab a quick bite and then head to the auction house, Jiangnan suggested. Rest assured, fair lady, I shall not claim you are an inadequate host. Then I am at ease. Zhu Yu laughed even more joyfully. With your assurance, I fear nothing. The two engaged in cheerful conversation as they entered a striking red Porsche Cayenne. Numerous envious gazes converged upon them, lingering until they had settled into the vehicle. Whispers of jealousy and admiration echoed around them. Damn, I envy them so much. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. And they are also wealthy. How splendid life would be if it were mine. The girl is stunning. How wonderful it would be to have a girlfriend like her. What a handsome fellow. Alas, his girlfriend is too beautiful. I wouldn't even have a chance to approach. Chapter 196. An uncommon friendship. Jiangnan and Zhu Yu found a quaint Western restaurant nearby and stepped inside, seeking a secluded and tranquil corner. The waitress approached them, and with a smile, Jiangnan urged, feel free to order whatever you desire. Zhu Yu grinned and responded, then I shall not hold back. With that, she began to order with abandon. Seafood pasta, seafood pizza, tuna sandwich, mashed potatoes, green tea cheesecake, Italian tiramisu, and white chocolate mousse. Though she claimed to be unreserved, the total came to merely 200 to 300 yuan. Jiangnan observed her with a wry smile, acknowledging her charm. She was delightful and playful, yet not excessively so. She was not the type to take advantage of any opportunity to exploit him financially. Although Jiangnan was not short on funds, he would certainly steer clear of such women. In the realm of relationships between men and women, it is unrealistic to claim that love is the sole motivation. Such notions are far-fetched. However, solely pursuing monetary gain is equally unacceptable. After placing their orders, the waitress departed. But not before Zhu Yu requested, 2 cups of latte, please. Certainly, the waitress nodded, and soon, 2 cups of coffee were served. As they sipped their lattes, Zhu Yu began, I discussed with the operations manager of the auction house, and he suggested bundling the 16 pieces of imperial green and emerald together for auction. This strategy should yield the highest price and maximize value. Oh, Jiangnan pondered for a moment, intrigued yet perplexed. Why is this method the most cost-effective? Because both imperial green and emeralds are exceedingly rare. Their beauty is not only in their aesthetic appeal but also in their scarcity, which significantly enhances their collectible value. If auctioned separately, they may attract numerous bidders, thereby diminishing their collectible worth. As is well known, the highest collectible value is derived from uniqueness. Consider an ancient painting. If only one exists in the world, its worth skyrockets. Some collectors, even if they possess two, might choose to destroy one to maintain the uniqueness of the other. This is the essence of the matter. I see. Jiangnan nodded in understanding. If only one person can acquire my imperial green and emerald, that individual would be more inclined to bid higher. Am I right? Precisely, Zhu Yuyu affirmed. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with my intentions, Jiangnan remarked. This approach simplifies everything, allowing for a single transaction. Additionally, Zhu Yuyu took a sip of her coffee and continued, I have gathered insights from several appraisers, and I propose a starting price of 450 million yuan for the auction of the 16 pieces of jadeite, which should ensure its sale without fail. Of course, your opinion remains paramount. Agreed, Jiangnan nodded. That price is acceptable. Let us set it at 450 million. Having assessed the situation, he was confident that this figure was just right. Great, Zhu Yuyu replied, adding, we have already initiated some promotional activities and discreetly contacted a few long-time clients who appreciate jadeite. This should ensure a robust turnout of collectors, maximizing the competitive bidding for the jadeite. Jiangnan smiled and inquired, what question do you have? Zhu Yuyu blinked, slightly taken aback. What do you mean? If these items were owned by someone else, not me, would you still extend such assistance? Jiangnan asked. What are you thinking? Of course not. Zhu Yuyu shot him an incredulous look. We are friends, after all, which is why I would go to such lengths for you. Furthermore, here, she hesitated, a rare hint of shyness crossing her features. I consider you more than just an ordinary friend. Chapter 197. True love. This was the first time Jiang Nan had seen Zhu Yuyu in such a shy demeanor. She had always been bold and flirtatious, bombarding him with her playful banter. This sudden display of bashfulness was rather unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, she was undeniably beautiful. Whether smiling or shy, her allure was captivating. He couldn't help but wonder how she looked when she cried, likely still enchanting. Lost in thought, Jiang Nan was suddenly brought back to reality as Zhu Yuyu's expression turned serious. With a gaze full of emotion, she asked, Jiang Nan, may I pose a question to you? But I need you to answer me sincerely. Caught off guard, Jiang Nan hesitated. Zhu Yuyu typically referred to him as handsome, so hearing her address him by his name felt a bit strange. After a moment, he replied, what question do you have? Do you perceive me as a rather flirtatious and improper woman? She inquired, her eyes fixed on his face, clearly invested in his response. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. This question was indeed unexpected. He had always considered Zhu Yuyu a bit daring since their first encounter, where her playful demeanor belied a boldness that was anything but reserved. I understand, Zhu Yuyu said, interpreting his reaction. Her expression fell, and her eyes glistened with the threat of tears as she lowered her head to sip her coffee, lapsing into silence. Please, don't misunderstand, Jiang Nan quickly interjected. You don't give me that impression at all. I think you are a wonderful woman. In this situation, he felt compelled to speak against his true feelings. You need not explain, Zhu Yuyu murmured softly. I comprehend what lies in your heart. Indeed, since meeting you, however, she yearned to clarify her feelings, fearing that her modesty might cost her the chance to connect with Jiang Nan. Yet, as the words lingered in her throat, an inexplicable pain gripped her, rendering her unable to continue. Jiang Nan remained silent, recognizing that there was little to be said. The more they talked, the more convoluted the situation became. However, he couldn't help but notice Zhu Yuyu's reddened eyes, suggesting she was on the verge of tears, clearly distressed by the misunderstanding. A thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that this girl had genuinely developed feelings for him? With this notion, he subtly initiated a probe. While it was often difficult to discern a woman's loyalty, this was a task he found remarkably simple. Her feelings for him were sincere. He was certain of it. A smile crept onto Jiang Nan's face as he reveled in the realization of her affection. If she were merely after his wealth and playing with his emotions, he would grant her a bemused chuckle. The notion of deceiving him was utterly inconceivable. With his confidence bolstered, he felt invincible. After a considerable pause, Zhu Yuyu finally managed to compose herself, her smile returning. Although her spirits were not entirely high, she understood a crucial truth. Being a weepy woman was unattractive in the eyes of men. Thus, she wisely chose not to succumb to despair. Jiang Nan was a rare find, an intriguing blend of charm and affluence, a man she did not wish to lose. As they exchanged light-hearted banter and enjoyed a fine meal, they exited the restaurant and climbed into a striking red Porsche Cayenne, heading straight for the auction house. Zhu Yuyu needed to prepare for the afternoon auction, for any misstep in her role as an auctioneer could jeopardize the entire event. Chapter 198. 1/8. I have heard that this auction will feature jadeite, worth nearly 500 million. Indeed, I have also heard the announcements. It is truly hard to believe that 16 pieces of imperial green and emeralds, valued at around 500 million, are being presented. What kind of extraordinary existence does this represent? Encountering even a single piece of imperial green or emerald is quite rare, let alone a collection of this magnitude. Unbelievable. Simply astonishing. I surmise that this must be a collector of imperial green and emeralds who has encountered some difficulties, thus compelled to part with their cherished collection for auction. Such a scenario could only arise from years of diligent accumulation. Otherwise, it would be improbable. That makes sense. I share your sentiments. As the auction was about to commence, Jiangnan entered the venue, with murmurs of discussion echoing along the way. Meanwhile, he, the central figure in this affair, secretly smiled, discreetly locating the prime front row seat arranged by Zhu Yuyu before settling down and leisurely sipping a bottle of inexpensive red tea. Before long, the auction began. Following the same protocol as the last time, heavily armed security personnel entered to maintain order. Soon after, Zhu Yuyu, with a graceful sway of her slender waist, captivatingly ascended the auction stage. A wave of excitement erupted among the audience, captivated by her beauty and poise. Zhu Yuyu cast a brief glance at Jiangnan, offering him a radiant smile before addressing the crowd with her melodious voice. Welcome to the auction in Magic City. I am the auctioneer presiding over this event. Applause erupted. Thank you, thank you. Zhu Yuyu's smile was radiant and perfectly timed, evoking a refreshing sense of spring. Despite the closeness of their relationship, Jiangnan could not help but marvel at her extraordinary charm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the auction officially commenced. A lovely young lady presented the first item, similarly concealed beneath a scarf. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Zhu Yuyu unveiled the scarf. Beginning her introduction, this auction item is a blue and white porcelain plate. Jiangnan, though not well versed in blue and white porcelain, listened with keen interest. Primarily concerned with the price, as he had no intention of purchasing it himself, he preferred to simply await Zhu Yuyu's announcement of the bidding. After a moment of introduction, she stated, "This blue and white porcelain plate has a starting bid of 5 million. Bidding now commences." A smile crept across Jiangnan's lips as he mused on the value of blue and white porcelain, noting that such a small plate could command several million. Remarkable. He recalled Master Dong mentioning that historical records indicate that the ships sunk during Zheng He's voyages were laden with blue and white porcelain. No wonder it could be valued at 2 billion. In truth, Jiangnan was aware that while he might overlook 2 billion, it represents an exceedingly formidable fortune. Consider this. Although he had just acquired nearly 500 million worth of imperial green and emeralds, he had effectively stripped an entire aged mining region in Myanmar of its entire supply, a region that could continue to yield treasures for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Without his involvement, one could only wonder how many years it would take for imperial green and emeralds to be unearthed. Thus, they are indeed exceedingly rare. Furthermore, there are only 8 such old mining regions in Myanmar. Thus, it can be concluded that Jiangnan has obtained 1/8 of the world's imperial green and emeralds. Chapter 199. The auction. The grand finale of the auction commenced with the sale of 16 exquisite imperial green and emerald pieces, marking the zenith of the entire event. As these remarkable gems were presented, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience, with gasps of admiration resonating throughout the hall. Some attendees even rose from their seats in awe. Zhu Yuyu's melodious voice rang out. Next up is the highlight of this auction: 10 pieces of imperial green and 6 pieces of emerald. The large display screen simultaneously showcased enlarged images of the dazzling greens, resplendent under the lighting, captivating all who beheld them. Wow, truly breathtaking. Indeed, these are imperial green and emerald. Zhu Yuyu smiled, her enchanting voice continuing. Both the imperial green and emeralds have been expertly authenticated, their quality beyond question. Now, we arrive at the exhilarating bidding moment, with a starting price of 450 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 5 million. Let the bidding commence. As her words concluded, silence enveloped the room, with no immediate bids forthcoming. Instead, murmurs filled the air, as some attendees engaged in quiet discussions while others observed intently. Zhu Yuyu maintained a serene smile, exuding patience. Jiangnan leisurely sipped his red tea, equally unperturbed. A price of 450 million warranted ample time for contemplation. Meanwhile, in the office of the auction house, Tong, the proprietor of the Magic City auction house, watched with keen interest through the closed-circuit television. At just 30 years of age, Hitong was a prominent figure within the upper echelons of society in Magic City. Having inherited a family fortune nearing 30 billion, which included this very auction house as one of her assets, she found this auction particularly intriguing. A starting bid exceeding 450 million was unprecedented in her establishment, and with a commission of 1 on each auction. A successful transaction would yield her a minimum profit of 5 million. Thus, she carved out time from her busy schedule to observe the proceedings. Inside the auction hall, discussions persisted for over 2 minutes before the first bid was finally placed. 450 million plus 5 million. The bidding had begun, with others swiftly following suit. 460 million. 465 million. 470 million. 480 million. The pace of the auction fluctuated. Yet the price steadily approached the coveted 500 million mark. Jiang Nin felt a surge of satisfaction, sensing that they were nearing the pinnacle of value. As the bidding voices dwindled, a minute passed without further increases. Zhu Yu glanced at Jiang Nin, subtly conveying that the price was nearly sufficient, and called out, 480 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? After a brief pause and no response, she reiterated, 480 million. First call. Is there anyone wishing to bid higher? Again, silence prevailed. 480 million? Second call. Anyone? Still, there was no reply. 480 million. Third call. Sold. With that, the auction hammer struck down, solidifying the final price at 480 million. She turned to Jiang Nan with a gentle smile and began to announce in her delightful tone, "Thank you. Thank you all for your presence. This auction has now concluded." Instantly, the hall erupted in a cacophony of chatter as attendees exchanged exhilarated remarks. Wow, we just witnessed a staggering auction transaction of 480 million. How thrilling. 480 million. What an unfathomable figure. Chapter 200. Concerned Zhu Yu was backstage changing her outfit, just about to rush off to congratulate Jiang Nan, when her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from her boss's secretary, and her delicate brows furrowed in response. After a brief moment of contemplation, she answered the call. Yu, the boss wishes to see you. Please come to the boss's office. The secretary's voice was cold and habitual. All right, okay. Zhu Yu did not dare to hesitate, quickly tidying up before heading to her boss's office. Inside the office, Hitong was sipping a cup of coffee. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. With a